What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Pirates start as Black Dragon 1BDO1. This is Pirate World, Seeking Flowers. Grand Line, first half, West Blue, some deserted island. Finally built successfully. Cuomo looked at the stone spear in his hand and said secretly. The stone spear was very sharp, and it took him a long time to forge it. He holds a stone spear and hides behind a tree. Not far from him was a river, and a wild boar was drinking water. Puff. Victor Cuomo sprang out, thrusting the stone spear into its body at a speed the boar couldn't react to. After a fight, the wild boar was killed by him. He built a fire in a safe place and grilled the wild boar's meat. I've been here for a few years, and I don't know what kind of world this is. Cuomo sighed while eating barbecue. He is a time traveler, from Blue Star. He is not a soul wearer, but he has traveled to this world as a whole. The system arranged a brand new name for him, and then disappeared. He didn't know which world he was passing through, so he had no idea of sailing. After all, if this world is dangerous, wouldn't he be seeking his own death if he set sail? He has been staying on this deserted island because he had excellent physical fitness during his lifetime. On this deserted island, as long as he doesn't provoke the terrible beasts, he can still survive. He has been looking forward to the emergence of a system that can tell him which world this world comes from. But he waited hard for several years, and the system never appeared again, as if he had been abandoned. At this time, on the shore of the deserted island, a large boat came. They docked the boat on the shore, and then went to the island to investigate the situation. Is it safe to bury here? A pirate asked, looking around. It's definitely safe for the treasure to be buried here, but just to be on the safe side, the captain asked us to land on the island to see if there are any living people. I think this is superfluous. Who stays idle on a deserted island where wild beasts are rampant? Advertisement, they are pirates, and the purpose of coming to this island is to bury the treasure they got. That's right. Another pirate nodded in agreement. But the next moment, they saw a handsome Cuomo with a strong body and a bare upper body. Someone. The two pirates shouted after seeing Cuomo. After hearing the sound, the pirates from other places rushed towards this side. Is this a savage? Several pirates looked at Cuomo's faces and asked in surprise. No, shouldn't all savages be fat and strong, unintelligible, and messy? How do you think he looks like a savage? Another pirate retorted. Cuomo's figure is very strong, and very clean, not like the wild man they imagined. Whether he is a savage or not, we have something to bury on this island, so he can't live. A pirate sneered and took out the long knife at his waist. After the other pirates saw it, they also took out their weapons one after another. Cuomo looked at them, although his face was bewildered, but when he saw that they had leaked their killing intent, he quickly entered the alert. After all, he didn't want to stand there blankly, waiting for death to come. Moreover, in this situation, there is no way to run away. The only thing to do is to fight them desperately. It's just, I'll practice my hands with you, Cuomo muttered in a low voice. No matter how he lived on this deserted island for several years, he still had the minimum physical fitness and combat experience. He seemed to have spoken just now. He said he wanted to practice with us. Ha ha ha. Use us to practice. Lousy has a bounty of 3 million Baileys in West Blue. How dare a mere savage talk big in front of me? A pirate laughed disdainfully. West Blue is offering a bounty of 3 million Baileys. Cuomo was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Among the anime he watched in his previous life, there are not a few anime called North Blue. But Pele is the only common currency in the One Piece world. This is the world of One Piece. Cuomo is not stupid. He quickly realized that, if nothing else, this is pirate world. You guys know the redhead Shanks? Cuomo probed. Although I can tell through the words of the pirate in front of me that this is the first half of the Grand Line in the world of One Piece, West Blue. But the exact timeline, he is not clear. Advertisement. Red-haired Shanks. Which brat is this? Are you trying to use a name we don't know to suppress us, kid? It's a pity that it doesn't work. A pirate licked the scimitar with his tongue and smiled ferociously. Road. Edward Newgate, do you know? Cuomo continued probing. If the other party knows the red-haired Shanks, then the timeline should be the timeline from when Luffy was born to becoming a pirate. But the group of pirates obviously didn't know the red-haired Shanks. Then ask someone else, as Whitebeard, because he's from the old days. If these pirates don't know Whitebeard, then they may be in the era before rocks, or in the future time period beyond Luffy's future. After all, yes, life is not always smooth sailing, let alone time travel. If he travels to an era he is familiar with, even if he doesn't have a cheat, he still has a little strategy. If he travels to an era he doesn't know, then he has nothing to do. What? You want to tell us that you are a friend of Edward Newgate? The pirate blinked his eyes in response. Whether he is or not, we killed him anyway, and Edward Newgate doesn't know that we killed him. Hearing the pirates' conversation, Victor Cuomo had a certain idea in his mind. It seems that the timeline I'm currently in is the timeline when the Rocks pirate became famous and the Rocks pirate disbanded. He muttered to himself. Of course, it can't be ruled out that this guy wants to use the name of Edward Newgate to suppress us, but I didn't expect it. We don't accept this at all. Ha 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 ha. But if you think about it carefully, how do the savages know the outside information on this deserted island? Newspapers can't publish it here. Another pirate wondered. It is precisely because this place is remote enough that they plan to bury the treasure they got here. Who knows? Why discuss so much? Kill him first. A pirate interrupted their discussion. Hearing what the pirate said, Cuomo didn't continue to think, because next, he had to solve the immediate troubles first. O2 system activation, reputation system. Holding a stone spear in his hand, Cuomo walked towards the pirates step by step with a calm expression on his face. Superior. The pirates also took out long knives, daggers and other weapons and rushed towards Cuomo. Puff. The stone spear in Cuomo's hand was not short, and the point was very sharp, piercing directly into the body of the first pirate who charged. Ah! The pirate who was stabbed by him screamed and sat on the ground with a hideous face, blood dripping from his chest. Go to hell. A pirate on the side rushed towards Cuomo with a long knife in both hands. When Cuomo swung his stone spear and struck at the approaching pirate, colliding with his weapon. The power is so strong. The weapon in the pirate's hand only collided with Cuomo's stone spear for a second, and he felt his entire arm go numb, and the weapon fell to the ground. Cuomo wiped out all the pirates with a few strokes. After staying on the deserted island for several years and fighting countless beasts, if he couldn't even beat some ordinary pirates, then his life was really wasted. Puff. Cuomo's stone spear pierced a pirate's throat, killing the pirate instantly, and he showed no mercy to the pirate. After all, the opponent had the idea of killing him, so he would not let it go, and he quickly killed all the pirates. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for killing the pirate and activating the system. The system is activating. The system is activating. The system is activated successfully. Ding, congratulations host, you got the reputation system. Attaining a certain reputation means that you can get reward cards from the heavens and the world. The improvement of prestige can be the impact of doing things, being remembered, or the increase of bounties. The improvement of prestige will occasionally trigger hidden tasks to get rewards, and there is a probability of rewarding critical strikes. Host. Cuomo summoning. None prestige index. 0.001. Special ability. None warehouse. None. When the prestige value reaches 1000, you can get a reward card from the heavens and worlds once. The reward cards of the heavens and the worlds include summoning members of other worlds, or obtaining the abilities of the heavens and the worlds, and items. Is the trigger condition to kill? Advertisement? Cuomo heard the system prompt, and the system panel that popped up muttered to himself. Don't tell me sooner. Ding, congratulations to host, you have activated the system for the first time and won a gift package for beginners. A gift pack for beginners? Sounds good. Does host use the starter pack? Sure. Ding, congratulations to host for successfully using it, and getting the Conqueror's Haki, as well as the reward card X2 from the heavens and worlds. In this pirate world, one of the main sources of power is the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki are Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki and Observation Haki are very common in One Piece world, but Conqueror's Haki is slightly rarer. Because this ability can only appear once in every million people. Does host want to use the reward cards from the heavens and worlds? Okay. Cuomo chose to confirm without the slightest hesitation. Although he has some strength now, the world he is currently in is the dangerous world of pirates. At present, he can only solve some pirates with a bounty of several million. It would be difficult for him to defeat a pirate of tens of millions, so he urgently needs strength to explore this dangerous world. Please select the number of reward cards to use from the heavens and worlds. 2. Ding. Congratulations to host for using it successfully and gaining the ability, which comes from Fairy Tail, Black Dragon Form ability. The Black Dragon Form is exactly the ability of a Kunalogia, and he is also a Dragon Slayer Magister who masters dark magic in the world of Fairy Tail, possessing very terrifying power. He slaughtered a large number of dragons, bathed in countless dragon blood, and finally completed the dragon transformation. After becoming a dragon, his combat power has been greatly improved. After the dragon form, it can be transformed into a giant dragon. After the dragon is formed, both the attack power and the defense power will be greatly improved. A Kunalogia can have the power to almost destroy the world, which can be said to be inseparable from the Black Dragon form. Is it the Black Dragon form of a Kunalogia? The system is so powerful, and it directly opens such a good thing? Cuomo was also slightly taken aback when he heard the system's notification tone, and then smiled unconsciously. At the beginning, he directly sent him a Kunalogia's Black Dragon form. Doesn't this take off directly? Ding, congratulations to host for using it successfully and getting a character, Gojo Satoru from the world of Spell Return Battle. Gojo Satoru is the head teacher of the first grade of the Tokyo Metropolitan Conjuration College in the world of Spell Return Battle, a special level conjurer. He was born with 6 eyes, his spells have no lower limit, and his birth domain is infinite space. He can activate spells all the time. He is the strongest magician in the world in Spell Return. Advertisement no matter in the past or now, he is the strongest. As the system's notification sounded, a group of white light particles appeared in front of him, and the light particles quickly gathered into a group, forming the appearance of a person. Finally, the light particles materialized, and Gojo Satoru appeared in front of his eyes. He has white hair, is dressed in black with a black eye patch, and is as tall as Cuomo, as is his appearance. He exuded the aura of do not disturb all over his body, and appeared in front of Cuomo with his hands in his trouser pockets, full of haki. Ding, the system prompts that the summoned people from 10,000 realms are 100% loyal, and there is no possibility of betrayal. However, the summoned members cannot directly exert their combat power in their heyday. The initial combat power is fixed at 20% of the peak period. Through subsequent battles and the passage of time, the sealed combat power will be continuously unlocked. As the system's voice fell, The attribute template popped up in front of him again. Host. Cuomo summon. Gojo Satoru, 20%, reputation points, 0 1,000ths. Abilities. Armament Hockey, 0 1,000ths, Observation Hockey, 0 1,000ths, Conqueror's Hockey, 0 1,000ths. Special ability. Black Dragon Form Warehouse, none. Isn't it possible to directly exert 100% combat power? But, think about it, if the summoned members are directly at the peak combat power, how can the others survive? Cuomo said to himself. Is this the new world it says? Gojo Satoru stood in front of Cuomo, looking around curiously. What Gojo Satoru said is the system. Gojo Satoru is coming to this world for the first time, and it is normal to be full of curiosity about this world. Welcome to this world, Gojo Satoru. Cuomo greeted him casually. Having read a lot of anime and manga in his previous life, he is naturally very familiar with the character Gojo Satoru. After all, he is a figure who can return to the ceiling of combat power with spells. Hi, Cuomo. Gojo Satoru greeted him friendly. When he came to this world, the system had already told him Cuomo's name. Gojo Satoru has an inexplicable affection for Cuomo. Cuomo has an approachable aura that makes people feel very comfortable. O3 the first member, Gojo Satoru. What did it tell you? Cuomo asked tentatively. The system summoned Gojo Satoru, and I don't know if it has revealed any information to Gojo Satoru. It told me that this is a brand new world, and that I would be very interested in this world, plus your name, and the rest. Nothing else. Wujo put his chin on his hand and thought seriously. All right. Cuomo nodded and warned. Your existence, if spread out, will cause unnecessary trouble, so don't tell anyone where you are from. Gojo Satoru came from another world. If the news got out, most people might not believe it. But if some lunatic is interested in Gojo Satoru's life experience, it may cause unnecessary trouble at that time. Everything is up to you, Wujo said with a casual smile. Cuomo nodded when he heard the words. Gojo Satoru was summoned by the system, and his loyalty was 100%, so he believed that Gojo Satoru would not disobey his orders. Did you kill all these people? Gojo Satoru suddenly found that there were many bloody dead pirates lying behind him. They wanted to kill me, and I was doing it in self-defense, Cuomo explained with a smile. Hey, who are you? Not far away, several pirates shouted when they saw Gojo Satoru, Cuomo and the corpses under their feet. Cuomo and Gojo Satoru followed the voice and stared away. They are? Gojo Satoru glanced at the few pirates behind him and asked. Pirates can also be called enemies, Cuomo said calmly. Damn it, you dared to kill members of our evil ghost pirates. A pirate shouted angrily looking at the two of them. Go and inform the captain that there are stubbles on the isolated island, one pirate told the other pirate. Good. They thought they'd have no trouble burying the treasure on a remote island in West Blue. But unexpectedly, on this broken island, there are actually two people who are not weak. Which pirate group are you from? Don't you know that the captain of our ghost pirate group has a bounty of 15 million Baileys? A pirate shouted loudly. In the new era of West Blue, a pirate with a bounty of 10 million is not considered a weak pirate. Not to mention it's the old days. A pirate with a bounty of 15 million is undoubtedly very famous in West Blue. We haven't joined any pirates yet, but I'm planning to start one, Cuomo responded. Advertisement: he has the ability to summon members from other worlds, so there is no need to join other pirate groups. Isn't it good to start a pirate group by yourself? Didn't join any pirate group, just because you two want to provoke us? A pirate sneered. When our captain comes, it will be your death. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy today, it is impossible to keep you alive. Another pirate echoed. It's not illegal to kill people in this world, is it, Cuomo? Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets and asked. It's just some evil pirates, it's okay to kill them, Cuomo said lightly. It can be seen that he has murderous intentions towards us. Then kill it. Cuomo's eyes were indifferent, as if he was talking about an insignificant thing. Ha ha ha. You two brats, you want to kill us? A pirate smiled ferociously, then he took out the pistol on his waist. The reason why they didn't dare to act rashly just now was to send someone to notify the captain first. That's because they are afraid that Cuomo and Gojo Satoru are from a powerful pirate group. So they went to inform the captain first to be cautious, but now the other party has indicated that they have not joined any pirate group. What are you afraid of at this time? Just kill it and it's over. Since you want to die early, then we will definitely fulfill you. Several pirates took out the pistols around their waists. In this area where armament hockey is scarce, guns are deadly weapons. A gun? It's useless to me. Gojo Satoru showed a kind smile and approached them. Shot. A pirate yelled. Bang bang bang. The pirate pulled the trigger and fired several bullets in a row, expecting to see Gojo Satoru's body being pierced. But the bullet stayed in front of Gojo Satoru, unable to move forward anymore, as if the pause button had been pressed. This is Gojo Satoru's no lower limit warlock. The closer the object or person is to him, the moving speed will become slower or even stop. Suddenly Gojo Satoru disappeared in place and directly crushed the guns in their hands. Snapped. Gojo Satoru directly pinched their necks and lifted them up. The powerful force made them feel like they were about to suffocate. Seeing Gojo Satoru so close, the other two pirates grabbed the necks of two of their crew members. Terrified, he quickly shot. Advertisement, boom. Cuomo rushed up suddenly, covering the muzzle of the gun with one hand, and the bullet hit his palm. But nothing happened to his palm because it was covered with armament hockey. How can it be? The pirate saw that the bullet he fired did not cause any damage to Cuomo's palm, and he became even more panicked. Gojo, Satoru and Cuomo dealt with all the pirates. All killed. Damn it, you dare to kill my crew. At this moment, the captain of the ghost pirates arrived here. Behind him were many other pirates, and they all stared at Gojo, Satoru and Cuomo with fierce faces. And aimed at Gojo, Satoru and Cuomo with a gun. They did it first, Cuomo said flatly. You killed so many of my crew members, no matter what your status is, you can't survive today. The captain of the evil ghost pirates roared violently. He is the evil ghost pirate group, and his reputation in West Blue is not low, and few people come to provoke them. Today, two completely unfamiliar faces dared to kill his crew, which made him intolerable. He really cares about face. I'm afraid you can't do it, Cuomo said calmly. You two brats, go to hell. Shoot, the captain of the evil ghost pirates said with a gloomy expression. Bang bang bang. Several pirates standing beside him quickly pulled the trigger and fired, and dense bullets rushed towards the two of them. I thought Gojo, Satoru and Cuomo would die instantly. But the bullet couldn't get close to Gojo, Satoru. And Cuomo can use armament hockey to cover his whole body, and the bullets can't hurt him at all. You know armament hockey, the captain of the evil ghost pirates said in surprise. 04 Dragon Form, Dark Dragon Slayer magic. He stayed in North Blue for more than 10 years before he figured out the threshold of armament hockey. Cuomo in front of him looks obviously young, but he can also armament hockey. Gojo, Satoru next to Cuomo surprised the captain of the ghost pirates even more, because the bullets couldn't touch him at all. In his opinion, Gojo, Satoru should be a person with abilities. Devil fruit is a rare item in West Blue. It is definitely not easy for someone who can get devil fruit. Why did you kill my crew? The captain of the evil ghost pirates asked coldly. He knew that the two people in front of him were not good at each other, and wanted to talk to Cuomo and Gojo, Satoru peacefully. You'd better go down and ask them about this kind of thing. Cuomo's palm gathered a mass of black energy matter, exuding a frightening aura. The black energy substance is precisely the dark dragon slaying magic mastered by Akunalogia in the fairy tale world. While inheriting the black dragon form, he also mastered the dark dragon slayer magic. However, his current strength is still very average, and he is completely unable to exert the power that Akunalogia can release in the original book. Boom! The black energy matter was launched and landed on many powerful members of the evil ghost pirate group, and a big explosion occurred immediately. The ripples generated by the explosion swayed in all directions, shaking the surrounding trees. Countless birds and beasts sensed the danger here and fled quickly. The black energy matter smashed a huge hole in front of Cuomo's eyes, setting off bursts of smoke. When the smoke dissipated, it was found that all the strong members of the evil ghost pirates were dead. Only the captain stood there with a look of panic and blood all over his body. Who the hell are you guys? He asked with a gloomy expression. He has been in West Blue for many years, and he has never seen the reward order of the two, but it is this unknown person who has such a terrifying ability. He has been a pirate for decades. Although his strength is not very strong, he also has ruthlessness in his heart. He saw killing intent in Cuomo's eyes, and he knew he was going to die today, so he wouldn't kneel down and beg for his life. Instead, he wanted to know who the other party was before he died. So much nonsense, Cuomo said coldly, ahem. The captain of the evil ghost pirates coughed up blood and fell to the ground straight. His consciousness gradually blurred. It won't be long before he dies. Cuomo and the others didn't bother to make a move, so as not to get their hands dirty. It's finally time to leave this island, Cuomo exclaimed, taking a deep breath. Advertisement: he has lived on this island for many years and has been unable to leave. Not only did he awaken the system today, and most importantly, it's finally time to leave. The two stepped over many pirate corpses and came to the coast of the deserted island. There was a ship here, which was the ship of the evil ghost pirates. The ship was empty because both the crew and their captain had been killed by Cuomo. He and Gojo, Satoru jumped up and landed on the boat. I haven't seen the sea for a long time. Gojo, Satoru leaned on the rail of the boat and smiled slightly. Although he was invincible in the original book, he also had a lot of worries and was always busy. I seldom see the sea. Don't worry, you can see the sea every day from now on. Cuomo patted him on the shoulder and said, I'm going to form a pirate group. What do you think it should be called? Since this world is the world of pirates, and he also has the ability to summon, then organizing a pirate group by yourself is the best choice. But he hasn't decided on a name yet, so I'll ask Gojo, Satoru for any good advice. As for why I didn't become a marine, it was because being a marine was subject to too many constraints. To be a pirate is to be free. Is it the name of the pirate group? Gojo put his chin on his hand and thought seriously. How about taking the first letter of our two names and combining them together as the name of the pirates? 5 subjects. Orthopedics. Cuomo muttered to himself, then shook his head and said, no, that name won't work. 5 subjects sounds strange, and compared with orthopedics, this name is definitely not acceptable. Those who didn't know thought that his pirate group specialized in orthopedics. Then Gojo, Satoru pirates? Gojo, Satoru joked with a smile. Gojo, Satoru himself is an easygoing person, and he could see that Cuomo was also very easygoing, so he made a little joke. Man, I'm the captain, Cuomo complained. I don't know anything about naming Cuomo. Gojo, Satoru said helplessly, leaning against the rail of the boat. I don't know what the name of the pirate group should be. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Cuomo didn't bother to think about it. Anyway, now he doesn't have his own pirate group. The ship they are currently on belongs to the ghost pirates, not theirs. Let's talk about it later when I have my own boat, or when I think of a good name. Where are we going next? Gojo Satoru asked. Advertisement. Can you sail a boat? Won't. I do not know either. Forget it, let the boat float, Cuomo said indifferently. He retracted the anchor and then set sail, because neither of them knew how to sail, so they let the boat float freely. Cuomo wanted to see what good things the ghost pirate ship had, so he came to the cabin. Caw. He pushed open the door in front of him, and there was a long corridor in the cabin. The houses on both sides of the corridor are where the crew sleeps. At the end of the corridor, there is another door. Cuomo pushed it open, and as soon as the door was pushed open, the sight inside startled Cuomo a little. I saw countless gold and silver beads piled up behind this gate. The goblin pirates robbed a very wealthy merchant ship in West Blue and obtained these jewels. The value of these gold and silver jewels is truly precious. They don't want to be targeted, so they are going to bury most of the treasure on the desert island first, leaving only a small part. Wait until later when you need money. But what they didn't expect was that they met Cuomo on the desert island. Not only was the treasure not buried on the island, they also lost their lives. These jewels are estimated to be worth a lot, enough for me to build my own boat, Cuomo said to himself. Next to the jewelry room, there is another room, which Cuomo opened up, with a large number of counters. There are some fine wines on it. Here is the wine cellar. Just a little thirsty. Cuomo looked around and picked out a few high-end looking bottles of wine. He lived on a deserted island for many years, and he always drank dew, mountain springs, and fine wine. He hasn't touched it for several years, and it's impossible to say that he is not greedy. He went out with a few bottles of fine wine, and returned to the deck. At this time, Gojo Satoru brought 2 rocking chairs from nowhere, and was lying on one of them, basking in the sun. Cuomo tossed him the wine. 05 first encounter with Garp, asking for flowers. Gojo Satoru, who was lying on the chair, stretched out his hand and caught the wine thrown by Cuomo. Although he doesn't have observation hockey, his 6 eyes can observe at 360 degrees without any dead angle. Cuomo sat in the rocking chair and took a gulp of wine. It's so strong, Cuomo said with a grim expression. Although he also drank a lot of good wine before crossing, he is still not used to the good wine in One Piece world. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Gojo Satoru and Cuomo are like salted fish doing nothing every day. Lie on the rocking chair and bask in the sun after eating. In the past half a month, they didn't see a single ship, but saw a few deserted islands. It is enough to prove how remote the isolated island Cuomo was on before. It's so boring, Cuomo exclaimed, lying on the chair. He thought that he would have an exciting adventure after setting sail, but he was a little annoyed that he hadn't seen a living person for half a month. It won't be boring when you fall asleep. Gojo Satoru stretched his waist, then continued to sleep on his side. You can really sleep, Cuomo said helplessly. He picked up a bottle of spirits, drank a few gulps, and then lay down on the chair and fell asleep. Their ship floated aimlessly on the sea. After an unknown amount of time, a marine ship appeared on the sea level in the distance. A marine scout was holding a binoculars and observing the surroundings when he suddenly saw the pirate ship Cuomo was on. Major Garp, we've spotted the evil ghost pirates, the scout shouted after seeing the ship. Garp, full name, Monkey D. Garp, in the original book, known as Marine Hero, a legendary figure in Marine, who has driven the One Piece King Roger into desperation several times, known as Garp the Fist. No devil fruit ability, outstanding physical skills. At this moment, Garp is lying on the chair, his nostrils are bubbling, and he is fast asleep. Major Garp, Major Garp. The scout shook Garp's body and said. Boom, the blister from Garp's nose was broken, and he stretched, rubbed his eyes, stood up and asked, what's going on? The evil ghost pirates have been discovered, the scout reported again. Where is it? Garp came to his senses and asked hastily. The scout pointed in one direction and handed the binoculars to Garp. He saw that it was really the devil pirates. Finally let me find you. Garp clenched his fists and said slightly excitedly with a smile. Advertisement today. Garp ranks as a major at naval headquarters and is stationed in West Blue. Responsible for capturing the evil ghost pirates who have been rampant in West Blue recently. He has been in North Blue for more than half a month and has not heard from the evil ghost pirates. How can he not be excited now that he has finally met? Quick, get the boat over there, Garp ordered loudly. Yes. The other side. Cuomo and Gojo Satoru are sleeping on the boat. Shush. Gojo Satoru and Cuomo, who were sleeping soundly, heard the sound and opened their eyes quickly. Bang bang bang. Several shells fell on the ship they were on, blowing up their decks and cabins to pieces. An attack? Cuomo stood up, ready to fight. I finally met someone. Gojo Satoru stretched his waist with a smile, and didn't meet any other living people for half a month. Now that someone is attacking them, Gojo Satoru is not only not afraid, but rather happy. Bang bang bang. The marine battleship not far away fired a few shells again, but the ship stayed in the air before approaching them. Garp was slightly surprised to see the cannonball lingering in front of the goblin pirate's ship. Only demon fruit power can do this kind of thing, but according to the information they got from Marine, no one in the devil pirates uses devil fruit. It seems that there is a problem with the intelligence, so I said that the people in the intelligence agency are unreliable, Garp complained from the bow. Although the devil pirates have demon fruit power, Garp has no fear at all. Even his heart is eager to try, even he has never seen demon fruit power a few times, this time he must play it to his heart's content. The marine battleship kept approaching, and Garp stood at the bow of the ship, wearing a cloak of justice and shouting. Catch the evil ghost pirates. Although Garp knows about the devil pirates, it is certainly impossible to catch them without a fight. But the opening remarks still have to come. As the marine battleship approached, Garp saw Gojo, Satoru and Cuomo on board. Huh? Isn't this the evil ghost pirates? Garp asked with some doubts. Advertisement Gojo, Satoru and Cuomo are very unfamiliar faces, and there are no other pirates on board, so he thought he had misidentified the pirates. Then I took another look at the sail. Yes, this is the devil pirates. But where did the captain and crew of the devil pirates go? Why two strange faces? It's Marine. Cuomo saw Marine's exclusive sign on the opposite boat. I also saw that they were wearing marine clothing, so I can be sure that this is the Marine. Is it our enemy? Gojo, Satoru asked, moving his limbs casually. Probably. Cuomo nodded. Who are you? Why are you on the ship of the evil ghost pirates? Garp crossed his hands on his chest and asked in confusion. Although he also suspects that this is not the ship of the evil ghost pirates, the sails are definitely unmistakable. Evil pirates. Killed by us. Cuomo said slowly. What did you say? Garp said in shock. The evil pirates are West Blue's not-so-weak pirates, and the captain's bounty is as high as 15 million Baileys. And the crew members are all pirates with bounties exceeding 1 million. Such a pirate group was now wiped out by two strange faces, which made Garp unbelievable. Didn't you hear? I said, we killed all the members of the ghost pirates. Cuomo thought Garp didn't hear clearly and repeated it again. How is it possible? His bounty is as high as 15 million Baileys. How did you do it? Garp asked in surprise. He couldn't imagine that two young ghosts could manage to wipe out the evil ghosts and pirates together. Even if he heard such a thing with his own ears, he still felt a little unbelievable. How? Like this. Gojo, Satoru used his mana to direct the cannonballs that stayed in midair to explode towards the marine battleship. Bang bang bang. The shells fell on the planks of the ship, shattering the planks and killing some of the crew. B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** ghost pirates or not? Garp said angrily when he saw that the soldiers on the ship were injured. Oh, didn't you guys make the first move? Cuomo spread his hands and said calmly. They were sleeping soundly when the marine battleship suddenly fired several shells at them. If they fight back now, it should be regarded as self-defense. 06 Cuomo versus Garp. Seeking flowers. Attacking our marine means demonstrating against our marine. Regardless of whether you are pirates or not, you will not escape the fate of being caught, Garp said solemnly. Is this your marine's way of doing things? But if you think about it carefully, it really is, Cuomo said blankly. Are you challenging the majesty of our marine? Cuomo sneered, then continued, speaking of which, that's your shell too. The marine battleship fired a total of 6 shells, 3 of which exploded on their ship. They returned the other 3 rounds. Isn't this just reciprocity? You guy. Get your name, Garp asked Cuomo, arms folded over his chest. Cuomo sneered, but ignored Garp. Are you kidding me? Are you playing an introductory conference? Major Garp, these two are unfamiliar faces of West Blue, and there is no reward order. The marine soldier on the side reminded aloud after some investigation just now. Garp? Hearing the name, Cuomo suddenly thought of something. Marine hero Garp. The Garp he remembered was a burly, powerful marine hero. Although the marine in front of him is burly, he is not as imposing as the old Garp. Some are just passionate and impulsive. To be honest, when I saw Garp for the first time, Cuomo really didn't recognize the marine in front of him. He is the future marine hero. Cuomo took another look at Garp. It's really similar. Not the same name. The marine in front of me is Garp when he was young. Is there no reward order? Garp said to himself, and he couldn't help but look at Cuomo and Gojo Satoru again after hearing this. Since you can destroy the evil ghost pirates, let me see your strength. Garp stood on the bow and said proudly. He knew that it was not appropriate to use Cuomo to attack their marine as an excuse. After all, their marine attacked first. So he changed his reason. Anyway, today he must teach Cuomo and Wujo Wu a lesson. If you want to fight, just say it. Do you really think we are scared? Cuomo said calmly. He obtained Akunologia's dragon form half a month ago, and has never had a chance to show his skills. Isn't there a chance today? Superior, advertisement? Garp yelled and jumped onto Cuomo's boat first, and the marines behind him also came to Cuomo's boat with weapons. Normally, shells are the best weapon for conflicts at sea. But Garp just now has seen Gojo Satoru's ability. Instead of causing damage to Cuomo and others, the shells they fired would hit them. So at this time, you must not continue to fire shells. Leave the others to you, and Garp to me, Cuomo said to Gojo. He wanted to see how strong Garp was when he was young. Okay. Gojo Gobi agreed with an okay gesture. Come on Garp, Cuomo said fearlessly. Let you, an arrogant fellow, taste my strength today. Garp threw off the cloak of justice behind his back and rushed straight towards Cuomo. Cuomo was also unafraid and rushed towards him. Boom. The fists of the two collided together, and a wave of energy swept all directions. Not bad power. No wonder you can destroy the evil ghost pirates with just the two of you. Garp, although only a major in naval headquarters, his strength is among the best among his peers. He's always been very proud of his strength, but today he finds that Cuomo's strength is not far behind him. Your strength is not as strong as I imagined, Cuomo said calmly. Although Cuomo never left the island, but when he traveled to this world, the system endowed him with terrifying talents. He fights with the wild beasts on the isolated island all day long, and his strength is naturally unsurpassed, just a little short of the top predator on the isolated island. You're just brute force. Garp sneered. His fist was covered in armament hockey, and he swung at Cuomo again. Cuomo took a step back, armament hockey also covering his fist. Boom. The fists of the two covering hockey collided together, creating a strong air current. At this time, there were tiny cracks like spider webs on the ship plank under their feet. You can also armament hockey. Garp was a little surprised. He has been learning armament hockey for some time, and he thinks he has mastered hockey earlier among his peers. But he didn't expect that Cuomo, who was younger than him, also mastered armament hockey. Advertisement, armament hockey can be used by everyone, are you surprised? Cuomo said calmly with his arms stretched. There was a purplish-red airflow around the two, which was the collision of armament hockey. The fists of the two collided for half a minute, and then they retreated. I underestimated you. With such strength, do you want to join our marine? Garp invited Cuomo because of his strength and potential. Good guy, just said that he wants to avenge his soldiers, and now he wants to win Cuomo into marine. Garp's face turning is really faster than the book. Let me join the marine? Become a lackey of the world government like you? Cuomo asked rhetorically. In fact, there is one point in the original book that Cuomo has never understood. As a member of the D-clan and the natural enemy of God, why did Garp want to become a marine? Reference to his son, Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, is, if nothing else, the future One Piece. His son and grandson are also from the D family, but the rebelliousness in their hearts and the desire to turn the world upside down. Both are completely different from Garp. As the natural enemy of the gods, shouldn't you cause trouble for the celestial dragons? Why did Garp choose to join marine? Although he refuses to be an admiral and does not face to become a running dog of the world government, as a marine, he still has to work for the world government. Protecting the people is what our marine has to do. Marine is not a lackey of the world government, Garp said solemnly. Can you disobey the orders of your superiors? Cuomo asked coldly. Even if Garp is vice admiral in the future, not admiral, but if the world government really orders it, can he not obey it? Don't talk nonsense, I just want to ask you if you want to join marine, Garp said in a deep voice. What if I refuse? Cuomo responded without thinking. Then are you going to be a pirate? Garp asked coldly. It's great for pirates to be free, why don't you join us as a pirate? Cuomo invited Garp with a smile. Impossible. Garp refused righteously. It seems that we have nothing to talk about, Cuomo said helplessly. 07 Gojo Satoru's no lower limit technique, seeking flowers. Garp charged his legs and quickly disappeared in place, rushing towards Cuomo. Garp's strength is very strong, and the speed of punching is very fast. The moment he got close to Cuomo, he punched countless punches. Bang bang bang. With Cuomo from observation hockey, you can see through the trajectory of Garp's fist, and also rotate your fist towards Garp. The fists of the two kept colliding together. A burst of airflow was stirred up, and the ground under his feet was already cracked. Cuomo had fought countless wild beasts on the isolated island before, and he was quite high in terms of speed and combat experience. Suddenly, at this moment, Cuomo found a hole in Garp's punch, covered his arm with strong hockey, and hit Garp directly in the jaw. Boom! Garp vomited blood from his mouth, and was directly sent flying. However, he quickly adjusted his state, his feet landed on the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face remained normal. This little injury was nothing to him. Your strength is not as terrible as I imagined, Garp. He wanted to see how powerful the future marine hero was. But today's Garp is still too young, hasn't grown up yet, and his strength is mediocre. It's just a punch to me, don't be too arrogant. After saying that, Garp rushed over again, six-form finger pistol. Garp clasped his fingers together, pointing his index at Cuomo, colliding with his fist. Although it seems that there is only the power of one finger, the finger pistol actually gathers the power of the whole body on one finger. With Garp's strength, the finger pistol he released is harder and more terrifying than bullets. Marine 6 styles? Cuomo also felt the strength of Garp's fingers. Although Garp is just a finger colliding with him, Cuomo feels much more pressure on this finger than a fist. The veins in Garp's arm bulge, and his fingers exerted force again, sending Cuomo flying. How? Garp looked at Cuomo, who flew upside down and smiled triumphantly. Not bad. Cuomo nodded slightly approvingly. I'll beat you with this trick, Garp said confidently with his arms folded on his chest. According to Garp, Cuomo's talent is very good, because he mastered the two-color hockey at a young age and possesses great power. But Garp himself received formal training at naval headquarters, and he also learned Marine 6 styles. Advertisement Marine 6 styles, but the ability created by Marine's predecessors, it is impossible to say that it is not strong. Strength, hockey, the two are almost the same, so Garp believes that the Marine 6 styles he has mastered is the breakthrough point to defeat Cuomo. Really? Cuomo unconsciously revealed a meaningful smile when he heard this. You won't be able to laugh later, Garp responded with a grin. The figures of the two disappeared in place again, and they fought on the boat. The other side. Gojo Satoru is fighting with many marine soldiers. Shot. One of the leading marines shouted, and several marines around him quickly aimed their guns at Gojo Satoru. But Gojo Satoru didn't dodge at all, and even showed a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Bang bang bang. Without the slightest hesitation, Marine quickly pulled the trigger, and countless bullets shot towards Gojo Satoru. If ordinary people stood in place, they would have been shot into a hornet's nest by bullets. But Gojo Satoru stood where he was, and the bullet couldn't get close to him at all. As if the pause button had been pressed, the bullet moved slower the closer it got to Gojo Satoru's body. Give it back to you. Gojo Satoru used mana to manipulate the bullets, causing them to fly back. Shish. Countless bullets flew back and shot into the bodies of these marines. The marine soldier's legs, feet, and abdomen were all shot, and he was lying on the ground with a grim expression, blood dripping from his body. Is the gun useless at all? A marine soldier asked with a panicked expression. Guns are one of the most effective tools for their marine soldiers. No matter what kind of pirates they are facing, they can use guns to suppress them. But today the guns in their hands met their opponents, and the bullets were completely ineffective against Gojo Satoru, and even bounced back at them. Don't use a gun, use a knife. He should be a demon fruit power with some kind of ability. If a gun doesn't work, I don't believe that a knife won't work either. A marine soldier drew out the knife at his waist, watched Gojo Satoru with a vigilant expression and warned. Seeing this, the other marine soldiers also quickly pulled out the knives from their waists. It's useless. Whether it's a gun or a knife, it's useless to me. Gojo Satoru kindly reminded with his hands folded in front of his chest, with a smile on his lips. Advertisement. Although Gojo Satoru's strength is not at its peak. But he can activate the stopping power of no lower limit spell at any time. Whether it is a person or an object, as long as it is too close to him, it will become very slow. Superior. A marine soldier obviously didn't believe in evil, and rushed directly at Gojo Satoru. He swung his blade and slashed at Gojo Satoru. But he suddenly found that his actions became very slow. His knife was very close to Gojo Satoru, but he couldn't cut it. Look, it can't be done. No matter what it is, it's impossible to get close to me. Gojo spread his arms and said with a smile. The other marine soldiers also looked like they had seen hell. Their knives were very close to Gojo Satoru, but no matter what, they just couldn't cut through. Why are you still standing there? Come and help. The marine soldier turned his head and shouted. The other soldiers reacted and rushed towards Gojo Satoru with long swords. But their knives were the same. They were very close to Gojo Satoru, but they just couldn't cut through. Okay, it's time to lie down. Gojo Satoru was extremely fast, knocking down all the marines to the ground. Bang bang. On the other side, Cuomo is still head to head with Garp. The fists of the two kept colliding. Finger pistol. The Garp fist suddenly transformed into an index finger, aimed at the position of Cuomo's chest, and hit hard. Boom. There was a crisp sound, and Garp thought his blow could directly penetrate Cuomo's body. But at this time, scales grew on Cuomo's chest, and the hard scales easily resisted the attack of Garp finger pistol. Seeing this scene, Garp's face changed slightly, and he quickly backed away. What's wrong with me? Cuomo laughed, and soon the scales on his chest returned to normal skin. Just now he borrowed the power of dragon transformation, but he didn't completely transform into a dragon. 08 The game is divided by points. Garp is sunk. Are you demon fruit power? Garp asked with a slight frown. The pitch black scales he saw just now did not possess the power of a normal person. Garp believes that Cuomo is demon fruit power, and according to the scales, it should be zone. Like a snake? What if I say no? Cuomo smiled faintly. Cuomo did not lie. His ability is obtained from the reward card of the heavens and worlds, and it is the black dragon form of the fairy tale world, which is the power for Mikunologia. Are you really talking nonsense? Scales grow on normal people? Garp retorted. As you say. Cuomo was lazy to explain to him, and it couldn't be explained at all. If you are not demon fruit power, are you a mermaid? Garp didn't look like Cuomo was lying, and asked. In this pirate world, mermaids can become mermaids in the sea, but they can also live on the shore. If only Cuomo wasn't demon fruit power. Using the scales as clues, Garp can only think that he is a mermaid. Are the mermaids? When Cuomo mentioned the Murlocs, he remembered the original work, Grandma K. Kellogg from the 7th Water Capital. The woman who shattered Sanji's fantasy about the mermaid. Hey. Cuomo suddenly shivered all over. Garp was a little puzzled. Didn't he just mention a mermaid? Such a big reaction? However, as soon as Garp said this, Gojo Satoru's voice came from the other side. It's over Cuomo on my side. Gojo Satoru is sitting on the rail of the boat, watching Cuomo and Garp. What? Garp was startled when he heard this, and turned around to see that all the marine soldiers had fallen. Cuomo himself is strong enough, and Gojo Satoru beside him is also not simple. Garp has a hunch that if Cuomo and Gojo Satoru are not removed sooner, in the future, they are likely to grow into characters who can cause great harm to the world. Do you need help? No, I'm enough alone. Cuomo shook his head slowly and said. All right. Gojo Satoru didn't say anything more. Advertisement. Garp's face froze, and he didn't continue chatting with Cuomo. He covered Haki on his arm and rushed towards Cuomo directly. Boom. The fists of the two collided, and dragon scales appeared on Cuomo's arms, which increased his strength a lot. Garp felt the force from Cuomo's arm, and his face suddenly became a little hideous because he felt a tear in his arm. Cuomo slammed Garp into the air with his arm, and his body hit the railing hard. "Damn it, your strength is much stronger, you are definitely an ability user," Garp said with a serious expression. When the scales appeared on Cuomo's arm, his power was also much stronger, which is not the power possessed by a mermaid. Only demon fruit power can do it. Cuomo ignored him, and Garp charged at Cuomo again. Cuomo also shook his fist at Garp. Paper Arts. Paper Arts is one of the defensive skills of Marine 6 styles. It removes the whole body's strength, controls the body as easily as painting on paper, and flexibly uses it in battle to adapt to various situations. Garp's body was like a thin sheet of paper, dodging Cuomo's attack. After dodging the attack, Garp rolled his fists directly into Cuomo's face. Garp expected the punch to send Cuomo flying, but hockey appeared on Cuomo's face. His fist hit the face and remained motionless. Boom. Cuomo's fist hit Garp's face, and he vomited blood directly, drawing a beautiful solitary line in midair. The current Garp is not weak, but definitely not strong either. Cuomo now has the dragon form of a Kunalogia in the world of fairy tale. What does Garp use to fight him? Garp didn't give up, and rushed towards Cuomo again. The moment Cuomo punched out, Garp went straight to Paper Arts. But when Paper Arts restored the prototype, Cuomo's fist hit him in the face again. "It's impossible for the same move to work twice. Do you understand such a simple truth, Garp?" Cuomo said. "Stop talking nonsense." Garp wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was very displeased with Cuomo's teaching words. "Hey, what's wrong with pirates? Don't have such a big prejudice against pirates, Garp." Cuomo spread his hands helplessly. "Evil cannot defeat justice, and you should understand this too," Garp sneered. "Only the guy at the top is qualified to judge justice, that is to say, the winner is justice," Cuomo said calmly. In Cuomo's hands, a mass of black energy fluctuates, which is exactly the dark dragon slaying magic. Advertisement. The moment the black energy fluctuation appeared, the surrounding space was slightly distorted, and a slight air current was set off, exuding a terrifying aura. Garp stared solemnly at the black energy fluctuation in Cuomo's hand. He knew that thing must not be simple. Goodbye, Garp. The black energy fluctuations in Cuomo's hands were almost gathered, then run straight to Garp. Boom. Although the energy of this group is not large, its power is still very terrifying. The moment it touched Garp, a big explosion happened directly. His boat rail was directly blown away. Ripples appeared on the sea surface and spread to the end of the horizon. Garp's body also fell into the sea. Dead? Gojo Satoru stood up from his chair and walked to Cuomo's side to observe the situation at sea. "Not sure." Cuomo shook his head. The two watched for a while, saw that Garp hadn't surfaced, and thought he was dead. Then throw all the marines on the boat into the sea, raise the sails, and float with the wind. Puff. Suddenly at sea level, Garp surfaced. Cuomo. When Garp surfaced, he saw a large number of marines lying on the sea level, lifeless, and he shouted angrily. "Still alive?" Cuomo, lying on a chair, saw Garp at sea level through the broken rails of the boat. "I'll catch you myself sooner or later," Garp yelled as he watched Cuomo's boat keep going away. "Really? Then just try it," Cuomo said indifferently. He has the help of the system and grows faster than Garp, so he doesn't worry about Garp at all. 09 Second member Uchiha Madara, asking for flowers. The boat that Cuomo was on gradually went away. Although Garp was very angry in his heart, he had nothing to do with Cuomo. After he brought all the marine soldiers on board, he sailed away from here. And Cuomo's boat was also on the sea, drifting irregularly, and neither of them knew how to sail. And there is enough food on board, there is no need to go to land. Marine sailed to a marine branch in West Blue. "Garp, you're back." Sengoku greeted Garp when he saw Garp sailing back. Today Sengoku is the commander-in-chief of West Blue Marine Division, and his rank is lieutenant colonel. He is brave and resourceful, and he has captured many pirates, so he is in this position. "How about the devil pirates?" Sengoku greeted them at the port, but as the marine battleship approached, Sengoku also noticed something unusual. "They're all dead." Garp sat down on the boat decadently, with a dejected and helpless expression. Originally, these marine soldiers were still alive, but due to untimely rescue, they lost too much blood and eventually died. Sengoku came to the boat, patted Garp on the shoulder and comforted him. When they chose to be a marine, they were ready. "Don't be frustrated with Garp. It's not your fault. In this old era, there are countless vicious pirates, and the sea is full of dangers. And they chose to be a marine during this period, which means that they are all prepared for life and death." After some persuasion by Sengoku, Garp also took it easy. Sengoku said solemnly, "It seems that we need to redefine the danger level of the evil pirates." Sengoku thought it was safe for Garp to go to defeat the evil ghost pirates. But unexpectedly, the opponent not only killed a large number of their soldiers, but even Garp was not an opponent. The evil ghost pirates are much more dangerous than they rated. "No, not the devil pirates." Garp sat on the boat, shook his head and said with a heavy face. "Didn't the evil ghost pirates beat you up like this?" Sengoku asked with a slight frown. "It's two strangers, guys they've never heard of," Garp said calmly. "The guy I've never heard of?" Sengoku was slightly taken aback, looking directly at Garp. "Well, it seems that one of their names is Cuomo, and the other is Gojo Satoru." "Cuomo? Gojo Satoru. No matter what he thought, he didn't remember North Blue having such two pirates. Which pirate group are they from? Sengoku pressed. I don't know which pirate group they belong to, but they are very strong. Garp shook his head and said solemnly. Advertisement, I know this. Cuomo and Satoru must be strong. If they are not strong, how many soldiers can they kill? Also label Garp like this. No, Sengoku, their strength comes from their talent. I have a hunch that if they are not dealt with early, they will grow into very dangerous characters. Garp stood up suddenly from the boat, grabbed Sengoku's shoulders on both sides, and said solemnly. Cuomo and Satoru are very young, and both of them have eaten devil fruit with strange powers. When Garp thought of the two of them, he felt very bad from the bottom of his heart. Okay Garp, it's just two pirates. Although we can't deal with it, it doesn't mean the people above can't deal with it. Sengoku saw that Garp was nervous and patted him on the shoulder to signal him to relax. I'll report this to Kong. Seeing Garp's solemn expression, Sengoku continued. After setting up the marine soldiers, Sengoku called to inform Kong of the incident. Kong, now, is a rear admiral among the naval headquarters. When he heard that Garp was injured by the rookie pirates, he was a little surprised. Although Garp is only a major, Kong knows very well that Garp's strength is not weak. Now he was injured by a West Blue rookie pirate, which made Kong a little bit interested in this rookie. I see. Kong hung up the bug and donned the justice mantle. Also because of this matter, Cuomo and Satoru were offered a reward of 20 million Baileys directly from the beginning. West Blue, a certain sea area. Cuomo and Satoru were lying on chairs basking in the sun while the sea breeze was blowing. At this time, the sound of the system entered Cuomo's ears. Ding, congratulations host, reputation increased by 10. Ding, congratulations host, reputation increased by 20. Ding, congratulations host, reputation increased by 40 plus. The voice of the system kept echoing in Cuomo's head because the bounty was as high as 20 million Baileys. Advertisement coupled with being remembered by the marine powerhouse, Cuomo's reputation has improved a lot. He immediately opened his property panel, host, Cuomo. Summon. Gojo Satoru, 20.5%, reputation points, 1000. Abilities. Armament Hockey, 41,000, Observation Hockey, 41,000, Conqueror's Hockey, 0 Special Ability. Black Dragon Form Warehouse, none. The prestige value just reached 1000. Ding, does the host want to exchange his reputation points for reward card X1 from the heavens and myriad realms? Sure. Ding, congratulations to the successful exchange of host, and got a reward card X1 from the heavens and myriad realms. Does host want to use the reward cards from the heavens and worlds? Okay. Cuomo chose okay without the slightest hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the successful use of host, summon Uchiha Madara from the Hokage Ninja world. Uchiha Madara, Cuomo said to himself when prompted by the system. Uchiha Madara is the former head of the Uchiha clan. The reincarnation of Indra, with the fearsome Sharingan and the perfect Susanoo, is known as the legendary ninja, along with Senju Hashirama. He founded Konoha village with Senju Hashirama before the two broke up, feigned death after being defeated, and then started Project Tasuki no Mi, becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Betrayed by Black Zetsu, Tailed Beast was pulled away and died completely. It can be said that Uchiha Madara's strength in the entire Hokage ninja world is only under Senju Hashirama. The strength gap between them is actually not that big. While Cuomo was thinking about Uchiha Madara, a group of white light particles appeared in front of him, and these light particles slowly gathered together. Then the light particles converged into a person, and after that, the light particles completely merged into a person. 10 Madara. Do you want to dance? For collection, Uchiha Madara appeared before his eyes. The new world after rebirth? Uchiha Madara exhaled, looking around. Now his memory stays in the 4th Ninja War, when he was dying to share his heart with Senju Hashirama. He has been falling into a deep sleep in the dark. Suddenly a voice pulled him from death, and told him some information about this world. When he opened his eyes again, he appeared here. Welcome, Uchiha Madara. Cuomo greeted him with a smile. The appearance of Uchiha Madara made his team grow stronger again. Although there are currently only 3 people on his ship, none of them are simple characters. Whether it is Gojo Satoru or Uchiha Madara, both of them are the ceiling level combat power of the original world. One the new student, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Uchiha Madara said lightly, and he is still sincerely grateful to Cuomo. He thought that his life had come to an end, but today he was reborn again, and it was a new world. Of course rebirth is a good thing, isn't it? Cuomo laughed. Of course. Uchiha Madara also smiled. Where are we going next, Cuomo? Uchiha Madara looked around and found that they were currently on the sea. My current plan is to go to the nearby islands first, and then find a way to get the eternal pointer of the 7th War City and build a ship that belongs to us. Cuomo responded seriously with his chin in his hand. 7 Waters is the most famous shipcasting place in the whole world, because there are many world-famous shipcasting masters there. Since he wants to form his own pirate group, he must forge a good ship. There are a lot of gold, silver and jewels on the ghost pirate ship, enough for them to forge a good ship. Since we are going to a nearby island first, why are we still at sea? Uchiha Madara wondered. Gojo Satoru is sleeping on a chair. Cuomo is talking to him. No one is driving the boat. How do they get to the nearby islands? We won't sail. Cuomo spread his hands helplessly and then continued to ask. Can you drive? Won't. He shook his head. Uchiha Madara lives in Konoha village, and there is no sea around him, and his goal is to become stronger, and he has never learned how to drive a boat. There are many islands in West Blue, we can float there one day. Cuomo patted his shoulder and said. Uchiha Madara nodded upon hearing this. After a short conversation, let Uchiha Madara get acquainted with the world. Advertisement Cuomo did not rest on a chair like Wujo Satoru, but was doing training. Cuomo sensed a change in his body the moment the system activated. As long as he trains, his strength will improve very quickly. Although the system did not say this on the surface, it was a hidden reward. Today, Cuomo's talent is almost at the top level in the world. Even if Cuomo has no system, just has the talent he has now. You can also live very well in this world. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. As soon as Cuomo stepped out of the cabin, he saw an island not far away. It's finally time to go to the island again, Cuomo exclaimed when he saw the island. Before that, he stayed on an isolated island for several years and always wanted to go to sea. But now he has been at sea for half a month, and now he desperately wants to go to the island. Because of the good wine and food on the boat, Cuomo would go fishing if he didn't go to the island. Fortunately, he finally came across the island. The boat is very sensible, so they don't need to drive it, and it slowly sails towards the island. Go to the tavern to buy some fine wine first, then go to buy some food to store up, and then ask this island if there is an eternal pointer of the 7 water capitals. Cuomo took out some treasure on the boat and pocketed it. The first time he drank in this pirate world, he felt that the wine was very difficult to drink. But now he is used to the taste, and even feels that the taste of the wine is very good. Gojo Satoru had no objection with Uchiha Madara, dropped the anchor on the shore, and the three of them landed on the island and entered a tavern. The tavern was very noisy, and their entry attracted no one's attention. West Blue is very big, and Cuomo's name has not spread throughout West Blue yet. Boss, I want all the good wine here. While speaking, he took out many jewels from a bag, put them on the table, and continued. I think these should be enough. After his words fell, he immediately attracted the attention of other pirates in the tavern. They saw that Cuomo and others were just 3 brats, and they suddenly had bad thoughts. When the tavern owner saw the jewels on the table, he hurriedly took them with a smile, because he knew that the value of these jewels far exceeded his fine wine. Then he took out all the fine wines in the tavern and placed them in front of Cuomo. Cuomo and others were about to leave with the wine. Stop, kid, can we get a bottle of fine wine? A man with a scar on his face stopped in front of the 3 of them and asked with a ferocious smirk. You seem to be very rich, why don't you lend me some flowers? A pirate licked his dagger and said with a sinister smile. Advertisement, they're all grown-ups, why bother playing with a child? A pirate squeezed directly between the 2, and then reached for the wine on Cuomo's body. Snapped. Uchiha Madara held a case of fine wine in one hand, and grabbed the pirate's wrist with the other hand, asking in a cold voice. Do you want to dance? The pirate was slightly taken aback, and then pretended to be calm and said, the little devil's eyes are a bit scary. But I don't want to eat that. The pirate quickly took out the dagger on his waist and stabbed directly at Uchiha Madara. But before his knife touched Uchiha Madara, he let out a heart-piercing wail. The arm he was grasped by Uchiha Madara twisted at a strange angle. Because of the severe pain, the pirate knelt on the ground, and his face became grim. Damn brat, dare to resist. The pirates around have all been in the sea for many years. Even though they saw the strange power of Uchiha Madara, they felt a little scared in their hearts. But at this time, you can't be cowardly, or you won't be able to lose face at sea. Several pirates in the tavern took out their weapons and rushed towards the 3 of Cuomo. A pirate took out a long knife and stabbed Cuomo suddenly. It stabbed. The pirate's long knife stabbed Cuomo, and he was secretly happy. How strong do you think it is? Isn't it easily stabbed by me? But the next moment, he felt something was wrong. Because his long knife stabbed Vic in the abdomen, not only did the other party not shed a drop of blood. And he felt as if the long knife had stabbed something hard, and the knife couldn't move forward an inch. Not even armament hockey, how dare you, Cuomo sneered. He reached out and held the pirate's long knife directly, and the palm was covered with a layer of rich black hockey. Armament hockey. Seeing that Cuomo used armament hockey, the pirates broke out in a cold sweat. In West Blue, the first half of the Grand Line, those who can use armament hockey are, without exception, not simple pirates. 11 encountering the Golden Lion, snapped. With a slight force on Cuomo's arm, he directly broke off the pirate's long knife. The pirate was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, sweating all over. Several other pirates were also seriously injured by Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara. Holding the wine in his arms, Cuomo glanced at the people in the tavern, and many pirates avoided their gazes, not daring to look at them. Let's go. Cuomo stepped on the body of the pirate in front of him and walked out, followed by Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara behind him. So strong. After they left, a pirate gasped and sighed. Cuomo, Gojo Satoru, and Uchiha Madara, all 3 of them are unfamiliar faces, but their strength is beyond their imagination. After Cuomo and others bought the wine, they put it back on the boat. Next, they went to buy living supplies. Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru went to buy daily necessities and supplies. And Cuomo went to the store alone to ask, where can I buy the eternal pointer of the 7 water capitals? The 3 separated and started to work. Cuomo asked many stores, but none of them had the eternal pointer of the 7 waters. Are you going to buy the eternal pointer of the water city of 7? Suddenly a voice stopped him. Cuomo turned his head to see a young man with blonde hair standing behind him smoking a cigar. He is the Golden Lion, but Cuomo didn't recognize him immediately at this time, because the Golden Lion was too young at this time. Very different from his old self, Cuomo just felt as if he had seen it somewhere, but didn't recognize it. Do you have any? Cuomo asked. I have, but the price will be very expensive, Golden Lion said with a grin. Are these enough? Cuomo asked, taking some jewelry straight out of his pocket. I think you need this thing very much, so you need to give me all the treasures in your body before I can sell it to you. Golden Lion shook his head slowly, exhaled a puff of thick smoke and said. With the money that Cuomo is currently spending, it is not a problem to buy 10 eternal pointers of the 7 water capitals. But he could see that Cuomo really wanted the eternal pointer of the 7 waters, so he asked for a lot of money. Is it enough? Cuomo asked, taking out all the treasures in his pockets. Do you have any more? Gone. That's enough. The Golden Lion tossed the eternity pointer to Cuomo, then took the jewel and ran off. Some of the jewels are so complete that you make a fuss. Cuomo looked at the figure of Golden Lion disappearing at the end of the horizon, and couldn't help but chuckle. There were a lot of gold, silver and jewels on board the evil ghost pirates, and what he just took out of his pocket was just the tip of the iceberg. Finally got it. Cuomo looked at the eternal pointer of the 7 waters in his hand and smiled. Advertisement he has asked about this island, but there is no eternal pointer of the 7 water capitals, so he thought he would miss it. The sudden appearance of the Golden Lion can be said to have given him a pleasant surprise. Holding the eternal pointer, he quickly returned to the shore. Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara haven't come back yet, so Cuomo waits here for a while. Boom. Suddenly there was an explosion sound not far away, and Cuomo followed the sound. I saw a Golden Lion standing in midair with a cigar in his mouth, holding 2 blades in his hand with a proud face. Fire! Shouted the owner of the merchant ship. Bang bang bang. Merchant ships fired countless shells at the Golden Lion. It's useless. With a cigar in his mouth, Golden Lion waved the 2 blades in his hand, and slashed out his sword energy to destroy all the shells. With the power of one person, Golden Lion wiped out the entire master of merchant ships. At this time, Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara also returned with supplies. Has there been a battle here? Uchiha Madara saw the destroyed merchant ship not far away, and the merchant's corpse lying on the sea level. A pirate who is not weak did it, but regardless of our business, I have already bought the eternal pointer of the 7 waters, and it is time to set sail to the 7 waters. Cuomo spread his hands and took out the eternal pointer, said calmly. The sea in the old days was chaotic, and conflicts often occurred, so Cuomo is no exception to this, and now the most important thing is to go to the 7 waters to build ships. Is this the eternal pointer? Gojo Satoru took the eternal pointer in Cuomo's hand and observed carefully. It was the first time he had seen this kind of thing, and he was still a little curious about it. Relying on this thing, can we go to the 7th water capital? Of course, the eternal pointer is a special tool of this pirate world, and it will not be affected by weather and magnetic fields. It will always point to a certain island and will never change, Cuomo explained. We should set off without further ado. Cuomo took the eternal pointer from Gojo Satoru's hand and reminded. Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru nodded, put the supplies and daily necessities on board, and then stowed the anchor for a while, ready to set sail. The other side, after the Golden Lion Regiment destroyed the merchant ship, they began to ask their subordinates to sort out the treasures and supplies on board. It's that kid. Golden Lion turned his head and saw Cuomo and others on the boat and said to himself. Just now Cuomo paid a lot of money to buy an eternal pointer of the 7 water capitals in his hands, so Golden Lion still has some impressions of him. Is it the devil pirates? The pirate who was carrying supplies beside Golden Lion noticed the flag on Cuomo's boat. You know this pirate group? Golden Lion asked disapprovingly. Captain Shiki, you may not care about this small pirate group, but there are rumors of this pirate group in the sea recently. The pirate responded. Advertisement? Rumor? What rumor? A well-known businessman in the sea was ransacked by a certain pirate group. It seems that people from the evil ghost pirate group did it. The pirate thought about it carefully and said. You sure? I'm not sure. After all, there are many rumors about the sea, and I don't know if it's true or not. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion lit a cigar and asked again. How much is the bounty offered by the captain of this pirate group? Like 15 million Baileys, they're just a little pirate, Captain Shiki. 15 million Baileys. Notify the other brothers to prepare a boat and catch up. Golden Lion ordered after serious thinking. He chose to pursue it because he felt that the rumor of the sea was true to a certain extent, because Cuomo spent a lot of money just to buy the pointer of the 7 water capital. Maybe they really have a lot of jewels on board, not to mention that the captain of the evil ghost pirates is just a pirate with a bounty of 15 million. Even if there were not a lot of jewels on board, he would not have a hard fight and would not lose any troops. Choose to pursue, this is the choice of making money without losing money. Yes, on the other side, Cuomo on the boat suddenly realized a very serious problem. I almost forgot I can't sail a boat. Cuomo looked at the 7 waters eternal pointer in his hand, then at Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru. The 3 of them looked at each other and remained silent. None of them can sail a boat. Are we going to drift aimlessly on the sea again? Uchiha Madara shrugged helplessly. Next time I go to nearby islands, I have to learn how to sail a boat, Cuomo said seriously with his chin in his hand. Being in the sea, it would be a disadvantage if you can't handle errands. Let me try. Gojo Satoru stood up from the chair, stretched and smiled. Are you okay? Cuomo looked at him a little worried. I found this on the boat a few days ago. Gojo Satoru shook the navigation guide in his hand and responded. Although Gojo Satoru has never sailed a boat, he found the sailing guide on the evil ghost pirates. He will read it these days if he has nothing to do, and it should come in handy now. Then I'll leave it to you. Uchiha Madara nodded and said. I'll try to see if it works. Gojo Satoru took the eternity pointer from Cuomo's hand and went to the helm. Don't turn the boat over, Gojo Satoru, this is the only boat we have. Cuomo stared at Gojo Satoru with some concern, not very relieved that he sailed. Leave it to me. Gojo Satoru responded with a smile. 12 summoners versus Golden Lion pirates, seeking flowers. At first Cuomo was a little worried that Gojo Satoru would capsize the boat. But after observing for a while, I found that the 5 enlightened boats were driving very smoothly, heading in the direction of the 7th water capital. Do you want to try, Madara? It's still fun to drive the boat. Gojo Satoru asked while turning the rudder. Uchiha Madara glanced at it from the corner of the eye, and then said lightly, no, I'm not interested. As soon as Uchiha Madara's voice fell, all of a sudden. Bang bang bang. Shish. Suddenly there was a sound in the distance, and the 3 turned their heads to look. It was found that countless shells were being fired at them. Fire-style great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara reacted quickly, and opened his mouth to spit out a huge ball of fire, directly detonating all the shells in midair. Boom. The shell exploded in the air, causing countless ripples on the sea. It seems that someone is sending us supplies again. Looking at the pirate ship attacking from afar, Cuomo had a smile on his face. They seem to be pirates just like us. Gojo Satoru stopped sailing the boat, glanced at the distance, moved his limbs on the boat, and was ready to enter the fighting state at any time. It happened to be quite boring, and it seems to be good to move your body. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed, showing a little interest. Jihaha. Hand over all the treasures on the ship, or don't blame us for being rude. Golden Lion stood at the bow of the ship with his hands folded on his chest and laughed. It's you. The next second Cuomo noticed the Golden Lion standing on the bow. His 7 Waters Eternal Pointer was bought from Golden Lion, so I still have some impressions of him. You know him? Uchiha Madara asked with a puzzled glance at Golden Lion. Since he's new to this world, he doesn't know who Cuomo's relationships are. It's not acquaintance, I just bought the Eternal Pointer from him. Cuomo shook his head and responded. Advertisement, meet the kid again, so you are the captain of the evil ghost pirates. Golden Lion let out a puff of smoke and laughed. Evil pirates? Hearing this, Cuomo was a little puzzled. Good guy. It seems that he regarded them as members of the evil ghost pirates. Don't get me wrong, you got the wrong guy, we're not the goblin pirates, Cuomo added. It's useless to pretend to be a fool. I heard that you looted a merchant ship in the sea and got a lot of treasure. I won't make it difficult for you because of the chance. As long as you give me the treasure, I will let you go. Leave. Golden Lion said slowly with a smile on his face. He thinks he's got Cuomo today. We still have the treasure, so we can't give it to you. Cuomo refused. He also needs to use the treasure to build ships from the 7 waters. How could it be given to the Golden Lion? Then it seems that you want to resist. Resistance is fine, but don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. My knife has no eyes. Golden Lion sneered when he heard this. If you can kill us, you can try, Cuomo said calmly. Captain Shiki. On Golden Lion's ship, a pirate rushed over and shouted. What's the matter? Golden Lion turned around and asked. I just remembered that the evil ghost pirates have been wiped out. They are not members of the evil ghost pirates. The pirate looked at the 3 of Cuomo, and then took out 2 reward orders and a newspaper. As soon as he saw Cuomo, he felt a little familiar, and suddenly remembered the recent news and the people who had recently been rewarded. He quickly took out his collection of newspapers and reward orders from the boat. Golden Lion accepted the 2 reward orders from the pirates, and the 2 above were Cuomo and Gojo Satoru. The reward for the 2 is 20 million Baileys. However, Golden Lion really didn't pay attention to the 20 million pirates. On Cuomo's side, after carefully hearing the name Shiki, he was taken aback for a moment, and a picture flashed in his mind. Then he looked up and took a closer look at Golden Lion, with golden hair and a standard cigar in his mouth. Isn't this the Shiki who will be called the Golden Lion in the future? At this time, Golden Lion was too young and looked like a youth, so Cuomo didn't recognize it immediately. Advertisement but facing the future legendary pirate Golden Lion, Cuomo showed no fear on his face, and was even eager to try. He activated the system more than half a month ago and obtained the Black Dragon form, and has never met a qualified opponent. Presumably Golden Lion will be a qualified opponent. Although Garp is strong, his potential has not yet been developed. The future Garp will definitely be able to rival the Golden Lion. But the potential of the current Golden Lion was developed earlier than Garp, so the current Golden Lion is stronger than Garp. Is your name Cuomo? Interesting. Brothers grab the treasure? Golden Lion threw the reward order and the newspaper into the sea and shouted. Yes. All the pirates shouted in unison. It's time to fight Gojo Satoru. Madara. Cuomo said with a calm smile on his lips. I'm ready. Uchiha Madara said calmly. The warm-up is over. Gojo Satoru stretched his waist and said. In terms of fighting, who are the 3 of them afraid of? Fire. Shouted the Golden Lion. Bang bang bang. Shish. The Golden Lion's ship fired a barrage of shells at Cuomo's ship. Gojo Satoru stretched out his palm, the cannonball in midair was covered with mana, and then rushed towards the Golden Lion's ship. 13 First fight with Golden Lion, seeking flowers, Captain Shiki's shells are coming, a pirate shouted in panic. Demon fruit power? Golden Lion looked at the shells flying towards them and said to himself. Shua. The moment the shell approached the ship, Golden Lion pulled out a knife from his waist and swept across. Boom. The shell exploded in midair, but debris from the explosion hit his crew. Ah, a pirate was lying on the ship covered in blood, and countless fragments of shells pierced his body. Go and fight on Shiki's ship. We just bought supplies on the ship. We can't ruin it because of the battle. Cuomo reminded the two people around him. Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara fight seriously, it will cause devastating damage to the ship, so it can't be fought on the ship. Go to Shiki's boat and they can play however they want. Okay. Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara nodded. Just as Golden Lion was about to attack Cuomo and the others, they jumped directly onto his boat. At this moment, Cuomo just wants to test his own abilities, and Golden Lion is the most suitable person for this test. Leave Shiki to me, and leave the others to you. No problem. Gojo Gobi smiled with an okay gesture. Aren't you a little crazy when the first bounty is 20 million Baileys? Golden Lion stood at the bow and sneered. Cuomo and his group ignored him and were about to make a move. Shua. Suddenly a pirate attacked Cuomo from behind. Successful. Seeing that the knife was about to hit Cuomo's back, the pirate had a smirk on his face. Suddenly a natural pressure centered on Cuomo and quickly spread to the surroundings, but in an instant, this crushing pressure swept the entire ship. The pirate closest to Cuomo turned his eyes white before the knife was cut, and fell straight to the ground, falling into a coma. Bang bang bang. A quarter of the pirates on Golden Lion's ship couldn't take Cuomo's conqueror's haki and fell to the ground. Although some pirates did not fall down, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads, and their bodies were trembling slightly. Even the Golden Lion was stunned for a moment. Conqueror's haki? With this natural strain, you can't go wrong with Conqueror's haki. Advertisement: this power is innate, and only one person in a million can possess it. I didn't expect that after that B***** D. Edward Newgate, I would meet another person with Conqueror's haki. Golden Lion's complexion changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice. As a big pirate, he naturally fought Whitebeard in the first half of the Grand Line. However, he was born in a war-torn country, and was regarded as an orphan after the country perished. Later, he became a pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. Now one of the top pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Edward Newgate. Speaking of this familiar name, Cuomo also recalled Whitebeard in the original book. The leader of the 4 emperors who went after the family and fought in the Marine headquarters after Ace was arrested. He owns the Paramecia shock fruit, which is said to be able to destroy the world. Is a terrible character. However, owning Conqueror's haki doesn't mean anything. I don't care about the so-called natural king. Golden Lion spat out the cigar in his mouth, holding 2 knives with a grim expression on his face. The Golden Lion quickly disappeared in place and ran towards Cuomo. Shua. Golden Lion struck down with both sabers and slashed down heavily. When Cuomo put his arms above his head, resisting the Golden Lion's attack. With force on his arm, he flicked off Golden Lion's blade and directly swung his fist towards Golden Lion. When, at the moment of crisis, Golden Lion quickly put the blade on his chest to defend against Cuomo's attack. Nice power. Golden Lion praised. Dang dang dang. Cuomo swung his fists continuously towards Golden Lion, but was blocked by Golden Lion. Although Golden Lion is not a great swordsman now. But the 2 knives also played superbly, constantly waving the blades, while resisting Cuomo's attack. While looking for an opportunity to attack Cuomo. The attacks of the 2 collided continuously, in an instant. Golden Lion found a weakness in Cuomo, grabbed the blade and stabbed Cuomo's chest. When Golden Lion thought it was the sound of a knife piercing into flesh, but he didn't expect to hear the sound of metal colliding. Advertisement: I saw that Cuomo's chest was covered with a layer of dragon scales, and the defense power of the dragon scales was terrible. Not even the Golden Lion's knife can penetrate it. So it's demon fruit power. Golden Lion was slightly taken aback, and hastily withdrew the blade and backed away. Are you afraid? Cuomo said calmly. Afraid? You think too highly of yourself. Golden Lion said with disdain and contempt. Although Cuomo's demon fruit power surprised Golden Lion, and although the bounty cannot represent strength, it is impossible for a pirate with hundreds of millions to be afraid of a pirate with 20 million. Slash wave. The veins on Golden Lion's arm bulged, and he swung his blade towards Cuomo. The blade rubbed against the space and made a violent roar. A sword like a shark's fin rushed towards Cuomo. A mass of black energy matter gathered in Cuomo's hands, which was charged for a short period of time and quickly launched. Collided with Golden Lion's sword energy. Boom. There was an explosion on the ship, the surrounding rails were blown away, and a large crater was blown out of the deck. Seeing this scene, Cuomo couldn't help but sigh. It's a good thing he didn't fight on his own ship, otherwise the ship would be gone. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. Golden Lion clapped his palms on the deck, and the next moment was behind Cuomo. The lion's head made of gathered wood roared towards him, trying to devour him. Snapped. Cuomo turned around and smashed the lion's head behind him with a punch. The lion's head gathered by the wood had little power and was easily destroyed by him. By the time Cuomo turned to attack Lion's head, Golden Lion had already rushed up. Shua. He gripped the blade with both hands and slashed straight at Cuomo. I thought that the knife would hit Cuomo's body with 2 bloodstains, but when the knife hit Cuomo's back. Golden Lion has the illusion of ants shaking a tree. His attack couldn't do any damage to Cuomo. 14 Madara. You keep fighting, we move things, asking for flowers. Cuomo is fighting the Golden Lion, while Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru are fighting the Golden Lion's crew. He is very strong, let's go together, a pirate said solemnly with a long knife in his hand. Uchiha Madara overwhelmed them with just the magic power. They know that fighting alone is definitely not Uchiha Madara's opponent, so there is still a slight chance of joining forces. It doesn't matter how many people join, because you are too weak, Uchiha Madara said calmly. Damn it, let's go together, I don't believe we can't do anything to him. A pirate's face suddenly turned grim upon hearing the ridicule. They are from the Golden Lion Pirates. After all, they are also the stronger pirate crew members in the first half of the Grand Line. They have been with the Golden Lion for a while, and although they don't have the strength of the Golden Lion, they also have the temper of the Golden Lion. Superior. More than a dozen pirates were holding weapons and rushed towards Uchiha Madara with fierce faces. Fire-style fire extinguished. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, and then opened his mouth to spit out a raging flame. The moment the flame spit out from his mouth, it formed a sea of flames. Instantly devoured all the dozen or so pirates in front of him. Many pirates let out heart-piercing cries of pain. A raging fire was ignited on their bodies, and many pirates were burnt beyond recognition, and jumped into the sea quickly. The other side, Cuomo's battle with the Golden Lion. Damn it, is it so strong? Golden Lion glanced at Uchiha Madara out of the corner of his eye, and saw a dozen of his crew members instantly killed. Boom. At the moment Golden Lion lost his mind, Cuomo directly punched Golden Lion's abdomen with his fist. At the critical moment, the Golden Lion's abdomen was covered with haki to resist Cuomo's attack. What a bunch of trash. Golden Lion looked at the sea of flames on the other side of the ship and couldn't help cursing. Cuomo alone has a hard time fighting. If all his crew members are killed, how can he fight 3 at the same time? Advertisement, don't look around at Shiki when you're fighting. Taking advantage of the moment Golden Lion turned his head, Cuomo rushed forward again. When Golden Lion pressed his swords against his chest, resisting Cuomo's attack forcefully. Cuomo's fist collided with the Golden Lion's blade, and there was a sudden explosion of strength, causing ripples on the sea level. Golden Lion slammed his arm hard and sent Cuomo flying. Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. The veins in Golden Lion's arms bulged, and he tightly held the 2 blades, swinging them continuously for a split second. Countless golden slashes struck Cuomo. Surrounded by this all-round golden slash, it was almost impossible to dodge. Cuomo calmly watched the golden slashes coming in front of him. Black dragon scales appeared on his body, making him look like a ghost from the abyss. Dang dang dang. The slash hit him as if hitting an indestructible hard object. Countless golden slashes fell on him, but he was almost uninjured. This is the hardness of the dragon scales on Akunalogia's black dragon form. Although Cuomo is not fully dragonized now, as long as he covers his body with dragon scales, he can resist many attacks. Ineffective. Terrifying ability. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion's expression became extremely gloomy. He saw the dragon scales emerging from Cuomo and thought it was his devil fruit ability. If I'm not mistaken, what you ate should be you demon's devil fruit, Golden Lion said in a deep voice. Eating ordinary zone devil fruit will strengthen one's own defense a lot. But it is absolutely impossible to stand still like Cuomo. His Lion, Thousand Slice Valley, is arguably one of his most powerful sword moves to date. But Cuomo resisted head-on and did not make a defensive posture, but he resisted without injury. Only the world's rarest Phantom Beast attack Devil Fruit has such a pervert ability. You say yes. Cuomo responded truthfully and didn't bother to explain anything to him. He is always seen thinking he ate Devil Fruit, but in fact, he just didn't eat Devil Fruit. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice came from the other side. Cuomo, it's over here, do you need help? Gojo Satoru waved to Cuomo and asked. No, I can handle it alone. Cuomo shook his head slowly. Advertisement. It's over for me too. Uchiha Madara said calmly. Damn it, they're all a bunch of trash. Recruiting you as crew really blinded me. Golden Lion said angrily when he saw many crew members lying down. He found that the crew was unreliable at all, and he might as well act alone. It is worth mentioning that since this incident, Golden Lion no longer recruited crew members until they met Rocks and joined Rocks Pirate. Cuomo, they have a lot of treasure on board, do you want to move it all back? Uchiha Madara saw a lot of treasure buried under the broken cabin and asked. Move back. Cuomo nodded. They have to go to the 7 waters to build ships. The more treasures they can build, the better the ships they can build. Damn it, that's Lousy's treasure. Seeing that Uchiha Madara wanted to carry the treasure, Golden Lion rushed towards him. Golden Lion is a man who regards treasure as his life. Naturally, he would not want others to take away his hard-earned treasures. Blinking technique. Uchiha Madara gathered chakra on the soles of his feet, and quickly rushed in front of him at a speed that Golden Lion could not detect. Boom. Uchiha Madara punched Golden Lion in the abdomen with a strong arm, and directly sent him flying with a powerful force. Golden Lion's body slammed into the railing of the ship heavily, directly knocking the railing out of a spider web-like shape. Damn it. Golden Lion stood up with a grim expression, wanting to rush towards Uchiha Madara again. Your opponent is me, Shiki. Cuomo suddenly stopped in front of Golden Lion and said coldly. Go away. Golden Lion shouted angrily. Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru were carrying the treasure on his ship, and he felt his heart was bleeding. That was the treasure he had accumulated for a long time. Didn't expect this to happen, Shiki. There was a smile on the corner of Cuomo's mouth, a cynical look. You bastards. Golden Lion growled. 15 Golden Lion in full force, seeking flowers. Golden Lion wanted to attack Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru, but Cuomo kept blocking him so he couldn't free his hand. You bastards. Golden Lion's face was extremely ferocious. Seeing all the treasures and supplies on his ship being carried away by Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara, he was helpless. In Cuomo's eyes, Golden Lion is like a boy who gave him money, doubling the amount of treasure he stored, and also sent him a lot of supplies. All the treasures and supplies have been evacuated. Gojo Satoru shouted at Cuomo. I see. Cuomo laughed. Damn it. Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Golden Lion's anger grew stronger. Shua. The Golden Lion floated directly in the air, and slashed towards the sea area. Just when Cuomo was wondering why the Golden Lion cut his sword energy into the sea. A big gap was cut in the sea level in an instant, and the cut sea level instantly formed waves of tens of feet. You move my treasure, and I'll destroy your ship. Golden Lion growled. Gojo Satoru stood on the boat, watching the waves descend with a calm expression. I saw that the waves were less than a few meters away from the boat, but they still couldn't land, as if the pause button had been pressed. How is it possible? Golden Lion stared at Gojo Satoru with some surprise. The waves never landed, or the speed of falling was extremely slow. This is the stopping power of Gojo Satoru's infinite incantation. The closer the object or person is to him, the slower the speed will be. His spell has defined the waves in front of him as threatening objects, so it is difficult to land. Boom. Cuomo suddenly rushed towards Golden Lion, covering Haki's face with a punch. Knocked him out directly. Damn it, I really met a bunch of tricky guys. Golden Lion floated in the air and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in a deep voice. Originally, he wanted to make a good fortune, but he didn't expect that when he encountered a stubble, he didn't get anything, but all his supplies were taken. There are currently only 3 people on Cuomo's boat, but each of them is a strong man with special strength. He can feel that whether it is Gojo Satoru or Uchiha Madara, both of them are not inferior to him in strength. It's a good thing the two aren't teaming up with Cuomo against him for now. Thank you for the large amount of supplies sent by the old iron. Cuomo chuckled. Advertisement. Golden Lion didn't say a word when he heard the words, but held the 2 knives tightly, staring at Cuomo with a gloomy expression, aiming at Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara from the corner of his eye. He was afraid that these 2 people would suddenly attack. Don't worry Shiki, this is a battle between us, they won't intervene. Cuomo reminded aloud as if he had seen through the Golden Lion's heart. There is no integrity among pirates, do you think I will believe you? Golden Lion sneered. If the 3 of us wanted to join forces, we would have killed you long ago. Do you think you can still stand here suspiciously? Cuomo said abruptly. He. Golden Lion sneered and didn't say much. Show me some strength and show me Shiki, you are not to my liking now. Cuomo said with contempt on his face. How come the Golden Lion, known as the legendary pirate in the future, is so timid now? Arrogant brat. Golden Lion said coldly. Cuomo didn't talk nonsense with Golden Lion, and rushed towards him directly. Golden Lion covered Haki's arms and blade, and rushed towards him. Boom. The fist and the blade collided, and the floor under their feet suddenly shattered, with dense cracks appearing. It's getting stronger, Cuomo said to himself. The battle just now. Golden Lion is fighting Cuomo while guarding against Wuho Satoru and Uchiha Madara, so it has not fully exploded its own strength. But he thought about Cuomo's words. The 3 of them teamed up and he had no chance of winning. But the other 2 are watching the show now, why not use all their strength to fight Cuomo, even if they can't kill him, while they can be one-on-one. He has to be injured too. He lost all his wealth here today, he really couldn't swallow this breath, and didn't want to leave just like that. Dang. The attacks of the 2 kept colliding together. Golden Lion deserves to be a Golden Lion, even the strength that erupted when he was young and fully challenged is extraordinary. Swish swish swish, his superb swordsmanship kept slashing at Cuomo's body, sending out electric sparks. When the Golden Lion fought with all his strength, Cuomo was briefly suppressed at a disadvantage. This guy is so strong that he can temporarily suppress Cuomo. Uchiha Madara, lying on the railing of the boat, stared at the Golden Lion with deep eyes. Advertisement. It can be seen that he is very strong. Gojo Satoru commented pertinently while lying on the chair. This sea is really not easy. I believe I will be able to fight against such an interesting opponent in the future. Uchiha Madara smiled unconsciously. As a member of the Uchiha family, he is naturally warlike and naturally hopes to meet a strong opponent. In the original world, the only one he could call an opponent was Senju Hashirama. But now that he has been reborn and traveled to this world, his strength is not at its peak, so he must be able to meet many qualified opponents. The life of salted fish is the happiest Madara. Gojo Satoru took a bite of an apple and lay down on a chair leisurely. Gojo Satoru had worked hard enough in the original world, and Sora had a lot of strength, but he couldn't change that world. After traveling to this world, he felt relaxed and without any pressure on his body. For him, the life of salted fish is still very good. No, Gojo Satoru, fighting is the fate of our Uchiha family. Uchiha Madara shook his head and responded with firm eyes. Shua. Golden Lion slashed at Cuomo's neck. If it was an ordinary person, his head would have been flying by now. But Cuomo's neck was covered with a layer of dragon scales, and the extremely hard dragon scales defended against the Golden Lion's attack. But a little blood came out. What kind of pervert ability is this? Golden Lion stepped back and couldn't help asking. He slashed Cuomo more than a dozen times, but it never had any effect. He thought he could inflict serious damage on Cuomo by slashing at the neck, a vulnerable part of the body. But unexpectedly, only a little blood flowed from his neck. This terrifying defensive power, even he called pervert directly. Dragon, Cuomo said flatly. His means of defense are the dragon scales of Akunology's black dragon form. Cuomo can use the black dragon form, but Shiki in front of him. He is not qualified to use the black dragon form yet. 16. The news of Shiki's escape spread. Dragon, the one that can reach this level is indeed a phantom beast devil fruit. Golden Lion has now roughly confirmed that Cuomo's fruit is a phantom beast. Dragons belong to the zone fruit, and ordinary zone cannot achieve such a terrifying defense. Only the devil fruit, the rarest phantom beast in the sea, can achieve such a pervert level. Cuomo smiled and didn't respond, his fists were covered with dragon scales. And behind him, grew the wings of a dragon. Cuomo obtained the black dragon form through the system, and can freely use the power of any part of the black dragon. Call. The wings behind him flapped, and a black shadow appeared in midair. Cuomo appeared directly in front of the Golden Lion. How is it possible? Cold sweat broke out on Golden Lion's forehead, completely unexpected that Cuomo's speed was so fast. Cuomo's fist covered with dragon scales hit Golden Lion's abdomen, and Golden Lion quickly pressed his two knives in front of him. Boom. The Golden Lion's body flew back tens of meters in midair. A chasm was stirred in the sea level. Cuomo borrowed the power of the dragon, and now he is more than several times stronger. Call. After the Golden Lion was blown away with one blow, the black wings behind Cuomo flapped again and rushed towards the Golden Lion. Swish. Golden Lion stood on the sea level, swung two blades, and slashed at the sea level below him. Two huge openings appeared on the sea level, and the waves swept towards Cuomo. Since Cuomo is a demon fruit power, seawater must be useful. Boom. The waves swallowed Cuomo in an instant, and Golden Lion was overjoyed to see such a scene. But the next moment his expression froze, and Cuomo rushed out of the waves and flew straight towards him. The speed of movement did not slow down in the slightest. Damn it, how could the seawater be ineffective? Golden Lion was shocked when he saw this scene. Boom. While he was in shock, Cuomo's fist hit him in the face. His figure was like a shooting star, flying backwards quickly. Flying Shiki started to face Cuomo, head up to the sky and flew towards the sky. I won't let you go, you bloody bastards. The figure of Golden Lion disappeared at the end of the horizon, and there was a last voice. He thought he could still fight until Cuomo used the power of the Black Dragon. Advertisement. He knew that he would definitely not be able to fight today, even though he was very unwilling to escape like this. But life is the most important thing. Only by life can he collect a lot of treasure in the future, and he can take revenge. He has already written down today's hatred, and if he has a chance in the future, he will definitely take revenge back. Run away, Cuomo murmured to himself as he watched the Golden Lion disappear at the end of the horizon. He didn't go after the Golden Lion. One reason is that the current Golden Lion poses no threat to him at all. Therefore, there is no need to waste a lot of time on him. The current Golden Lion is not his opponent, let alone the future. Cuomo returns to his ship with the Golden Lion's treasure. This time, they will be able to build a good ship when they go to the Seven Water capital. On the second day, the news that the Golden Lion pirates encircled Cuomo and others quickly spread. When Golden Lion was chasing Cuomo, there was a pirate on the island who caught up with him when he got the news. But before they reached their destination, they saw the Golden Lion fleeing in midair. Then when they arrived at the scene, they found the wreckage of a ship, which they confirmed was Golden Lion's ship. And there are many corpses on the sea surface and on the ship. After their observation, they know that all the people on the ship are members of the Golden Lion pirates. Based on these clues they learned that the Golden Lion had lost. Golden Lion is the big pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. Now the siege of Cuomo has not only failed, but the crew have all been killed. This kind of news can be said to have shocked a large number of powerhouses in the first place. On the first half of the Grand Line, on an island. Whitebeard, who was drinking in a tavern, saw the news. Gu Lala. Did the B***************** D Shiki hit the iron plate? Whitebeard couldn't help laughing when he saw the newspaper in his hand. Today Whitebeard is very young, with blonde hair and no long, curly white beard. And he didn't form his own pirate group. Now he doesn't trust the people around him, so he doesn't plan to form his own pirate group. Whitebeard took a sip of the fine wine, glanced at the names of Cuomo and Gojo Satoru that appeared in the newspaper, and said with interest. Cuomo, Gojo Satoru, interesting kid, I really want to see it if I have the chance. Golden Lion is a pirate with the same reputation as him, but such a strong man is not Cuomo's opponent. He said it was impossible not to be interested. Advertisement. And the reason why there is no Uchiha Madara's name in the newspaper. That's because no one at sea knows his name, otherwise he would be in the news. West Blue, a certain sea area, on a marine warship. The man on the battleship is none other than Marine Rear Admiral Kong. Although he is Rear Admiral, his strength is even praised by Marine Admiral. Shiki escaped and the crew were all killed. Kong looked at the newspaper in his hand and said in shock. The Golden Lion's strength is also probably known, but he did not expect to lose to Cuomo. Your strength seems to be stronger than I imagined, Cuomo. Kong said in a deep voice. Because Garp was hit hard by Cuomo, Kong kept an eye on him. But unexpectedly, I saw another shocking news today. Bloom, bloom, bloom. Kong dials Sengoku's phone bug. Hello. Sengoku called the phone bug. How's Garp doing? Kong asked. He's fine, but the fight with Cuomo has stimulated him, and he's working hard now. Sengoku glanced at Garp who was sweating profusely outside the window and responded truthfully. That's good. Kong heaved a sigh of relief after getting the information that Garp was unknown and even training hard. What can I do for Kong? Sengoku asked as he worked through the files. Have you read today's news? Today's news. Sengoku was taken aback. It seems you haven't watched it yet. Kong knew he hadn't watched it when he heard Sengoku's answer. What happened to him? Shiki's crew were all killed, and he himself ran away from a formidable enemy, Kong said. What? Shiki met a strong enemy and all the crew were killed. Sengoku stood up suddenly and said in shock. 17 Kong, Crane, and Sengoku pursue Cuomo. The first half of the Grand Line is called a lot of big pirates, and Golden Lion is one of them. According to the original book, if the bounty in the first half exceeds 30 million Baileys, it is called a big pirate. His bounty is as high as 210 million Baileys, he is powerful, and he is a vicious pirate. Such a strong man can only run away when he meets Cuomo. Cuomo's strength is too strong. Who is it? Sengoku asked solemnly, taking a deep breath. There are many big pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, but they generally don't attack each other, and even if someone fights with Golden Lion. No matter what, it is impossible to beat the Golden Lion and flee, all the crew members were killed. Cuomo, Kong replied truthfully. Cuomo, is it the Cuomo who killed the evil ghost pirates and traumatized Garp? Sengoku was slightly startled and asked quickly. Who else is called Cuomo besides him? He could beat the Golden Lion and escape, Sengoku said with a heavy face. If the news hadn't been released by the well-known news agency of Grand Line, which has extremely high credibility, otherwise I wouldn't believe a rookie pirate group can defeat a powerhouse like Golden Lion. No wonder Garp kept muttering about Cuomo and his crew, monsters of strength and talent, Sengoku said to himself. I made a plan to fold their wings as soon as possible while they are still fledgling, so as not to be more troublesome in the future. Are you coming? Kong expressed his opinion. Originally, he just paid attention to Cuomo, but Cuomo was able to fight the Golden Lion pirates and escaped. This kind of strength is enough for him to take it seriously. Sengoku's strength is not weak, and he also eats the Buddha fruit of the Phantom Beast. With his help, Kong feels that the chances of winning will be much greater. Yeah, Sengoku nodded without hesitation. His pupils are so deep that it is impossible to see through them. I'm near Demora country now, come and find me. Kong reported his location. Okay, I'll be there right away. Sengoku hung up the phone after finishing speaking. He quickly notified the soldiers to prepare the boat for him, then got up and left the office. As soon as he went out, he saw a familiar figure not far away. Little Crane. Sengoku was a little surprised when he saw the young female sailor not far away. Why are you here? Sengoku stepped forward and asked. I heard that Garp is injured, I'll come over and have a look. Crane set his sights on Garp, who was a little exhausted from training. It seems that I am worrying too much. Crane, Garp and Sengoku are all Marines in the same period, so she still cares a little about her comrades in arms at the same time. Because of being defeated by Cuomo, Garp is working hard now. Sengoku looked at Garp and said. At present, Sengoku's strength is higher than Garp's, after all, he owns the Udemon's devil fruit. This is a good thing. I believe he will become stronger in the future. He nodded. Advertisement. I think so. Sengoku nodded. Bloom. Bloom. Hello. Sengoku asked, picking up the phone bug on his waist. Commander Sengoku, the ship is ready. A Marine soldier's voice came from the other side of the phone. I see. Sengoku nodded and hung up the phone. Where are you going? Crane heard Sengoku's conversation and knew he was going to sail. Do you know Cuomo? Cuomo. You mean the Cuomo who beat the Golden Lion and fled after the news was released recently? Crane was slightly taken aback and then asked. It seems that you know Cuomo very well. Kong is going to chase Cuomo, so let me assist him. Sengoku responded truthfully. Did Kong go after him himself? Crane asked in surprise. Although the current Kong is only a rear admiral, his strength is comparable to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Yes, but Kong was worried that there would be an accident, so he asked me to go with him. Sengoku nodded. Then I'll go too, he said slowly. Are you going too? Sengoku was taken aback when he heard this. Recently, the higher-ups asked me to take a vacation. Anyway, I have nothing to do. He spread his hands and said calmly. Okay then. Sengoku didn't refuse to let the crane go. The two communicated briefly, and then came to the shore, set sail by boat and left here, looking for Kong. On the other side, a certain sea area on the Grand Line. Because of the Golden Lion incident, Cuomo once again became the object of discussion among many powerful players in the Grand Line. Ding, congratulations host, you got 10 reputation points. Ding, congratulations host, you got 20 reputation points. Ding, congratulations host, you got 50 reputation points. Comma comma comma. The sound of the system kept echoing in Cuomo's mind, and he opened his own property panel. Host. Cuomo. Summon. Gojo Satoru 21%, Uchiha Madara 20.5%. Reputation points. 3,000. Abilities. Armament Hockey 101,000, Observation Hockey 101,000, Conqueror's Hockey 31,000. Special ability. Black Dragon Form. Warehouse. None. The prestige value has just reached 3,000. Advertisement. Ding, does the host want to exchange his reputation points for reward card X1 from the heavens and myriad realms? Sure. Ding, congratulations to the successful exchange of the host, and the reward card X1 from the heavens and worlds. Does host want to use the reward cards from the heavens and worlds? Okay. Cuomo chose okay without the slightest hesitation. Ding, congratulations to host for getting wood style, this ability comes from Hokage Ninja World Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, Hokage Ninja World Ceiling Level Combat Powerhouse, is the first generation of Hokage, also known as the Man of the Ninja God. His wood style is so powerful that even Uchiha Madara is no match for him. Now Cuomo has inherited his wood style, using wood style to consume chakra in the original book, and in this world, using wood style to consume stamina. It would be great if the system rewarded a Sage mode next time. Cuomo said to himself. With wood style and Sage mode, he can use Sage Art Wood Style True several thousand hands, which is a terrifying ability. After Cuomo received the system reward, he continued to train. Because of his powerful talents, Cuomo can now feel that his strength has improved significantly. By the way, Cuomo, when I watched you fight before, your arm was covered with something black that could resist the blade. What was that? Uchiha Madara asked curiously. He watched Cuomo fight the Golden Lion from the boat. After Cuomo's hand is covered with armament hockey, he can't even cut through a knife. For such power, Uchiha Madara is very interested. That thing's called a hockey, armament hockey. A specialty of this world. Cuomo stopped training to demonstrate the hockey for him. I saw Cuomo's arm covered with a black paint-like thing, which is armament hockey. Learning. Madara. Cuomo asked, but it didn't matter if he learned or not. Uchiha Madara nodded. You can try it. The so-called skills are not overwhelming, Uchiha Madara is still learning with an open mind about the power of this world. Because only by earnestly studying and practicing, one's own strength will continue to become stronger. When Cuomo obtained Conqueror's Hockey, the system explained the principle of hockey to him. So he can teach others about hockey. Okay. Uchiha Madara nodded, listened carefully to Cuomo's words, and started training. I want to try Cuomo too. Gojo Satoru, who was sailing, was equally curious. He is equally interested in the power of this world. Wait until the boat reaches the 7th water capital, let's talk about it, you. 18 arrive at the water capital and build battleships. Alright. Gojo Satoru needs to sail the boat now, if he joins in the fun, no one will sail the boat. But even if Gojo Satoru doesn't have hockey, almost no one can hurt him. Because he has the power to stop spells with no lower limit, most attacks cannot hurt him. Unless someone's strength is far above him. Okay. Gojo Wu heard the words and nodded. Comma. Gojo Satoru drove the boat, and within a few days, they finally reached the shore of the 7-water capital. In the past few days, Uchiha Madara has also learned armament hockey. It has to be said that Uchiha Madara's talent is terrifying. It's finally here, Cuomo said from the bow. There was a port in front of them, and they docked the ship on the shore. Is this the 7th city of water? Gojo Satoru asked, looking at the city in front of him. The scenery here is good, and the buildings are relatively new. Yes, we are going to build a ship of our own here. The ship they have been on is the ship of the evil ghost pirates. If Cuomo wants to form a pirate group of his own, he must have a ship first. The people here look weak. Uchiha Madara glanced around and said. They're all shipwrights or tourists, so they're not strong enough, Cuomo responded with a shrug. By the way, have you figured out the name of our pirate group? Cuomo suddenly thought of something and continued. It won't be long before they can make a ship of their own. As pirates, they must have the name of the pirate group. I named it Fei, Wudiao Wu said helplessly. I'm not good at this kind of thing either. Uchiha Madara shook her head. Good guy, let's wait until the ship is built. Kijishui is very prosperous, and you can see many famous Grand Line shipwrights along the way. But these shipbuilders Cuomo also look down on, he wants to build a boat, then build an excellent boat. So he's looking for the world-famous shipwright, Tom. After inquiring, several people finally found out about Tom's shipyard. Advertisement. Cuomo pushed open the door of Tom's shipyard, and several people walked in directly. In the center of the shipyard, a fat yellow-skinned Murloc was sleeping on a chair. After hearing the sound of pushing the door, he slowly opened his eyes and squinted at Cuomo and others. Shipbuilding or ship repair? Tom said lightly. Shipbuilding. What do you want? Tom asked, rising from his chair and stretching. Ask for the best. The best, right. I don't have the best ones here, only better ones. As long as you have enough money, I can build any kind of ship. Tom picked up the apple on the table and took a bite. Gojo Satoru, bring the treasure on the boat. Cuomo asked with a smile on hearing this. Okay. Gojo Gobi made an okay gesture, and disappeared in the same place the next moment. Tom's face changed slightly when he saw this scene, but he didn't say much. Not long after, Gojo Satoru appeared in front of them, and brought a large amount of gold, silver and jewels. This is the sorcerer of Gojo Satoru, Kang. To put it simply, it can create attraction, continuously pulling the space of the two areas into teleportation. It's like describing this ability as a black hole, one in the shipyard and the other on the ship. He can freely shuttle in the black hole. What kind of ship can be cast with this money? Cuomo asked with a slight smile. The jewels in front of their eyes, some belong to the Oni pirates, others belong to the Golden Lion. Golden Lion stored a lot of treasure, but now Cuomo has snatched it all. Seeing the treasure in front of him, even Tom swallowed. Being able to take out so much money at once, he knew that the three people in front of him were not easy. I will use the top-notch design I have drawn so far to build a ship for you. As for the raw material of the ship, use the treasure tree atom. Tom took a deep breath, and then said calmly. The precious tree atom is one of the few trees with the strongest toughness in the world. The boat made of him as raw material can withstand enormous pressure. One Piece Rogers Orson Jackson, as well as the Thousand Sunny of the original Future One Piece Luffy, they are all made of the treasure tree atom. Okay. Cuomo nodded. What are your requirements for the configuration of the ship? Tom asked. Advertisement. Usually shipbuilding depends on his mood, and he builds whatever he wants. But the reason why he asked Cuomo for his opinion today was because the other party gave too much money. The room should be well organized, wine cellar, hot spring pool, and terrace should be there, and shelves should be neatly organized. Cuomo put his chin on his hand and thought carefully in response. For strong men of their level, shells are really not threatening, so it's better not to. Okay. Tom jotted down what Cuomo needed, and pulled out the blueprints. It will take a long time, leave a message, and I will notify you when it is finished, Tom said. Since Cuomo gave a lot of money, he decided to build a unique boat this time. Doing so will naturally take a lot of time. Cuomo heard that he gave him his phone bug number. The other side. Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Kong, Sengoku, he and others have joined together long ago. Now they are riding on the marine battleship, and they will be able to reach the Seven Waters in a short time. I see. Kong hung up the phone bug. It's already confirmed that Cuomo is in the Seven Waters, but there are two people around him, one is Gojo Satoru, and the other is probably a newcomer. Kong reported the situation to Sengoku and Crane. New crew. Sengoku muttered to himself. Fighting the Golden Lion pirates, Cuomo and others wiped out the entire pirates except Golden Lion. No one involved reported information to the news agency, so they didn't know that Uchiha Madara participated in the battle with the Golden Lion. So no one outside knows about Uchiha Madara. Although Cuomo only recently appeared on the Grand Line, his reputation is not small. Crane said with emotion. Powerhouses like Golden Lion and Whitebeard have been in the Grand Line for a long time before they have a big reputation. But it wasn't long before Cuomo was born that his fame spread across half the Grand Line. He's a monster. Sengoku also sighed. Being able to defeat Garp is enough to prove his strength, but unexpectedly, even the Golden Lion can defeat. 19 Madara. Gojo awakening conquerors Haki, seeking flowers. If we don't get rid of them, they may grow to an unforeseen extent. Kong said solemnly. Kong was supposed to go out alone, but he realized Cuomo's danger, called Sengoku, and brought the crane. Together, the three of them must be able to counter Cuomo and others, and even arrest them and put them in prison, killing this young sprout in the cradle. Bloom. Bloom. The phone bug on the table rang. Sengoku connected the phone bug, and the phone bug reported something to Sengoku before hanging up. Any new news? Kong asked seeing Sengoku hang up the phone bug. The bounties for Cuomo and Gojo Satoru are out. Sengoku nodded. The amount of bounty offered defines a pirate's degree of danger, which is determined by marine law enforcement officers based on intelligence. How many? Both of them are 110 million pele. Sengoku said solemnly. 110 million baileys, such a bounty is enough to cause an uproar again. Since Cuomo set sail, he has had a lot of glory. He first defeated the evil ghost pirates, Garp, and now he defeated Golden Lion, West Blue's top pirate group. With such strength, it is not too much to define 110 million pele. But the problem is, Cuomo has only been on the voyage for just over a month, and his bounty is as high as 110 million baileys. Such a man is too dangerous. This is Kong's evaluation of Cuomo. This kind of bounty is indeed compounding his identity, but his bounty ends here. Kong said solemnly. This action, Kong is bound to put Cuomo in jail. I hope it will succeed. Sengoku always had a bad feeling, and prayed secretly in his heart. It won't be long before they can reach the seventh water capital, and then fight Cuomo and others. On the other side, the seventh water capital. Gojo Satoru begins Haki's training. It has to be said that Gojo Satoru has a strong learning ability, the elements of armament Haki explained by Cuomo. He learned it by heart quickly, and it won't be long before he masters armament Haki. In view of the fact that armament Haki has been taught to two people, Cuomo decided to tell them the training method of observation Haki. With the talents of the two, I believe they can learn it soon. Understood. There is no place for fighters, Cuomo. How about a fight? Uchiha Madara suddenly said. Although he has mastered armament haki, he is not particularly proficient, so he wants to compete with Cuomo and improve his own haki. Advertisement. Cuomo was silent for a few seconds, thinking he had nothing to do. He nodded. Can only compete with armament haki, don't use other abilities. Uchiha Madara reminded before the battle. No problem. Come on then. Uchiha Madara covered his arms with haki and charged at Cuomo. Boom. The fists of the two people covering haki collided, and a strong air current swept all directions like a violent storm. Bang bang bang. The fists of the two collided constantly, and the fists were swung so fast that only a few afterimages could be seen. Countless cracks appeared on the ground under the two people's feet. It was fine at first, but as their fists kept colliding together, cracks are also spreading. It has to be said that Uchiha Madara's strange power is very powerful, and now he has armament haki. Cuomo punched him, feeling weak. Although Uchiha Madara can only play 20.5% of his peak power now, he still cannot be underestimated. Cuomo wanted to take advantage of Uchiha Madara's observation haki while haki was touching. Observation haki is to predict the opponent's attack. Cuomo dodges Uchiha Madara's punch with observation haki. Then he swung his fist and hit Uchiha Madara at a slow speed. Uchiha Madara dodges it easily. Cuomo's fist speed began to increase slowly. Uchiha Madara also dodged the attack several times, and even if he couldn't dodge, he was able to defend against the attack with his face covered in haki. Gojo Satoru watched from the side as the two had already used haki to punch each other. He was very envious in his heart and strengthened his training on armament haki. Bang bang bang. The fists of the two collided again, colliding with armament haki for a while, and training observation haki for a while. The physical strength of the two was like an ocean, bottomless, and the collision continued. The ground around the two of them had long been broken and turned into a mess. The competition between the two lasted until the evening. At this time, both of them were a little tired, so they stopped. Now I feel that I have mastered armament haki very well. Uchiha Madara clenched his fist and smiled. The mastery progress of Conqueror's haki is also within my expectation. Cuomo said calmly. Uchiha Madara's growth is also visible to the naked eye. After all, he has a talent that is different from ordinary people. Advertisement. Conqueror's haki. Is there a third type of haki besides observation haki and armament haki? Uchiha Madara asked with great interest. Of course, the third type of haki is Conqueror's haki. Cuomo nodded. What is this haki's ability? Uchiha Madara pressed. Let me demonstrate it to you. With Cuomo as the center, a strong airflow quickly spread around, and this force instantly enveloped Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara. Conqueror's haki is used to clean up miscellaneous soldiers, and to intimidate others. This ability is not bad. Uchiha Madara felt a shocking momentum coming towards him, and nodded in praise. Then how to train this ability? Gojo Satoru asked curiously. This ability will only appear once in every million people, and it can be activated. As for whether you can have it, I don't know. The guidance system about Conqueror's haki was also explained to him. It is born with Conqueror's haki, only needs to be activated to use it. But if you are born without a Conqueror's haki, you can't get it no matter how hard you try. How to do this? It's very simple. Cuomo approached Uchiha Madara, and then tried to stimulate Uchiha Madara according to the system's explanation of Conqueror's haki. Try it. Cuomo asked after finishing. Suddenly, a terrifying momentum spread around Uchiha Madara. Oh, did it work? Cuomo was also a little surprised. Uchiha Madara is not from this world, but just traveled to this world. It is not too surprising to awaken Conqueror's haki. After all, he already has the posture of a king. I'll try it too. Gojo Satoru stood by Cuomo's side with a smile. Sure enough, after Uchiha Madara awakened Conqueror's haki, Gojo Satoru also awakened Conqueror's haki. 20 Crisis. Marine strikes seeking flowers. Although Gojo Satoru and Uchiha Madara are not from this world, they are born with the aptitude of kings. Therefore, it is not unusual for them who have traveled to this world to awaken the conquerors. As the conqueror's haki only for deterring the enemy. Are there other uses? Gojo Satoru asked curiously. Since conqueror's haki is only 1 out of a million people. If it can only clean up miscellaneous soldiers and deter the enemy, it will not highlight its strength, because conqueror's haki is almost useless against strong players of the same level. Conqueror's haki has been trained to a certain level, and haki can be wrapped around weapons or fists. Cuomo responded truthfully. Can it still be entangled? Just like armament haki? Uchiha Madara asked in surprise. Yes, a weapon wrapped around a conqueror's haki is more powerful than an armament haki. The strongest point of conqueror's haki is not the deterrence and clearing of miscellaneous soldiers, but the terrifying power that can be played when it is wrapped around the weapon. However, it is destined to be somewhat difficult to achieve conqueror's haki winding, and only the top powerhouses can achieve this level. Cuomo carefully explained to them the power of conqueror's haki and what kind of power can be exerted by cultivating to ultimate. Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru were also listening carefully. Night. After a day of training, they are going to find a restaurant for dinner. Cuomo. Suddenly a voice came into his ears. Advertisement. He turned his head and noticed a large marine standing not far from him. Quick, let Kong Rear Admiral know that Cuomo has been found. The leader marine ordered quickly. After marine came to the Seven Waters, Kong directly ordered the whole city to search the Seven Waters to find Cuomo. It's Marine. Gojo Satoru calmly said after glancing at the group of Marines. Kong. Hearing the name Cuomo reminded me of a certain man in the original book. The commander-in-chief of the three armies of Kong Naval Headquarters is the Marshal of Naval Headquarters before Sengoku. He not only has a high status in Naval Headquarters. He is also a senior government official in the world government. According to legend, his status is only under 5 elders, and he is a terrible figure. After the Marine soldiers informed Kong, they quickly surrounded Cuomo and others with guns to prevent them from leaving. Just grab Cuomo, the Kong Rear Admiral will be here soon. Many soldiers pointed their guns at a few of them and said in a deep voice. I really don't know why you guys like to yell, catch your hands, when you meet pirates. Which pirate do you think will be obedient, to be arrested by you? Cuomo spread his hands and said calmly. Don't struggle, Kong Rear Admiral has spent a lot of effort to arrest you, so you won't be able to escape today. The leader Marine said solemnly. I'm afraid you can't do it alone. Cuomo said lightly. It's not that you, a pirate, have the final say. After his words fell, Uchiha Madara took a step forward, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body, a strong air current centered on him, and instantly swept around. Many Marines were swept by this force, and instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground, but for a moment, only the leading Marine was left standing still. Bah, Conqueror's Hockey, he said with a look of panic and surprise. This ability is quite useful, but Cuomo doesn't need to say anything to them, hurry up and finish eating. Uchiha Madara glanced at the leader Marine and said in a flat tone. Advertisement. In his opinion, these Marines are too weak, and it is better to go to eat than to waste their words with these Marines. After all, they have been training for a day. That's true, but we need to change the restaurant, because they have notified the reinforcements. Cuomo reminded. Although he wasn't afraid of being surrounded by Marines, he wouldn't get any benefit from fighting these Marines, and now they were already very hungry and needed to eat, so they had no intention of fighting. Yeah, Uchiha Madara nodded. Just as they were about to leave, a voice came from behind. Where are you going, Cuomo? Kong suddenly stopped them, and then stopped directly in front of them. In addition to Kong, Sengoku, Crane also stood in front of Cuomo and others. Tap tat tat. Behind them, there was another sound of footsteps, and a group of Marines surrounded the three of them with guns. Are you all right? Kong asked with concern as he helped the leader, Rear Admiral, who was half kneeling on the ground, up. I'm fine, Kong Rear Admiral. Marine shook his head in response. Leave it to us. Kong patted him on the shoulder, and beckoned to Marine to help him down. Kong. Cuomo looked at the man in front of him and said indifferently. 21 Cuomo versus Kong, seeking flowers. You know me. Sure enough. Did the events of that year have too much influence? Kong said helplessly. What happened back then? Cuomo was at a loss. He recognized the man in front of him as Kong by relying on the memory of his previous life, because his current appearance has hardly changed from the future, so it is easy to distinguish. As for what Kong said about the year, he is not clear. The big pirate Akoku was captured by Kong. As a pirate, you shouldn't know the big pirate Akoku. The Marine soldier on the side crossed his arms and reminded him. Akoku is one of the top pirates in the Grand Line. He set sail earlier than many of the current top pirates, and he is also older than many of the top pirates. So this also caused him to have more experience and training time than others, and his strength is also stronger than the average big pirate. His reputation is still very loud in the first half of the Grand Line. It's not something to be proud of, there's no need to bring it up. Kong shook his head and said with a sigh. Capturing the big pirate on the Grand Line should have been something to be proud of, but Kong didn't have a smile on his face, and even looked a little heavy. Because when he went to capture Akoku with many Marines, he made a mistake because of his recklessness and killed all the Marines who were with him. Although in the end he broke out with all his strength and took down the big pirate Akoku by himself, he was full of guilt. Originally captured the big pirate Akoku with his aptitude, he could be promoted from Marine Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral. But because he indirectly killed too many Marines, he has been placed in the position of Rear Admiral. Although he is a Rear Admiral, in fact, there are not many Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Masters who can beat him. I don't know what you're talking about. Cuomo said speechlessly. He has some impression of the big pirate in the original book, but he has never heard of the news that Kong captured the big pirate Akoku. It doesn't matter. I'm not here today to tell you about the past, but to arrest you. Kong said solemnly. You really know how to pick your time. Cuomo sighed. They had practiced for a day and wanted to go to dinner, and Marine just picked this time and appeared. Before the battle starts, don't stand here with some gravel. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, a strong momentum quickly spread around him centered on him. The surrounding Marine soldiers were swept by the Conqueror's power and lost consciousness instantly, their eyes turned white and they fell to the ground. Conqueror's Hockey. Sengoku said slightly surprised. There is only one Conquerors in a million people, and a Conquerors can also be called a person who has the qualifications of a king. It's no surprise that a man like him owns Conquerors. Compared to Sengoku, Suru was calm. Own Conqueror's Hockey. But it doesn't mean anything. Kong stared at Cuomo and said calmly. Superior. Kong gave an order and rushed directly towards Cuomo. It's time to fight. Gojo Satoru, Madara. Cuomo ordered, and the three of them joined hands. Gojo Satoru vs War Crane. Uchiha Madara vs Sengoku. Kong clenched his fist and punched Cuomo. Cuomo was not afraid to clench his fist and punched Kong. Boom. There was a loud noise when the fists collided, as if it was not fists that collided, but two steels that had been tempered for thousands of years. The fists of the two collided for more than 10 seconds, and they retreated accommodatingly. Nice power. Kong praised. He has always been known for his strength in naval headquarters, but Cuomo's strength can compete with him, which really surprised him. Cuomo frowned slightly, and shook his numb fist. Today's Kong is so powerful that Cuomo's arms are a little numb from the terrifying brute force. Kong covered his arms with haki and charged at Cuomo again. Advertisement. Seeing this, Cuomo also covered haki with his arm, and hit Kong. Boom. The fists of the two collided, and within a few seconds, Cuomo frowned again. Because he felt a tear in his arm. Kong's strength, and haki's sophistication are above him. Snapped. With all his strength, Kong knocked Cuomo away. Cuomo's body slammed into the wall, making a big hole. The next moment, Kong appeared in front of him, and hit him hard with the fist covering haki. When Cuomo's arm was covered with a layer of dragon scales, and he hit it at the same time. The arm covered with dragon scales is the power of the black dragon. Now Cuomo has the power to compete with Kong's power. The power is much stronger. Is it demon fruit power? Kong asked in surprise. Just now his strength was close to crushing Cuomo, but now Cuomo's strength can compete with him. He could see that Cuomo's arm was covered with a layer of dragon scales. If nothing else, it was these dragon scales that multiplied Cuomo's strength several times. And only demon fruit power can make the body grow dragon scales. 22 Summoner, full of magical powers, seeking flowers. The fight between Kong and Cuomo is all about strength versus strength. The other side, Uchiha Madara vs Sengoku. Although Uchiha Madara has just learned armament haki not long ago, and his strength is not at its peak, but it is still more than enough to deal with Sengoku at this time. Boom. The fists of Uchiha Madara and Sengoku collided, and the floor exploded suddenly. The strong air flow swept all directions, and the surrounding walls were completely broken at this time. Within a radius of 100 meters, no one dared to stay any longer, and they all ran away. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Madara's fists clashed with Sengoku's. Uchiha Madara was still playing, but Sengoku put in all his strength and didn't dare to relax at all. Boom. Uchiha Madara spotted Sengoku and punched Sengoku in the face, sending him flying. Sengoku's body hit the rubble, sending up a cloud of dust and smoke. This guy, so strong. Sengoku patted the dust off his body and praised. Whether it was brute strength or combat experience, he found that the Uchiha Madara in front of him was far above him. He even feels that a strong man like Uchiha Madara is not weaker than Cuomo, but how did Cuomo recruit Uchiha Madara? Facing Sengoku's compliment, Uchiha Madara looked calm, because he had heard the compliment countless times. When you are pirates, you will only be hunted endlessly by the marine, and you will be imprisoned sooner or later. Before you go too far on this crossroad, let's turn to the light. Sengoku said solemnly. He thought that Uchiha Madara had only recently followed Cuomo, and he had been following Cuomo for a short time, and his heart was unstable, so Sengoku thought that he could still be persuaded to come back at this time. Abandon the darkness and turn to the light. Uchiha Madara laughed ferociously, and then continued, who is the dark and who is the light? All of these are not just artificial definitions. Seeing such a determined look in Uchiha Madara's eyes, Sengoku knew that he had been reckless. It's a pity, a man like you. If Uchiha Madara joins their marine with Uchiha Madara's qualifications and trains them seriously, his future will be absolutely immeasurable. Fire-style dragon fire. Uchiha Madara didn't talk nonsense to Sengoku, and opened his mouth to spit out a raging flame. The flames converged into the shape of a dragon's head, rushing towards Sengoku with scorching heat. Advertisement. Slap. Sengoku's palm was covered with a shock wave, and he hit the fire dragon in front of him. Boom. The shock wave gathered on the palm of Sengoku as the power of his devil fruit Buddha form. The shock wave has a strong momentum, and the fire dragon can't get close for a short time. The temperature is so high. Sweat broke out on Sengoku's forehead, even though his palms were covered with shockwaves that cut off the fire dragon. But the scorching flame still made him a little uncomfortable. Uchiha Madara charges his legs and hits Sengoku. Seeing this, Sengoku covered his palms with shock waves, and tried his best to destroy the fire dragon in front of him, and then prevented Uchiha Madara's attack. The other side. Gojo Satoru vs Crane. Gojo Satoru was floating in the air, and the couple looked at the crane playfully. Gojo Satoru has 6 eyes, this ability has no dead ends at 360 degrees, and has a strong insight. So the crane can hardly touch him at all. And even if he was about to touch it, the stop power of his unlimited spell was triggered, and the crane couldn't hit him with the ability. It's useless. Gojo Satoru floated in the air, looked at the crane who was less than half a meter away from him and said with a smile. The crane's speed at this time was extremely slow, as if it had been slowed down 10 times. Suddenly, Crane's palm was covered with the ability to wash fruits. She moved her hand slightly, just like wiping the glass, and the next second Gojo Satoru's infinite stopping power was broken. The function of washing fruit is to rinse any item, and the item to be rinsed will lose its shape. In this world, no lower limit spells can be regarded as a shape similar to a golden bell cover, so such abilities will be broken by the crane. The no lower limit technique was broken, and Crane's speed returned to normal, and she quickly slapped Gojo Satoru. But Wooho Woo's insight is so strong, before the crane's palm touched him, Wooho Woo flew backwards and fled. Can you crack my ability? Devil fruit really has power beyond miracles. Gojo Satoshi said in surprise, resting his chin on his hand. There are some books on the ship of the devil pirates, which he would flip through when he was free. After reading it, he knew that there is devil fruit in this sea. Advertisement. Devil fruit possesses powers beyond miracles, users can gain new powers, but at the same time they gain powers, they will be thrown away by the sea. Even though it was abandoned by the sea, countless strong people still want to get devil fruit, which is enough to prove its attractiveness. Aren't you a devil fruit too? He said lightly. Every time he approached Gojo Satoru, he felt that his speed was slowed down a lot. Crane knew that it was impossible for a normal person to possess such power, and this power must have come from devil fruit's ability. Don't be kidding, I haven't even seen devil fruit. Gojo Satoru waved his hand and responded truthfully. It has been more than a month since he came to this world, but he has never seen devil fruit. Not to mention edible, he sneered. Does she just want to say that normal people have the ability to realize 5 things? Shave. Crane appeared behind Gojo Satoru in an instant, and her speed was slowed down again as before, and she used her ability to untie it. But at this time, Gojo Satoru's fist had already hit her in the face. Call out. The crane flew upside down, but even so, she was flying upside down. Pulling out the sword at his waist, he slashed towards Wooho Woo. When the sword energy was about to approach Wooho Woo, it became very slow, and even stagnated. Boom. She drew out the gun at her waist again, and shot at Wooho Woo, but it was still like a sword. The closer she got to him, the slower her speed became. What kind of ability is this? It was the first time Crane had seen such a tricky ability. Although his own ability can break Wooho Woo's ability, it will not take long for the opponent's ability to recover automatically. It's my turn. The spell is great. In Gojo Satoru's hands, a huge ball of energy fluctuations gathered, and this ball of energy fluctuations exuded a terrifying aura. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted at this moment. Crane stared at the attack in Gojo Satoru's hand with a solemn expression. He knew that this ability was not Sim 23 preliminary exhibition wood-style Kamui, seeking flowers. Boom. An energy wave with a diameter of several meters rushed directly towards the crane, swallowing her so fast that the 7 waters suddenly exploded, and countless buildings were destroyed. The other side. Cuomo and Kong. Bang bang bang. Cuomo, whose arms are covered with dragon scales, has greatly improved his strength, and can fight Kong head to head. The fists of the two kept colliding, and every time they collided, the ground would explode. Up to now, the surrounding ground has been broken into pieces. The wood-style tree world is coming. Cuomo clasped his hands together, and countless huge trees appeared around his body, and these trees continued to climb out of the ground. Endless trees linger around Cuomo, looking like they are alive. Wood-style can be attacked and defended, and it is extremely powerful. Different abilities. Kong asked in surprise when he saw Cuomo release countless trees. He thought Cuomo was Zone's devil fruit, and devil fruit's ability should be to turn into some kind of animal. But he never expected that Cuomo could release trees. With a thought in Cuomo's mind, countless trees quickly tore through the ground and rushed towards Kong. Kong's complexion was solemn, and his body was covered with rich armament haki. Not only was he not afraid, but he rushed directly towards the pile of trees. Bang bang bang. He swung his fist at high speed, and with the help of his fist's hardness, he kept destroying the surging trees. But these trees are really too many, too dense, even though his punches are fast. But it is also impossible to destroy all the nearby trees at the same time. Countless trees slammed into him, and Kong was attacking while defending. Cuomo also rushed into the dense woods and attacked Kong. The trees are controlled by Cuomo, so it won't hurt him, and Cuomo attacks Kong while manipulating the trees. Damn ability. Kong couldn't help cursing. At this time, he needs to face the attacks of trees and Cuomo at the same time, and it is impossible not to worry about it. Finger pistol. On the way to defend, Kong found Cuomo's weakness in an instant by relying on his years of combat experience. Advertisement. Use the finger pistol directly into Cuomo's chest. When his fingers collided with Cuomo's chest and there was a metallic clang. I saw that Cuomo's chest was covered with a layer of dragon scales, but some blood flowed out. The 6 styles that Kong has mastered are much stronger than Garp, and even when Cuomo uses the power of the dragon, he can still break through the defense. Shave. The blow didn't hit Cuomo badly, and Kong used the razor to leave the battlefield directly. The originally dense forest had been destroyed by more than half of him at this time, but he had many injuries on his body. All were wounded by Cuomo and the power of the trees. Kong turned his gaze around, but Gojo Satoru and the others were not in place at this time. During the battle, several people dispersed, and at this time they were fighting somewhere in the 7-water capital. Want to observe the terrain and escape? Cuomo's mocking voice reached his ears. It's a joke, it's always Marine who catches the pirates. If you want to run, shouldn't you run first? Kong sneered. Let me run. You overestimate yourself too much. If you come to Admiral, you may let me run. Cuomo said calmly. Just by you, it's not worth Admiral's dispatch. Kong said coldly. Marine Admiral, but the highest combat power of their naval headquarters, is the face of their naval headquarters. He admitted that Cuomo's strength is very strong, but this strength is not enough for Marine Admiral to dispatch. Cuomo smiled, but didn't say much. The future Kong, Sengoku, and Crane are indeed high-ranking and powerful people. But now they haven't grown up at all, and they don't have strong strength. Shave. He charged his legs and quickly disappeared in place, rushing towards Cuomo. Boom. He quickly circled back, appeared behind Cuomo, and threw a hard punch, but his fist didn't hit Cuomo. Instead, it hit a tree. Countless trees surrounded Cuomo, defending him from his attacks. Kong attacked continuously, destroying trees continuously, and finally smashed all the trees around Cuomo. Then the fist hit Cuomo's face heavily, and Cuomo's head exploded directly. Advertisement. But at this moment, there was no trace of joy on Kong's face. Because the destroyed Cuomo directly turned into countless thin wooden strips to entangle him. Where are you going? Cuomo suddenly appeared behind him. Kong heard Cuomo's voice behind him, his pupils constricted violently, and he wanted to run. But this is impossible, because the distance between the two is too close. Cuomo's arm was covered with hockey and dragon scales, and he hit Kong hard. Boom. Kong's body fell directly into the floor, making a loud noise, the ground shook for a while, and a strong air current was set off. After a successful punch, Cuomo was ready to throw another punch at Kong's body. But when his fist was about to hit Kong, the opponent had already used shaved and left the place. I have to say that Marine 6 Styles is still very strong. After all, this is something created by the predecessors of Marine. Damn it. What kind of ability do you have? Kong appeared not far away and asked with a ferocious expression. It's fine to summon trees, but how can even a fake body be created? The biggest problem is that this fake body has exactly the same breath as Cuomo. So this caused him to attack the fake body without any doubt. Regarding Zone's devil fruit, how did Cuomo come up with such a fancy ability? This confuses Kong. Guess. Cuomo smiled thoughtfully. It's not that he doesn't say it, but that the other party doesn't believe it even if he says it. You really got an amazing fruit. Kong whispered. Thank you. Cuomo said flatly. I'm not complimenting you, Cuomo. You are young and have great potential. Devil fruit is mysterious. A man like you will be taken care of by our naval headquarters. Geniuses always die young. Do you think you can survive in this sea? How long have you been happy? Kong said abruptly. Even if he is defeated this time, he only needs to report Cuomo's intelligence to Marine senior management. The higher-ups will definitely focus on taking care of him. 24 Wood Style. Wooden Golem Jutsu, seeking flowers. You can't catch it now, and you won't have a chance in the future. Cuomo said calmly. There are no pirates in this world that our Marines can't put in prison. Kong sneered. Really? Cuomo smiled contemptuously. Marine, there are so many pirates who can't go to prison. Rocks, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Roger. Pirates of this level should have never been in prison, and the Marines still have nothing to do with them. Here I have to mention the deeds of Golden Lion. He was the first man to escape from Impel Down, the largest prison in the world. He. Kong was displeased to see Cuomo's contemptuous expression. Wooden Golem Jutsu. Cuomo was lazy to say more to Kong. Using Wooden Golem Jutsu directly, a huge wooden golem slowly appeared on the ground under his feet. Wooden Golem was tall and big, with fangs on both sides of his mouth, and a wooden dragon on his shoulders, exuding a frightening aura all over his body. Kong stared at the huge wooden golem in front of him, a strand of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He felt a great threat from this huge wooden golem. Cuomo stood on top of Wooden Golem, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, staring down at Kong. Wooden Golem Jutsu can be said to be one of the strongest abilities of wood style besides true several thousand hands. The Wooden Golem Jutsu released by Senju Hashirama in the original book can face the full body Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Such strength is enough to prove that Wooden Golem Jutsu is terrible. Give you a chance to escape, Kong, Cuomo said with a teasing smile on his lips. I will never escape. Kong tore off his shirt, his whole body covered in rich black hockey, and said solemnly. Then you, go to hell. Cuomo said softly. Come on. Kong yelled at Cuomo. Even though he knew that the giant wooden golem in front of him was terrifying, he still didn't plan to run away, because he was a Marine. Cuomo manipulated Wooden Golem's arm and slammed it directly at Kong's position. Kong's face was serious, the veins in his arms were bulging, and he swung his fist directly to hit Wooden Golem's fist. Boom. The two fists collided, and Kong's ground level suddenly dropped a few meters, and strong ripples swept the surrounding space, making a violent roar. Even though Kong's arm was covered with the power of armament hockey at this time, he still felt a tear in his arm. The power of Wooden Golem is simply too strong. Shave. The collision of the two fists lasted for more than 10 seconds. Kong couldn't hold on any longer, and left the spot with a shave, appearing not far away. Advertisement. Cuomo retracted the giant Wooden Golem's fist and found that there was a fist dent on Wooden Golem's fist, and there were several cracks on the fist peak. This is exactly what Kong's power does. The power is not bad. Cuomo couldn't help but praised. Damn, the arm was almost useless. Kong panted slightly, stroking his right arm. He now feels that his right arm is very painful, and it is estimated that the muscles inside the arm are somewhat split at this time. It's hard to beat Wooden Golem's fist head on. It has to be said that Kong made a very wrong decision. While he was still recovering, Cuomo maneuvered Wooden Golem up again. Boom. Wooden Golem punched down again, and the ground exploded immediately. Countless sand and stones flew across, setting off bursts of smoke. Instead of directly punching Wooden Golem's fist like before, Kong dodged Wooden Golem's attack. Moonwalk. Kong landed on Wooden Golem's arm, then stepped on the moonwalk, gliding through the air and approaching Cuomo. Are you underestimating Wooden Golem's flexibility? Cuomo saw Kong jumping up and down in midair in front of his eyes, as if to prevent the Wooden Golem from attacking. Boom. Wooden Golem's fist hit him directly, sending him flying, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Kong's position is within the attack range of the Wooden Golem. Maybe Kong has an illusion. I thought that Wooden Golem had a huge body and low flexibility, so he jumped up and down confidently. Ahem. Kong stood up from the pit and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. And woo-ho-woo over there. Do you want to continue fighting? Gojo Satoru clasped his hands in front of his chest, glanced at the injured crane and asked. Gojo Satoru's ability is too pervert, and the crane can't help him at all. If she is teaming up with someone, she is responsible for deciphering the spell on Gojo Satoru and another person attacks. It shouldn't be particularly difficult to defeat Gojo Satoru in this way. But the problem is, she is currently one-on-one with Gojo Satoru. Even if he cracked Woo-ho-woo's spell, no third party would attack Woo-ho-woo. After fighting for so long, she didn't hurt Gojo Satoru even once. Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Crane was silent for a while, then turned and ran away. She knows Gojo's ability is pervert, and she will never be able to hurt Gojo by herself. Advertisement. So just ran away. Watching the crane fleeing, Gojo Satoru did not chase after him, but said something indifferent. Too weak. Today's crane poses no threat to him at all, let alone Cuomo. Letting Crane leave, Gojo Satoru is not worried that she will grow into a terrifying person in the future. After all, cranes can grow, so can't he? After Crane escaped, he quickly dialed the phone bug of Naval Headquarters and reported the situation here. Let them quickly send troops near the 7th Water Capital to support here. The other side, Uchiha Madara and Sengoku. Big Buddha form. Sengoku's whole body glowed with golden light, and he quickly entered the form of a big Buddha, only to see that he turned into a huge Buddha statue. Interesting. Seeing the scene in front of him, Uchiha Madara showed a smile instead of the slightest fear. Big Buddha shockwave. Sengoku leapt up and landed, his huge golden palm covered in a shock wave, smashing directly towards Uchiha Madara. Boom. The scope of the shock wave is very wide, and Uchiha Madara was swept by the power of the shock wave before he could dodge. The ground exploded, and large rifts appeared, and the space seemed to be distorted. How about this trick, arrogant pirate? Sengoku asked coldly. The shock wave of the Great Buddha is one of the most powerful abilities among the human fruits of the Phantom Beast system he ate. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, had nothing to do. He patted the dust off his body. It can be said that the current Sengoku barely raised his interest. I'll beat you with this move, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Sengoku's ability to use the human fruit has greatly improved his combat power. Before he met Uchiha Madara, he had hardly encountered any pirates who could contend. So some swelling is normal now. If you think so, you can try it, Uchiha Madara said seriously. Then give it a try. Sengoku snorted coldly and directly attacked Uchiha Madara. 25 The battle is over, the hard hit Kong, seeking flowers. Cuomo and Kong. Boom. Violent vibrations often occur in an area of the Seven Water City, which is the battlefield between Cuomo and Kong. You're still too weak, Kong. Cuomo said calmly, standing on top of Wooden Golem condescendingly. At this time, Kong was lying in the smoky pit. He was wounded all over and was panting heavily. It seems that I still know too little. Kong stood up with difficulty, staring at Cuomo with a ferocious expression. So forget it if Cuomo is an old pirate. But Cuomo has only been born for more than a month, and he has exploded with such a powerful combat power. He can see that Cuomo is very young and has great potential, even though he is eager to send Cuomo to prison now. But he is very clear that the current self can't do such a thing. Cuomo. Gojo Satoru shouted at Cuomo not far away. Huh, are you finished? Cuomo turned to look at Gojo Satoru and asked. Gojo Satoru was fighting the crane, and now that he appeared here, it meant that the battle was over. It's over. Gojo Satoru stretched his waist and said calmly. It's over. Did you kill her already? Kong shouted worriedly at Gojo Satoru. Crane's strength is not weak, and he is also a think tank. Such a person is a rare genius in their marine. If she dies here, Kong will feel guilty for a long time. Because he insisted on besieging Cuomo and indirectly killed Crane. She ran away, Gojo Satoru said lightly. Hearing this answer, Kong subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, he realized the danger, even though he got the information that Hishong was safe and sound. But now Gojo Satoru is also here, isn't this going to make him face two strong men at the same time? He can't beat Cuomo alone. And Gojo Satoru's ability to defeat Crane is enough to show that he possesses terrifying strength. One hit too, he has no chance of winning. Run. This is the only thought in his mind now. Although it is shameful to run away from pirates, he cannot tolerate such behavior. But the current situation is that if he doesn't run, the probability of his death is very high. If you die, you die. If you encounter pirates and run away because you are afraid, how can you protect others in the future? Kong took a deep breath and decided to continue fighting. After he made up his mind to be cruel and had the consciousness of death, his whole body's aura changed. Become stronger. Cuomo stared at Kong in surprise. He could feel that Kong's momentum had become stronger. However, How many seconds have passed? How did Kong's momentum change in such a short period of time? Cuomo was full of doubts. Kong charged up his legs and rushed towards the giant wooden golem. Wooden golem has a huge physique, but his punch speed is not slow at all. Boom. Advertisement. Wooden golem's fist collided with Kong's fist, and the floor under his feet suddenly collapsed a little. Cuomo noticed a slight crack in wooden golem's fist. Sure enough, it's not an illusion. Cuomo said to himself. Boom. Cuomo unleashed the power of wooden golem with all his strength and threw him flying, falling into the ruins. Even though Kong's strength has become stronger, it is still weaker than wooden golem. Need help, Cuomo, this guy looks tricky. Gojo Satoru asked as he floated in midair with his hands folded on his chest. No, Cuomo responded, shaking his head. Kong stood up from the ruins and stared at Cuomo solemnly, with fearlessness in his eyes. Kong really deserves to be the future commander-in-chief of the army. Possesses an incomparably powerful courage and determination to see death as home. Kong didn't talk nonsense to Cuomo, and was about to charge towards him again. Kong. Suddenly a shout came from afar. A group of Marines suddenly rushed out. These people were the Marines on the island near the 7th water capital. After receiving the order from their superiors, they rushed here quickly. Reinforcements here. Cuomo frowned slightly and looked at a large group of Marines that appeared in the distance. Gojo Satoru. Cuomo withdrew the huge wooden golem, with black wings growing from his back, and chose to leave here. It takes a lot of time to kill Kong, and during this period, Marine reinforcements may continue to pour in. And he has been training all day today, and his condition is not at its peak. If he continues to fight, it may be risky. Are you leaving? Gojo Satoru turned and glanced at Marine who was approaching from afar. It's not good for us to kill him. On the contrary, it's risky to stay here. Cuomo warned. Okay. Gojo Satoru nodded, then rushed towards where Cuomo left. Looking at the back of Cuomo leaving, he unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Continuing to fight is almost a mortal situation. Thanks to Marine for coming. Are you okay, Kong? A Marine vice admiral rushed over and asked with concern. He could tell that Kong had quite a few injuries. It's hard for him to imagine what kind of man he can beat Kong like this, even though Kong is a rear admiral. But in terms of hard power, even vice admiral is somewhat inferior. It's nothing serious, you can't die. Kong replied slowly, shaking his head. Who is that person you are fighting against? Marine vice admiral asked curiously. He saw a huge giant from a long distance away, and he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from wooden golem even from afar. Cuomo, Kong said with a heavy face. Marine vice admiral was taken aback when he heard the words, and asked, Cuomo. Is it Cuomo who defeated the Golden Lion? It's him. Kong nodded. Is he so strong? Marine vice admiral gasped and said. As a Marine general, he was on the Grand Line because he had read newspapers about Cuomo, a kid born less than a month old, who defeated Golden Lion, the top pirate in West Blue. He also questioned the authenticity of this news before, but now it seems that this news can no longer be true. He is very strong. Kong replied while sitting on the ruins with a heavy face. He thought that there would be no deviation in today's arrest plan, but Cuomo's strength completely shocked him. Even though he had the determination to see death as home at the last moment and exploded with strength beyond the limit, he was still not Cuomo's opponent. Advertisement. The other side. While running away, Cuomo and Gojo Satoru turned their heads to take a look, and found that Marine behind them hadn't caught up. On the way, Cuomo dialed Uchiha Madara's phone bug. Bloom. Hello. Uchiha Madara, who was fighting on the other side, connected the phone bug on his body. Stop hitting Madara. It's time to go. Marine's reinforcements are here. Cuomo reminded. Reinforcements. Uchiha Madara said to himself. It's time to get out of the fight, stop entanglement, and gather at the place where we are training today. Cuomo reminded. I see. Uchiha Madara nodded, then hung up the bug. The game is over, goodbye. Want to escape? You think I'll give you a chance? Sengoku sneered. Immediately after attacking quickly, Uchiha Madara's face changed from playful to serious in an instant. The Sharingan spins at high speed, and the direct progression becomes eternal Mangekyo. Facing the approaching Sengoku, a huge blue skeleton arm suddenly appeared on Uchiha Madara's body. Then he punched Sengoku who was running towards him. Seeing this, Sengoku was slightly startled, and then hurriedly greeted him. Boom. A few seconds after the collision, he flew upside down. Bang bang bang. He walked through dozens of rooms before stopping. Uchiha Madara left here as quickly as possible and went to the agreed place. Sengoku got up completely confused. That guy's true strength. Hijishui continued to board Marine's reinforcements and began to search for Cuomo and others. But they haven't found it yet, and tonight's battle can be regarded as a successful conclusion. On the second day, the news that shocked half of the Grand Line came out. Marine Rear Admiral Kong and Marine Major Crane, and Marine Lieutenant Colonel Sengoku failed to encircle Cuomo. If it is other Marine Rear Admiral, such news will not cause much disturbance. But Kong is the man who captured the great pirate Akoku. And Sengoku and Crane are also naval headquarters' most promising new stars, with strong strength and unfathomable potential. But with such a lineup, the plan to encircle Cuomo failed. And Kong was also seriously injured. Such an incident can be said to have shocked countless strong people. 26 new member Unohana Retsu joins, seeking flowers. At night, the capital of Seven Waters. Countless marine troops rushed to the Seventh Water City, and they launched a carpet search to find Cuomo and others. But after searching all night, none of them found any clues about Cuomo and others. They had no choice but to leave. They couldn't stay in Seven Waters all the time looking for Cuomo. Because they also have their own tasks. In the Seventh Water capital, a hidden place. Cuomo and others are eating breakfast here. They have long expected that the Seven Waters will be somewhat risky. So I found a safe place, and bought some ingredients in advance. To be precise, I robbed some ingredients, and Gojo Satoru will cook. The reason why they didn't cook by themselves yesterday was because Gojo Satoru didn't have much energy to cook after a day of training. Ding, congratulations host, your reputation has increased by 20. Ding, congratulations host, the reputation point has increased by 50. Ding, congratulations host, your reputation has increased by 80. As the system's beeps continued to sound, a property panel also popped up on Cuomo's face. Host. Cuomo. Summon. Gojo Satoru 22%, Uchiha Madara 21%. Reputation points. 9,000 7,000ths. Abilities. Armament Hockey, 301 thousandths. Observation Hockey, 301 thousandths. Conqueror's Hockey, 101 thousandths. Special abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style. Warehouse. None. The prestige value reaches 7,000 and can be summoned, and the prestige value has reached 9,000 now. The reason for this much is because of two events that increased his bounty. The two events are the increase in the bounty and the news that he defeated Kong and others. Ding, does host want to exchange reputation points for reward cards from the heavens and myriad realms? Sure. Ding, congratulations to the successful exchange of the host, and the reward card X1 from the heavens and worlds. Does host want to use the reward cards from the heavens and worlds? Okay. Cuomo chose okay without the slightest hesitation. Advertisement. Ding, congratulations to host for getting Unohana Retsu from the Shinigami world. Unohana Retsu, formerly known as Unohana Yakiryu, is the first Shinigami to hold the title of Kenpachi. Unohana Retsu was the captain of Gotei 13's 4th division and one of the 4 longest-serving captains. Specialized in Kaido, Unohana Retsu was known as the greatest villain in the history of the Soul Society before joining Gotei 13. Later, he was acquired by Yamamoto Yuan Lusai Shigekuni and became the captain of the 11th team in first-generation Gotei 13. Afterwards, she became the captain of the 4th division and concurrently served as the director of the Women's Shinigami Association. Died while teaching Zaraki Kenpachi the way of Kenpachi in the Millennium Blood War. Although she is a woman, his strength is not weak. As he ponders echoes about Unohana Retsu's past, a group of white light particles appeared in front of him, and the light particles quickly gathered into a group, and then formed a shape of a person. After the white light group dissipated completely, Unohana Retsu appeared in front of Cuomo. She has long black hair parted in the middle, and wears a death basket suit with a gray sakura-colored feather lining and a red drawstring fastened around her waist. When she came to this world for the first time, Unohana Retsu seemed a little calm, maybe she had experienced too much. Welcome, Unohana Retsu. Cuomo greeted her warmly. Hi, Cuomo. Unohana Retsu greeted him amiably with a slight smile. Any questions? Cuomo asked, sitting in a chair. This isn't the world I lived in before, is it? Unohana Retsu said, narrowing her eyes slightly. It should have told you that this is a whole new world, different from the world you were in before, Cuomo responded. No matter who he summoned to this world, the system will explain some knowledge about the world, including Cuomo's name. Really, although it's unbelievable, I can accept it. Unohana Retsu said calmly with a breath. As a strong person, she is used to countless lives and deaths, so she is very adaptable. Now that you have traveled to other worlds, let's live a good life in this new world. Anyway, in the original world, she was already dead. Who are they? Unohana Retsu set his sights on Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru. Like you, from another world, Cuomo responded, picking up an apple on the table. You can summon people from different worlds to your side. It seems that you have a very different ability. Unohana Retsu smiled while sitting on a chair. Cuomo spread his hands and smiled. Advertisement. This woman is very strong. Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on the chair, said suddenly. He could feel the terrifying power in Unohana Retsu's body. You're not weak. While Uchiha Madara was eyeing Unohana Retsu was eyeing him too. Hey, are you guys going to fight? Cuomo asked, staring at the two. I won't do anything to my companion. Uchiha Madara shook his head in response. Although he is very interested in Unohana Retsu, he knows that the other party is his companion. So he won't attack Unohana Retsu. There's no need for companions to attack each other. Unohana Retsu shook her head and smiled. Before she came to this world, she knew that Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru came from different worlds like her. She regarded the two as her companions, and of course Cuomo. After all, her loyalty to Cuomo was 100%. The rice is ready. Gojo Satoru put the cooked rice on the table. Are we going to be here for the next few days, Cuomo? Gojo Satoru asked as he ate his meal. The location they are in now is a hidden place in the 7th water capital. Few people pass by here, so it is very safe. Marine may have retreated now, but even if we don't stay here, we can't leave the 7 waters before the ship is built. Cuomo responded while eating. The ship of the goblin pirates they were on has undoubtedly been destroyed by Marine. They could not leave this place without a boat. They can only leave when Tom has built the boat. But where are we going after the ship is built? Uchiha Madara asked as he opened a bottle of fine wine. New World, Cuomo said slowly. New World is the name of the sea area in the second half of the Grand Line, and New World is also the most dangerous sea area in the world. Because there are many pirates and the weather changes, the strength of the Sea Kings is also like a monster. Although the New World is full of dangers, that place is extremely rich in resources. It is the yearning place for countless pirates, and it is also the area where pirates dominate. New World has gathered almost the most vicious pirates in the whole world. 27 Crossing the Holy Land Mariajoy. Ask for flowers. Staying in the first half of the Grand Line is unavoidably boring, but if you want to go to the New World, which is full of danger, excitement and adventure. Where is New World? Hana Retsu wondered. He just came to this world, so he doesn't quite understand many things in this world. In simple terms, New World is a gathering place for the powerful. Cuomo responded simply. Is it a gathering place for strong men? Uchiha Madara raised the corners of her mouth slightly upon hearing this. Yes, there are countless powerful pirates there, much stronger than the opponents we have encountered now. Cuomo responded truthfully. How? Gojo Satoru asked a crucial question. New World is located in the second half of the Grand Line. It needs to cross the Red Line. If you want to go to New World, there are two ways. You can either pass through the Fishman Island below 10,000 meters, or pass through Mariajoy, the holy land of the world government. Cuomo carefully explained to them. Are there two ways? Which way will get to New World the quickest? Fastest from Mariajoy, the holy land. Then spend it in the holy land Mariajoy. Gojo Satoru said. However, it's risky to spend time from the holy land Mariajoy. Cuomo smiled, taking a sip of his fine wine. Risk? What risk? Mariajoy, the holy land, is the residence of celestial dragons. There are 5 elders, the supreme leader of the world government, and countless mysterious powerhouses there. Cuomo recalled the original book and explained to several people. 5 elders. Are they strong? Uchiha Madara asked with interest. Of course, if they are not strong, how can they become the top leaders of the world government? Cuomo responded slowly. The 5 elders, the supreme leader of the world government, stand at the top of the world in terms of status and power, and they only submit to one person, and that is I am. They manipulate the entire world government on the surface, but I am is their true leader in the dark. What is the strength of I am? Even the current original work has not revealed it. Even Cuomo is a little apprehensive about this guy because he doesn't even know if I am is a man or a woman. Then spend it from the holy land Mariajoy. Cuomo, I want to meet this group of strong people. Uchiha Madara said with a fearless smile on his face. Are you sure? Cuomo looked at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara nodded. Okay, let's challenge it. Cuomo responded. It's one thing whether you can beat it or not, but you can definitely run anyway. Advertisement. Coming to the world of pirates, it is a good thing to be able to witness the so-called residence of gods with light eyes. It seems that we will have a fierce battle soon. Hana Retsu said lightly. Although through Cuomo's description, she knows that the Holy Land Mariajoy is not a simple place, full of dangers, but she has long been used to life and death. How can you be afraid of a mere holy place, Mariajoy? It's not like that. If we're lucky, we'll have nothing to do. Of course, if we're unlucky, a battle is inevitable. Whether it's good or not, anyway, I feel that we are finally going to do something big when we come to this world. Wooho Woo stretched after eating a full meal, and said slowly. He is a ceiling figure in the magic world. Even though he came to this world with only 22% of his peak power, he is not afraid of anyone. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Kong and Sengoku, after news of Suru's failure to siege Cuomo in the Seven Waters came out. But it shocked the top management of the entire naval headquarters. Kong's strength, in the entire naval headquarters, they all have a common goal. His strength surpassed many marine vice admirals, but he was such a strong man that he couldn't beat Cuomo. Kong asked his superiors to get rid of Cuomo and others as soon as possible. Because Kong could sense that Cuomo's potential, once fully tapped, would grow into a formidable character. Because of this matter, the top management of the entire naval headquarters held a meeting for a pirate who offered a bounty of 110 million Baileys. In the conference room, a marine is telling everyone about Cuomo's deeds. Cuomo set sail in West Blue more than a month ago. The group destroyed the Ghost Pirates, defeated Garp, and then won the battle with Golden Lion, the top pirate group in West Blue. In the 7th Water City, I escaped safely in the face of the siege of Kong Rear Admiral and others. Now the muscles of Kong Rear Admiral's arm have been torn apart. After review, it was shattered by strange force. Marine soldiers reported the information seriously. After hearing the last news, many Marine executives were a little shocked. Shattered by strange force. Are you kidding me? A Marine executive asked in disbelief. Advertisement. How powerful Kong's armament hockey is, they all know each other. There are many high-level people here who have confronted Kong's armament hockey, and they know exactly how tough Kong's armament hockey is. In the fight between Kong and Cuomo, the muscles in the inner layer of the arm were shattered by Cuomo's strange force. Isn't this a joke? What kind of force can crack Kong's arm? This is the result of the joint diagnosis of many world-renowned doctors. There is no mistake, Marshal Marine said in a deep voice. This is too amazing. A senior executive of naval headquarters gasped. Even though he heard that the diagnosis was made by a world-renowned doctor, he still couldn't believe it. After all, this is too far-fetched. According to the information they got, Cuomo is very young now. At such a young age, he has the terrifying strength to shatter the muscles of Kong's arm. If this makes him grow up, the consequences will be disastrous. Although it is unbelievable, this is the fact before our eyes, and we have to believe it. Marshal Marine said with a helpless sigh. Such a strong man, we must kill him in the cradle as soon as possible. A Marine executive suggested. Cuomo's performance has now completely shocked them, and such a strong man must be dealt with quickly. Once such a man grows up, it will be a big trouble. Benya, go to the Seven Waters to search for Cuomo. Once you meet him, kill him immediately. Don't give him any chance to survive, Marshal Marine ordered. Blade Ya is the admiral of their naval headquarters, possesses terrifying strength, and is the facade of their naval headquarters. In order to kill Cuomo, Marshal Marine did not hesitate to dispatch Admiral, which is enough to prove his importance to Cuomo. Have you forgotten, Marshal? The task you gave me is to go to New World to hunt down rocks. Blade Ya said with his chin in his hands. 28 Cuomo's new bounty, ask for flowers. Rox is now a well-known vicious pirate in New World, with a high bounty and strong strength. Attacked the Marine base of New World many times, and even faced the high-level pursuit of the Marine forces, and left alone without injury. Hearing that Rox is planning to form his own pirate group, the top officials of the world government ordered that he must be eliminated quickly. And Saber is Admiral who was sent to New World to hunt down Rox, and he was going to go today. But because of an urgent meeting, I stayed and planned to leave after the meeting. Rox. As soon as Blade Ya mentioned it, Marshal Marine remembered this troublesome man. Rox made too many crazy moves in New World, even though he is only one player, his reputation in New World is not low. There are countless pirates who want to follow him. They got the news that Rox is going to form his own pirate group, once Rox is allowed to form a pirate group. Then New World will have another overlord level power, which is a situation that no one wants to see. So he must be dealt with as soon as possible. Rox is a much bigger threat than Cuomo now. Cuomo has not yet fully grown up, but Rox already has terrifying strength. A Marine executive frowned and said. They're more worried about the Rox than Cuomo. Because Rox is crazy, tyrannical, and likes to fight, he is a veritable vicious pirate. This era is destined to be different, a Marine executive said with a sigh. However, I believe that in this era, our Marine can still get through it safely and defeat all the pirates. A Marine executive said solemnly. So, should I kill Rox first, or Cuomo? Saber asked, lying leisurely on the chair with Erlang's legs crossed. He seemed to ignore the two of them at all, thinking that they were just ants that could be easily crushed to death. Kill Rox first, and the Cuomo matter can only be temporarily let go. Marshal Marine ordered. Although Cuomo is very dangerous, in Kong's view, Rox is more dangerous than Cuomo, and Rox should be solved first, and Cuomo can only be discussed later. Because the other two admirals of naval headquarters are hunting big pirates in New World, they can't spare troops. Although naval headquarters is full of masters, they almost all have their own tasks. To deal with Cuomo and others, they must dispatch admiral-level forces to suppress them. But admiral-level forces now have missions, so they can't hunt Cuomo. Don't worry, Marshal, I will kill Rox, and of course Cuomo will too. Saber said calmly. He is the younger Marine Admiral of Naval Headquarters, full of pride in his heart, and doesn't take any pirates seriously. Then wait for you to come back from New World before capturing Cuomo. Marshal Marine nodded. Okay, Saber agreed. Marshal's bounty for Cuomo, how do we define it? A senior executive suddenly asked. The bounty represents the degree of danger of a pirate, and now Cuomo's degree of danger in the minds of many Marine executives has been fully exhausted. 250 million Baileys. Marshal Marine said solemnly. Even Golden Lion, who has been in West Blue for several years, has only 210 million Baileys, and Cuomo has been out to sea for less than 2 months. The bounty amounted to 250 million Baileys. Advertisement. Such a huge bounty is enough to cause an uproar again. On the second day, Cuomo's brand new reward order appeared, and the news of Kong's defeat became known to more people, so Cuomo's reputation continued to increase. Ding, congratulations host, your reputation has increased by 20. Ding, congratulations host, your reputation has increased by 60. Ding, congratulations host, your reputation has increased by 100. The sound of the system continued to pass into Cuomo's ears, he stretched his waist, and then opened his own properties panel. Host. Cuomo. Summon. Gojo Satoru 22%, Uchiha Madara 21%, Unohana Retsu 20%. Reputation points. 11,000 10,000ths. Abilities. Armament Hockey 101,000ths, Observation Hockey 101,000ths, Conqueror's Hockey 31,000ths. Special abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style. Warehouse. None. The increase in the bounty and the ferment of the events in the 7 water capitals have increased Cuomo's reputation to 11,000. Can I redeem the Heavens and Worlds reward card again? Cuomo smiled. Ding, does host want to exchange the reputation points for the reward card X1 of the Heavens and Myriad Realms? Sure. Ding, congratulations to host, you have won the reward card X1 from the Heavens and Worlds. Do you want to use host? Sure. Cuomo chose to confirm without the slightest hesitation, and he didn't know what kind of reward he would get this time. Ding, congratulations to the successful use of host, activate the reward crit, get ability advancement card X2, and swordsmanship gift pack X2. Reward crit. Cuomo was slightly taken aback when he saw this prompt, it was the first time he had triggered this. The reward crit has a chance to be triggered, and when it is triggered, double rewards can be exploded. Is this the Emperor of Europe? Hearing the system's explanation, Cuomo smiled unconsciously. But what is an ability advancement card? This is the first time he has received such an award. Ability advancement card, which can improve the host's ability to a stage. The system's voice came into his mind and explained to him. Cuomo's ability is Conqueror's Haki, and the ability advancement card can directly advance Haki by one stage. This stuff seems pretty good, Cuomo murmured. Use. Please host to choose the usage quantity. 2. Advertisement. Ding, congratulations on the successful use of host, please choose an advanced ability. Armament Haki, 101 thousandths. Observation Haki, 101 thousandths. Conqueror's Haki, 101 thousandths. Cuomo rested his chin on his hand and looked at the Conqueror's Haki in front of him. He was thinking about the advanced one. If both are advanced to Armament Haki, then his Armament Haki must be able to reach a high level. At this time, his attack power and defense power will be greatly improved. For the advanced Observation Haki, he can almost predict the danger within a few seconds, which is only one step away from the Observation Haki who can predict the future on the second card. Advanced Conqueror's Haki, his Conqueror's Haki can even cause damage to surrounding objects. Conqueror's Haki reaches this level, he can ponder Conqueror's Winding. Facing Conqueror's Haki, he didn't know which ability to evolve. After much deliberation, Cuomo finally decided to advance Conqueror's Haki with 2 advanced cards, because he felt that Conqueror's Winding was the strongest. Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Ding, congratulations to the successful advancement of host, the Conqueror's Haki has been upgraded to 2 stages. Next, Cuomo set his sights on the swordplay package in the warehouse. Although he doesn't know swordsmanship, the rewards from the system are useless. Use. Ding, please choose the quantity to use. 2. Ding, congratulations on the successful use of host. The system panel popped up in front of him again. Host. Cuomo. Summon. Gojo Satoru 22%, Uchiha Madara 21%, Unohana Retsu 20%. Reputation points. 1020 thousandths. Abilities. Armament Haki, 101 thousandths. Observation Haki, 101 thousandths. Conqueror's Haki, 03 thousandths. Advanced Swordsmanship, 02 thousandths. Special abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style. Warehouse. None. Cuomo used 2 swordsmanship gift pack cards, and now his swordsmanship has reached advanced swordsmanship. Cuomo could clearly feel the changes in his body, and a new power poured into his body. Whether it's advancing 2 stages of Conquerors, or obtaining advanced swordsmanship, his momentum has become stronger. Chapter 29. The Pirates of 10,000 Realms set sail, Flowers asked. A few months passed in a flash. During this period, Cuomo and others have been living in the 7 waters, but there is no marine to arrest them because they cannot be found. They have also been training seriously in the past few months. Unohana Retsu, Uchiha Madara, Gojo Satoru, all 3 of them have mastered Conqueror's Haki in these few months. And the strength has improved a lot compared to a few months ago. Cuomo has also been seriously pondering Conqueror's Winding for several months. After several months of unremitting efforts, he finally mastered Conqueror's Winding. Wrapping the Conquerors around his fist, he can clearly feel that his strength has become much stronger. They can't wait to set sail for the new world, but the ship has never been built. During this period, Grand Line released a shocking news that the great pirate Akoku had escaped from prison, which caused quite a stir. And on this day, the world released a news that shocked the world. Admiral, the blade of the naval headquarters, sought out the rocks in the New World for months and then fought them. But the final result was not that Admiral won the victory. He was severely injured by rocks and even had an arm cut off. As soon as this news came out, the world immediately set off an uproar. Who is Marine Admiral? They are the highest combat power of naval headquarters, possessing extremely terrifying strength. It is the facade of naval headquarters, and no one who can sit in this position is a simple role. But it was such a strong man who went to New World to hunt down rocks. Not only was he unsuccessful, but he was severely injured and even had an arm cut off. This news made the world know once again how terrifying the strength of New World rocks is. 7 water capitals, a certain area. Cuomo, who was eating, also saw the newspaper in his hand. His pupils shrank and he said to himself, rocks. There are not many descriptions of rocks in the original book, but the description of his strength in the original book deeply impresses Cuomo. Rocks, ambition is not to become one piece, but to dominate the entire world, for which he has recruited countless powerful pirates. For example, the future 4 emperors in the original book, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, all 3 of them are the future Sea Emperors of the New World, with the highest status. The pirates on his ship include not only 4 emperors, but also many future famous pirates such as Golden Lion, Akoku, John, Silver Axe. Advertisement. These people will have great achievements in the future and have unlimited potential, but facing rocks in this period, they can only obediently become his crew. This is enough to prove how terrifying the rocks' strength is. Do you know him, Cuomo? Gojo Satoru asked curiously, seeing Cuomo staring at the rocks in the newspaper. I don't know, but he is very strong. Cuomo shook his head and said solemnly. It was the first time he had heard the name rocks in this world, wouldn't it be a bit strange to say that he knew it? Marine Admiral is no match, he is really strong. Uchiha Madara echoed. Uchiha Madara is a militant, and he also likes to seek information. He is very clear about Marine's military rank. Marine Admiral is known as the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, and they are known as the highest combat power, each with extraordinary means. But no one of this level is his opponent. Through this, Uchiha Madara knows that Rocks is very strong. He's in New World. It seems that when we get to New World, maybe we will fight him. Yunohana Retsu looked at the newspaper in his hand and took a sip of tea calmly. There is no friendship between pirates, and the meaning of pirates is to fight and plunder each other's resources. So she knew that when they got to New World, they had a good chance of going up against the Rocks. It is indeed known as the most dangerous sea area. When Uchiha Madara said this, there was no trace of fear on his face, and even the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I don't know when the ship will be built. Cuomo sat on a chair and threw the newspaper aside, sighing. He also wanted to see what New World was like quickly, and he wanted to feel the adventure of New World quickly. Bloom. Bloom. Suddenly, the phone bug on Cuomo's waist rang, which made him instantly refreshed. Because the only person with his phone bug number is Tom. Hello. Cuomo couldn't wait to get through the phone, and Worm was a little excited. The Cuomo ship has been built. Tom's voice came from the opposite side. He didn't talk nonsense, but went straight to the business. I see, I'll be there right away. Cuomo couldn't help but nodded when he heard this. Advertisement. After months of waiting, their boat is finally ready. Our ship has been built, and it's time to sail from the holy land of Mariajoy to the New World. Cuomo stood up and said with a smile. It's finally time to usher in an adventure. Gojo Satoru raised his hands excitedly and laughed. You guys are really full of energy. Yunohana Retsu narrowed her eyes and smiled. The few people didn't delay here, and quickly rushed to the shore of the seventh water capital. Tom had been waiting for them a long time on the shore in a huge ship. Do you think this boat is satisfactory to Cuomo? Tom asked, pointing to the big boat next to him. Hearing this, Cuomo looked at the big boat docked on the shore, looked it up carefully and said, not bad. This boat is the best boat I have built so far. Whether it is the hull or the rails, the construction materials of any part of the entire boat are all made of Adam's treasure tree, and Tom seriously the introduction of the ship for Cuomo. The reason why Tom can become a world-renowned shipwright is not only because of his superb skills. Another point is that no matter what kind of ship he builds, he has put his heart and soul into it. He also thought about setting sail to take risks in the outside world, but his strength is too weak, plus he is a murloc, it would be very dangerous to set sail. So every boat carries his hard work, since he can't enjoy wandering in the sea. Then let his boat swim in the sea. He believes that Cuomo has enough strength to sit on the boat he built and wander around the whole world. I see. Cuomo nodded after hearing Tom's introduction. I hope you can sail in every corner of the world on the boat I made. Tom whispered as he watched Cuomo board the boat. Myriad Worlds Pirates, set sail. Cuomo stood on the boat and shouted that during this year, they thought of a lot of names for the pirate group, and finally decided to use the name Wanji Pirates to represent their pirate group. Because the crew on his ship are all from the 10,000 realms. He retracted the anchor, then Gojo Satoru drove the boat, and everyone left the Seven Water City. 30 Whitebeard, John, and Silver Axe appear, ask for flowers. Next they are going to Sabayati Archipelago, because if they want to go to New World, they must first arrive at Sabayati Archipelago. Gojo Satoru is driving the boat, Yunohana Retsu is lying leisurely on the chair and reading the newspaper, Cuomo and Uchiha Madara are exercising their taijutsu. A few days passed. Gojo Satoru drove the boat, and they finally arrived at the shore of the Sabayati Archipelago. They docked the boat on the shore and landed on the island. Is this the Sabayati Archipelago? It looks pretty good. Gojo Satoru slightly removed his blindfold, looked at bubble floating in midair and said. The scenery of Sabayati Archipelago is absolutely top-notch in the first half of the Grand Line. The area of Sabayati Archipelago is very large, and the area division is also very clear, the number on the tree shall prevail. Numbers 1 to 29 are illegal areas such as human trafficking shops. Numbers 30 to 39 are amusement parks. Numbers 40 to 49 are sightseeing areas, selling souvenirs. Numbers 50 to 59 are shipyards with coding craftsmen. Numbers 60 to 69 are the entrance and exit areas of marine and government. Numbers 70 to 79 are hotel street and other places. They are currently in Area 40 of the Sabayati Archipelago, and they only need to go straight ahead to reach the elevator to the Holy Land Mariajoy. This is a great place to watch, but we don't have time to stay here to enjoy it. Cuomo reminded. The most important thing for them now is to cross from the Holy Land of Mariajoy to the New World. Let's go. Cuomo greeted the people behind him, and they walked straight towards the depths of the Area 40 of the Sabayati Archipelago. On the way, he heard some discussions of pirates. I heard that the staff of Jajuahai Auction found a supreme sharp knife on a certain merchant ship, and it is now preparing to auction it. The supreme sword. Is the news true? Another pirate asked in surprise. Of course it's true. The pirate patted his chest and said seriously. The supreme sword. Hearing this, Cuomo couldn't help but look back at the two of them. Advertisement. What's wrong, Cuomo? Gojo Satoru saw that Cuomo had stopped, turned around and asked. Maybe we can go somewhere else before we go to the Holy Land Mariajoy, Cuomo said. He just acquired advanced swordsmanship yesterday, and the supreme sword appeared in today's auction. Isn't this prepared for him? Where to? Uchiha Madara wondered. Auction, Cuomo responded slowly. With advanced swordsmanship, if he is equipped with a supreme sword, it will be more convenient. Although his black dragon form gave him a strong physical body and attack power, he felt that it was a good choice for him to develop in multiple directions. Cuomo was determined to go to the auction, but did not stay here, so he hurried to the auction to inquire about the news. I heard that this auction has attracted many Grand Line pirates, such as Whitebeard, John, Silver Axe, Charlotte Linlin and others, and they all want to get this knife. The pirate continued. Wait, Charlotte Linlin, she doesn't seem to use a knife. The pirate on the other side retorted. Idiot, even though she doesn't use a knife, doesn't she know the value of the supreme sword? There are only 12 supreme swords in the whole world. Even if she doesn't use a knife, she knows that it is valuable to collect. Then a pirate reminded. The value of the supreme sword is extremely precious, there are only 12 in the whole world, and many of them have been lost. So this highlights the preciousness of the supreme sharp knife. There are not a few great swordsmen in the world today, but how many of them have the supreme sword? On the other hand, Cuomo and others have inquired about good news and entered the Sabayati Archipelago's Godohai auction. When a few people first entered, the auction hadn't started yet, but the seats were already full. Cuomo picked a front row seat, then walked up to him and pulled the pirate up. The pirate was sitting comfortably in his seat waiting for the auction to start, when he was suddenly pulled up by Cuomo, with a natural expression of displeasure. He took out the small knife at his waist and said in a dark tone, "You want to court death?" Before he could speak, he broke out in a cold sweat. Because it was no one else standing in front of him. It is Cuomo who has a bounty of 250 million Baileys. His knife fell to the ground in fright, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, he swallowed, and looked at Cuomo nervously. From now on, we have requisitioned your position. Cuomo said flatly. Advertisement. Yes. The pirate didn't dare to say anything, and ran away scrambling. Gojo Satoru and the others also pulled away the people around them and sat in the front row. Not long after they sat up, a tall pirate came in at the end of the auction. The pirate standing at the back saw Whitebeard's arrival, broke out in a cold sweat, and retreated to the surroundings, not daring to approach him. At this time, Whitebeard was wearing a topless shirt and holding a big knife in his hand. He was not Kong Yunchi, but his shape was very similar to Kong Yunchi. Hey, Edward Newgate, is your goal also the supreme sword? Suddenly a voice came into his ears. Whitebeard turned his head and saw Silver Axe behind him. Silver Axe was wearing a suit of armor, with a huge axe on his shoulders, exuding a terrifying aura from his whole body. Similarly, when he arrived, the smell of blood came from the rear of the auction. Because of his armor, and the amount of bloodline on his great AXE, it's not hard to tell he's just killed someone. Silver Axe is a brutal, arrogant, vicious pirate, anyone who doesn't like it. He will kill it without hesitation. It's too close to Silver Axe, the smell on your body really disgusts me. Whitebeard walked aside in disgust. Edward Newgate, as a pirate, can't stand killing. I'm curious, how did you become a strong man? Silver Axe asked with a sneer. I'm a pirate, not a lunatic. Whitebeard said indifferently. It is understandable for Whitebeard that pirates do such things as killing and plundering, because pirates are such people. But what Silver Axe has done has surpassed Whitebeard's knowledge of pirates. Silver Axe kills people based entirely on his mood, whether he is in a bad mood, he will not let go of civilians, old, weak, sick and disabled, and even likes to torture his opponents. This makes Whitebeard full of disgust for Silver Axe, of course he will not attack Silver Axe because of it. It's just that I don't want to deal with such people. Pirates want to be free, so what about being a lunatic? What do you think of Edward Newgate? John walked slowly behind the two, drinking wine and laughing. Whitebeard glanced at him coldly, but didn't say M31. The four great pirates gather at the auction ask for flowers. Three great pirates. A pirate next to him couldn't help but backed up, watching them from afar. Whitebeard, John, and Silver Axe are the famous big pirates of the Grand Line, and they are powerful. Especially John and Silver Axe, these two can be called vicious pirates. They didn't dare to get too close to the two of them, for fear that the other party would dislike them and kill them directly. Are you going to grab the supreme sword from me, John? Silver Axe still didn't have any good looks for John, who was speaking for himself. John's arrival is doomed, and it will be more difficult to snatch the supreme sword this time. Aside from the supreme sharp knife, what else can attract me here? John gulped down a sip of wine and laughed. The supreme sword is mine. If you dare to snatch me, I will kill you. Silver Axe glanced at John and Whitebeard and said coldly. I'm not the scared Silver Axe, you'd better leave this kind of talk to other people. John said indifferently. Several people are also the top pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, who is afraid of whom? It seems that the news is correct, you are all here. Charlotte Linlin suddenly appeared behind several people and said with a strange smile. Although Charlotte Linlin is a woman, her strength and status are equal to Whitebeard and others. She was fostered in the Kingdom of Giants. Later, when she was 5 years old, she accidentally killed the giant hero Jorel the Waterfall Beard and was abandoned. After the nun disappeared, she met Longbread. Under the leadership of Longbread, Charlotte Linlin became a seafarer, thief. Damn it, why is there another one here? Silver Axe saw Charlotte Linlin also coming, and his complexion suddenly became more gloomy. He thought it would be smooth sailing to snatch the supreme sharp knife today, but seeing the other three, he knew it would not be smooth sailing. Whether it is Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin or John, the strength of the three of them is not inferior to him. You don't seem to welcome us, Silver Axe. Longbread walked leisurely from behind Charlotte Linlin. Longbread is not strong, but behind him is Charlotte Linlin. So Charlotte Linlin took Longbread as her family, even Silver Axe and others were unwilling to kill Longbread for no reason. Because they know that Charlotte Linlin is a crazy woman. You don't seem to know how to use a sword, so why do you want to grab the supreme sword? John wondered. Advertisement. You don't know how to use a sword, who told you? Charlotte Linlin cast a glance at him and asked. She doesn't use a sword, that's because there is no opponent worthy of her sword, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know how to use a sword. Huh, you can also use a sword. John was a little surprised. He had never heard that Charlotte Linlin could use a sword. Don't ask John too much about irrelevant things, Charlotte Linlin said lightly. Where's Shiki? Longbread suddenly asked. Golden Lion is a real master of swordsmanship. He only focuses on swordsmanship and has a high pursuit of swords. Why didn't a man like him appear at the auction today? I remember he was defeated by Cuomo. John responded with his chin in his hand. Has Shiki been defeated by a brat who has been hiding for months and dare not show his face? What a waste. Silver Axe couldn't help but sneer. Cuomo has been hiding in the Seven Waters since his battle with Kong. His news did not spread from Seven Waters, so people outside thought he was hiding. It is estimated that he suffered a lot of injuries in the battle with Kong. John said. Although Kong was a rear admiral, they, a group of big pirates, never dared to underestimate him. Because Akoku, a big pirate of the same level as them, was captured by Kong alone and put in prison. Although escaped now, but being able to defeat Akoku is enough to prove that Kong has terrible strength. And Cuomo was able to escape under the siege of Kong and others, and even traumatized Kong. He guessed that Cuomo and the others should have paid a heavy price. Shiki is just too weak to be called a great pirate. If I meet Cuomo, he will definitely die, Silver Axe said confidently with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. I hope that when you meet him, you dare to say such a thing. Whitebeard sneered with his arms folded on his chest. He didn't intend to speak for Cuomo, he just couldn't understand Silver Axe's words. Hey, Edward Newgate, what do you mean you want to fight? Silver Axe was a little annoyed when he heard Whitebeard's mocking words. He's talking about Cuomo, what about Whitebeard? Advertisement. If you want to fight, then do it. Whitebeard was also very angry at this time and pulled out the big knife behind his back, saying without any fear. The auction is about to begin. Charlotte Linlin interrupted suddenly. Once there is a fight between the two, the auction will be terminated, and no one will be able to get the supreme sword at that time. You're lucky, Edward Newgate. Silver Axe put the giant axe in his hand back on his shoulder and said coldly. He. Whitebeard put the machete behind his back, sneered a few times, and didn't continue to talk to Silver Axe. Since Whitebeard and others were talking in the last row, the auction was very noisy before it started. Therefore, Cuomo and others sitting in the front row did not hear the communication of Whitebeard and others. It's finally started. Cuomo rested his face on his hands and scanned the stage lightly. The host stood on the stage and shouted to introduce the auctioned items. The first product is Kuidao Wajo. This knife is about to enter the series of famous knives. It is very powerful. The starting price is 200,000 Baileys. The second item. The third item. Cuomo and others were almost falling asleep waiting in the audience, and finally waited for the finale of the supreme fast knife. Dang. A staff member walked up slowly holding the knife holder, and he put the knife holder on the table in front of the host. 32 Kong Yuncut with the supreme big knife, seeking flowers. A small modification will be made after chapter 31. The item I'm going to auction next, everyone must be very clear. The host held the microphone, and the moment the words fell, he directly lifted the red cloth covering the knife holder. This knife is Kong Yunchi, one of the world's only 11 swords with the highest sharpness, the host said a little excitedly. Sure enough, it is the supreme big knife. John, standing in the last row, could tell at a glance that the knife on the stage was the supreme sharp knife. Then it depends on who can get it. Silver Axe glanced at the three of them from the corner of his eye and said coldly. Linlin, if you have this knife, your strength can be improved a lot. Longbread glanced at the supreme sharp knife on the stage, and reminded Charlotte Linlin. This knife must belong to us. Charlotte Linlin greedily licked her lips, her eyes fixed on the supreme sharp knife on the stage. The starting price of Kong Yunchi's knife is 100 million Baileys. The host of the auction shouted while holding the microphone. The value of the supreme sharp knife is very precious, and he knows that he will be able to buy it at a good price today. Kong Yunchi. Hearing the introduction from the host on stage, Cuomo was slightly taken aback. He remembered that the knife seemed to be the weapon of Whitebeard, the future head of the four emperors. Cuomo, we don't seem to have any money. Gojo Satoru, who was sitting in the front row, whispered to Cuomo. It's okay. When someone pays the money later, let's grab the knife and the money. Cuomo lay on the chair and said slowly. Although the knife is Whitebeard's in the original book, that doesn't mean he can't intercept it. 200 million Baileys. A nobleman under the field offered a high price of 100 million Baileys. Just when someone wanted to continue asking for a price, a voice came out, directly shocking the audience. 1 billion Baileys. A nobleman held up a sign, and he lazily bid with the people around him, and directly offered a high price. 10 billion Baileys. Not to mention the audience, even the host on stage was shocked by the price. 1 billion Baileys. The host reacted and knocked on the table with a wooden hammer. The audience was silent, and many people were shocked by the high price offered by the nobleman. Twice 1 billion Baileys. The host tapped the wooden hammer again, tentatively confirming that no one around continued to bid. 3 times 1 billion Baileys. Congratulations, mister, for getting the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunch. The host shouted. 1 billion Baileys was not a small amount in the old days. Apart from celestial dragons, only famous nobles could give such a high price. Go and get my sword. My son is a swordsman. I will be very happy to give it to him as a gift. The noble said to the guards around him. He didn't buy the supreme knife for himself, but for his son. Advertisement. Yes, the guard said respectfully, and then walked up with a check for 1 billion. Bang bang. Suddenly, 2 gunshots came from the end of the auction. One shot hit the head of the noble guard, and the other shot hit the head of the host. Both died instantly. There was a panic at the auction, and no one thought that someone would dare to shoot and kill someone. Yes, it's the Great John the Pirate. When those people turned their heads and saw that it was the Great John the Pirate, their expressions were extremely frightened. They didn't dare to stay in this place for a long time. Countless spectators and nobles quickly fled from all directions. Damn it, who killed my bodyguard? The noble said angrily. He turned his head and saw Whitebeard, John, Charlotte Linlin, and Silver Axe. His face turned pale with fright, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He didn't dare to hold them accountable, and ran out in a hurry. Zeus. Charlotte Linlin directly summoned Thundercloud Zeus. I'm at Mom. A white cloud appeared in front of Charlotte Linlin, and she stepped on it and rushed towards the auction platform. Boom. John fired a shot at her, but Charlotte Linlin turned and covered armament hockey with her arm, easily parrying his attack. That knife is mine. Silver Axe held the giant axe tightly in both hands, charged up his legs and rushed directly to Charlotte Linlin's position. The silver axe was so fast that it was directly approaching Charlotte Linlin, who had to turn around and contend with his great axe. Boom. The auction exploded as Silver Axe struck Charlotte Linlin's arm. Strong air currents swept in all directions, and countless cracks appeared on the auction chairs. And those guards who wanted to get close to them were directly stunned by the air current. Bang bang bang. Silver Axe possessed terrifying brute force, his arms were bulging with veins, and he kept swinging his huge axe towards Charlotte Linlin. If you stop me like this, neither of us will get the supreme sword. Charlotte Linlin warned in a cold voice while defending. I will attack whoever gets close to the supreme sword. Silver Axe growled. Advertisement. The other side. Whitebeard and John remained where they were. When, suddenly John dropped a bomb on the ground and left quickly. Whitebeard spotted the bomb at this point, but it was too late to escape. Boom. This bomb was very powerful, even more powerful than the ship's shells, and it directly blew up the last part of the auction into ruins. The corner of John's mouth raised slightly, and he rushed directly to the stage. Silver Axe, who was fighting Charlotte Linlin in midair, saw John in the audience want to rush to the stage. Breaking free from the fight with Charlotte Linlin, he rushed straight to John. Boom. Silver Axe held the giant axe with both hands and slashed from top to bottom. When his axe hit the ground, a long and large rift suddenly appeared on the floor. And John escaped the attack narrowly and narrowly. Charlotte Linlin, who was in midair, saw the opportunity coming and rushed directly to her position on the stage. The supreme sword is mine now. Charlotte Linlin stepped on Baiyun Zeus, turned her head and smiled mockingly. Damn Charlotte Linlin. Seeing this scene, Silver Axe and John rushed directly to her position. But Charlotte Linlin is so close to the stage, they may not be able to prevent her from getting the ultimate sword. But at this moment, a man suddenly appeared, picked up the supreme sharp knife on the table, and picked up the check for 1 billion Baileys. 1 billion Baileys is not a small amount in this old era, and many things can be done with this money. Brat, you can't hold that knife. Give it to me. Charlotte Linlin's expression turned gloomy when she saw someone pick up the supreme sword. Really? Cuomo stuffed the 1 billion Bailey check into his pocket, held Wukong Yunchi, turned his head and smiled. 33 Cuomo versus Whitebeard, seeking flowers. Cuomo. Charlotte Linlin said with a little surprise, her pupils narrowed. He thought it was a small character and he could easily grab the knife, but it turned out to be Cuomo. Cuomo. John and Silver Axe, who were rushing to the auction table, also noticed Cuomo at this time. Although Cuomo has been sailing in West Blue for only half a year. But his bounty is as high as 250 million Baileys, which is enough to be compared with these big pirates. They thought Cuomo was still hiding somewhere, but they didn't expect him to show up. And in front of so many of them, he took away the supreme sharp knife. The Cuomo guy, Whitebeard, who was at the end of the auction, patted the dust off his body, holding a large knife in his hand, and also noticed Cuomo on the stage. When the bomb exploded just now, he dodged it, so he was not injured. When Shiki was defeated by Cuomo, he paid attention to Cuomo in the news, and now he finally met. Sure enough, it is as extraordinary as the news said. After all, Cuomo can get the supreme sharp knife in the hands of so many of them. Give me the knife, Cuomo, or don't blame me for being rude. Silver Axe held the giant axe in both hands and said indifferently. What are you thinking? How could this thing be given to you? Cuomo shrugged and refused. Then it seems that you want to die here. John drew his gun and pointed it at Cuomo and said coldly. Do you think you can deal with so many of us by yourself? Charlotte Linlin, who was standing in midair, asked with a strange smile. I'm not alone. Cuomo smiled calmly, falling with his words. Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, and Unohana Retsu sitting in the front row all stood up. It seems that the number of people is not enough. There are only 3 of them. Are the 4 of us bullying them too much? Wuho put his chin on his hand and thought seriously. He didn't see Whitebeard at the end of the auction. Isn't there another one over there? Uchiha Madara pointed to the nobleman who was unconscious on a chair not far away. Noble. Asterisk. What an arrogant crew, Silver Axe said with disdain. He knew these people were Cuomo's crew, but the captain was always strong on a ship. The crew is basically weak and the captain is a lot. Cuomo's strength and identity can be equal to them, but he doesn't think the strength and identity of these crew members can stand in front of them. My opponent is you. Uchiha Madara stared at Silver Axe and said with a slightly raised mouth. He could tell that Silver Axe was arrogant. Let's go together. Silver Axe pointed at Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, and Unohana Retsu, and said calmly. Advertisement. Are you sure you want to hit the 3 of us alone? Unohana Retsu asked in surprise. Are all the people in Pirate World so strong? How dare one person single out the 3 of them? Scared, Silver Axe sneered upon hearing this. He wants to take on the 3 of us, so let him do it. Uchiha Madara wrapped his arms around Haki and charged directly at Silver Axe. Looking for death. Seeing him rushing straight over, Silver Axe immediately showed disdain. He held the giant axe with both hands, and slashed from top to bottom, thinking that Uchiha Madara could be chopped to death with one axe. But the scene in the next second made Silver Axe a little sluggish. Because Uchiha Madara held his giant axe with one hand. How is it possible? Silver Axe's pupils shrank slightly. Boom. In the next second, his body flew out and hit the wall of the auction. Armament Haki just works. Gojo Satoru stood beside Uchiha Madara, looked at Haki on his fist and laughed. Unohana Retsu also rushed up quickly, pulled out the knife at his waist, and shot a terrifying sword aura towards Silver Axe's position. Shua. The sword energy directly tore through the wall of the auction, and a crack appeared in Silver Axe's armor. How could it be so strong? Silver Axe got up from the ground and stood up with a gloomy expression. He was rarely so embarrassed, and he never thought that Cuomo's crew could be so strong. It's too embarrassing, Silver Axe. John on the side couldn't help laughing. Shut up, Silver Axe said coldly. Looks like you've recruited a terrific crew, Cuomo. Charlotte Linlin, who was standing on Thundercloud Zeus, glanced at the embarrassed Silver Axe, then turned her gaze to Cuomo and said. Of course, their strength is much stronger than you imagined. Cuomo said calmly. Wuho Satoru and Uchiha Madara are both the ceiling of the original world, and Unohana Retsu can be regarded as the top powerhouse in Shinigami. Although they can only display 20% of their peak strength, their strength should not be underestimated. Kill Cuomo and his crew first, otherwise none of us will get the supreme sword. John watched Gojo Satoru and others vigilantly and suggested. Cuomo and his crew have a total of 4 people, and they also have 4 people on the pirate side. Only their band of pirates united can defeat Cuomo and his crew. If any 2 of the 4 pirates fight in a civil war, Cuomo and his crew can escape with the supreme sword. Although Charlotte Linlin and Silver Axe did not verbally agree, the 2 of them have stood on the opposite side of Cuomo, and the meaning is very clear. Advertisement. Let me be your opponent, Cuomo. Whitebeard walked slowly towards several people from not far away. He has some friendship with Golden Lion, and he was surprised that Golden Lion would be defeated. Now he wants to see what Cuomo's strength is. Is there another person? At this moment, Gojo Satoru noticed Whitebeard in the distance. As the battle inevitable, it just so happens that I haven't been active for a long time. Unohana Retsu opened her eyes slightly, and glanced at Charlotte Linlin who was in midair. They were the only women on the court, and Unohana Retsu could see that Charlotte Linlin was something special. Then I'll pick the armored one. Uchiha Madara pointed to Silver Axe and said calmly. It seems that you can only fight against me. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I will only torture you. John pulled out the knife in his waist, looked at Gojo Satoru, stretched out his tongue and licked his lips with a smirk road. Gojo Satoru looked at him calmly, with a contemptuous smile unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. Cuomo held Kong Yunch in his hand, although it was his first time holding a knife. But he has a particularly deep memory of the knife, as if he has practiced it thousands of times. The moment he held the sword, all the moves about advanced swordsmanship floated in his mind. The battle has begun. Cuomo directly held the knife and swung it forward, a terrifying sword aura tore through the ground at high speed and rushed towards Whitebeard. Well done. When Whitebeard saw the incoming sword chi, he showed no fear at the corner of his mouth with a smile, clenched the big knife with both hands and slashed towards the sword chi. The battle for the auction begins. Uchiha Madara vs. Silver Axe. Unohana Retsu vs. Charlotte Linlin. Gojo Satoru fights John. Cuomo vs. Whitebeard. Cuomo saw that his sword energy didn't hurt Whitebeard, but there was no surprise. But this knife feels really bad. Cuomo looked at Kong Yunch carefully and muttered. Kong Yun cut is very long, Cuomo always feels weird to hold. 34 Terrible Shock Fruit, ask for flowers. Although Whitebeard is young today, but his strength is still not to be underestimated, he quickly rushed towards Cuomo. Cuomo naturally rushed over without fear, holding Kong Yunchi with both hands and slashing at Whitebeard's knife. When the two men's weapons collided, and there was a sound of metal clashing, and the floor exploded under Whitebeard's feet. Dang dang dang. The weapons of the two men wrapped around armament hockey one after another, colliding with each other constantly, and the two also rushed into the auction house during the battle. There are a lot of treasured things here, and there are a few good knives, but both of them despise the knives here. You're not bad at swordsmanship, no wonder Shiki is in such a mess. Whitebeard said solemnly. He could see that Cuomo's swordsmanship was extraordinary, even higher than his proficiency. Knows a thing or two, Cuomo responded slowly, and then continued to attack Whitebeard. Shua. During the collision, Cuomo slashed at Whitebeard's shoulder. Cold sweat broke out on Whitebeard's forehead, narrowly dodging Cuomo's attack. If the sword just cut off, his arm would probably be cut off. Sure enough, your swordsmanship is stronger than mine, Whitebeard said with a serious expression. Although Whitebeard mainly practiced physical skills, he never left behind in the training of fencing. After he had 2 simple strokes with Cuomo, he realized that Cuomo's swordsmanship was superior to his. Cuomo held Kong Yunchi with both hands, his face was calm, and he didn't say anything. But, the knife doesn't seem to suit you very well, Cuomo. Whitebeard laughed. He could see that Cuomo looked a little awkward holding Kong Yunchi. It's really not very suitable for me, but, anyway, it's a great knife, just use it. Cuomo looked at Kong Yunchi again and shrugged in response. Why don't you give me the knife, Cuomo? Whitebeard was very optimistic about Kong Yunchi in Cuomo's hand. Because he likes to play big swords the most, and what he holds in his hand is a big sword. That's not okay, Cuomo declined. Although Kong Yunchi was a bit uncomfortable for him to use. But the value of this knife is extremely precious. After all, it is a supremely fast knife. How could it be possible to give it to someone else? Hearing this, Whitebeard didn't say much. I saw that the big knife in Whitebeard's hand was covered with a layer of white air mass, which was his devil fruit shock fruit. Crack. The veins in Whitebeard's arm bulged, and he slashed directly at Cuomo with the big knife in both hands. Cuomo looked calm in the face of the coming sword. A domineering force flowed from his body into Kong Yunchi. This is exactly the conqueror's coverage. The stronger the conquerors in the body, the stronger the power of the conqueror's coverage on the weapon. Boom. Cuomo's Kong Yunchi collided with Whitebeard's broadsword, and the surrounding space exploded directly, and countless cracks appeared. Advertisement. Those rifts then turned into impact, hitting Cuomo with devastating force. But Kong Yunchi in Cuomo's hand resisted all the impact and exploded with the same terrifying force. Boom. In an area with a radius of tens of meters, the ground was completely cracked, sand and stones were flying, and smoke was everywhere. The auction was directly reduced to ruins under the collision of the two's moves. The building above directly buried everyone. Many people watched outside the auction, and they were all shocked by the sight. They wondered who the hell was fighting to achieve this horrific scale of destruction. Your battle has affected us, B************ D. Edward Newgate. Silver Axe directly lifted the boulder above his head and shouted angrily. Whitebeard's fight with Cuomo directly destroyed the entire auction and buried everyone under it. It's the great pirate Silver Axe with a bounty of 200 million Baileys. Akoku appeared in everyone's sight, and the crowd couldn't help but take a few steps back. It's clear that they all know what kind of man Akoku is. Damn it, why can't I hit it? John also crawled out of the ruins, patted the dust on his body and said angrily. He found that the attack couldn't hit Gojo Satoru at all. It's John the pirate with a bounty of 190 million Baileys. Are there actually 2 big pirates here? The surrounding crowd asked in shock. I heard that this auction seems to be selling the supreme sharp knife, and all the nearby big pirates are attracted. Another citizen explained. Is this the strength of the 2 of you? Edward Newgate, Cuomo. Charlotte Linlin pushed the boulder above her head and glanced not far away. Gu Lala, can you block this trick, Cuomo? I really underestimated you. Whitebeard stood up from the ruins and laughed. He thought he could give Cuomo a hard time when using devil fruit. But I didn't expect Cuomo to explode with a force that was almost the same as his. The collision of 2 destructive forces directly shook the entire auction into ruins. Go on. Uchiha Madara stared at Silver Axe with deep eyes. This world is really not simple. There are people who even I can't cut off. Hana Retsu held a long knife in her hand and stared at Charlotte Linlin with a smile. Charlotte Linlin can definitely be called one of the most talented people in the world. He killed a giant hero at the age of 5. He was born with copper skin and iron bones. Even if he didn't train much, he only knew to eat snacks every day. But in the future, she still became one of the 4 emperors. All thanks to her terrifying talent. It seems that my clothes are not dirty. Wooho Woo glanced around, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. He has activated the no lower limit spell all the time, so the auction will be destroyed, and these stones can't touch him at all, so his clothes are not very dirty. Bounty 230 million Bailey Charlotte Linlin. Bounty 280 million Bailey Edward Newgate. Bounty 250 million Bailey Cuomo. Bounty 190 million Bailey Gojo Satoru. A bounty of 130 million Bailey Uchiha Madara is offered. These people are all big pirates from the Grand Line, they are all here. The surrounding people were completely shocked at this moment. In the auction, none of them were simple characters, and all of them were pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. However, there is also one that does not have a bounty, and that is Unohana Retsu. Although they haven't seen Unohana Retsu, they can feel the breath of a strong man in Unohana Retsu. Intuition told them that Unohana Retsu is also very difficult. Advertisement. So many strong people gathered together to let them know that this is not an ordinary battlefield, this is a battlefield where gods gather. These people did not dare to stay here for a long time, for fear of being affected by the attack, they fled the scene quickly. But after a while, there were only a few of them left on the scene. Everyone continued to fight. However, Uchiha Madara and others left this battlefield with a fight, and went to other areas. Shua, Cuomo slashed at Whitebeard, and the sword energy tore through the ground at high speed and rushed towards Whitebeard, who quickly dodged. In the next second, he felt something under his feet. He looked down and found a long wooden box. What's this? Whitebeard opened the long wooden box curiously, and found a beautiful top-quality blade inside. This is the supreme sharp knife. Whitebeard's pupils shrank. Although he didn't know the name of the knife. But when he held the knife, he could feel the aura conveyed by the knife. The Supreme Kue Dao is different from the Da Kue Dao in that the Supreme Kue Dao is the top blade in the world. Every supreme knife has an inexplicable charm. Anyone who is skilled in swordsmanship can feel the charm of the supreme sword, and Whitebeard can clearly feel the extraordinariness of the sword in his hand. This knife was also an auction knife, but this one didn't go to auction because they already found a buyer in New World. Before they could transfer, the auction was destroyed. I need to change after the fight, Cuomo said, patting the dust off his body. Cuomo. Whitebeard suddenly called Cuomo. Huh. Cuomo held Kong Yunch and looked at Whitebeard calmly. His face changed slightly in the next second, because he felt an inexplicable attraction on the knife in Whitebeard's hand. Would you like to change the knife? This knife is also the ultimate sharp knife, Whitebeard asked. Although the knife in his hand is also the supreme sharp knife, what he wants most is Kong Yunchi in Cuomo's hand. Because he felt that the big knife of Kong Yunchi was the most suitable knife for him. Seeing that Cuomo was silent, Whitebeard continued. If you don't believe me, you can observe it yourself. With that, Whitebeard threw the knife directly at Cuomo. Cuomo looked at Whitebeard with a weird look and asked, is that why you gave me the knife? I believe you are not the kind of person who will go back on his word. Besides, if you dare to take it for yourself, I will kill you and grab both knives. Whitebeard said calmly. Whitebeard has absolute confidence in his own strength, so he is not afraid of Cuomo's remorse. 35 Fierce battle, each Shokamui, seeking flowers. Are you so sure you can kill me? Cuomo's eyes fixed on Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't speak, but watched Cuomo calmly. And Cuomo stared at the knife thrown by Whitebeard. The more he looked at the knife, the more he liked it, as if it was tailor-made for him. What's the name of this knife? Cuomo asked. The name. Whitebeard looked at the long box again upon hearing this, and there were 2 words engraved inside the box. Shenyan. The knife's name should be Shenyan. Whitebeard replied truthfully. Godfall. Cuomo muttered. Here you are. He threw the Kong Yunchi in his hand to Whitebeard. He is not a person who likes to break his promise, and Kong Yunchi's knife is really difficult to use, and it is useless to hold it. Thank you, Cuomo. Whitebeard thanked Cuomo, taking the Kong Yunchi thrown by Cuomo. Just the moment he held the knife, Whitebeard felt an inexhaustible force all over his body. The knife fit him perfectly, it was tailor-made for him, and Whitebeard felt an indescribable sense of joy holding it. There's nothing to be thankful for. It's also a great knife, and I'm not at a loss if I change it. Cuomo said calmly. This knife is very suitable for me, so, thank you very much for giving me this knife. Whitebeard looked at Kong Yunchi in his hand and smiled unconsciously. He is very fond of Kong Yunchi. Even if he was given 2 supremely fast knives, he would not want to change this Kong Yunchi, so he felt that he made a profit by changing the knife this time. Little did he know that the knife he gave Cuomo was also very suitable for him. Forget the polite words, let's move on, Edward Newgate. Cuomo said lightly, holding the supreme sword. Of course, that's just what I want. Whitebeard said with a grin while holding Kong Yunchi in his hands. Shua. Cuomo held the blade with both hands, covered it with armor and conquerors, and swung it forward vigorously. The sword energy swung by the terrifying force tore through the ground at high speed, and rushed towards Whitebeard at an extremely fast speed. Whitebeard held Kong Yunchi, only feeling that there was endless power all over his body, and instead of dodging, he hit him. On the other side, Uchiha Madara and Silver Axe. The two had fought in the auction before, but now they have reached the square. Originally, there were still countless people playing here in the square, but after they came, the area with a radius of 100 meters became ruins. No one dared to stay around. Advertisement. Nice strange power. Silver Axe praised Uchiha Madara, holding the giant axe in both hands and looking at the front. He's always been known for his powers in Grand Line, but it's a bit of a surprise that Uchiha Madara's powers are on par with his. Uchiha Madara stood there expressionless, facing Silver Axe's praise, his heart was calm. You have monster-like strength, but you like to be inferior to others, which really confuses me. Silver Axe saw Uchiha Madara mockingly. He and Uchiha Madara only passed a few strokes, but he could feel it very clearly. Uchiha Madara's strength is not inferior to him. He really doesn't understand that with Uchiha Madara's strength, he can create a pirate group by himself, and it is very popular in the Grand Line. Why should he mix with Cuomo? You'll never understand, Uchiha Madara said indifferently. Cuomo gave him a new life, brought him to a new world, let him taste the fun of fighting again, so he is willing to follow Cuomo all the time. You're such a boring man. Silver Axe didn't have much to say to Uchiha Madara. Holding the giant axe in both hands, he rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara. Fire-style dust concealment technique. Watching the approaching Silver Axe, Uchiha Madara spit out a cloud of hot dust. After the dust hit the ground, it quickly spread around, and within a short time, it completely surrounded Silver Axe. I thought you were also a purely physical strongman, but now it seems that you are also a pathetic weakling who tries to gain strength by eating devil fruit. Silver Axe saw Uchiha Madara spit out high-temperature dust. They mistook Uchiha Madara for demon fruit power. And what he despises most is demon fruit power, because in his opinion, those who use devil fruit are a group of pathetic weaklings. It is a shameful act in his opinion to gain power from foreign objects. It seems, you are just a self-righteous and pathetic weakling. HMPH, mere gravel is not half as good as me. Uchiha Madara's faint voice came from the high-temperature dust. He. Silver Axe sneered. Boom. Suddenly Silver Axe felt a heavy blow to his back and turned around quickly. But there was no one behind. Or that he observation haki was hindered by dust and could not perceive Uchiha Madara. If it is normal high-temperature dust, he can feel Uchiha Madara. But this cloud of high-temperature dust was released by Uchiha Madara using chakra, so he has a certain restraint on his knowledge. Damn it, the temperature is getting higher and higher. Silver Axe looked around vigilantly, sweating all over his body. Just when he was guarding against Uchiha Madara's attack, Uchiha Madara had already left the high-temperature dust. Boom. Advertisement. Suddenly, the high-temperature dust ignited a flame, and the next moment, the high-temperature dust directly exploded. The extremely high-temperature power directly swallowed Silver Axe. On the other side, Unohana Retsu and Charlotte Linlin. Shua. Unohana Retsu held Zanpakuto in both hands, and shot a sword aura directly at Charlotte Linlin. When Charlotte Linlin's fist was covered with a layer of haki, which directly collided with the sword energy she shot. An explosive air flow swept across the four directions, and there was a slight violent sound in the space. Is it invalid? Unohana Retsu opened her eyes slightly and said calmly. This kind of attack can't hurt me. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips and smiled strangely. What Charlotte Linlin is most proud of is his defensive power. She has absolute confidence in her own defensive power. Unohana Retsu didn't speak. Zanpakuto was covered with a layer of haki, and rushed towards Charlotte Linlin. Boom. Charlotte Linlin threw a punch at her without fear, but the fist didn't hit Unohana Retsu. Instead, it hit the ground and made a big hole. Unohana Retsu jumped up and slashed down on her head, so close that Charlotte Linlin couldn't dodge. Shua. A slash struck Charlotte Linlin's head. Although it didn't directly cut her body in two, it also cut a small gap in her head. Charlotte Linlin covered her head in pain, and then she saw blood on her hand. D. After Charlotte Linlin saw the blood, she went into a state of berserk, and her whole body's aura changed dramatically. Charlotte Linlin's momentum became a gust of wind to Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu's long hair fluttered gently, but she remained calm and composed from the beginning to the end, as if she had no feelings at all. 2BD36 Whitebeard. You are really a monster, seeking flowers. Charlotte Linlin approached Unohana Retsu step by step with a ferocious face. Every time she took a step, there would be a footprint on the ground, followed by vibrations. Hato's 31 red cannons. Unohana Retsu looked at the approaching Charlotte Linlin, calmly using Hato's power. She chanted quickly, gathering a crimson fireball in her hands. She throws a crimson fireball at Charlotte Linlin, growing in size along the way. A crimson fireball the size of Charlotte Linlin formed. Boom! The crimson fireball collided with Charlotte Linlin, causing a big explosion and shaking the ground. On the other side, Gojo Satoru and John, bang bang bang. John took out two guns and kept pulling the trigger towards Gojo Satoru, but the bullets stayed in front of Gojo Satoru and could not get any closer. John's face froze, and then he took out a bomb from his waist, pulled out the insurance, and threw it directly at Gojo Satoru. Boom! The bomb exploded directly in front of Gojo Satoru, and the earth and rocks blasted by the shell rolled over the ground. Success! John said a little excitedly, but the next moment the smoke dissipated. Gojo Satoru appeared in his line of sight intact. Even Gojo Satoru's clothes were not stained with dust. Is it totally useless? John said solemnly. He found that no matter what kind of attack he used, he couldn't touch Gojo Satoru. That's right, it's completely useless, Wujo Wu said with a smile. His ability is indeed too buggy in this world. Currently, the only one who can crack his ability is the Crane of Naval Headquarters. John stared at Gojo Satoru, then took out a seed from his pocket. He threw the seeds on the ground under Wujo Wu, and the seeds shattered when they touched the ground. Then a plant grew rapidly on the ground and sprayed green smoke towards Gojo Satoru. Gojo Wu frowned slightly and stared at the green mist. Suddenly he felt a little dizzy, and hurriedly left the place. Poison? Gojo Satoru appeared not far away, staring at the cloud of green mist and said, Is it effective? John was a little surprised to see this scene. He just tried it casually, but he didn't expect it to be effective. He found this seed on a strange island in the Grand Line. Advertisement: as long as the seeds touch the ground, the seeds can quickly grow plants and attack. The function of this seed is to spew out toxins that make people want to sleep. The island that John went to was the same island where Usopp was shot by the bear in the original book. After seeing that the seed just now had an effect, John took out the seed from his pocket again, ready to throw it at Gojo Satoru. It's not that he doesn't use other weapons, but because other weapons have no effect on Gojo Satoru. Boom! Gojo Satoru suddenly teleported in front of him, covered Haki with his fist, and hit him hard in the abdomen. Gojo Satoru's speed was so fast that John had no time to react. His abdomen was severely injured, and the severe pain caused his back to bend, as if he was about to kneel on the ground. Shua! He suddenly pulled out the blade at his waist and slashed at Woojo Woo, but the weapon still couldn't touch Woojo Woo. Snapped! Gojo Satoru grabbed his neck and said calmly. The gap between you and me is infinite, Cuomo and Whitebeard. Cuomo's arms are covered with dragon scales, and Godfall is covered with armed colors and conquerors. At this time, Cuomo was full of terrifying aura. Feeling Cuomo's aura, even Whitebeard broke out in a cold sweat and watched him warily. Shua! Cuomo was so fast that he approached Whitebeard like an afterimage and hit a hard one. The veins in Whitebeard's arm popped out, and the force covering Haki and Devil Fruit also struck. Boom! The weapons collided, and the ground under their feet exploded instantly, and the ground level dropped several meters directly. Whitebeard's arms were trembling slightly at this moment. Cuomo's strength was too strong. He sank into the ground below his ankles. I thought that after getting Kong Yunki, I would be able to fight Cuomo evenly, but I didn't expect it. Since the dragon scale appeared on Cuomo's arm, he felt a little tired from fighting. Cuomo borrowed part of the power of the Black Dragon. Even if Whitebeard held Kong Yunki, it would be difficult to compete with him. Advertisement: the veins on Whitebeard's forehead popped out, and Cuomo was sent flying with all his strength. Call! Whitebeard jumped out of the pit, took a deep breath and eyed Cuomo warily. No wonder that D Shiki was defeated by you. You really are a monster, Cuomo. Whitebeard said with a serious face. Whitebeard is the top big pirate for the Grand Line and is called a monster by the world, but when he meets Cuomo, only then did he know what a real monster is. It is difficult for Kong Yunki, who holds his best hand, to compete. I haven't seen Shiki for several months. He should be training secretly to get revenge on me now. Cuomo spread his hands calmly and smiled. He defeated the Golden Lion a few months ago. There has been no news about Golden Lion from Grand Line for several months. There is no doubt that the Golden Lion must have taken a hit and is now seriously training to get revenge on Cuomo. Shiki is indeed very vindictive, but your strength is far superior to his. No matter how hard he trains, it will be difficult for him to catch up with your footsteps. Whitebeard sighed. Golden Lion is young now and has a lot of potential. But Cuomo is also young and has great potential. Unless something happens to Cuomo, it's hard for the Golden Lion to keep up with him. Shiki doesn't think so. He should be very confident in himself, Cuomo said with a smile. New world, an isolated island. Ah, Golden Lion sneezed. There was countless blood on his long knife, and there was also a mountain of beast corpses piled up in front of him. Countless beast corpses gathered together, and countless thick blood flowed out. Cuomo. Lousy will take revenge, Golden Lion yelled up to the sky. He was West Blue's top pirate captain, but was defeated by a fledgling pirate, Cuomo. The news also publicized the deeds of his defeat, which made him faceless and bound to take revenge. 37 Cuomo's black dragon form, seeking flowers. The battle in the Sabadi archipelago has been going on, and finally this war has attracted the attention of the world government. Holy Land Mariajoy highest hall. Here are 5 elders with supreme power, known to the world as the 5 elders. They gathered in the highest hall and were discussing something. According to the information received, Sabadi archipelago has a conflict with the Grand Line pirates. Cuomo, Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe, and a mysterious strongman. A total of 8 strongmen clashed in the Sabadi archipelago. One of the men in a black suit told the current situation report. What is it for? Asked the old man with the Madara marks on his head. It seems to be for a supremely sharp knife. The man in the black suit continued to ask. Is it the supreme sharp knife? An old man was slightly surprised. These old men are still very clear about the preciousness of the supreme sharp knife. Because among the 5 of them, only the old man with a bald head and glasses has a demon sword, Goosh, which belongs to the supreme sword. It's no wonder they clashed. The conflict between the big pirates this time caused many nobles living in the Sabadi archipelago to be in danger, and even a parading celestial dragons died. The man in the black suit continued to report. The Holy Land of Mariajoy is very close to the Sabadi archipelago, so those celestial dragons like to visit it. The battle involving Cuomo and others was more extensive, so several celestial dragons were shocked to death in the aftermath of the battle. Undoubtedly, when the men in black suits mentioned celestial dragons, their eyes twinkled and their faces were not very good looking. Are the celestial dragons dead too? Notify Naval Headquarters, let them send an admiral to Sabadi Archipelago quickly, and let the CPO organization go down. By the way, none of these people can leave Sabadi Archipelago alive, an old man said. Nobles die when they die, but celestial dragons die, and that's slapping their world government in the face. After killing all these people this time, the Grand Line will surely be at peace for a long time, another old man agreed. The big pirates in the Grand Line are basically scattered, and now they finally gathered together, and 5 elders will not let go of this opportunity. Although the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are much weaker than the big pirates in New World. But don't forget that they are still very young, and if they grow up, they will pose a slight threat to their world government. It would be better to take this opportunity to wipe them all out. Bloom. Bloom. The phone bug in the highest hall suddenly rang, and a 5 elders stepped forward to pick up the phone bug. Hey, Lord 5 elders, pirates have broken into the Holy Land of Mariajoy. A staff member of the World Affairs reported. Contact the CP0 organization to go. 5 elders ordered calmly upon hearing this. Advertisement, yes. The Shijung staff responded. What do these pirates think? Is it true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers? The old man hung up the phone and said calmly. Does anyone dare to cross the New World from the Holy Land Mariajoy? An old man asked unexpectedly. What a stupid fellow. They discussed briefly and then contacted naval headquarters for a trip to the Sabaody archipelago. After a long time Sabaody archipelago. Use the strongest form of your devil fruit, I want to experience it. Whitebeard stared at Cuomo whose arms were covered with dragon scales. He knows that Cuomo is zone devil fruit, so he wants to see the original form of Cuomo devil fruit with his own eyes. Are you sure? Cuomo said calmly. He obtained the black dragon form from the system half a year ago. But he has always fought with the power of the black dragon in the duel, and has never used the real body in the form of a black dragon. Even he didn't know how terrifying his power would be in black dragon form. Certainly. Whitebeard clasped Kong Yunki tightly with both hands, and although there was a bead of cold sweat on his forehead, there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. Cuomo didn't say much, his body was covered with dragon scales, but in an instant, he changed from a person to a huge black dragon. In the form of a black dragon, both his attack power and defense power have been greatly improved. He only felt that after the black dragon form, there was endless and inexhaustible power all over his body. But now he can't fully exert the power of Akunalogia in the original fairy tale. Only by improving his own strength can he gradually unlock the power of the black dragon form. If he was allowed to obtain the black dragon form and directly display the ability of Akunalogia at his peak, wouldn't he be invincible? Is this your real power, Cuomo? Whitebeard stared at the black dragon in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. The terrifying aura shocked even Whitebeard. A huge black dragon appeared, and it could be seen very clearly in an area of hundreds of meters. Is that Cuomo? Gojo Satoru raised his head and glanced at the black dragon covering the sky in the distance. Although Cuomo turned into a black dragon, Gojo Satoru could still feel Cuomo's breath. It seems that the battle on his side is about to end, Gojo Satoru said calmly with his hands in his pockets. Advertisement. He felt a frightening aura from the black dragon that even made his heart palpitate. Just by feeling this aura, Gojo Satoru knew how terrifying the power this black dragon possessed. He glanced back at John. At this time, John was lying on the ground and had been knocked out by him. Spellkang. In Gojo Satoru's hands, a group of energy fluctuations gathered, and he wanted to give John the final blow. John stood up suddenly and threw a large-scale smoke bomb towards the ground, and the smoke soon filled the surrounding area. Just when Gojo Satoru thought John was going to use some trick, he suddenly realized that the guy had escaped. It's really a low-level escape technique, boring, let's find a more interesting one. The other side, damn it, Silver Axe was half kneeling on the ground, the armor on his body was already torn, and his body suffered heavy injuries. Uchiha Madara was about to continue to attack the Silver Axe, when he suddenly felt a powerful aura, and when he looked up, he noticed the black dragon in the distance. Cuomo? Uchiha Madara looked towards the black dragon. Good opportunity. Seeing Uchiha Madara's distraction, Silver Axe quickly picked up the giant axe and tried to escape. Want to go? Uchiha Madara said coldly, and he was about to chase after him. Suddenly he felt a dangerous aura behind him. Boom. Uchiha Madara turned and punched the attacker from behind. The ground suddenly burst open. He saw a man with a mask standing in front of him. He is a member of the CP0 organization. Madara, Yunohana Retsu's voice came from not far away. Her battle is over. It is more appropriate to say that it is over than it has not started, because Charlotte Linlin's purpose is not to fight at all. Except for a fight in the front, she found that she couldn't win Yunohana Retsu, so she chose to close the battle later. 38 Black Dragon form 1 Blow Admiral, seeking flowers. Who is he? Yunohana Retsu approached Uchiha Madara and stared at the masked CP0 member with some doubts. Didn't she remember that Uchiha Madara's opponent wasn't one in armor? How to become a mask? Not sure. Uchiha Madara shook her head in response. He was chasing Silver Axe, but CP0 members suddenly attacked. You are called Uchiha Madara, right? A member of the Cuomo ship. The CP0 member said calmly. Are you? Uchiha Madara was slightly puzzled, thinking it was Cuomo's friend. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that none of you will leave Sabaody Archipelago today, the CP0 member said lightly. Uchiha Madara snorted a few times in disdain. So it's the enemy. Then let's do it quickly, Madara. Uchiha Madara nodded. Immediately, Yunohana Retsu also pulled out Zanpakuto and Uchiha Madara to deal with the CP0 members in front of him. The other side, Cuomo, who turned into a black dragon, was about to attack Whitebeard when suddenly many CP0 members came from all directions. Is it organized by CP0? Cuomo in black dragon form said to himself. According to the clothes of the people in front of him and the masks on them, Cuomo knew that the people in front of him were organized by CP0. People from the world government. Whitebeard looked heavy and was wary of the CP0 members around him. Black Dragon. These CP0 members looked at each other, not knowing who this Black Dragon was. They were seeing Cuomo for the first time, so they were not familiar with Cuomo's breath. Forget it, kill them together. The CP0 member threw away the newspaper in his hand, and then prepared to attack the two of them. Marine Admiral is here. Suddenly a pirate shouted from a distance. A lot of strong people have come, Cuomo said in a deep voice, staring into the distance. Not only the strongest shield CP0 organization of celestial dragons is here, but now even Marine Admiral is here. Stay here, maybe things are not good. In Cuomo's black dragon form, he spread his wings and flew high into the air. Almost half of the Sabaldi archipelago crowd could clearly see Cuomo. Black Dragon. Marine Admiral arrived at the island and was slightly taken aback when he saw the Black Dragon in the sky. Madara, Gojo Satoru, Huli, it's time to go, Cuomo Fei shouted in midair. Nearby the Sabaldi archipelago is the naval headquarters, above which lies the holy site of Mariajoy. Advertisement: if they continue to stay in the Sabaldi archipelago, the two sides will only increase their numbers endlessly, so they will retreat temporarily. Waiting for the storm to pass before they try to cross the holy land of Mariajoy, the timing is not good. Wujo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, and Unohana Retsu were all attacked by the CP0 organization. After hearing Cuomo's words, they quickly found a way to escape from the battlefield. It turned out to be Cuomo. Marine Admiral was sure that the Black Dragon was Cuomo after hearing what the Black Dragon said. Want to go? Do you think I'll give you a chance? Marine Admiral sneered, then used moonwalk to walk through the air. Want to fight Cuomo, the Black Dragon in the sky? Cuomo felt a strong breath, turned his head and noticed the Marine Admiral who was approaching him. Cuomo, stay here today, Marine Admiral yelled at him. Cuomo glanced at him and didn't say much nonsense. A group of black energy fluctuations gathered in his mouth, which is exactly the dark dragon slaying magic. As soon as the black energy fluctuates, the sky changes color, and the clouds are dense and extremely dark. Roar. He let out a loud roar, and black energy waves spit out from his mouth, hitting Marine Admiral. The terrifying force directly smashed Marine Admiral to the ground. Boom. There was a huge explosion in Sabaldi archipelago, setting off tens of feet of dust, and half of Sabaldi archipelago seemed to have an earthquake. I saw a giant crater in Area 40, and Marine Admiral stood in the center of the crater blankly, bleeding. Even Admiral. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard broke out in cold sweat and was frightened for a while. If this attack hits him, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. He couldn't help sighing now, but fortunately the CP0 members and Marine Admiral came at the critical moment. Otherwise Cuomo's attack will hit him. Thinking about it carefully, I really wanted to die, and I even took the initiative to let Cuomo use the strongest power. Now I think about it, he really escaped from death. Taking advantage of Cuomo attracting the attention of the entire Sabaldi archipelago, Whitebeard didn't dare to stay here for long, and fled here in a hurry. Cuomo. On the edge of the Sabaldi archipelago, Charlotte Linlin stood on Thundercloud Zeus, staring at the black dragon Cuomo soaring high in the sky with a heavy expression. This terrifying power can be felt even if she is far away. Mom. Thundercloud Zeus at her feet was also extremely frightened at this time, frightened by Cuomo's attack. Let's go. Charlotte Linlin was silent for a while, and left here riding Thundercloud Zeus. What she saw and heard today is unforgettable, and she only hopes to catch up in Cuomo's footsteps one day. Advertisement: what an astonishing blow. Uchiha Madara kept her eyes on Cuomo as she ran. Seeing that Uchiha Madara and others were already fleeing, Cuomo chose to leave without hesitation. Chasing. The leader of the CP0 organization said in a deep voice. Admiral. The marine soldier stood outside the pit of the Sabaldi archipelago, looking at Admiral in the pit with concern. Damn. Marine Admiral yelled angrily, but he didn't expect that Cuomo could traumatize himself with one blow. Chase, he yelled. It is unbearable for him to suffer such disgrace as Admiral today. Yes, the marine soldier quickly yelled in response. A few days later Cuomo escaped with Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, Unohana Retsu and others. Without exception, the other great pirates also escaped from the Sabaldi archipelago. What happened in Sabaldi archipelago can be said to have shocked the entire Grand Line. Whether it's Cuomo's crew victorious against the Grand Line's great pirate, or Cuomo's black dragon form wounding Marine Admiral. These are all blockbusters, completely attracting the attention of the entire Grand Line crowd and powerhouses. So far, the only rocks they've heard that can make Marine Admiral eat karma is New World's rocks. And Cuomo of the Grand Line. Although Cuomo didn't get too entangled with Marine Admiral, he just took a hit and quickly retreated. However, this is still the focus of discussion. Marine Admiral is a god-like existence in the eyes of ordinary people and those top pirates. Refer to New Era Luffy and others were killed by Marine Admiral Kizaru. After all, they are the highest battle strength of naval headquarters. And the news that Cuomo can hit Marine Admiral with one hit and get away with it gets out. It's impossible not to be shocked. 39-2 Admiral shots, Cuomo's treatment, seeking flowers. The Sabaldi archipelago battle can be said to have completely pushed Cuomo to the forefront. Because of the disgrace Marine Admiral has suffered, she has been frantically looking for Cuomo on the Grand Line these days. And Cuomo and others were also chased by strong men sent by the world government because they were suspected of killing celestial dragons. The sea is very unstable these days. Sanctuary Mariajoy, the highest sanctuary. 5 elders of the highest power have come together again for none other than Cuomo. Cuomo turned into a black dragon and wounded Marine Admiral, and escaped safely. The news has spread like crazy, the bald old man said with a serious expression. Cuomo's approach in Sabaody Archipelago can be said to have aroused the shock of countless powerful people in the Grand Line. No one would have thought that Cuomo, who has sailed in West Blue for less than half a year, now has the strength to traumatize Marine Admiral. You must know that Cuomo is very young now, but he has a combat power comparable to Admiral. If this makes him grow up, the consequences will be disastrous. According to the information he received, his members also repelled the big pirates from the Grand Line one by one, showing impressive combat prowess, another old man added. It would be fine if only Cuomo was strong, but what strikes 5 elders is that his crew is just as scary. No one knows what method Cuomo used to recruit these terrifying powerhouses. Send someone to watch on the Fishman Island. Their boat will definitely pass by the Fishman Island. Once encountered, they don't want to kill Cuomo, but also destroy his boat. Another 5 elders suggested. There are only 2 ways to go to the New World. One way is to cross from the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Another way is to cross from the Fishman Island. As for the first option, they don't consider that Cuomo will take the crew to spend from the Holy Land of Mariajoy, because in their opinion, it will just send them heads. So, Cuomo has only one option, and that is to take the crew past the Fishman Island. It works. Several other 5 elders agreed with the proposal. I hope that a rookie like Cuomo will be destroyed by the strong New World, so that we will have less burden. A 5 elders lay on the sofa, crossing his legs and said. This is the reason why their world government does not intervene too much in New World. Letting New World's vicious pirates fight each other is more efficient than letting Marines intervention. Advertisement, but sometimes when encountering some powerful people that can't be killed in the dangerous sea area of New World, the Marine will do it themselves. Like Rox. Rox is a well-known pirate in New World. He has terrible strength, but he has not yet formed a pirate group. But single-handedly, he crippled Marine Admiral's blade and even severed one of his arms. It is enough to prove how terrifying his strength is. I hope Cuomo, the kid, can meet the Rox, and one of them should be destroyed by then, if 5 elders expected. Then do you think when the 2 of them meet, who will be destroyed? Although Cuomo can hit Marine Admiral with 1 blow, he still hasn't played against Marine Admiral after all. His strength is unknown. However, what is certain is that his strength cannot reach the Admiral level, because he is too young. If he meets Rox in New World, Rox alone must be able to wipe out his entire pirate group. The old man with glasses and holding the demon sword Onitsu put forward his own opinion. Indeed, Cuomo is still young. Hope the 2 of them meet soon in New World. An old man looked forward to it, and he also thought that Cuomo would collide with Rox, and Cuomo would lose. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Many high-level Marines hold meetings at Naval Headquarters. The Sabaody Archipelago incident resulted in the death of 1 celestial dragons, and the great pirate Cuomo, Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe, Whitebeard, Uchiha Madara, Gojo Satoru and a mysterious strongman on Cuomo's ship all escaped. A Marine soldier held a military manuscript and told the audience about the incident. It's the damn Cuomo again, Kong said in a deep voice. He fought against the 7 Waters in Cuomo a few months ago, his muscles were torn by Cuomo's strange force, and now he is barely recovering. I heard you were hurt by him, Rogue, a Marine Admiral said, looking at Rogue. It was Marine Admiral that Rogue wanted to hunt down Cuomo in the Sabaody Archipelago. However, he was traumatized by Cuomo's black dragon form and escaped smoothly. I was careless, otherwise I would have killed him, Rogue said angrily with blue veins on his forehead. Advertisement think of him as a dignified Marine Admiral, who has been with New World for many years and fought with countless big pirates. He thought that the Sabaody Archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line, beating Cuomo and others were abusers, but he didn't expect to be directly traumatized because of his own carelessness. Now he has become the laughing stock of many people, it is impossible for him not to be angry. Cuomo's rise is too rapid. When he went to sea half a year ago, he had only Gojo Goji and 1 crew member, but now there are 3 people around him, and each of them is a person of extraordinary strength. Marshal Marine looked solemn, with his chin resting on his hands. Shen Sheng said. According to the news they got, Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, and Unohana Retsu, all 3 of them defeated the big pirate they were fighting with. Such achievements must be said to be terrifying. Although Cuomo's crew is small, each of them is as powerful as a dragon and a phoenix. He should be in the first half of the Grand Line right now. It happens that New World is relatively quiet during this time, so I'll go find him, a Marine Admiral said lightly. Even Rogue Admiral is losing out on Cuomo, and to be honest, he's interested in Cuomo, too. And Cuomo is not only strong alone, the crew around him also have the strength of the Grand Line pirates. Fighting against such a pirate group, he feels like a good choice. Then you go there. Marshal Marine nodded. It's true that New World is a lot quieter these days. After all, Rox, who is more lively, will not show up in a short time. Correspondingly, they also paid the price. Marshal Marine unconsciously set his sights on Blade Ya, and the price of chasing Rox was that he had a broken arm and was seriously injured. I'll go find Cuomo too, Saber Admiral said suddenly. Huh? Many Marine executives looked at him with some doubts, and they didn't expect him to say such a thing. 40 The new member Ji Guoyuan is on the top, asking for flowers. Isolate dangerous seeds as soon as possible, isn't this what our marine should do? Blade Ya said flatly. In fact, the main reason is that he had his arm cut off by rocks before, and he was severely injured. There was a cloud of anger in his heart that had no place to vent, so he might as well vent it on Cuomo. Okay. Marshal Marine nodded and didn't say anything more. This matter was settled like this, and the two Marine admirals went to hunt down Cuomo and others. It has to be said that only Cuomo can afford this kind of treatment. This time around the Sabaody Archipelago incident, Cuomo's actions had a huge impact, as the aftermath of his battle shook the Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons are world nobles with the highest status, and now they are killed by a pirate, which has an extremely bad impact on the world government. After the Sabaody Archipelago incident, Cuomo and others' bounties have also increased a lot. Cuomo 500 million, Gojo Satoru 300 million, Uchiha Madara 300 million, Unohana Retsu 200 million. Today, the top pirate in the Grand Line has a bounty of only about 300 million berries, while Cuomo's current reward is as high as 500 million berries. And the bounty offered by his crew has also reached a shocking amount. Especially for Unohana Retsu, the bounty is defined as 200 million Baileys as soon as he appears, which is more than Cuomo's initial 20 million Baileys. It's all because Unohana Retsu was on Cuomo's crew and defeated Charlotte Linlin, which resulted in such a high bounty. The bounty offered by Cuomo and others is enough to once again stir up the entire first half of the Grand Line. The next day, New World, a certain sea area. Whitebeard in the boat saw the new bounty on Cuomo. 500 million berries? Whitebeard's pupils shrank when he saw the reward order. Cuomo's previous reward was 250 million Baileys, but after the Sabaody Archipelago battle, Cuomo's reward has doubled. This level of bounty is indeed in line with your strength. Whitebeard took a deep breath, and his face gradually returned to calm. Cuomo's performance in Sabaody Archipelago is really amazing, transforming into a black dragon and hitting Marine Admiral with one blow. This kind of record, in the first half of the Grand Line, presumably no one can achieve it except Cuomo. Next, I will also enter New World. I hope we can meet Cuomo again in New World. Then my strength will become stronger, Whitebeard said with firm eyes. He admitted that Cuomo's black dragon form has cast a certain shadow on him, so now he is eager to become stronger. In addition to training, the most important thing to become stronger is fighting, and New World is known as the most chaotic sea area, with countless vicious pirates. He can have a good time in New World, an island in the New World. Charlotte Linlin and Long Bread also saw the newspaper published today and the reward order. Advertisement, even his crew's bounty has reached an astonishing 300 million Baileys? Long Bread asked slightly in shock. Why is this person unknown? But the bounty is 200 million Baileys. Long Bread set his sights on Unohana Retsu's bounty order. Since no one knows what Unohana Retsu's name is, there is only her photo and bounty, but not her name. Charlotte Linlin looked at Unohana Retsu's bounty and remained silent. She always thought she was extremely talented and powerful. But after meeting Unohana Retsu, she realized that someone's talent is not weaker than him and even stronger than her. Although I am very unconvinced in my heart, it is a fact. We need to go to the New World to make Long Bread, Charlotte Linlin said in a deep voice, looking at the sea. Isn't it too early to go now? Long Bread said, slightly startled when he heard the words. New World is the best place to practice. I have already spent enough time in this Grand Line with poor resources and weak strength. If I continue to stay here, my strength will not improve much, Charlotte Linlin said solemnly. Alright then. Long Bun didn't say much. The Grand Line is indeed safe, but it is too safe here, and there are not many powerful pirates. It's better to go to New World, because New World has countless powerful pirates, and only by fighting with the strong can you improve your strength faster. New World, an island. Cuomo and others drove the boat and escaped from the Sabaody Archipelago. Now the boat is docked on the coast, and several people are lying on chairs to rest. In the past few days, Cuomo's reputation has been increasing, but he did not exchange the reward cards of the heavens and worlds when the reputation is full. He wanted to know how much reputation this incident could add to him. Ding, congratulations host, you got 50 reputation points. Ding, congratulations host, you got 60 reputation points. Ding, congratulations host, you got 65 reputation points. The system's prompt sound appeared in his mind from time to time. After saving almost, Cuomo opened his properties panel. Host. Cuomo summon. Gojo Satoru, 30%. Uchiha Madara, 30%. Unohana Retsu, 28%. Reputation points. 52,000 20,000 abilities. Armament Hockey, 151,000. Observation Hockey, 151,000. Conqueror's Hockey, 33,000. Special abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style. Warehouse. None. Half a year ago, Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara's progress was only 22%. After half a year of training, plus this battle, their progress has reached 30%, and Unohana Retsu's has also improved to 28%. Advertisement. Cuomo had 1,000 prestige points left before, and now has 52,000 prestige points. He has gained 51,000 reputation points in this event. With so many prestige points, he is quite satisfied to be honest. Ding, does the host want to exchange his reputation points for reward card X1 from the heavens and myriad realms? Sure. Ding, congratulations to host, the exchange was successful, and I got the reward card X1 from the heavens and myriad realms. After redeeming a reward card from the heavens and worlds, he glanced at his reputation, and he currently has 32,000 reputation left. Now he can redeem it again, because the prestige value required for the exchange is exactly 30,000. Ding, does the host want to exchange his reputation points for reward card X1 from the heavens and myriad realms? Sure. Ding, congratulations to host, the exchange was successful, and I got the reward card X1 from the heavens and myriad realms. Now that Cuomo has 2 heavens and worlds bonus cards in his hand, this one could pop anything. Might even reward critical hits like last time. Does host want to use the reward card from the heavens and worlds? The system's voice came into Cuomo's ear and asked. Sure. Please select the quantity to use. 2. Ding, congratulations to host, you have obtained Sage Mode. This ability comes from the Hokage Ninja world. The system's prompt sound entered Cuomo's ears, causing his pupils to shrink. With Sage Mode, wouldn't he be able to use Wood Style through several thousand hands? When he got Wood Style, he hoped to have a Sage Mode, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. In the Hokage Ninja original, Senju Hashirama used the horror of Sage Art through several thousand hands that he still remembers to this day. Unexpectedly, one day, he could also master such a terrifying power. He took a deep breath, and with Sage Mode, he now has more confidence in crossing the holy land of Mariajoy. Ding, congratulations to the successful use of host, and obtained the world's successor fate from Ghost Slayer Blade. Jigyu Ueni, Cuomo whispered after hearing the system's notification tone. 41 ready to go to New World, seeking flowers. In the original work of Demon Slayer, Kebab, G. Kunichi is the creator and user of the breath of the sun, and he is born with the ability to use breathing methods and penetrate the world. His talent and accomplishments in swordsmanship are extremely high, and he is called a person who has been favored by God, by his elder brother, and because of this, he makes his elder brother who feels inferior to him feel jealous. His strength is extremely powerful. Simo spent his entire life, even at the expense of becoming an ugly ghost, he longed to surpass him. The swordsmith's ancestors used him as a prototype to create a battle doll, Uen0 style, and even transformed into 6 hands, he could not reproduce his sword skills. He is definitely an existence standing on the ceiling of the Ghost Slayer world, and no one can surpass him so far. When he recalled the incident of Taiji Guiwan, the sound of the system suddenly entered his mind. System prompt. Each world's peak combat power is different, so the starting unlock value will also be different. Close black lens bracket. The unlock value is different. Cuomo glanced at the panel, and as expected, Ji Guiwan's initial unlock value had reached 50%. Whether it is Uchiha Madara, Unohana Retsu, or Gojo Satoru, the initial combat power of the 3 of them is fixed at 20%. It turns out that the initial value will be defined and adjusted according to the situation of each world. Cuomo muttered. A group of white light particles appeared in front of him. The light particles gathered together and soon took the shape of a person. He saw a man with a high ponytail, long black hair with red accents, wearing sunflower paper earrings made by his mother, and a man with a dark red flame Madara pattern on his left forehead appeared in front of him. He is Ji Guoyueni. As this new world. As soon as Ji Guiwan came to this world, he took a deep breath, as if he was adapting to the atmosphere of this world. You're right, this is the new world. Gojo Satoru put his arm on his shoulder and smiled. You are. Ji Guiwan glanced at Wuho Wu next to him and asked doubtfully. He's from a different world, just like you, Cuomo explained. Are you from a different world like me? Ji Guiwan was slightly taken aback, then sighed. The world is so big, there are indeed many things beyond my imagination. Just get used to it. Gojo Satoru patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Anyone who comes to this world for the first time will be a little surprised, but they don't show it on the surface. Thank you, Cuomo. Ji Guiwan bowed slightly and thanked Cuomo. Thank me for what? Cuomo asked with some doubts when he was suddenly thanked by Ji Guiwan. Advertisement. It was you who pulled me back from the boundless world of darkness to this world of light. Thanks, I don't need that, Cuomo responded with a slight smile. With Ji Guoyueni, his group became stronger. Now there are 4 people in his group, including him, it is 5. Although there are few people, none of the people he summoned is a simple person. All of them have terrifying strength, and even some of them belong to ceiling-level combat power in the original work. This Sabayati Archipelago incident can be said to make Cuomo very satisfied, because he has gained a lot of reputation points. Not only the Sage Mode, but also a strong crew like Ji Guiwan. However, I feel that my strength is not as good as before. Ji Guiwan clenched his fist and said suddenly. This is a normal phenomenon. You can only exert 50% of your peak power at present. As time goes by and you fight, your blocked power will continue to be unblocked. Cuomo turned towards him explained. The reason why the system does not allow people who come to this world to be at their peak combat power at the beginning is that it is afraid of directly destroying the world. I see. Ji Guiwan nodded sensibly. The meal is ready. Unohana Retsu yelled from the kitchen. Gojo Satoru had been cooking before, but Gojo Satoru's main responsibility was to sail the boat, so the heavy responsibility of cooking fell on Unohana Retsu. I see. Cuomo and others went to the living room and began to eat. Where are we going next? Ji Guiwan asked while eating. We can't go to sea yet, we need to stay here for a while. Cuomo responded, opening a bottle of wine. Why? Ji Guiwan asked in confusion. He was new to this world, so he didn't understand what was going on. Now we are not only wanted by the Marine, but people from the world government are also searching for us. Now we will only be attacked for no reason. Cuomo explained, taking a sip of his wine. Now if they show up, they will only be pursued by the Marine and world government. This is of no benefit to them. Even if they kill each other, or defeat them, what does Cuomo gain? His only thought now is to cross the holy land of Mariajoy to reach the new world to start a new adventure. Instead of fighting against the world government and Marine without any benefit when being pushed to the forefront. Marine and world government, Ji Guiwan said to himself. Marine and world government are both ceiling level forces in this world, and their strength is very strong. Gojo Satoru explained while eating. Is it very strong? Upon hearing this key word, Ji Guiwan smiled unconsciously. Advertisement. In the world of Demon Slayer, Blade, he is the strongest, and no one has ever been his opponent. A master's life is always lonely, and he also longs to meet someone who can compete with him. Since he couldn't find it in the original world, he was reborn and came to this world. He believed that he could find it. Although I am very interested in the strong, isn't the world government the sealing power of this world? What are we going to do when we cross the world government? Although Ji Guiwan is warlike, he is not a brainless person, on the contrary he is very rational. Just now he has heard Gojo Satoru say that the world government is the sealing power of this world. Since it is a sealing force, there must be a lot of strong people inside. Cuomo must have had a reason for deciding to cross such a dangerous place, and he wanted to know what it was. Let Cuomo risk attacking world government. We cross the world government to go to the new world, where the strong gather. Uchiha Madara explained. A new world where strong people gather. It seems very good. Ji Guiwan smiled. When are we going to leave? Unohana Retsu asked. There's no rush, we'll wait until the storm passes. Cuomo said calmly. Cuomo thought the turmoil would pass in a few days, but unexpectedly, 2 Marine admirals were dispatched to find him on the Grand Line. For unnecessary trouble, he had to hide from the limelight. After all, fighting 2 Marine admirals would not do them any good. Because the new world is very peaceful, the 2 admirals have been staying at the Grand Line. They are chasing Cuomo and others while maintaining order in the first half of the Grand Line. Cuomo et al. Hide this. For a long time, there was turmoil in New World, so the 2 admirals also left Grand Line. I have to say that they are really patient. They spent so long looking for Cuomo in the first half of the Grand Line. Hearing at sea that the 2 admirals of Marine had left the first half of the Grand Line, Cuomo and others chose to set sail. Although they have been hiding for a while, Cuomo and their training have not fallen behind at all. 42 I'm just passing by, you go on, seeking flowers. Cuomo opened his own properties panel on the ship. Host. Cuomo. Summon. Gojo Satoru, 39%, Uchiha Madara, 40%, Unohana Retsu, 36%, Sukuni Enichi, 65%. Reputation points. 5,000 50,000. Abilities. Armament Hockey, 602,000. Observation Hockey, 702,000. Conqueror's Hockey, 703,000. Advanced Swordsmanship, 802,000. Special Abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style, Sage Mode. Warehouse. None. Over the past few years, Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, Unohana Retsu, and Ji Guiwan have all learned Conqueror's Hockey. And Cuomo's Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey both went up a notch. All in all, Cuomo is much stronger now than he was a year ago, as are Uchiha Madara and others. At present, Ji Guiwan has the highest progress, and Unohana Retsu has the lowest progress. When Ji Guiwan was summoned, his progress was 50%, but now it has reached 65%. Through this, Cuomo found that the strength of each person's peak period is different, and it will also affect the current progress. But he doesn't think about these now, what he thinks about now is going to the new world. It's time to sail across the holy land of Mariajoy. Cuomo said calmly while standing on the boat. Now the 2 admirals of naval headquarters are not in the first half of the Grand Line, but in New World. Therefore, they will not meet the so-called strong people during the journey, and it is time to step into the new world. Clatter. A newspaper pigeon flew across the sky and dropped several newspapers. Cuomo reached for several newspapers and opened them to read. Rocks form their own pirate group in Hachinosu. As soon as he opened the newspaper in his hand, Cuomo saw the headline in the newspaper. In the original book, Rocks formed his own pirate group in Hachinosu, and then started a brilliant life. Although in the end still did not dominate the world. There are famous pirates in New World, Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, John, Akoku, Silver Axe, etc. All the pirates have joined the Rocks pirate. Cuomo read the contents of the newspaper to himself. As early as after the Sabayati Archipelago battle, Whitebeard and others went to New World. After a long time of experience in New World, they are also considered to be well-known, so they are eligible to join Rocks pirate. Wait, why no Golden Lion? Cuomo scanned the newspaper again and found that the Golden Lion's name was not on it. According to the records in the original book, it seems that Golden Lion was also recruited by Rocks in Hachinosu. Why is it not reported in the news? Advertisement. It stands to reason that people like John Silver Axe have been reported, and Golden Lion should not have been reported. Has Rocks formed his own pirate team? Wuho Satoru and others also took over the newspapers that fell from the sky and said. They haven't met Rocks, but they've heard a lot about him. As pirates, when we arrive in New World, we are doomed to fight them. Hana Retsu said slowly while reading the newspaper. Who is Rocks? Ji Guiwan came over and asked curiously while looking at the newspaper that Gojo Satoru was holding in his hand. As soon as he came to this world, he began to hide with Cuomo to practice his swordsmanship and practice conqueror's haki. So there is still relatively little understanding of this world. Didn't know who Rocks was. Rocks are the famous pirates in New World. Cuomo simply explained. A strong one. Ji Guiwan also became interested in Rocks when he heard the words. Very strong. Cuomo nodded. Rocks' ambition is to dominate the world, but he recruits and manages his crew by means of violence. Just using force to convince people, this method is destined not to make people completely surrender. So this also caused his crew to have different ideas. If the crew had no different ideas, Rocks might not be able to dominate the world, because there are too many strong people on his ship. However, being able to manage many powerful pirates during this period has already highlighted his terrifying strength. Several people chatted briefly on the boat, Gojo Satoru drove the boat, and everyone started sailing. After a long time, their ship was sailing on the sea when they heard the sound of several shells. Cuomo, who was training on the ship, was also attracted by the sound of the shells, and several people looked up. First saw a marine battleship firing at a pirate floating in midair. Shiki, grab it, Garp shouted at the Golden Lion from the bow of the marine. Catch it without a fight. Are you kidding me, Garp? Golden Lion said coldly. The great pirates of your time have all gone to New World, are you staying on the Grand Line waiting for me to arrest you? Garp said with a smile, folded his hands on his chest. Just because you want to arrest me? Golden Lion responded disdainfully. The reason he didn't go to New World was because of Cuomo. Cuomo beat him when he was just a fledgling, which he regarded as a great shame. So for a long time, he was either training or looking for Cuomo. But Cuomo seemed to have disappeared and never appeared on the Grand Line. Advertisement. Because Cuomo didn't go to New World, Golden Lion has been staying at the Grand Line, just to meet Cuomo and get revenge. The reason why he didn't wait to go to New World to get revenge on Cuomo is because New World is too big. And the New World is messy, and it's not easy to find Cuomo. Bring me the shells. Garp looked calm, and then ordered someone to give him the shells. Yes, Colonel Garp, a Marine soldier said respectfully. After a long time, Garp's military rank in Marine has now reached the rank of colonel. Although he is a colonel, his reputation in naval headquarters is not low, and he has attracted the attention of many high-level officials. After a while, a group of Marine soldiers came over with a lot of shells. Garp grabbed the shells with one hand and threw them towards Golden Lion. Golden Lion is also true, using his sword to cut through the shells, or dodge the shells. Just as Garp was attacking the Golden Lion, a soldier suddenly reminded Garp. Captain Garp, there's a pirate ship over there. Garp turned his head slightly, and saw a huge ship sailing on the sea. Cuomo. Garp saw Cuomo lying on the rail at a glance. Since Cuomo is on this ship, that means this is Cuomo's pirate group. Cuomo. The Golden Lion, standing in midair, also noticed Cuomo. Huh, it's you. At this time, Cuomo also noticed the two. Jhaha. Has God finally favored me? Golden Lion laughed when he saw Cuomo. He has been shamed for a long time, and he always wants to find Cuomo to avenge and wash away the shame on himself. Now the hard work pays off, he finally met Cuomo. And Garp also stopped attacking Golden Lion at this time, but set his sharp eyes on Cuomo. When he lost to Cuomo in the West Blue battle, he was traumatized, and all the Marine soldiers on the ship were killed by Cuomo and others. He led Marine soldiers to encircle pirates before, and almost never let Marine soldiers die in battle. The battle with Cuomo killed all Marines except him, which caused a lot of damage to his heart. Since the battle with Cuomo, he began to train seriously and perform tasks seriously, just to become stronger and defeat Cuomo. I'm just passing by, you go ahead and don't disturb the elegance of the two of you. Cuomo said calmly. 43 Golden Lion. Be an individual. Ask for flowers. Golden Lion and Garp glanced at each other, as if some kind of agreement had been reached, then turned their gazes on Cuomo again. What, Garp, you're going to team up with Shiki to deal with me? Cuomo felt something was wrong when he saw the weird eyes of the two. It's impossible for me to join hands with the pirates, but I will definitely not let you go today. Garp said coldly with his hands folded in front of his chest. Cuomo's grudge, let's settle it today. Golden Lion sneered at Cuomo while holding two famous knives. Are you going to fight? When Ji Guiwan saw this posture, he was unambiguous, and directly took out the blade at his waist, ready to fight at any time. Isn't winning and losing a common thing? Why do you have so much hatred for me, Shiki? Cuomo responded with a helpless shrug. He just wiped out the crew of the Golden Lion pirates. Has the Golden Lion always missed him? He. Golden Lion sneered for a while. He was defeated by Cuomo back then and suffered a great humiliation. During those days, many pirates in the Grand Line were mocking him. Although Cuomo later showed even more terrifying strength, let the powerhouse of the Grand Line know that it is not that Golden Lion is too weak, but Cuomo is strong. No one is mocking the Golden Lion these days, but does the humiliation he suffers count? It's out of the question. Although no one talks about him now, Golden Lion can never forget the days when he suffered humiliation. Cuomo has to save face so he can feel better. Bring the boat over. Garp shouted to the marine soldiers behind him. It's not that he doesn't use cannonballs, but because he knows that cannonballs are useless at all. When I met Cuomo, it was a good time to check his training results this year. Yes. The Marines responded loudly, and sailed closer to Cuomo's boat. Shua. Golden Lion directly held two famous knives and slashed towards Cuomo's boat. Shua. As soon as Ji Guiwan grasped the blade in his hand and swung it towards the incoming sword energy, he also shot out a sword energy. Boom. When the two sword chi collided, the sea level exploded, and waves of several feet rose up. A new crew member. Golden Lion stared at Ji Guoyuan warily. He took a closer look and found that there were 5 people in Cuomo's boat. Although Cuomo has only 4 crew members, he can feel the terrifying momentum in these crew members. It was clear to him that none of these crew members had easy roles. Advertisement. Damn it, why can't I recruit such a powerful crew? Golden Lion couldn't help but said angrily. The crew he had recruited before was less than 1/10 his strength, but the crew Cuomo recruited. It seems that none of them are weaker than him. On the other side, Garp stood on the bow, behind Cuomo's boat, jumped up and landed directly on Cuomo's boat. But when he got on the boat, he felt something was wrong, and the aura of Cuomo and others made him flustered. I just set sail today and don't want to see blood, so let's get out of the way, and I don't want to join the battle between you and Shiki. Cuomo glanced at Garp indifferently and said indifferently. Winning over Garp, or over Golden Lion, does them no favors. Instead, it wasted their time. All they want now is to head to the Sabayati archipelago, across the holy land of Mariajoy to the New World. Do you think it's useful to talk to a marine Cuomo? Although Garp was a little flustered, he remained unusually calm on the surface. It's come, he can't retreat. If he runs away, where will his face be put? So you guys insist on having a fight? Cuomo questioned Garp and the midair Golden Lion with sharp eyes. Stared at by Cuomo's eyes, Golden Lion's body trembled slightly, but he immediately pretended to calm down. It is impossible for me to escape today. Golden Lion said solemnly. Then there is nothing to say. Woo-ho woo, Yueni, Madara, Wallai, you all pay attention to Golden Lion. As for Garp, let me try my skills. Follow you. Gojo Satoru and the others nodded. Golden Lion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Golden Lion heard Cuomo's words, he couldn't help swearing, why did Garp hit 1, and he wanted to hit 4. Looking at Gojo Satoru who was already floating in midair and attacked, Golden Lion could only bite the bullet. Losing is not terrible, because Cuomo is recognized as a strong player in the first half of the Grand Line. But if he runs away, he will become a laughingstock again, so even if he can't fight today, he will fight hard. Come on Garp, let me see if your strength has improved. Cuomo said lightly. Garp snorted coldly, took off the cloak of justice on his back, and rushed towards Cuomo without any hesitation. Boom. The fists of the two collided, and the whole ship began to shake unstoppably, while the sea level exploded directly, as if someone dropped a bomb in the sea. After Cuomo exchanged punches with Garp, the fist-covered hockey and charged at Garp again. Garp also showed no fear and hit him. Boom. Garp punched Cuomo in the face, and Cuomo punched Garp in the face. Advertisement. However, Cuomo only retreated a few meters, while Garp directly retreated more than 10 meters. This is the gap between the strength of the two. I haven't seen you for so long, are you still so weak Garp? Cuomo sneered. Stop being arrogant Cuomo, Garp said coldly. I can't tell the truth yet. Cuomo said helplessly. Shave. Garp's face was gloomy, and he appeared behind Cuomo directly using the shaved teleport. Boom. But how fast Cuomo reacted, turned around and punched Garp. Strong air currents blow in all directions, but Cuomo's boat is made of the hardest atom tree in the world. The attack by the pair did not damage the ship. The two fists clashed for several seconds, and Garp's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although he has been training for a long time, his strength is still a lot worse than Cuomo. Cuomo's arm was strong, and Garp was directly sent flying. Garp's figure flew back more than 10 meters, and then stabilized his figure. Cuomo pulled out the supreme sword Shenyan from his waist and rushed directly towards Garp. Shua. Cuomo held Shenyan in both hands and slashed at Garp. Paper arts. In the next second, Garp's body formed a paper-like state, dodging Cuomo's attack. Boom. After dodging Cuomo's attack, Garp hit Cuomo's chest with all his strength. One punch sent Cuomo back several meters. I take back what I just said, you have improved a little bit. Cuomo laughed. After Garp dodged the attack using paper arts, he punched him so fast that he didn't even have time to swing the knife. 44 No power to fight back, seeking flowers. Garp snorted without saying anything, and continued to call Cuomo. Cuomo inserted the godfall back into the scabbard, exuding a terrifying aura, and his arms were covered with a layer of conquerors. Boom. Cuomo's knowledge unfolded, first dodged Garp's attack, and then punched Garp hard in the chest. Garp's figure quickly flew backwards, and then slammed into the railing of the ship heavily. Ahem. Garp spit out a stream of blood from his mouth. The fist-covering conquerors did him some serious damage. It seems that during the time you disappeared, you also worked hard to cultivate. Garp wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and said in a heavy tone. He thought that his strength during this period of training was close to that of Cuomo. But I didn't expect Cuomo's strength to be much stronger than when we first met. It's not just you who can improve, Garp. Anyone can improve, and I improve much faster than you, so you can never catch up with my footsteps. Cuomo came out slowly soundtrack. He has the world's top talent bestowed by the system, plus the ability rewarded by the system. Therefore, in this world, there are almost no people who can surpass him in terms of strength. Is it really just like that? Garp said stubbornly with a cold face. Losing to Cuomo this time, he would only think that he didn't have enough training, so he didn't catch up with Cuomo. He covered hockey all over his body, charging his legs and charging towards Cuomo again. Bang bang bang. The fists of the two kept colliding, and Garp relied entirely on his own hardness to face Cuomo head-on. Although every time he collided with Cuomo's fist, his fist would cause severe pain, but Garp relied on tenacious perseverance to resist the severe pain and kept punching. If the boat under Cuomo's feet was not very strong, it would have been destroyed by the battle between the two. The ripples caused by the collision of the two fists vibrated in all directions, and the surrounding sea area continued to raise waves, forming waves and beating on the ship. Even though Garp's arm was covered with hockey, there was still a tiny crack on his arm, dripping blood. That's exactly what was blown apart by Cuomo's terrifying force, blood spraying with every Garp punch. Over time, several small wounds appeared on both of his arms, but even the arm muscles were shattered. Advertisement. Garp still didn't stop punching. Bang bang bang. The fists of the two collided constantly. Garp hit very hard, but Cuomo hit very easily. Boom. Cuomo hit Garp in the face lightly with his arm, sending him flying. You really are crazy, Garp. Cuomo couldn't help sighing, looking at the blood on the deck. Although he was in great pain, Garp still didn't stop punching. And at the risk of completely shattering his arm, he kept punching him. Isn't this crazy? I have been slack in training for more than a year, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat you today. Garp looked at his arm with many wounds. What he felt was not pain, but self-blame. He put all the responsibility for not being able to defeat Cuomo on the reason that he did not exercise rigorously enough. You still haven't noticed the gap between us, Cuomo said calmly. Go on. Garp raised his head and said firmly. Although Cuomo is strong, he will not run away today, because he is a Marine. I don't intend to continue playing with you. Cuomo slowly pulled out the Godfall, covering the sword with armament hockey and conquerors. Shen Yun seemed to be activated, exuding a terrifying aura. This aura merged with Cuomo's aura. At this time, Cuomo just stood here and made the legs and feet of ordinary people tremble. But Garp is no ordinary man, and even though he knows that Cuomo is dangerous now, he still has no intention of backing down. Shave. Using Marine 6 styles, Garp quickly appears behind Cuomo, his fists charged up for a punch. Cuomo's observation hockey, who had sensed his existence long ago, held Shenyun with both hands, and slashed down hard. Shua. Garp's shirt was cut off directly, and a long wound appeared on Garp's chest, which was continuously dripping blood. This sword is rich in conquerors and has a powerful stun power. If it was an ordinary person, he would have lost his will and lay down by now. Advertisement. But instead of lying down, Garp charged his fist and punched Cuomo in the face. Cuomo stepped back a few meters, while Garp collapsed on the ground. Can you still stand up? Cuomo put Shenyun back into the scabbard and asked calmly with his hands folded in front of his chest. Garp was gasping for breath now, covering the wound on his stomach. Cuomo stared at him, then looked up into the air. Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, Unohana Retsu, and Ji Kunyan fought the Golden Lion at high altitude. Gojo Satoru can use his own warlock to suspend in midair, while Uchiha Madara, Unohana Retsu, and Ji Guiwan cannot fly by themselves. So Unohana Retsu gives Shikai his own knife and transforms into a huge, flat, one-eyed monster, similar to a stingray. The size of the devil fish is very large, so Unohana Retsu, Uchiha Madara, and Ji Guiwan can all stand on it to achieve flight. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Uchiha Madara made a mudra with his hands and a huge wooden dragon appeared around his body. Yes, the summoned Uchiha Madara is the Uchiha Madara who has acquired wood style from Senju Hashirama. The wooden dragon has barbs on its body, 2 long and sharp fangs, and a terrifying aura all over its body. The wooden dragon was covered in hockey and rushed towards the golden lion. Damn it! Golden Lion's pupils shrank slightly in the face of the huge wooden dragon rushing suddenly. Slash wave. His figure stepped back, and then he held the 2 knives and slashed forward vigorously. The sword energy hit the wooden dragon, but it didn't cut the wooden dragon directly. The wooden dragon rushed straight over and directly hit the golden lion and vomited blood. 45 Test your limits, ask for flowers. Facing the siege of Uchiha Madara 4 people, Golden Lion can be said to have no temper at all. The dragon's head dance of the sun's breath picking up one-shaped sun halo. Ji Guiwan held the blade with both hands, and the blade was covered with the power of flames. Swish, swish, swish. He swung his sword continuously, and countless sword chi rushed towards Golden Lion like a fire dragon. Swish. Golden Lion backed up, swung his knife continuously and hit the sea level, and then a wave rose from the sea. Boom. The waves swept across, rushing towards the attacking fire dragon sword chi, and the low-temperature seawater instantly wiped out the power of the flame. The reason why Golden Lion does not use sword chi to fight is because Ji Guiwan's sword chi is composed entirely of flames. His sword energy can only cut off the fire dragon, but it can't stop the fire dragon's advance, unless he uses intensive slashing to cut off all the fire dragon. Otherwise, the fire dragon will rush to him and devour him. One hit 4, he had a huge pressure that he couldn't speak. Cuomo. Golden Lion took a deep breath and stared sullenly at Cuomo on the boat. Huh. Hearing the sound, Cuomo stood on the boat and looked over suspiciously. Let Garp fight with them, and I'll fight with you. Golden Lion said solemnly. Whatever he said today, he had to do 2 tricks with Cuomo, otherwise his long training would have been in vain. He got his revenge for fighting Cuomo, but he didn't even go to New World just for revenge. But now not only did he not play against Cuomo, he also had to face 4 strong players at the same time, which made him very unhappy. Garp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you kidding, Shiki? Do you think I can't do it? Garp stood up with difficulty, tearing off his clothes to bandage the wound and said stubbornly. You are not his opponent, Garp. Let me fight him, you go fight them. Golden Lion pointed at Uchiha Madara and others standing in the air and said. When he first saw Cuomo, he was full of anger, thinking that he finally had a chance to take revenge. But now he has been beaten out of temper by Uchiha Madara and others. Are you afraid of Shiki? Uchiha Madara stood on the back of the stingray and said flatly. He. Golden Lion sneered for a while. Advertisement. Cuomo's crew are all monsters, what would he use to fight for? Let's go together. Before I leave the Grand Line, I will let you have no regrets. Cuomo said calmly. He knew that Garp and Golden Lion had hatred for him, so he used hard power to subdue them. Of course, this is only one of the reasons, and the other reason is that he wants to see his current strength. Are you sure they won't interfere? Golden Lion asked, glancing at Uchiha Madara and then at Cuomo. No, Cuomo said calmly. Don't worry, if Cuomo doesn't let us intervene, we will definitely not intervene. Ji Guiwan said calmly as he sat on the devilfish's back, resting his face on his hands. Although Uchiha Madara and Unohana Retsu did not speak, they did not continue to exude a terrifying momentum, and they did not choose to attack the Golden Lion. Then come on. Golden Lion glanced at Uchiha Madara and the others, snorted coldly and rushed towards Cuomo with both knives in hand. Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. Holding 2 knives, Golden Lion exuded a terrifying aura. He kept swinging the blades and making countless golden slashes, attacking Cuomo's boat. Hey, Shiki, if you destroy the ship, I'll give you 5 against 1. As a reminder, a huge black wing grew out of Cuomo's back, floating directly in midair, resisting all the attacks of the Golden Lion with his body. Dang dang dang. The sword energy hit him, making the sound of metal colliding. If Golden Lion's countless sword chi hit ordinary people, they would have been dismembered for thousands of dollars by now. But Cuomo didn't have any wounds all over his body, because he was covered with dragon scales, and his defense was extremely terrifying. Seeing the scene in front of him, Golden Lion's expression froze, and he rushed straight to Cuomo. Cuomo also slashed at the Golden Lion with the God Fall in his hand. Boom. The blades of the two collided, and the sea level burst open immediately, and the waves shook directly into the sky. It took only seconds for the blades of the two to collide before Golden Lion was sent flying by Cuomo's force. Is this the strength, Shiki? Cuomo said indifferently. The Golden Lion, who flew upside down, grinned, as if the plot had succeeded. He waved his fingers slightly. In the next second, Cuomo's god fell directly towards his other arm. When? Advertisement. Although at the critical moment Cuomo used the dragon scale and armament hockey to block the blade's slash. But there was still a little blood coming from his arm. That's how sharp the supreme sword is, and his blade is covered in armor colors and conquerors after all. Even if it covered the dragon scale defense, it was still cut. Any object touched by my knife, as long as it is not a living thing, I can control it, and your knife is the same. Golden Lion smiled coldly. Although he felt a little regretful that he didn't cut off Cuomo's arm, he already had a strong sense of pride in hurting Cuomo. He flicked his fingers and tried to manipulate Cuomo's knife against himself. It's just that Cuomo held Shenyan tightly and was not under the control of Golden Lion. Don't you know, Shiki? The sword is for the Lord. Cuomo spread his palms and did not hold the handle of the knife, but at this time, no matter how Golden Lion manipulated it, the knife did not move a bit. Damn, can't you control it? Golden Lion's face changed slightly when he saw this scene. I thought that after controlling Cuomo's knife, Cuomo's power can be weakened, and his combination with Garp still has a chance of winning. But now his calculations have failed. Cuomo's knife is no longer under his control. I've healed Cuomo, Garp yelled as he bandaged the wound and adjusted himself a little. Cuomo glanced at it from the corner of his eye, but did not answer. Great disaster. Golden Lion yelled and shook his fingers when he heard the words. Boom. I saw that the high altitude suddenly became gloomy, and looking around, there was a mass of darkness covering the sky. What is this? Uchiha Madara and others also noticed the vision in the sky and stared up. It seems to be a building. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes are very insightful, and he observed carefully and said. Building. Hearing this, Unohana Retsu and Ji Guiwan were startled. Is this your ability too, Shiki? Cuomo looked up at the countless broken buildings in the sky and asked calmly. As I said, Cuomo, everything I touch can be manipulated by me, and I prepared this specially for you. Golden Lion smiled proudly. 46 Target Holy Land Mariajoy, seeking flowers. You are really a lunatic. Cuomo said in a deep voice. Tall buildings capped the sky and were soon over Cuomo's head. Cuomo's arms are covered with dragon scales, and with the power of the black dragon form, the sword is covered with armed colors and conquerors. Cuomo's arm became thinner in an instant after seeing the armed color and conqueror's haki covering the supreme knife god fall. Hey, you eat too much. The veins in Cuomo's arm bulged, and the armed color and conqueror's haki, which were overextracted by the gods, returned to Cuomo's body. His arm was also back to normal. There are only 12 supreme knives in the world, so each knife is made by the knife craftsman with his whole life. The swordsmith pours all his hard work into the knife, so it gives life to the knife in disguise. And Cuomo has mastered this godfall. Like Yanmo mastered by Zoro in the original book, he can devour host haki to gain power. But Cuomo's Shenyan is obviously stronger than Yanmo. Cuomo had a terrifying aura all over his body, holding a knife in both hands, and swung it vigorously towards the building above. Shua! A burst of sword energy tore through the sky and rushed to the sky, and countless buildings were directly cut in half. The sword energy did not disappear after cutting through the building, but went straight to the sky, shaking the high-altitude clouds. Both Garp and Golden Lion, who saw this scene, broke out in cold sweat. They could feel the terrifying power of this knife. It's an astonishing slash. Ji Guiwan sat on the back of the devilfish and saw Cuomo's attack, his face changed slightly. He is focused on practicing swordsmanship, so he can clearly feel how terrifying Cuomo's slash is. Cuomo trains his body and sword skills every day, so it's normal to become stronger. Yunohana Retsu said calmly. Cuomo himself has great strength, but he is not arrogant and has been training seriously. His efforts are worthy of this terrifying strength. However, the speed at which Cuomo's strength increases is indeed a bit pervert. Gojo Satoru smiled slightly. There are too many secrets buried in Cuomo, many of which I can't see through. Both his strength and his improvement speed are different from ordinary people, even above us, but it is precisely because of this that he is worthy of us. Admiration. Uchiha Madara said slowly and solemnly. Their loyalty to Cuomo is 100%, but now they also admire Cuomo. Cuomo has great strength, but he trains hard day after day, even more than them. Such a person makes them not admire. Swish, swish, swish. Cuomo swung his knife continuously, chopped the high-altitude building into pieces, and then fell into the sea. Is there any other moves, Shiki? Cuomo asked calmly as the black wings flickered behind him. Garp, come on. The Golden Lion yelled, setting his sights on Garp. Moonwalk. Garp uses moonwalk to step into the air, and Golden Lion also rushes towards Cuomo with two knives in hand. Advertisement. After a long time. Golden Lion and Garp sank into the bottom of the sea, and a large number of marine soldiers dived into the deep sea to salvage Garp and Golden Lion. Garp may not die, but not the Golden Lion, he is a demon fruit power after all. The battle lasted for a long time, and the combination of the two did create some trouble for Cuomo. But now it's all resolved. I've seen the answer I want, it's time to leave. Cuomo returned to the boat, and the wings behind him disappeared. Uchiha Madara and others also came to the boat from the back of the Stingray. Cuomo glanced at the soldiers on the marine battleship, and those soldiers were suddenly in a cold sweat, as if they were facing an enemy. But Cuomo doesn't have any idea about these marine soldiers, after all, they are too weak. Let's go, it's been a lot of time, it's time to go to New World. Cuomo ordered. They planned to go directly to the Sabayati archipelago and rush to New World when they sailed, but they encountered Garp and Golden Lion on the way, which delayed a little time. But it's not a big problem. It's not too late to sail now. Is it finally possible to go to the so-called New World where the strong gather? Uchiha Madara said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. As early as a year ago when he was in Sabayati archipelago, he wanted to go to New World. However, because they encountered a group of big pirates and were later hunted down by Marine Admiral, they had to hide and train seriously. After a year, their strength has improved a lot, and now it's time to cross the holy land of Mariajoy and reach the New World. Listen to you, there are 5 elders, right? Ji Guiwan asked suddenly. I heard from Cuomo, it seems to be so. Wuho Satoru replied. That's just right, we also have 5 people here, one person will deal with one. Ji Guiwan said with a grin. It's been a year since I came to this world, and I haven't met a strong player, and I didn't enjoy my fight with Golden Lion. Now go to the Holy Land Mariajoy to fight the 5 elders, the supreme leader of the world government, and he can also get a strong man. As Uchiha Madara said, it's finally time to play to your heart's content. Please, we're not here to fight, we're just going through that place, don't feel like you're trying to FK someone else. Cuomo said speechlessly. Yes, originally he said that he passed through the Holy Land of Mariajoy and arrived at the New World, and he said that he might encounter powerful enemies, the 5 elders. Good guy, it's completely changed by now. It sounds like they went to the Holy Land Mariajoy to do 5 elders. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed out loud. Our next adventure should be interesting. Yunohana Retsu, leaning on the rail of the boat, said suddenly. Advertisement. Maybe. Cuomo agreed with a smile. In this era, he can witness the Rocks, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, John, Akoku, Silver Axe, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, etc. in their prime. Being in the same era as this group, Cuomo was honestly excited too. Pirates of 10,000 Worlds, set sail. Cuomo yelled. Next they're off to New World. Dot 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 dot. Everyone set sail. Gojo Satoru drove the boat, and everyone soon arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. As soon as they landed on the island, they quickly sprinted towards the location of the Holy Land Mariajoy. They docked the boat on the shore. The reason why the ship is not taken to the holy place of Mariajoy is because if the ship is also brought up, it is easy to be destroyed by the battle. But they certainly won't abandon the ship. After all, this ship has been built for several months. The reason why he dared to leave the boat here was because of one of Gojo Satoru's spell abilities. It is compressed space. Wait until they get to the New World. Gojo Satoru can compress the space between New World and Sabayati Archipelago to form a black hole that can travel through, so as to bring the ship to New World. However, with his ability, there is no way to compress it in places he has never been to. That is to say, they cannot rush directly to New World. Many powerhouses noticed them on the way. They are Cuomo from the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. A sharp-eyed pirate notices Cuomo running ahead. Cuomo, the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. Is that the strong man who fought fiercely against the big pirate a year ago and wounded Marine Admiral? Another pirate looked surprised when he heard that, and quickly looked at the backs of Cuomo and the others. There's nothing wrong with it, it's them, they seem to be going in this direction, the Holy Land Mariajoy. A pirate said in surprise. What? The Holy Land Mariajoy? That is the territory of the world government. Another pirate said with a trembling tone, his pupils constricted violently. Could it be, they want to cross from the Holy Land of Mariajoy to the New World? A pirate boldly guessed. Does anyone really dare to do this? Another pirate said in a cold sweat. Open a leaflet for some data. The data is too bad, please ask for flowers, monthly tickets, etc. If you add updates, it will be updated 5 times a day. The number of words in each chapter is about 2,000. Of course, if the washing is smooth, 6 or 7 updates are also possible. Let's talk about the rules. Open a chapter and ask for some data. Ask for flowers and comments. Ask for flowers and comments. Everyone who thinks it looks good, you can support it, the author will update it quickly. Today, if the number of flowers exceeds 2,000 plus a new one, there will be no cap. If the evaluation votes exceed 300 plus one more, there is no cap. Add more than 500 collections, no cap. 10 monthly tickets plus one more, no cap. 3 rewards plus 1 update, no cap. 100 VIP is also a reward. In short, please ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and all support. Open a chapter and ask for some data. So far, the author has finally finished all the work, and finally can code with peace of mind. Starting from today, there will be 3 changes every day, and 5 changes every day if you add more changes. The number of words in each chapter is about 2,000. Of course, if the washing is smooth, 6 or 7 changes are also possible. Let's talk about the rules. Open a chapter and ask for some data. Ask for flowers and comments. Ask for flowers and comments. Everyone who thinks it looks good, you can support it, the author will update it quickly. Today, if the number of flowers exceeds 2,000 plus a new one, there will be no cap. If the evaluation votes exceed 300 plus one more, there is no cap. Add more than 500 collections, no cap. 10 monthly tickets plus one more, no cap. 3 rewards plus 1 update, no cap. 100 VIP is also a reward. In short, please ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and all support. Open a chapter and ask for some data. So far, the author has finally finished all the work, and finally can code with peace of mind. Starting from today, there will be 3 changes every day, and 5 changes every day if you add more changes. The number of words in each chapter is about 2,000. Of course, if the washing is smooth, 6 or 7 changes are also possible. Let's talk about the rules. Advertisement. Open a chapter and ask for some data. Ask for flowers and comments. Ask for flowers and comments. Everyone who thinks it looks good, you can support it, the author will update it quickly. Today, if the number of flowers exceeds 2,000 plus a new one, there will be no cap. If the evaluation votes exceed 300 plus one more, there is no cap. Add more than 500 collections, no cap. 10 monthly tickets plus one more, no cap. 3 rewards plus 1 update, no cap. 100 VIP is also a reward. In short, please ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and all support. Open a chapter and ask for some data. So far, the author has finally finished all the work, and finally can code with peace of mind. Starting from today, there will be 3 changes every day, and 5 changes every day if you add more changes. The number of words in each chapter is about 2,000. Of course, if the washing is smooth, 6 or 7 changes are also possible. Let's talk about the rules. Open a chapter and ask for some data. Ask for flowers and comments. Ask for flowers and comments. Everyone who thinks it looks good, you can support it, the author will update it quickly. 47 celestial dragons of Punchy, seeking flowers. Cuomo and others came all the way to the elevator. It's finally here, Cuomo said, looking overhead. The red line is so high that you can't see the side at a glance. At the top of the red line is Mariajoy, the holy land of the world government. That's where the highest ranking celestial dragons in the world live. They claim to be descendants of gods, but they're actually just a bunch of trash waiting to die. Their ancestors have left them with the best resources in the world. If every celestial dragons is trained hard, then this world will undoubtedly be firmly in the hands of celestial dragons. But it is a pity that the lofty status of the celestial dragons has led to their internal ideological corruption, and they do not train at all. Instead, they ate and waited to die every day, enjoying the glory and wealth of the world. It's not all celestial dragons' fault. After all, being a celestial dragons is such a treat. No matter where you go, almost no one dares to provoke. No matter what you want to do, no one dares to defy. Doing as they please is the hallmark of celestial dragons. They are like emperors. With this level of status and treatment, who is willing to work hard to train? If Cuomo also becomes celestial dragons, there is no system and no top talent. Like most celestial dragons, he may also eat and wait to die, enjoying the glory and wealth. But he is now doomed to be a waste like celestial dragons. Because God gave him the opportunity to travel, gave him the system, and even gave him the top talent. What he has to do is to make his name resound across the sea. Up above is the Holy Land Mariajoy. As long as we cross the Holy Land Mariajoy, we will be able to reach the new world, but we may encounter a crisis. Are you ready? Cuomo turned to look at the people behind him and asked. Ji Guiwan said indifferently, putting his hand on the handle of the knife unconsciously. This is not the first time we have encountered a crisis. Gojo Satoru said calmly with his hands folded on his chest. I would like to be active, otherwise. I feel like this trip was wasted. Uchiha Madara said calmly. You are still so energetic. Unohana Retsu slightly opened her eyes and chuckled. Hehehehe. Cuomo smiled slightly, but didn't say much. Let's go late. Ji Guiwan instructed. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara and others nodded. Black wings grew from his back, and he took the lead in flying towards the sky. Gojo Satoru, who can also fly, follows Cuomo closely. And Unohana Retsu formed his sword Shikai into a flat creature like a devilfish, and flew up with Uchiha Madara and others. At the top of the Holy Land Mariajoy, Cuomo and others have already set foot on this mysterious area. Looking around, the entire Holy Land of Mariajoy has carved beams and painted columns, with countless beautiful buildings. It must have cost countless manpower to build such a huge temple. Cuomo can imagine that in the early days of the construction of the Holy Land Mariajoy, countless civilians from the sea were caught here and forced to build the Holy Land Mariajoy. In the end, such a beautiful place with gorgeous carved beams and painted columns was created. A lot of civilian blood has been shed here. Hey, who are you? Why are you here? A celestial dragon suddenly came not far away. But strictly speaking, he didn't walk, because a huge human was riding under him. And there are several bodyguards of men in black on both sides of the pirate. It's just a pariah from the lower world, and you actually broke into the Holy Land of Mariajoy. The man in black stared at Cuomo and the others with unfriendly eyes and asked. Everyone stared at the man in black. If you want to talk about the untouchables in the lower world, don't you? Cuomo looked at the man in black and sneered. The men in black are not celestial dragons, but the bodyguards around celestial dragons, but they have followed celestial dragons for a long time. There is also the arrogance of celestial dragons that despises everything. But in the final analysis, he is actually what he said is a lowly pariah. Although I'm not a celestial dragons, I'm still a high-ranking nobleman. How could I be like you untouchables from the lower world? The man in black retorted. Cuomo, are they the powerhouses of the Holy Land Mariajoy? Ji Guiwan stared at the celestial dragons for a while, then asked with a slightly puzzled brow. Advertisement. No matter how he looked at it, the goofy celestial dragons with their bubble helmets didn't look like powerhouses. The strong ones. No, they're just a bunch of trash. Cuomo responded bluntly. How dare you scold me, a lower world pariah? Despise the sacred celestial dragons. Celestial dragons flew into a rage when they heard Cuomo's words. As the most noble race in the world, how could he bear it if a small lowly pariah dared to scold him? No wonder. I thought all the strongmen in the Holy Land of Mariajoy were so stupid. Ji Guiwan said with a smile. You bastards. I'm going to kill you. Take them all down. Celestial dragons pointed at the bodyguard of the man in black and shouted. Yes, Saint Chuckly. The man in black responded respectfully, and then took out the gun at his waist. Untouchables, I can only blame you for stepping into the Holy Land of Mariajoy and provoking Street. Chuckly. After loading the pistol, the man in black pointed the gun at Cuomo and others and said lightly. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to pull the trigger, Celestial Dragon suddenly spoke again. What's the matter, Master Chakri? Why do you want to prevent us from killing these people from the lower world? Hearing this, the man in black quickly put down his pistol, turned around and bent over and asked suspiciously. The woman standing behind them is quite pretty, just right to be my 16th wife. Chakri said slowly, pointing to Unohana Retsu. Chuckly Saint mean. The previous wife is tired of playing, and I can just throw it away. Don't hurt that woman, because I still want to marry her as my wife. If she gets hurt, you all die. Chuckly glanced at his side. The man in black ordered. Yes. The man in black nodded quickly in response. Hey, you guys, obediently dedicate that woman that street. Chakri valued, and I can give you a pleasure. A man in black pointed a gun at Cuomo and others and ordered in a cold voice. Do you think things like guns are useful to us? Gojo Satoru questioned as he glanced at the few people indifferently. This gun is enough to kill you. A man in black responded with a cold snort. 48 arrested news agency president seeking flowers. 48. Mere celestial dragons. Did you hear? He said that a gun can kill us. Cuomo couldn't help laughing out loud. Are you doubting what I said? Hurry up and bring that woman up. Another man in black scolded. Are you qualified to order us? Uchiha Madara said contemptuously, crossing her hands on her chest. To him, the celestial dragons and bodyguards in front of him are nothing more than clowns. If you want me to be your wife, you are not worthy. Hana Retsu said flatly while holding the sword. Have a personality, hurry up and snatch her here. Celestial Dragon smiled and ordered the man in black again. I'll say it one last time, bring that woman up, and I can give you a good time. If you don't hand it in again, Saint Chakri will make you slaves and your life will be worse than death. Another man in black echoed. However, Cuomo and others were indifferent, as if they were visiting a zoo, watching them with a playful smile on the corner of their mouths. At this time, Hana Retsu suddenly stepped forward and approached the man in black. That's right, obediently become the wife of Saint Chakri, and your friends won't be tortured. A man in black sees Hana Retsu approaching them, thinking she is ready to become the wife of the celestial dragons. It's okay to kill these people, right Cuomo? Hana Retsu turned to look at Cuomo and asked with a smile. As you please, kill whoever you want. Cuomo responded calmly with a shrug. Just because you are a weak woman, you want to kill us. The men in black said disdainfully. Although Hana Retsu holds a knife in his hand, they are not afraid at all. In their opinion, how strong can a woman be? They can become the bodyguards of the celestial dragons because of their powerful strength. You guys alone are not qualified to let me draw my sword. Hana Retsu approached several people step by step, and said in a calm tone. Don't make the last resistance, obediently become the wife of Saint Chakri. If you dare to mess around, don't blame us for shooting. Many men in black pointed their guns at Hana Retsu and warned in a cold voice. Bullets are useless to me. Hana Retsu held the handle of the knife and responded lightly. Put down the knife. The man in black frowned slightly, put his hand on the trigger and shouted loudly. Shua. A cold light flashed in the air, and the heads of several men in black flew up, forming a beautiful solitary line. Advertisement. Killing celestial dragons in one hit, Hana Retsu didn't even pull his knife out of its sheath. Celestial dragons was shocked when they saw this scene. He really didn't expect that Hana Retsu dared to shoot his bodyguard in the holy place Mariajoy. I heard from Cuomo that the celestial dragons are the descendants of the ancestors who created the world government 800 years ago. Are you sure they are worthy of this title? Hana Retsu said indifferently with his eyes slightly open, his eyes bursting with murderous intent. You dare to kill me. Do you know who I am? I am celestial dragons. The most noble race in the world, you a pariah dare to kill me. Celestial dragons suppressed the fear in their hearts and moved towards she yelled. You seem to have insufficient knowledge of yourself. Hana Retsu said calmly. Since they dared to choose to step into the Holy Land Mariajoy, they dared to cross the new world from the Holy Land Mariajoy. Are they afraid to kill a celestial dragons? This is the holy place Mariajoy. You can't kill me. Celestial dragons felt the killing intent blooming from Hana Retsu, and he was scared at this moment. There is no one I dare not kill. Slave. Kill her quickly. Kill her quickly. Celestial dragons patted the slave under him anxiously and shouted loudly. The slave under him had blank eyes, and after hearing the order, he rushed directly towards Hana Retsu. Shua. Another flash of cold light flashed, and the bodies of the slave and the celestial dragons were split in half, blood flowing horizontally. After doing all this, Hana Retsu and Cuomo did not stay in place, and quickly left here, rushing towards the new world on the other side of the Holy Land Mariajoy. The Holy Land Mariajoy, a conference room. Are you sure you still don't want to join forces with us? The leader of the world government said. Your world government is really despicable, only using some dirty methods. McQuinn sneered for a while. He is one of the giants of the New World News Agency, with many news studios under his banner, all over the world. World government has always wanted to cooperate with him, but he has always been rejected. This time, world government directly used force to arrest them in order to cooperate. I'll ask you again, do you want to cooperate with our world government? It's the same no matter how many times you ask, I will only publish real news, not edited news. He responded forcefully. Swish, swish, swish. Advertisement. After his words fell, the surrounding world government staff took out their pitch-black gun barrels and aimed at him. McQuinn saw this scene with a strand of cold sweat on his forehead. You must either agree to join forces with our world government today, or die here. The world affairs official said in a deep voice. If I die here, do you think my studio will let you go? They have a lot of black material about your world government. He responded calmly and forcefully. He once gave an order to his studio that as long as he is dead, he will keep releasing world government black material, which will affect them. We have money. If you don't agree, it doesn't mean that your studios don't agree. As long as there is enough money to lure them, do you think they will still obey the orders of a dead president? You guys. McQueen's forehead was covered with more dense cold sweat. Do you agree now? The world government official asked indifferently. Morquin looked up at the black barrel and was about to compromise. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise from outside, and their conference room shook for a while. What happened? These world government officials were taken aback. How could there be such a loud noise from the holy land of Mariajoy? Outside. There are pirates invading outside. A government worker rushed in to report. What? Pirates? These people were taken aback when they heard this. Boom. There was another loud noise, and they rushed out. Just hearing the noise, they knew that the pirates coming this time might not be easy. Pirate. McQuinn, the president of the news agency, asked with some doubts. He also didn't dare to imagine which pirate who is not afraid of death dared to break into the holy land Mariajoy and made such a big commotion. However, at this time, he scanned the surroundings, and there were not many people in the meeting room now, only a few miscellaneous soldiers were left pointing guns at him. He smiled slightly, dealt with everyone else and ran out. 49 furious five elders asking for flowers. In the center of the holy land of Mariajoy, great turmoil has occurred. Cuomo and others of the pirates of 10,000 realms are fighting with the masters of the world government. Because there was too much commotion, countless high-level world government officials came out to check. The other side. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Holy Land Mariajoy Highest Hall. The five elders were of course notified of the invasion of the holy place of Mariajoy. There are pirates invading, and now they have reached the center of the holy land Mariajoy. It doesn't seem like they are causing damage. They probably want to cross here to go to the new world. Bald five elders said calmly after hearing the report, taking a sip of tea. The current pirates really don't want to stop for a moment. Five elders, who had a scar on his head, leaned against the window and leaned on a cane, and said calmly. Is it because our world government's rule is not strong enough? These pirates are really brave enough to even want to cross from here to New World. A five elders said depressingly. Although he is not worried that some pirates can successfully cross the holy land of Mariajoy. But this kind of behavior is obviously provoking the majesty of the world government, and it also has an extremely large impact on the prestige of their world government. A new era is coming, and every new era has pirates who have climbed to the top of the Poseidon seat. In this era, they did not hesitate to take risks from the holy land Mariajoy for the sake of prestige, but they do not know that this method will only make them never return. One of the five elders looked out the window and spoke slowly. Do we need to make a move? No need, they will solve it soon. A five elders lay on the sofa and read the newspaper leisurely. Since they took office as five elders, some pirates tried to attract the attention of the world and crossed from the holy land of Mariajoy, but none of them succeeded. Similarly, this time they are not worried that the pirates will succeed. After a long time. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. But to be honest, the solution is a bit slow this time. A five elders, who was lying on the sofa and reading a newspaper, put the newspaper on the table and said. Isn't the pirate coming this time easy? Why hasn't it been resolved for so long? Another five elders also asked with doubts. They thought it was just a simple little pirate that could be solved quickly and easily, but the tea they put on the table was almost finished. Advertisement. Why is the battle outside still going on? Boom. There was another loud noise, and it was clearly heard by several five elders again. What the hell is the pirate group? Why did it take so long? A five elders couldn't help calling a world government official to ask for information. Boo. Boo. What kind of pirate group are you here? Five elders asked straightforwardly without talking nonsense after answering the phone. Yes, it's Cuomo's Pirates of 10,000 Realms. There was a roar from the opposite side, but the five elders could still hear the name Cuomo and Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Cuomo. The one who wounded Admiral and escaped in Sabayati Archipelago a year ago. Five elders asked slightly startled. Although they are in high positions, they are not lazy like other celestial dragons. They also pay attention to the newspapers and follow the footsteps of the times. So knowing Cuomo's 10,000 Realms pirates, I know more about their performance in Sabayati Archipelago. It's them. An affirmative answer came from the other party. How is the battle going? Five elders asked after a moment of silence. The situation is not very good. The world government official on the opposite side of the phone bug hesitated for a while, and responded truthfully. At first they also thought that it would be solved soon, but they never expected that Cuomo's Pirates of 10,000 Worlds would be so strong. After fighting for such a long time, none of the members of the 10,000 Realms pirates fell or were even injured. But their side has already suffered heavy losses, destroying many buildings in the Holy Land Mariajoy. Can't you deal with just a few pirates? Five elders said indifferently. The world government official was at a loss for words for a while, and didn't know how to answer. Where's the Marine guys? We got in touch, but it happened suddenly, and their main force couldn't arrive so quickly. Give you some more time, don't let me down. Five elders solemnly ordered after taking a deep breath. Yes, the world government official glanced at the battlefield, and then bit the bullet and responded. Although he knew they might not be able to defeat them alone, he had no choice but to agree now, because he would not dare to disobey the five elders' orders. They need a little time. Five elders hung up the phone and complained to several people around him. Advertisement. He doesn't want to do it himself now, because they are the supreme leaders of the world government. If they deal with a pirate by themselves, wouldn't they lose their status? I hope we don't have to wait too long. I don't want to hear the rumble when I'm sleeping. A five elders said in a deep voice. The one who came was the Myriad Realms pirates who made a splash in the Sabayati archipelago a year ago. This pirate group is not simple, and it is normal that it takes a long time to solve it. Five elders said slowly. I was worried that they would have some troubles in the future when they grow up, but I didn't expect them to come to your door on their own initiative. After one of the five elders heard that they were the 10,000 Worlds pirates, the original inner anger also dissipated a lot. The 10,000 Realms pirates is the latest pirate group on the Grand Line, captained by Cuomo. Cuomo's most dazzling performance was the Sabayati archipelago a year ago when he hit the traumatic Marine Admiral. To be honest, when they heard the news, they were also slightly surprised. No matter how you say it, Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of naval headquarters, but it is such a strong man who actually fell behind in the first battle with Cuomo. Although Cuomo didn't get too involved with Marine Admiral. But they also regarded Cuomo as a potential stock, and even sent CP0 strongmen to guard the Fishmen Island, just to attack Cuomo's ships. But there was no news of Cuomo for a year, and just when they were about to forget about him, Cuomo appeared in their holy place Mariajoy. Without them, I believe the future new world will be a little calmer. A five elders said calmly stroking his beard. Hope so. Several five elders sat peacefully on the sofa, or leaned against the window, drinking tea and reading newspapers, quietly waiting for the end of the battle. However, after a long time, the battle has not ended, which made several people feel a little bad. Why hasn't this damned pirate group been dealt with yet? A five elders frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. They have waited long enough, but why can they still hear roaring sound after burst in this highest hall? 55 elders. Here comes, Flowers asked. 55 elders vs Summoner. Do we need to take action for a small pirate group? A five elders asked with a slightly gloomy face after taking a sip of tea. They have the highest status and have not made a move for a long time. Is a pirate group going to force them to make a move today? We really raised a bunch of waste, and we can't even deal with a small pirate group. A five elders stroked his beard and said in a heavy tone. The Holy Land of Mariajoy is the headquarters of the world government. Don't they even have the strength to deal with the invasion of a pirate group? Is it because the people we raise are too weak, or is Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 worlds too strong? Let's not talk about other things. How can it take so long for the CP0 organization to deal with the Myriad Realms pirates? The CP0 organization is the powerhouse that their world government focuses on cultivating. They are also known as the Shield of Celestial Dragons, and their strength is not weak. He was a little puzzled. Could it be that the CP0 organization that their world government focused on cultivating could not even defeat a Myriad Realms pirates? Have you forgotten? The CP0 organization has gone out to perform tasks, and some people are still on the Fishmen Island. Another five elders reminded. As soon as he said this, the entire meeting room fell silent. A year ago, the Cuomo pirates of 10,000 worlds shined in the Sabayati archipelago, in order to block Cuomo, a new seedling, from going to New World. Also to prevent other big pirates from going to New World for development. So they sent some CP0 strongmen to guard the 7th water capital, ready to attack the passing pirates. Because time has passed, they have forgotten about Cuomo and the big pirate, and they also forgot to mobilize those CP0 organization powerhouses back. Forget it, I haven't been active for a long time. This time, I will teach this group of young brats a lesson, and we can't let them continue to destroy the Holy Land Mariajoy. It is very troublesome to build here. The ghost with the demon sword on his shoulder, the old man with eyes, said. It's okay, I haven't been active for a long time, and even I have forgotten how to fight. This time I will teach these pirates some lessons. Another five elders also stood up, loosened his tie and echoed. In the end, we still need to do it ourselves. After this battle is over, we need to strengthen training for this group of people. As officials of the world government, if we don't have the strength to stand alone, even the pirates can't stop us. Another five elders suggested. That's a good proposal. Let's implement it after killing Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 realms this time. A five elders agreed with the proposal. Let's go. Let me see the so-called new era, pirates. One five elders walked in the front, and the other five elders followed behind. They have the highest status, and now they have to do it themselves. Advertisement. On the other side, outside the Holy Land Mariajoy. It was already night time, the moon was high up and cast bright moonlight, but the moonlight only appeared for a moment before being swallowed by dark clouds. Looking around, the sky is densely packed with dark clouds, and there is not a few rays of light in sight. Boom. The high sky covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning from time to time, a scene of doomsday. At this time, Cuomo and others are at war with the powerhouses of the world government. It's all going on like this, so the so-called five elders haven't come out yet. Ji Guiwan stood on the ruins with a sword on his shoulder and said calmly. Although there were many opponents coming towards him like a wave, these people's strength was too weak for him to be interested at all. The only thing he thinks about now is what Cuomo said has the supreme power position, the five elders, the supreme leader of the world government. I said that our main purpose is not to fight, but to reach the new world, UNE. The number of strong men in the world government is extremely large. They don't know how long they have been fighting, but there are still countless strong men surrounding them and attacking them. They've fought for so long and caused so much destruction, there's no way the five elders don't know about it. As for why it's not showing up now, Cuomo has no idea. These weak people are useless except to consume my physical strength. Superior. A world government officer yelled, and countless strong men behind him rushed towards Cuomo and others. Suddenly, a terrifying aura centered on Ji Guoyuan and quickly spread to the surroundings. Ji Guoyuan is also a born king, so it is not surprising that he will conqueror's haki. The terrible air current swept all the surrounding strong men like a violent storm. Advertisement. Countless world government members felt the conqueror's haki emanating from Ji Guoyuan's body, their eyes turned white immediately, and they fell straight to the ground. However, many people were still standing there, but at this moment, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they stared at Ji Guoyuan and Cuomo standing in the ruins with fear. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and the bright light allowed the world government personnel to clearly see the faces of Cuomo and Ji Guoyuan. It also made them see clearly the countless strong men who fell around them. These fallen strong men are enough to pile up a hill. At this time, they were full of fear. Cuomo and Ji Guoyuan standing in front of them seemed not to be human beings, but two monsters with terrifying power. They couldn't understand anyway why such a terrible strongman came to their holy place Mariajoy. Here we come. Cuomo looked into the distance, and he felt a few people with a terrifying aura rushing towards him. In the Holy Land Mariajoy can have such a powerful atmosphere. And the ones they had fought for so long before they were willing to show up, there was no doubt that it was the five elders. Are you here? Ji Guoyuan's observation haki also felt the breath of the distance. Just by his breath, Ji Guoyuan knew that several terrifying strong men were coming. And Uchiha Madara landed on the ruins where Cuomo and others were standing, staring into the distance. Get ready to attack, there are strong men coming. Cuomo said solemnly. After so long, are they finally willing to show their faces? I thought we would reach the new world safely by crossing the holy land of Mariajoy this time. Hana Retsu also came to Cuomo's side and said calmly. The battle is inevitable, but I'm ready. Gojo Satoru took off his blindfold and said calmly with dark blue eyes. 51 Madara. Planetary devastation. Ask for flowers. In the darkness, the five old men were very agile, and soon they came not far from Cuomo and others. The five figures were faintly visible under the flickering thunder and lightning. Are you guys from the so-called Myriad Realms pirates? The bald old man asked coldly. It seems, you know us quite well. Cuomo said calmly. Little brats who don't know how to live or die, you are really brave enough to break into the Holy Land Mariajoy. The old man with the first-generation goosh on his shoulder said indifferently. Although there have been some daring pirates trying to break into the Holy Land of Mariajoy over the years, they have always been solved by the experts of the world government. But this time, the masters of the world government did not kill Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 worlds, and Marine couldn't feel it within a certain period of time. In the end, they had no choice. In order to suppress it as soon as possible and reduce the damage to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, they can only be forced to do it themselves. If being a pirate is submissive, then what's the point? Uchiha Madara crossed her hands in front of her chest, with a cold demeanor. What a bunch of arrogant brats, you will pay the price for what you did today. As far as the five elders could look, there were countless excellent buildings all around that had been destroyed and reduced to ruins. Casting these buildings is very time-consuming and labor-intensive, and consumes funds. When we stepped here, we had already thought about it. Ji Guoyuan replied calmly. Even though the aura of the old men in front of him was terrifying, there was no trace of fear on his face, and he was even eager to try. A bunch of teenage brats, you were still in your mother's womb when we ran the world government, sneered one of the five elders. In the end, you are just a bunch of old men. If I could live with you for so long, I would have ruled the world long ago. Cuomo sneered disapprovingly. Ignorant brat. They, the five elders, have a terrifyingly long lifespan, so they are naturally unhappy with Cuomo's evaluation of them. Whether you are qualified or not is up to you. Wu Ho Wu said coldly, scanning the four of them. It's been a long time, do you know what you are going to face? A five elders said arrogantly, stroking his long straight beard. They are in high positions, and it has been too long since anyone dared to speak boldly in front of them. The arrogance of Cuomo and others undoubtedly ignited their anger. Advertisement. You pirates, it is an honor for you to meet us, and it is your highest honor to die at my hands. A five elders said slowly. Arrogant brat, let me be your opponent. Five elders, who carried the demon sword on his shoulder, snorted coldly and stared at Cuomo gloomily. It turned out to be so, I will definitely give you a big gift when I come. Rinnegan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara quickly entered the Rinnegan state, his eyes turned lavender, surrounded by several silhouettes. Originally, advanced Rinnegan would always maintain the state of Rinnegan, but after being summoned here, he can switch freely. Uchiha Madara Rinnegan is opened after being defeated by Senju Hashirama due to many things that happened in that era. The two fought, and finally Senju Hashirama was slightly better, but at that time Uchiha Madara did not die, but tricked Senju Hashirama with ninjutsu. And bit off a piece of his flesh. He originally wanted to study to see if he could get stronger power, but his Rinnegan was turned on. Rinnegan is the most powerful pupil technique among the original Hokage ninjas, because it evolved from Sharingan. After opening Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara bloomed with a terrifying aura all over his body. Has it become stronger, brat? A five elders stared at Uchiha Madara with some surprise. He could clearly feel that Uchiha Madara's aura had changed in an instant, and it undoubtedly became stronger. Although they are newcomer pirates in the new era, their strength is not weak. Five elders watched Cuomo and others and reminded them aloud. As much as they don't want to admit it, they also feel very dangerous in Cuomo and others. Planetary devastation. Uchiha Madara yelled. Planetary devastation is one of Rinnegan's abilities, a ninjutsu that has ultimate control over gravity and can cause massive damage to the surrounding environment. Eye-openers who are not Rinnegan are those who do not have the power of Senju, and Uchiha will cause great damage to the user. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, a black ball slowly rose into the air, and then the ground under the feet of several people began to shake. I saw countless broken buildings rising into the air, gathering together with the black ball. Advertisement. What is this? Several five elders were a little surprised to see the countless surrounding buildings rising into the sky and converging with the black ball. They could clearly see that the lifted-off buildings converged into a sphere, exuding a frightening aura, as if they had the power to destroy the world. It's such pure power. Can a brat release such terrifying power? Five elders, who carried the demon sword on his shoulders, looked at the huge sphere above his head and broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Even if they watched from a distance, they could feel the terrifying aura of the planetary devastation. If this gigantic ball is completely assembled and smashed down, what terrible damage will it cause? They thought that the Wanji pirates were a pirate group that could be easily solved, but when they first arrived at the battlefield and saw Cuomo and others with their own eyes, they noticed the abnormality. The aura of Cuomo and others is extremely terrifying, and now Uchiha Madara has used such a terrifying move. Now the opinion of several five elders on Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 worlds has completely changed. The few pirates in front of me are not like the rookie pirates at all, but like monsters with terrifying strength gathered together. Boom. Countless broken buildings lifted into the air, making a huge roar, and the high-altitude sphere was constantly getting bigger. Stop him. One of the five elders yelled, his face darkening. They knew very well that once the huge high-altitude sphere fell, many areas of their holy land Mariajoy would be in ruins. So make sure to stop Uchiha Madara from releasing this ability now. Scary brat. One of the five elders took a deep breath, fists covered in rich armament haki, eyes fixed on Uchiha Madara. Top armament haki of 52 five elders seeking first order. Although the 10,000 Realms pirates and others are just an unremarkable pirate group in the Grand Line, five elders does not underestimate them now. Uchiha Madara was able to erupt with such terrifying power that they were all slightly shocked. But that's not the worst part. The scariest thing is that Uchiha Madara, who can wield such terrifying power, is not the captain of the 10,000 Worlds pirates. The handsome and unremarkable Cuomo in front of him is the captain of the 10,000 Realms pirates. For any ship on the sea, the captain is basically more powerful than the crew, and no matter how inferior the captain is, he must have the combat power of the crew. Now that Uchiha Madara can unleash such a powerful force, they know Cuomo must be able to unleash it too. Even the power released will be stronger than Uchiha Madara. This made them have to value this myriad realms, pirates with only 5 members. Let me see if I can cut off this giant ball. One of the 5 elders held the demon sword Onitsu in his hand, covered armament haki, and wand slashed upwards. Quote. A scarlet slash flew across the sky, carrying terrifying power and rushing towards the huge stone ball high in the sky. Swish. Cuomo held Shenyan and slashed towards the sky, but the position he slashed was not the stone ball, but the sword energy of 5 elders. Boom. The two sword chi collided together, and there was a huge roaring sound directly in the midair, setting off a storm-like air current. Can you resist my sword energy? You are indeed the captain of the pirates of the 10,000 worlds. 5 elders, who was holding the demon sword Onitsu, was slightly taken aback, and then praised. He is a great swordsman with superb swordsmanship, although he hasn't fought for a long time. But he can still deliver terrible slashes with his sword. He was a little surprised that Cuomo's sword energy could cancel out his sword energy. You also said, let me be your opponent, how can you attack other places? Cuomo said calmly with a knife on his shoulder, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The falling of the stone ball above cannot be stopped, but it cannot continue to expand, so get rid of this kid first. The old man with a scar on his head stared at Uchiha Madara and said. The next second, he covered haki with his fist and rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara. Boom. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara covered haki on his arm and swung his fist to collide with the old man's fist. The ground exploded in an instant, and the horizon of an area with a radius of more than 10 meters directly sank by 1 meter. And the horizon between the two of them directly dropped several meters. It's been a long time since I met a guy who can compete with me with brute force. Besides, he's still a little devil, the old man said slowly. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly but didn't speak. The strange history of the old man in front of him was even higher than his. As expected of the supreme leader of the world government, it really is not easy. Uchiha Madara used all his strength to push the old man back. At this time, the planetary devastation above has stopped merging broken buildings. Because the power of planetary devastation has gathered to the limit that Uchiha Madara can grasp. Planetary devastation is a terrible sealing technique, but at the same time, he also has a terrible history of destruction. Boom. The huge stone balls gathered by the high-altitude planetary devastation are slowly falling. Has it come together? The old man with long straight white hair opened his eyes slightly, staring at the huge stone ball that was about to fall from above. No matter how we stop it, this stone will cause huge damage to the Holy Land Mariajoy. An old man said helplessly. So this battle should be resolved quickly. The longer the delay, the consequences will be unimaginable, and, moreover, it is very likely that it will alarm, an old man reminded. He didn't finish his words, but the other four old men knew very well that what he was talking about was retreat. Cuomo looked at the huge stone ball that was about to land above his head and ordered to retreat decisively. The huge stone ball has a huge area. If they continue to stay in place, they will also be injured by this move. After hearing this, Gojo, Satoru and the others quickly backed away from the range where the planetary devastation landed. Boom. The huge stone ball gathered by the planetary devastation soon landed on top of the five elders. Don't you choose to avoid it? Cuomo stared at the old men with some surprise. I saw 5 old men standing under the planetary devastation, with no intention of avoiding them at all. If we avoid it, the Holy Land of Mariajoy will be destroyed in a larger area. The old man with long straight hair shook his head flatly. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers. So, do you want to resist this blow? Uchiha Madara watched several people with interest. Take it as a warm-up. The old man with the demon sword Gush on his shoulder said calmly. After the words of the 5 old men fell, they all stretched out their hands to block the huge stone ball. The huge stone ball was very close to their hands, but it was difficult to move forward to share. Up. Uchiha Madara was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that these 5 old men could defend planetary devastation, one of his strongest abilities. Senior Haki. Cuomo muttered to himself as he watched the scene. As far as Cuomo knows, the armament Haki of the One Piece world can be roughly divided into 4 levels. They are entanglement, coverage, external release, and internal destruction. The Haki these old people are using now is the 3rd level armament Haki. The released Haki attacks the enemy from a slightly longer distance, forming an airflow like a golden bell to attack or defend. For example, the Admiral of Summit War Marine used the armed color to defend against the terrible destructive power caused by Whitebeard's shock fruit. Stay dumb. I saw the huge stone ball above 5 elders' head was constantly breaking apart. Has reached the highest level of armed color. Is the interior destroyed? Cuomo was startled when he saw this scene, and murmured. The highest level of armament Haki is internal damage. Internal damage can even ignore the defense and attack the inside, causing extremely high damage. Even Cuomo's current level of Haki is only the 2nd level, but the 5 elders have mastered the 4th level. It is indeed the most mysterious powerhouse in the original pirate work. To be honest, with such a strong opponent, Cuomo is still very excited now. This group of old people is really not simple. Uchiha Madara saw that the ability he released was constantly being destroyed. But he didn't have a trace of worry, and even the fighting spirit in his heart subconsciously burned. The stronger the enemy, the stronger his fighting spirit. The strength of the 5 elders has already ignited the fighting spirit in his heart that has not burned for a long time. 53 The peak battle begins, seeking the first order. Ka ka ka. The huge stone balls gathered by the planetary devastation are now full of cracks. Not only the appearance, but also the inside of the stone balls has been completely destroyed at this time. Boom. The stone ball was completely destroyed, immediately shattered into countless small stones and submerged the 5 elders, and the scene was filled with smoke and sand and stones flew everywhere. Uchiha Madara's planetary devastation, which did no damage to the 5 elders, was intercepted by the 5 elders. The real battle is about to begin, get ready. Cuomo reminded while holding Shenyan, staring at the ruins in front of him. Ji Guiwan, Yunohana Retsu, Uchiha Madara, and Gojo Satoru were all staring at the ruins in front of them. They know that the battle with the 5 elders has now begun. Bu. A scarlet slash directly broke through the ruins and tore the ground at high speed, rushing towards Cuomo with overwhelming momentum. Shu. 07. Facing the incoming sword energy, Cuomo held Shenyan's knife covered with a layer of Haki, and also swung the knife to collide with the sword energy. Boom. In the next second, an old man with long straight white hair approached Cuomo at a very fast speed and slapped Cuomo on the chest. His palms cover the power of destruction within. Even though Cuomo is covered with armed colors and the hardness of dragon scales at critical moments, he still feels the blood in his body surging. The 16th moonbow of breath of the moon stays alone. Ji Guiwanyi's knife was covered with a layer of lightning, and his legs gathered strength and quickly came to Cuomo's side. Your opponent is me, Ji Guiwan shouted. The lightning-covered blade slashed directly at the old man, and the ground suddenly shattered, forming a long chasm. At this time, the old man had already appeared not far away without anyone noticing. Dignified 5 elders, can they even engage in sneak attacks? Cuomo stared at the old man with straight hair and sneered. Advertisement. It has to be said that this old man's speed is really very fast, even Cuomo almost didn't react. If the old man's speed were a little faster, he would not be able to use dragon scale and armament Haki in time. Presumably that Lu just now, he will be hit hard. Sneak attack. This can't be called, it's just that your reaction is too slow. The old man responded slowly, stroking his beard. Leave this person to Cuomo. Ji Guiwan held a knife in both hands and stared at the old man with straight hair solemnly. Okay. Cuomo made an okay gesture. Just because you're a brat, you're not qualified to fight me yet. The old man with long straight hair glanced at him and said calmly. If Cuomo wants to fight him, he feels that he is still qualified, but Ji Guoyueni, he really doesn't pay attention to it now. Ji Guiwan was not present at the Sabayati Archipelago battle a year ago. In the eyes of the old man with long straight hair, Ji Guiwan is just an unknown strong man who was recruited by Cuomo this year. In his opinion, such a strong man is not qualified to fight him. I just like to destroy the pride of the enemy. Ji Guiwan was not angry when he heard the words, but smiled, and rushed towards the old man with long straight hair in the next second. Since you want to die sooner, then I will help you. The long straight-haired old man charged towards Ji Guiwan with a terrifying aura all over his body. The figures of the two collided together, and the terrifying air flow swept all directions, like two violent beasts colliding. Ji Guiwan has already fought one of the five elders. Cuomo and the others also waited in place, silently staring at the ruins in front of them. Whoosh. At this time, the old man with a scar on his head suddenly appeared on the right side of Cuomo, his fist covered the rich haki, and hit Cuomo's face. Successful. Seeing that the fist was about to hit Cuomo's face, the old man thought the punch had been secured. The center of the holy place Mariajoy shook. Uchiha Madara's fist collided with the old man's fist. Your opponent is me. Uchiha Madara covered haki with his arms, and used all his strength to fight the old man. The old man will kill you first, and then kill your captain. The old man with a scar on his head snorted coldly and collided with Uchiha Madara's fist. Advertisement. Cuomo is the captain of the 10,000 Realms Pirates, and he wanted to get rid of the captain. But since Uchiha Madara insisted on stopping him, he would kill him first. After all, the strength he showed just now was already well known by the old man. Killing Uchiha Madara first is also a good choice for him. Want to kill Cuomo? You just can't. Uchiha Madara sneered. This world does not have our 5 unkillable people. Stepping into the Holy Land Mariajoy will be the most regrettable decision you have ever made in your life. Although he hasn't fought for a long time, he will never forget how he climbed to the position of the top leader of the world government back then. The fighting spirit deep in his heart is being ignited. Power cannot restrain everyone, but powerful strength can end anyone. Denga-denga-dang. In the smoky ruins before Cuomo's eyes, 3 old men came out slowly, exuding a powerful aura of calmness and self-prestige. I haven't fought for a long time, and I'm still a little unfamiliar with the use of abilities, otherwise I wouldn't be buried under the ruins. An old man in a suit said to himself. It's been a long time since I've faced the strong and I'm excited. We've rested for too long, and almost forgot how wonderful the hardy battle is. Another old man holding a ghost said with a slight smile. Their current state is like having not played games for several years, and now they are exposed to games again, and feel the long-lost pleasure. I didn't expect that a group of brats would activate their fighting spirit today. The times have changed really fast, the brats today are stronger than the brats of our time. The 10 old men couldn't help sighing. It's really contemptuous of people. They are still chatting at this time. Cuomo sneered when he saw a few people chatting about the past. Irritable brat, are you in such a hurry to die? The old man holding the demon sword Goosh said calmly. He. Cuomo sneered a few times. In the face of several 5 elders who have the highest power in the world, Cuomo has no respect. Because he's not a marine, what's the matter with 5 elders executives? He's a pirate. You are so anxious to die, then I will help you. An old man in a suit said with a sneer. You can try it, old man, if you can. 54 The greatly shocked martial marine, 1 more subscription required. The old man holding the demon sword Onitsu holds the blade with both hands, his arms are covered with haki, and the haki spreads to the blade. The knife in his hand exudes a purple mist. If you observe carefully with knowledge, this knife seems to have life. Every demon sword contains a demon, and the demon contained in the supreme sword level is even more terrifying. I can see that the one in your hand is also a supreme sword. Compared with mine, there is indeed a gap. The old man with the knife said contemptuously. He has had this knife for countless years, and now he has completely mastered this demon knife. He can 100% exert the power contained in the demon knife, and will not be backlashed by the demon knife. How do you know that my knife is not as strong as yours? Cuomo poured haki into Shenyan, and after the knife absorbed haki, the blade changed instantly, full of terrifying aura. Boom. The two disappeared in place in an instant, and then the 2 blades collided together. The high-altitude dark clouds directly shattered and continued to swell, not to mention the ground, which was already in a mess. The blades of the 2 kept clashing and fighting fiercely. As a lady, why don't you choose one first, while I? Gojo Satoru folded his hands on his chest, stared at the 2 old men in front of him and asked Unohana Retsu for his opinion. Uchiha Madara, Guo Yueni, Cuomo and the 3 of them have already fought 5 elders at this time, and there are only 2 of them left. Whatever. Unohana Retsu said indifferently. Little devil, don't be too arrogant. An old man in a suit suddenly appeared in front of Gojo Satoru and attacked him. Of course. Gojo Satoru said with a casual smile, still crossing his hands and hugging his chest. When 5 elders' fist was about to approach Gojo Satoru, it became extremely slow, as if the pause button had been pressed. But Gojo Satoru quickly left the spot, and a fist mark appeared on his chest. However, he dodged in time, and the 5 elders' attack did not cause any damage to him. Although this ability is a bit weird, for me, I don't have much restraint, the old man in the suit loosened his tie and said calmly. Advertisement. Almost got hit. Gojo Satoru's expression became serious. Although 5 elders' fist didn't touch him, his 6-eyed eyes sensed danger. This is exactly the old man's high-level armament haki, and the high-level armament haki can deal damage without touching Gojo Satoru. High-level armament haki can also be regarded as restraining Wuho Satoru's ability to perform unlimited spells. However, the general-level advanced armament haki still can't hurt him, the reason why the old man can attack him. It is entirely because the old man's high-level armament haki is too proficient and can achieve long-distance damage. It's kind of fun, the old man in the suit said lightly. There are only 2 of us left, little girl, although you are a woman, I will not show mercy. The last old man put his hands behind his back and said expressionlessly. Be merciful. You don't have to have this kind of thinking, you can attack me with all your strength, otherwise it's not certain who can take advantage of who. Hana Retsu held Zanpakuto. Said indifferently. It seems that a ship is really full of arrogant guys, but it's not without reason to be able to gather on a ship at the same time. The old man sighed. Arrogance. I just think I'm telling the truth, Hana Retsu responded. You mean you are very strong? How strong can a group of young brats be? The old man laughed out loud when he heard this. He has lived in this pirate world for countless hours, and Cuomo and others are so young. It is not an exaggeration for him to call Cuomo and others little devils. In their view, age is the representative of strength. Although Cuomo and others are powerful, their potential has not been fully developed. Where can they be deceived? You have lived a long time, don't you know that you will suffer if you underestimate the enemy? Hana Retsu said lightly. There are only a handful of people who can take advantage of me. The old man sneered and replied proudly. Hana Retsu didn't even bother to take care of it, and directly covered Haki with her arm, and Haki was wrapped around the blade. Just let you, an ignorant little girl, see what a real strong man is. After the old man's words fell, he exuded a terrifying aura. Facing the powerful enemy in front of him, Hana Retsu looks normal, without a trace of fear in his heart. He has experienced countless lives and deaths in the original work, and has seen countless powerful enemies. Are you still intimidated by the 5 elders? Obviously this is impossible. Advertisement. The battle between Mariajoy, Cuomo, Uchiha Madara, Wuho Satoru, Jiguoyueni, Hana Retsu and 5 elders in the Holy Land has completely started. This battle, regardless of whether it wins or loses, will shock the entire world. Behind the ruins, McQuinn took a camera and took pictures of the battle, and couldn't help sighing. The pirates of the Thousand Realms are a bunch of monsters. He has a very high status in the New World press, but he is still not qualified to meet the 5 elders. But the members of the Myriad Realms pirates were able to force 5 elders to do it himself. Seeing the scene in front of him, how could he not be shocked? This will be a news that shocks the whole world. Morquin said affirmatively. The other side. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The current Marine Admiral has received the latest news that the 10,000 Realms pirates are fighting the 5 elders in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. When he heard the news, he was directly shocked. The pirates of 10,000 Worlds, who have been hiding in the Grand Line for a year, finally appeared. And they are still fighting the 5 elders in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. 5 elders is the most noble person in the world. He doesn't understand where Cuomo and others, Zhao, got the courage to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy. After he received the news, he quickly contacted the powerhouses in the entire Marine headquarters and held an emergency meeting to discuss. In the conference room, Marshal Marine held his chin with a heavy expression. What happened, Marshal? Kong asked solemnly. He looked at Marshal Marine, who was frowning, and realized that something major might have happened to the sea recently. Could it be that New World Rocks is doing something again? A Marine executive asked Daohan with some concern. Marshal Mariajoy, the Holy Land attacked by pirates, did not know that it was Cuomo and the others, so he only sent a small number of them there. When he received the latest news that the intruders were Cuomo and the others, he immediately called an emergency meeting. 55 What? The vanished Cuomo is back. 2 more for subscription. Seeing that the Marine Marshal did not answer, the Marine executive frowned slightly. Really Rocks. Since the establishment of Rocks Pirate in Hachinosu, they have been making trouble everywhere. Although there are many other powerful pirate groups in New World, those overlord forces that have developed for a long time are relatively stable. Because their influence and financial resources have reached unprecedented strength, they will not cause trouble to Marine or world government for no reason. Even if they do something, it is for their own benefit. But Rocks Pirate is different. They have just formed a pirate group, and their reputation and financial resources have not yet reached the level of those overlord forces. So their kind of pirate group is the craziest, and they will fight against naval headquarters everywhere for profit and reputation. No, it's not because of Rocks. Marshal Marine shook his head and said with a heavy face. Isn't it Rocks? Could it be? New World's hegemony has taken action. A Marine executive asked worriedly. No. What happened? After hearing that what happened was not about these people, many Marine executives felt less nervous. Someone attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy. Marshal Marine said solemnly and hoarsely. What? Many Marine executives heard that their pupils constricted violently, and no one thought that it was such a big event. 610 inches. Is this true, Marshal? Someone attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy. Kong swallowed and asked in surprise. Does anyone dare to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy? Which pirate group did it? Apart from the overlords of the New World and the Rocks Pirate, who else would dare to attack the Holy Land of Mariajoy? The attack on the holy place of Mariajoy is incredible news. But Marshal Marine has already said that this incident has nothing to do with the overlord forces of the New World and the rocks. So it was difficult for them to guess, who else would dare to attack the Holy Mariajoy besides them. If it was an ordinary pirate group attacking the Holy Land Mariajoy, it must have been solved long ago. How could someone from the world government make a special trip to contact Marshal Marine? So they know that the attack on the Holy Land of Mariajoy this time is definitely not an ordinary pirate group. Marshal, which pirate group attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy? Sengoku asked in a heavy tone. After this year's time, Sengoku's military rank has also reached the rank of Colonel Marine, which is the rank of Commodore. Advertisement. He has an outstanding performance this year, so he is eligible to participate in this high-level meeting. Before, I thought it was just an ignorant pirate, but I received the latest news that it was the Myriad Realms pirates who attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy. Marshal Marine said in a deep voice. A year ago in the Sabayati archipelago, the pirates created by Cuomo of Admiral who hit wounds. It's him. Did he disappear for so long to attack the holy place of Mariajoy? This pirate group really is a bunch of lunatics. But there seem to be only 4 of them on board, right? Only 4 of them dare to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy. Not 4, but 5, Sengoku interrupted suddenly. How do you know? Garp met him in the first half of the Grand Line the other day. Garp, didn't he go after the Golden Lion? He met Cuomo when he was chasing the Golden Lion, and he said. Cuomo is very powerful now, and even the combination of him and the Golden Lion can't pose a threat to him. Sengoku took a deep breath and responded truthfully. He also thought that Garp's pursuit of the Golden Lion would go smoothly, but what he waited for was a seriously injured Garp. What shall we do, Marshal? Send someone to help, but it's just a formality. After all, we can't lose this battle, because the 5 elders have already started. Marshal Marine ordered. 5 elders. They did it themselves. A Marine executive was shocked. The 5 elders are the 5 most powerful people in the world government. Cuomo of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds actually forced people of this level to do it himself. I really didn't expect such a powerful person to personally deal with the pirates. A high-level executive gasped and sighed. But if they make a move, the pirates of Myriad Worlds will definitely be defeated. Kong AHFC nodded. 5 elders can stand at the position of the highest authority in the world. It is impossible to say that they do not have strength. However, Cuomo of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms can force such characters to do it himself. It seems that their strength has improved a lot this year. Marine executives couldn't help but praised. It's really scary for these seedlings to grow up, but they will be pulled out. Another senior nodded. This meeting lasted for a while, and Marshal Marine sent several high-level officials to the Holy Land of Mariajoy for support. Holy Land Mariajoy. Cuomo versus the old man with the knife. Advertisement. Cuomo holds Shenyan with both hands, and his body continuously pours haki into Shenyan to increase the attack power. And the old man with the knife continued to release the power contained in the ghost. Every time the two confront each other, an area with a radius of tens of meters will be destroyed, and the ripples will be nearly 100 meters away. The area where the two of them passed was completely in ruins. The two unintentionally took the lives of a dozen celestial dragons just in the process of fighting. However, facing the dead celestial dragons, the old man with the knife was calm and not too angry. He also climbed up from the position of celestial dragons, so he is very aware of how corrupt the current celestial dragons are. Killing some celestial dragons can be regarded as cleaning up some pests for the Holy Land Mariajoy. The old man with the knife fought Cuomo for a long time, and finally found a weakness of Cuomo by virtue of his own terrible combat experience. Shua. He held Onitsu with both hands, and with a terrifying aura blooming from his body, he swept towards Cuomo's abdomen forcefully. If this was an ordinary person, he would have been cut off by the old man's ghost by now. But Cuomo not only didn't get cut in half, he didn't even suffer much damage. While the old man's demon knife slashed at his abdomen, Cuomo also relied on the black dragon's defense to resist his attack. It's amazing defensive power. The old man with the knife stared at the dragon scales on Cuomo's body and praised in a low voice. He knew that Cuomo possessed extraordinary power, but he didn't expect that his attack could not cause him any harm. Even he was slightly shocked by such a terrifying defensive power. But despite the defense, it still left Cuomo with a shallow wound. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon scales could protect the flesh and blood in his body, the old man's attack might have hurt him even more. Your swordsmanship is good, but your armor and knowledge are much worse than mine. You have no other advantages except defense, brat. The old man commented calmly. The only thing Cuomo can compare with him is swordsmanship. But it's just that he can be compared with him at the moment. Because he hasn't fought for a long time, his memory of the sword has receded a lot. He is now looking for the memory of the swordsmanship he trained in that year in the battle. When he can explode the swordsmanship of the peak period. Cuomo's swordsmanship will also be no match for him. 56 5 elders. What we manipulate is the entire era, 3 more subscriptions required. You are not as strong as I imagined, so don't think too highly of yourself in front of me, old man. Cuomo took off his shirt and said calmly, exposing his angular muscles. Pathetic weakling, can't even feel the difference in strength between the two of us. However, I hope you can always maintain this confidence, because I will destroy you confidence, let you know clearly that once some things are done, there is no going back. The old man with the knife said calmly with Cuomo's eyes serious. Then pay attention, Don't be inattentive, let me take advantage. Conceited brat. 5 elders responded with a cold snort. Now the two have only been fighting for a short time, and 5 elders haven't exhausted their strength yet. But, again, Cuomo hasn't. Not at full strength. Work. Both of them have yet to show their whole cards, and it is really uncertain who will take advantage of it in the future. Although you have good strength, your voyage has only just begun in this era, and I have already climbed to the top. Although my physical strength is not as good as it was then, my strength is not as good as it used to be. You, a brat, can compare. Although the old man with the knife was old, he was senile, and he still exuded a terrifying aura all over his body. When you are old, you must recognize the reality. The era belongs to young people, not to old men who have half a foot in the coffin. Young people are just the leaders of the times, but we are the ones manipulating the times. The old man with the knife held Goosh in both hands, and did not talk too much with Cuomo. With both legs charged, he shot directly at Cuomo. His speed was so fast that there was a sonic boom in the air. Manipulating the era. It's ridiculous, you just manipulated the naval headquarters as your puppets. Cuomo sneered, his arms covered in rich conquerors. Conquerors are also entangled in the godfall, and some conquerors are also fed to the godfall. Conquerors is the strongest among conquerors hockey. After Shenyan absorbs conquerors, its attack power is greatly improved. Facing the attacking 5 elders, Cuomo's veins bulged, he held Shenyan tightly, and rushed towards him. Boom. 2 completely different but extremely destructive blades collided together, and there was a big explosion in the center of the Holy Land Mariajoy. Terrifying ripples swayed in all directions, sweeping across hundreds of meters, and countless buildings were destroyed. Before many celestial dragons could react, they were covered under the building and died on the spot. The moment the 2 knives collided, the horizon with a radius of tens of meters dropped a few meters again. Advertisement. Sand and stone flew horizontally, and smoke rose from all directions, covering the 2 of them. The knives of the 2 collided for half a minute, and then they retreated. The moment Cuomo backed away, he slashed directly at the ground, kicking up countless dust and blocking the 5 elders' sight again. Wood-style wood clone. Cuomo created a wood-style avatar that is exactly the same as himself. This avatar has exactly the same aura as Cuomo, and ordinary people can't tell the flaws at all. Cuomo directs the wood clone to charge towards the 5 elders. 2 identical breaths. 5 elders stood amidst the smoke, his observation hockey, sensing 2 identical breaths of Cuomo. In the next second, wood clone appeared in front of the old man. Although the old man didn't know why there were 2 identical auras, Cuomo had appeared in front of him now and wanted to attack him. It's impossible for him to stand still and not make a move, right? He was about to make a move, but in an instant he noticed an abnormality, and he found that Cuomo in front of him didn't have Shenyan in his hand. It appeared in front of him with bare hands. Avatar. The old man reacted quickly, and immediately realized that it was a doppelganger. After the old man realized that it was a doppelganger, he quickly backed up. Since Cuomo chooses to shield him from his sight and approach him with an unarmed clone that he can easily destroy, there must be a conspiracy. The best choice now is to stay away from this clone. But the next moment, the avatar quickly turned into a wooden branch and entangled the old man, and he was about to break free. But found that the wooden branch was covered with armament hockey. With his arms, he relied on his own brute strength to prop up the branches on his body. I got it. Cuomo's voice suddenly reached his ears. 0. Seeking flowers. The old man's pupils constricted violently, and he felt a breath behind him, turned around and swung the knife directly, splitting the wood clone behind him in half. Advertisement. It's a clone again. The old man stared at Cuomo, who was split in half behind him to form a wooden strip. His face changed dramatically. Puff. At this time, Cuomo's real body appeared behind the old man. God's meteor is covered with armed colors and conquerors, and with the help of the black dragon's power, the veins on his arms are bulging. Use all your strength to stab Shenyan into the heart of the old man. But Shenyan only pierced into a depth of a few centimeters, and then stopped, as if a magnet had hit an indestructible hard object. I thought it was going to kill you. Cuomo quickly pulled out the Shenyan that had pierced into the old man's body, and backed away at an extremely fast speed, keeping away from the old man vigilantly. Blood was dripping from the old man's back. You actually hurt me. The old man with the knife turned around slowly, his eyes were as deep as the sea. Although he was stabbed by Cuomo, his aura was even stronger. Being stabbed by Cuomo, the fighting spirit in his heart was ignited, and the shame was also engraved in his heart. How long has it been since he was in a high position? How long has it been since he was hurt? Cuomo forced his hand, ignited the fighting spirit in him, and stabbed him. Although he felt the excitement brought about by the long-lost battle, what followed was shame. What status is he? Now he was stabbed by a newcomer pirate captain in the first half of the Grand Line. If this matter gets out, wouldn't he want to listen to the gossip of people in the sea? There was a murderous intent in his eyes, and the fact that he was injured cannot be known by anyone. Cuomo in front of him must kill someone. It looks like I stabbed you, you're starting to panic. Cuomo sneered. The momentum emanating from the old man even made Cuomo feel a little palpitating. He knew that the old man was completely angry. 57 full body. The battle at the Holy Land of Mariajoy did not last long. A large number of celestial dragons died, and countless buildings were destroyed. This time the Cuomo pirates of 10,000 realms attacked the Holy Land of Mariajoy, which is destined to cause incalculable losses to the world government. The other side, Uchiha Madara versus Scarred Old Man. Bang bang bang. The fists of the two kept clashing, and every time they collided, a large amount of sand and stones could be thrown up. The aura of the two was at the peak of the sky, like two terrifying beasts colliding. Uchiha Madara has not been learning armament hockey for a long time, and it is incomparable with 5 elders' armed colors. But Uchiha Madara relied on his innate brute force to fight against the scarred old man for a long time. But after a long time, Uchiha Madara feels a little, 330, weak. After all, he is not at the peak of the original work. Boom. The scarred old man hit Uchiha Madara hard on the chest with his arm, sending him flying. Are you already dead? The old man with a scar on his head folded his hands behind his back, staring at Uchiha Madara with a look of contempt. No. I can only say, it's just the beginning. Uchiha Madara quickly adjusted his state, and responded with a normal face. Just started. You overestimated your own strength, kid. The huge stone ball just now should consume a lot of your energy. How long can you last? The scarred old man stared at him expressionlessly and asked. The power of the planetary devastation is indeed powerful, and when Uchiha Madara used the planetary devastation, the 5 elders were indeed surprised. But the old man with the scar can guess that using that terrifying ability must have exhausted Uchiha Madara's physical strength. Because no matter who it is, releasing a powerful ability will definitely consume a lot of physical strength. This is the eternal law of the world. How long will it last? The battle that just started, why do you think I can't do it anymore? Uchiha Madara asked with some doubts. In terms of brute force, you are not my opponent at all. How can you defeat me? No matter how long you fight, you will end up as a failure, kid, because the strength between us. There is an insurmountable gap. Are 5 elders so confident? Uchiha Madara smiled unconsciously. Advertisement. He really didn't understand, obviously the battle between them had just begun. How do you understand the meaning of the old man's words? It seems that he has already won the victory. Who gave him confidence? It's not that I'm confident, it's that you are too weak. The old man with a scar on his head responded indifferently. Ha 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 ha. I don't know why, when Uchiha Madara heard this, he couldn't stop laughing. In the original Hokage ninja world, he has always been a respected ninja, and no one has ever said that he is weak. Now being ridiculed by an old man for being weak, Uchiha Madara is not angry, but finds it a little funny. You don't know yourself, you think you are strong. Huh, you little brat who has never seen the world. The scarred old man sneered. Uchiha Madara stopped laughing wildly and did not continue to talk to him, only to see a terrifying aura blooming all over his body, rushing towards the scarred old man at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Boom. The fists of the two collided, as if someone had thrown a meteorite on the spot, making a loud noise. Several large rift valleys appeared on the ground. Has the power become stronger? The scarred old man felt the power coming from Uchiha Madara's arm and said to himself. But this level of strength is still far inferior to mine. The old man with the scars burst out with blue veins in his arms, and flew directly towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's body reversed rapidly in the air. The old man with a scar on his head stomped his feet and quickly chased after him. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara puts his hands together and uses Susanoo's power. Susanoo, the third power that can only be unlocked by opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, is called the power of God. Susanoo symbolizes destruction, and everyone in the world says that once you see it with your own eyes, you will inevitably die. Susanoo has many forms, and the form that Uchiha Madara can master and release is the full body. The full body of Susanoo is also known as the real Susanoo move that can only be used if Mangekyo Sharingan is developed to the limit. In the original Hokage ninja, there are not many strong men who can use the full body, and Uchiha Madara is one of them. Advertisement. Boom. Behind Uchiha Madara, a huge blue giant slowly appeared. This blue giant is exactly Susanoo. It has a long nose, 2 samurai swords on its waist, armor on its arms, and a terrifying look in its eyes. The full-body Susanoo appeared in the Holy Land Mariajoy, directly frightened the scarred old man in front of her. It's really a scary thing full of danger. A strand of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the old man with a scar on his head, standing where he was, staring at the giant in front of him vigilantly. He felt a great threat and a lot of pressure from this complete body Susanoo. He thought planetary devastation was already Uchiha Madara's strongest move. But he didn't expect him to unleash something as destructive as Susanoo. Uchiha Madara stood inside Susanoo's forehead, folded his hands on his chest, and stared at the old man on the ground indifferently. Full-body Susanoo is one of Uchiha Madara's strongest abilities in the Hokage ninja original. The only one who can defeat him using Susanoo is Senju Hashirama, who is more terrifying than him. Then let you try the strength of the so-called weak in your mouth. Uchiha Madara said lightly. How long can you last, brat, with such terrifying power? The old man sneered. He admitted that Susanoo's imposing manner was terrifying, and even he felt a little palpitating. But how long can Uchiha Madara maintain such terrifying power? 1.6 inches. I can maintain this ability until you fall down. Uchiha Madara replied blankly. Blue. Do you think this can scare me? The old man responded with contempt. Although he doesn't know what Uchiha Madara's devil fruit ability is, he firmly believes that Uchiha Madara can't last long with such a terrifying ability. A bluff. Uchiha Madara sneered, directly manipulated Susanoo, and rushed towards the scarred old man. Boom! Susanoo's fist hit the ground, and the ground suddenly burst open, with several bottomless cracks appearing. The ground plane with a long radius is like a Spied 58 Madara and Unohana Retsu's commercial exchange, 5 more for subscription. Uchiha Madara vs. Scarred Old Man. Cuomo vs. an old man with a knife. The battle of the 4 of them can be said to have contracted the demolition of half of the Holy Land Mariajoy. It was the few of them who had the most powerful battle momentum. A certain area of the Holy Land Mariajoy. Ji Guiwan is a pair of old men with long straight hair. Huh, that blue giant is Madara. Ji Guiwan stood on the ruins, staring at the extremely huge blue giant in the distance. Although the distance is far away, he can't see who is standing above the head of the blue warrior, but he can feel the breath of Uchiha Madara. Good guy, do you still have this kind of power, Madara? Ji Guiwan could not help but praise. Even if they were far away, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the giant blue warrior. Little ghost, do you still dare to be distracted from fighting with me? The old man with long straight hair suddenly appeared in front of Ji Guoyuan. His speed is very fast, and he is the best at speed among the 075 elders. Boom! He punched Ji Guiwan, but he missed. His fist hit the ruins and made a big hole. Ji Guiwan appeared not far away, although his eyes were set in the distance. But he has been using observation haki to detect the whereabouts of the old man with long straight hair. Breath of the sun, the red mirror of the scorching sun. The knife in Ji Guiwan's hand was covered with a layer of scorching flames. The power of the sun's breath comes from the sun, and this flame can also be called the fire of the sun. The temperature of the sun is well known, how terrible the high temperature is. Shua, advertisement. He held the knife in his hand and slashed at the old man with long straight hair. The flames curled up on the way. The raging flames carried terrifyingly high temperatures, rushing towards the long straight-haired old man with destructive force. The long straight-haired old man looked indifferent, disappeared in place at an extremely fast speed, and easily dodged Ji Guoyuan's attack. This speed does not pose any threat to me, the old man with straight hair said lightly. Even if the old man with long straight hair said so, Ji Guoyuan didn't feel any disturbance in his heart. Next, I'll let you feel what is the real speed. What is the real power, which you guys can't touch. Ji Guiwan frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. He said a lot in a bland tone. What he wanted more was to fight quietly and concentrate. The battle at the Holy Land of Mariajoy lasted for a long time. And Unohana Retsu with the blonde old man. The two came to the battlefield on Uchiha Madara's side after fighting. This guy is a monster. The old man with a scar on his head was hit on the ground by Susanoo's fist, stood up and said in a deep voice. It's so embarrassing, can't you defeat even a kid? The blonde old man looked flat, staring at Uchiha Madara and Unohana Retsu. I'm old, and my physical strength can't keep up with what it used to be. The scarred old man shook his head and said helplessly. At first he was able to contend with Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, but as time went on, he found that his physical strength had been slightly unable to keep up. When a person is old, the decline in strength will not be too great, but the decline in physical strength is very significant. Especially for a very old man like him, his physical strength is much worse than that of his peak. When was it that we were pushed to this point by a group of newcomers from the Grand Line? The blonde old man exclaimed. His fight with Unohana Retsu, although slightly suppressed, has been nothing against Unohana Retsu. Advertisement. Although he didn't want to admit it, Unohana Retsu's strength was indeed beyond his imagination. If he hadn't fought in person, it would be hard for him to believe that there would be such a terrifying powerhouse as Unohana Retsu in the first half of the Grand Line. And Unohana Retsu is not yet the captain. The captain is Cuomo, who shined in the Sabayati archipelago a year ago. The strength of the crew of the Myriad Realms pirates alone has reached such a terrifying level. What level of strength has the captain reached? It doesn't work if you don't accept the old. In this era, it seems that someone is going to set off a storm. This group of people will defeat them no matter what. If this group of people grows up, the world. There will be chaos. The old man with a scar on his head said solemnly. He could see that the members of the 10,000 Realms pirates had great potential, and the potential in their bodies had not been fully developed yet. Their strength had reached such a level. If their strength is fully developed at 320, what kind of terrifying level will they reach? I know. The blonde old man said solemnly. Madara, is this your strongest ability? Unohana Retsu asked curiously, standing beside Uchiha Madara. This terrifying full-body Susanoo, even she felt a great threat. Even if this is Uchiha Madara's strongest ability, she is not surprised at all. One of the strongest abilities. Uchiha Madara glanced at her and responded truthfully. Full-body Susanoo is not his strongest ability, he can even release more terrifying power than Susanoo. Oh, one of the strongest abilities. It seems that you, the Uchiha clan, are unfathomable. Unohana Retsu chuckled. You don't need to talk about me, don't you also have a lot of moves hidden and not willing to use them? Uchiha Madara responded calmly with her hands folded on her chest. 59 Zanpakuto are all exhausted. Bankai, 6 more subscriptions required. The Uchiha family, a race that has never been heard of. The blonde old man was slightly startled when he heard the words, and said to himself. There are many races in this pirate world, but he has never heard of the Uchiha Madara family. He speculated that it might be a hidden race with terrifying talents. After killing them this time, we need to investigate the so-called Uchiha clan. The old man with a scar on his head said solemnly. Yeah, the blonde old man echoed. He also felt the need to investigate the Uchiha clan, after all they had never heard of this race. But as Uchiha Madara of this race, possessing such terrifying power, the Uchiha clan may be very difficult. Maybe, they can use it for themselves after they find it. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the conversation between the two old men, Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. If you want to investigate, you may have to go to hell to see if you can investigate. The Uchiha family is in the Hokage ninja world, and the current time he is in is the One Piece world. Even if the five elders have the ability to reach the sky, it is impossible to investigate the so-called Uchiha family. Because Uchiha is not of this world at all. Are you afraid of bringing disaster to your family? But, it's too late. Because of your appearance, your family will either submit to our world government, or be killed by us just like you. The blonde old man sneered. He thought Uchiha Madara was making excuses and didn't want them to find the family, he said. What a ridiculous group of old men. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice. His family is in another world. Can this group of five elders travel to the Hokage ninja world and kill his family? This is obviously impossible. It is only his captain Cuomo who can make people travel through this kind of thing. You underestimate the rights we have. You don't even need us to do it yourself if you want to destroy your race. The old man with a scar on his head said calmly. They have a high status and can command the entire naval headquarters at will. As long as they give an order, naval headquarters will go crazy looking for the so-called Uchiha clan. Let's not discuss his family right now, let's kill the two of them first. The blonde old man glanced at him and continued, can you still fight? Although I am no longer at my peak, I am not that weak. Besides, this kid's ability can't last long. We will not be defeated. Although the old man with a scar on his head was killed in the battle, Uchiha Madara suppressed. But he is not worried at all, because he has always believed that Uchiha Madara's full body, Susanoo, will not last for too long. Advertisement. Let's go. The blonde old man nodded. After the words fell, the two old men rushed towards Unohana Retsu and Uchiha Madara. Everything Bankai. Looking at the two five elders rushing forward, Unohana Retsu untied the Zanpakuto in his hand. As her words fell, Zanpakuto's blade oozed profuse blood. A large area of blood also appeared in the surrounding environment, as if they were surrounded by a sea of blood. Strong Shikai ability is for cell recovery. And Jiju Bankai is to destroy cells, and everyone who is touched will be dissolved. Possesses a very powerful power of corruption. After releasing Bankai, Unohana Retsu's momentum changed. The surrounding blood sea seemed to be her domain. What a terrifying ability. As expected, none of the pirates of 10,000 worlds is a simple character. The blonde old man noticed the sea of blood around him, and said to himself with a slight frown. The sea of blood around him and the aura emanating from Unohana Retsu made him feel very uncomfortable. The knife in her hand, could it be the supreme sharp knife? The old man with a scar on his head asked doubtfully. The knife he feels in Unohana Retsu's hand feels alive, the same as the demon sword Onitsu. The life force contained in the knife in his hand may be more terrifying than the demon sword Goosh. The blonde old man warned. He felt greatly threatened by the Zanpakuto in the hands of Unohana Retsu, and he knew that the knife was very dangerous. This ability. At this time, Uchiha Madara also felt the terrifying aura of Unohana Retsu. I Bankai the Zanpakuto in my hand. Unohana Retsu responded softly. Amazing. Uchiha Madara praised from the heart, even if he saw the sea of blood around him, he felt rash. Unohana Retsu holds Bankai's Zanpakuto and walks in the surrounding sea of blood like a Shinigami. Shua. She slashed directly at the blonde old man, and her knife collided with the blonde old man's fist. The power of the two collided for several seconds, and the blonde old man stepped back directly, stopping the collision with Unohana Retsu with his fist. It's really dangerous. The blonde old man stared at his fist with a slight frown. Even though it is covered with rich armament hockey, it still shows signs of corrosion. Advertisement. Today is destined to be a tough battle, don't take it lightly. The old man with a scar on his head reminded. I know. The blonde old man shook his fist and his face returned to calm. Quote. Uchiha Madara manipulated the huge Susanoo and rushed towards the two. Susanoo pulled out the two samurai swords from her waist, and slashed at the two of them directly. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. The big knife in Susanoo's hand collided with the ground, and there was a loud noise. Two bottomless chasms appeared on the ground. Has the power become stronger after using the big knife? The old man with a scar on his head frowned slightly and said in a low voice. He previously fought Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, who used fists all the time. Now after using the big knife, the destructive power it can cause is obviously much stronger. It's very tricky. It's been a long time since we've encountered this kind of predicament. A group of brats forced us into this. The blonde old man took a deep breath and said. The current brat is really amazing. The old man with a scar on his head echoed. Shua. Unohana Retsu slashed at the two of them, and then stepped towards them. Susanoo, manipulated by Uchiha Madara, also quickly rushed towards the two. The melee between the four Chiandas has already begun. On the other side, Cuomo and the old man with a knife. Abu. The knives of the two collided again, setting off a violent airflow that swept across all directions. Suddenly a powerful wave of energy rushed towards the two of them. When the two turned their heads, they saw a huge ball of black energy approaching extremely fast. Cuomo's pupils shrunk and he quickly avoided it. The black energy ball contains terrible power, leaving a long chasm on the road to attack the distance. A large number of buildings were destroyed. Damn it. The old man with the knife didn't want to dodge, because this energy ball destroyed a lot of buildings. If he dodged, countless buildings would be destroyed. 60 wood style. Flowers and trees are coming, 7 more subscriptions required. Swish, swish, swish. The old man slashed at the huge energy wave ball in front of him continuously with his knife, and countless scarlet slashes came out, finally destroying the ball of energy. You guy, you're too reckless, you're so crazy that you even beat your own people. Cuomo carried Shenyan on his shoulders, staring at the bursts of smoke rising in the distance. The energy fluctuation just now, Cuomo is very clear that it is Wuho Satoru's ability. Ha ha ha, sorry Cuomo. Gojo Satoru walked out of the distant smoke and said with a faint smile. You solved it? Cuomo asked. Not yet, he's quite strong in a short period of time. It's still a bit difficult to take him down. Gojo Satoru responded. It was also the first time he had encountered such a difficult strongman when he came to this world, and the no lower limit technique was not very effective in front of the old man in a suit. He is very tricky. The old man in the suit had also come to the side of the old man with the knife at this time and said in a deep voice. Although his armament hockey can attack from a little distance, when it is close to Gojo Satoru, its speed is bound to become slow. So it's still a bit difficult to hurt Gojo Satoru. My opponent is also here. The old man with the knife pushed his glasses and said solemnly. His swordsmanship, knowledge color, armed color, conquerors are all above Cuomo, but he still can't hit Cuomo hard. Not because of anything else, but because Cuomo's defense is too strong. Even if his knife slashed at Cuomo's body, it couldn't do much damage to him. I thought it could be solved easily, but it took us so long. The blonde old man sighed. 2. His eyes scanned the surroundings were in a mess, there were ruins everywhere, and there was no complete ground. There is not a single intact building, everything is destroyed, and it will take a lot of time to repair it. Have the pirates of this era become so dangerous, even we can hardly defeat them? The old man with the knife said with a dull expression. When they first started fighting with Cuomo and others, they still didn't put a few people in their eyes. After all, Cuomo and others come from the first half of the Grand Line, and they think that no matter how strong they are, they will not be able to go there. But over time they realize the seriousness of the problem. Cuomo and others are terrifyingly powerful, even they are hard to defeat. Advertisement. The first half of the Grand Line is called AHFB, a paradise, and no one would have thought that there would be so many monsters in the paradise. They know that Cuomo and others can thrive even in New World. Hey, it really is us, are you getting old? The old man in the suit sighed helplessly. Although they don't want to admit it, they are indeed old, so old that even the pirates in paradise are hard to defeat. Although I can admit that I am old, I will not admit that I can't even defeat a few little ghosts in the paradise. The old man with the knife stared at Gojo Satoru and Cuomo solemnly, his eyes full of killing intent. Delay for too long, the easier it is to alarm her. Let's suppress this turmoil as soon as possible. I think so too. As soon as the words fell, the old man in the suit stomped his feet and rushed towards the two of them. The old man holding Goosh also held the blade, moving at high speed on the ground and rushing towards the two of them. Wood-style flowers and trees are coming. Looking at the two people rushing, Cuomo decisively used the wood-style secret technique. Wood-style flower tree world descend is a ninjutsu more powerful than wood-style tree world descend. This move not only has powerful destructive power, but also releases poison to stun the enemy. This warlock is also an upgraded version of wood-style tree world descent. Boom. I saw countless huge trees growing around his body in an instant, and these trees were extremely huge. He rushed towards the old man in the suit and the old man with the knife at a very fast speed. Shua. The old man with the knife kept waving the demon sword Onitsu, striking one after another terrifying slashes, destroying the trees in front of him. The old man in the suit used the powerful armament hockey to continuously destroy the trees in front of him. But there are so many giant trees growing from the ground, no matter how much they destroy them, new trees will grow from the ground again. After countless giant trees spread out from the ground, a red flower appeared on the tree, and the flower slowly opened, spitting out yellow poisonous gas. Advertisement. Poisonous. The blonde old man inhaled a little yellow gas, his pupils constricted violently. He just inhaled a little and felt a little dizzy, and the next second he quickly got out of the range of the poisonous gas. Is it poisonous? The old man with the knife looked at the spreading poisonous gas without any fear. He held the demon sword tightly with both hands, the demon sword exudes a terrifying aura. Shua. The old man stepped on the ground with both legs, the ground exploded instantly, the veins on his arms and forehead popped up, and he swept out a powerful slash with all his strength. The demon knife rubbed against the air and made a roaring sound, and a scarlet cold light flashed, cutting off countless huge trees in an instant. And the yellow poisonous gas sprayed from the flowers was also dispersed, making it impossible to get close to the old man with the knife. This blow can be said to be his full blow. This old man's swordsmanship has really reached the level of ultimate. Cuomo slightly corrected and couldn't help but praise. Just a single blow destroyed a large number of his trees, and the airflow formed by the powerful sword energy scattered the yellow poisonous gas. The arrival of the wood-style flower and tree world can be said to have little suppression on the old man with a knife. It's almost useless for him. 5 elders are always 5 elders, and it is destined to be very difficult to defeat such terrifying powerhouses. You really ate a remarkable fruit, brat. The old man with the knife stared at Cuomo and said in a deep voice. Cuomo's dragon scale made him think that the other party had eaten zone devil fruit. But now Cuomo has used the power of trees again, which made him overturn his previous guess. Cuomo may have eaten a Eudemon's devil fruit, or a Paramesha devil fruit with a very high upper limit. Cuomo smiled and didn't respond. You young people, if you rely too much on the power of devil fruit, you will suffer a lot. The old man in the suit commented indifferently. A big loss. That's not necessarily true, Cuomo said lightly. 61 Battle of Transcendence, Cuomo's Sage Mode 8 more subscriptions required. Eating devil fruit can certainly gain great strength, but at the same time, you will also be cast aside by the sea. This is the price, the old man with the knife said lightly. Okay, don't talk about devil fruit with me, I don't want to listen to you old men preaching. Cuomo said in a deep voice. He, the old man in the suit sneered. Using external power, after all, you are just a pathetic weakling. The real strong will not rely on any external force. The old man with the knife said calmly. Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Cuomo. Everyone heard the reputation and looked, and it was Marine who came, and Marine Vice Admiral Kong was among them. Has the Marine come to support? Cuomo glanced at Kong and asked calmly. It wasn't too much of a surprise that Marine came to support him. After all, the Holy Land of Mariajoy is relatively close to naval headquarters. They started this kind of battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, and the people in Marine couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Has the Holy Land Mariajoy been destroyed to such an extent? Kong looked around and muttered in a low voice. Since they ascended the Holy Land of Mariajoy, they discovered countless ruins. The battlefield where Cuomo is located is even more messy, with no complete ground. The ground level also dropped several meters in depth. It is not difficult for them to imagine that a big battle has taken place here. Can Cuomo fight 5 elders for such a long time? A Marine executive looked at the mess around him and gasped. They thought that when they went to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, they saw the scene where 5 elders pressed Cuomo and others to fight. But when they arrived, they found that this was not the case. They could see that Cuomo's aura was still terrifying, and there were not many injuries on his body. You guys, it's really time to come, let us old people have to take over your jobs. The old man with the knife stared at Kong and the others and said coldly. Sorry, it happened too suddenly. After the marshal learned about what happened in the Holy Land Mariajoy, he immediately sent us over. The Marine executive replied. The old man snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. To be honest, with Marine's assistance, they unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The battle situation seems to be troublesome. Wuho Satoru rested his chin on his hand and scanned the few people on the battlefield. He was already having a tough time against a 5 elders, and now he's back with a bunch of Marine reinforcements. It is bound to be even more difficult to win this battle. And Uchiha Madara, Hana Retsu, Ji Guiwan and others are now fighting against the strong, unable to come to support them. Can you hold these 2 old men? Wuho Satoru suddenly said. When Cuomo heard it, he gave him an angry look. Crazy, I can still support 1, you let me do 2. But seeing Wuho Satoru's serious expression, Cuomo hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. Okay, I'll try my best, whatever you want to do, you have to hurry up, and you deal with the other group of Marines, or I won't be able to bear it. Quote. As soon as the dialogue between Cuomo and Gojo Satoru came out, the old man's laughter came from the other side. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that he dealt with us 2 old fellows alone? He, I have never seen such an arrogant pirate. The old man with the knife heard Cuomo and Gojo Satoru the dialogue sneered. He admitted that Cuomo is very strong. After all, the 2 have been fighting for so long, and he failed to win Cuomo. But if he teamed up with a 5 elders who was almost as strong as him, wouldn't it be easy to defeat Cuomo? He didn't know where Cuomo's self-confidence came from, and he thought he could fight the 2 5 elders. I also think I'm quite arrogant. Cuomo smiled wryly. Yes, it is indeed as the 2 old men said, it is arrogant enough, 1 person hits 2. However, even though he is under a lot of pressure in 1-on-2, it doesn't mean he can't give it a try. Don't forget, he got Sage Art a year ago, and he hasn't even shown his cards yet. Should 1 hit 2? Kong was taken aback when he heard Cuomo's decision. Although the 5 elders have a high status, Kong has known the 5 elders and knows that their strength is terrifying. He didn't understand where Cuomo had the courage to fight the 2 5 elders. I have to say that Cuomo's choice is incredible. Advertisement. Is this guy out of his mind? Dare to hit 2 5 elders alone. Not only Kong, but several Marine executives standing behind him were also surprised. He's just bluffing, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat the 2 5 elders. A Marine executive clasped his hands on his chest and shook his head indifferently. His cognition of Cuomo only stayed a year ago, the incident of Sabayati Archipelago traumatized Admiral. Although it was a blow to Admiral, many high-level officials believed that Admiral had taken it lightly. Otherwise Admiral would never have been hurt by Cuomo. After a successful blow, Cuomo did not choose to pursue the victory, but chose to escape. Just relying on this point, many high-level executives believe that Cuomo's strength is completely inferior to Marine Admiral. As for the strength of the five elders, they don't know exactly how strong they are, but they should surpass the existence of the Admiral level. In other words, Cuomo wants to fight against two people who are beyond the strength of Admiral. How can anyone succeed? So he is confident that Cuomo will not win. Although Cuomo has been hiding for a year, how far can he improve his strength for a year? Exactly. Kong nodded. Although he was shocked by Cuomo's choice, he also didn't think Cuomo could defeat two existences beyond the Admiral level. Are you sure you can hold on? Gojo Satoru looked at Cuomo with some anxiety before the battle. You have said that, as the captain, I can only stand up. Cuomo said softly. Then please. Gojo Satoru smiled slightly. Although Gojo Satoru didn't say what he was going to do, Cuomo didn't ask too much. After all, he believed that Gojo Satoru made him do this, there must be other reasons. At the same time, the two five elders looked alike, then set their sights on Cuomo. Without talking nonsense, they stomped their feet and rushed towards Cuomo at a very fast speed. They didn't believe it, two of them couldn't beat Cuomo alone. Swish. On the way, the old man with the knife directly shot a sword at Cuomo, while the old man in the suit rushed towards Cuomo sideways. Cuomo swung his knife, and a sword aura collided with the sword aura attacking in front of him. Let me see where you, little brat, have the confidence to beat the two of us alone. The old man in the suit had arrived in front of Cuomo at this time, and his fists covered the thick haki and hit him. Boom. Cuomo quickly used the blade to stand in front of him to defend against his attack, but he had to admit that his armament haki was extremely accomplished, and Cuomo's arms were a little numb from the shock. Arrogant brat, die here. Suddenly, an old man with a knife appeared behind Cuomo and slashed at him with all his strength. Cuomo's pupils contracted violently, he didn't expect the old man with the knife to be so fast. When black and blue wings grew from Cuomo's back, covered with armament haki to defend against the old man's attack. The old man's knife cut on his wings, leaving a bloodstain. Cuomo swung Shenyan vigorously with his arm and bounced the old man in the suit away, then flapped his wings and quickly moved away from the two of them. With his current state, it is really too much for one person to play two five elders at the same time. With this little strength, do you want to deal with the two of us alone? The old man with the knife looked at Cuomo and sneered. Sure enough, there are still some troubles. Cuomo floated in midair, staring at the two and said. No one has ever been able to survive under the cooperation of the two of us, and you are the same. The old man in the suit said lightly with his hands behind his back. The battle has just begun. Whether I can live or not is up to you. Cuomo said calmly as usual. Be brave. The old man with the knife snorted coldly. He. Cuomo sneered. 0. Seeking flowers 00. Advertisement. Although 1-on-2 is very stressful, he is not guaranteed to lose, because he still has useless whole cards. Let's die here today. The old man in the suit charged his legs and rushed towards Cuomo who was in the air. And the moment he rushed over, the old man with the knife also rushed over. The two flanked Cuomo again. Sage mode. Facing the two men attacking, Cuomo put his hands together and decisively used Sage mode. His Sage mode, like Senju Hashirama, can be activated instantly. After using Sage mode, his recovery power, attack power, defense power, and insight will all be greatly improved. After Sage mode was turned on, a black eyeliner appeared around his eyes, and there was also a black eyeliner on his forehead. Cuomo doesn't know exactly what is consumed by using Sage mode, it may be physical strength or other things. But no matter what is consumed in his body. But after turning on Sage mode, his strength will be greatly improved. The momentum has become different. The old man with the knife felt the breath from Cuomo's body, and his pupils shrank. But in just a split second, he noticed the changes in Cuomo's body. It's an incredible fruit ability. The old man in the suit frowned slightly and stared at Cuomo in midair. He also felt that Cuomo's aura has changed, and there is no doubt that he has become stronger. Although he looks down on people who eat devil fruit. But now he felt it sincerely, the day after Kuyuan ate devil fruit. The old man in the suit and the knife-wielding old man looked at each other, and then rushed towards Cuomo at both sides. Your speed has slowed down a lot. Cuomo, who was standing in midair, looked at the two people who were approaching extremely fast and said indifferently. He turned on Sage mode and possessed terrifying insight. In his eyes, the speed of the two old men had slowed down a lot. He grabbed Shenyan and rushed towards the old man in the suit. He needed to take the initiative to break the outflank of the two. What a speed. The old man in the suit looked at Cuomo who was approaching so fast, his face changed slightly. Cuomo's speed was so fast that he was in front of him in just a split second, almost making him unable to react. Boom. Cuomo's god fell on his fist, and the ground under the old man's feet suddenly exploded. The ground level dropped a few meters again, and he sank into the dirt below his ankles. Sage mode is really easy to use. Gazing at the old man in a suit who was slightly suppressed by him in front of him, Cuomo couldn't help but smile. Sage mode has increased his attack power a lot, and now his strength is slightly higher than that of the old man in the suit. But not much better than the old man in the suit. Did you forget about me? The old man with a knife suddenly appeared behind Cuomo and asked quietly. He grabbed Onitsu and slashed Cuomo with his arm, trying to cut him in half. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Cuomo's speed was extremely fast, and when the knife of the old man with the knife came over, he left the place directly. When not using Sage Mode, he was still suppressed by the two, but after using Sage Mode, his strength has been greatly improved, and even now under the confrontation between the two, he can temporarily resist, and Sage Mode is really strong. You use such a powerful ability, how long do you think your body can withstand? Devil Fruit is not a panacea. The old man in the suit jumped out of the pit and landed on the ground. The above commented as usual. He believes that the power currently used by Cuomo comes from Devil Fruit. Although Devil Fruit is powerful, but it can increase a person's strength so much in an instant, so it must be a load on the body. For example, Luffy in the original book. 2 years ago, Luffy used the second gear form to compress the limit of the body to obtain powerful strength. In that state, it would have some impact on lifespan. 62 Gojo Satoru's spell ability. See, 1 more subscription required. How long? Who knows? You'll know if you try it. Cuomo said calmly as he floated in midair. It is also the first time for him to use Sage Mode, and he really doesn't know how long he can maintain this state. But in the process of using it, he didn't feel any discomfort, and his physical strength didn't consume too much. As long as he wants, he should be able to maintain Sage Mode for a long time. Although you can gain powerful power in a short period of time, in fact, you just squeeze the potential of your Devil Fruit too much. The old man with the knife said earnestly. Whether I squeeze it or not, what does it matter to you? Cuomo was speechless. These old men seemed to be more concerned about their own situation than themselves. Balabala has always thought that he became powerful by using the ability of Devil Fruit, and it won't be long before the use time of Devil Fruit's ability reaches the limit, and his strength will return to normal. But as everyone knows, Cuomo is not a Devil Fruit ability at all his abilities come from the heavens and myriad worlds. However, Cuomo will not tell others about how he obtained his ability in 067, because it is unnecessary, and if he tells it, it may cause him some trouble. Others thought he was a demon fruit power, but he was lazy to refute. I don't believe how long this state can last. The old man with the knife said with a slightly limo expression. Quote. After all, the old man with the knife finally stopped, and rushed forward with the knife. Even with Cuomo's terrifying insight in Sage Mode, it's a little bit of a struggle against the 2 Five Elders. The 2 old men flanked each other one after another, and once again teamed up to rush towards Cuomo, who turned on Sage Mode, although it was a little bit reluctant. But it can still be contended. Can you really hit 2 with 1? Gojo Satoru in the distance set his sights on Cuomo and the others. I saw that Cuomo fought with some reluctance under the confrontation between the two, but the 2 Five Elders still couldn't do anything about him in a short period of time. The current Gojo Satoru can only sigh one sentence, it is indeed you. Even Gojo Satoru couldn't help but want to praise such strength. Cuomo. Kong frowned and focused on Cuomo. He was also shocked to see the scene in front of him. Cuomo was able to fight back and forth between the 2 Five Elders. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. Cuomo's strength, which has not been seen in just a year, has reached such a level. Really? Can you hit 2 with 1? Several other Marine executives standing behind Kong were also shocked. They thought that Cuomo's 1-on-2 was just trying to be strong, and it wouldn't be long before he was beaten by the 5 Elders. But after so long, the 5 Elders have been unable to hit Cuomo hard, and they can't do anything to him. Advertisement. Such strength is too terrifying. Even if it is the highest combat power of their naval headquarters. Marine Admiral wouldn't dare to fight against 2 Five Elders level powerhouses at the same time. And Cuomo has done it. Is there such a monster in the first half of the Grand Line? His strength is enough to make a splash in New World. A Marine executive gasped and said. Not only Cuomo, but his crew, is also not simple. Kong set his sights on Gojo Satoru. He didn't know what devil fruit Gojo Satoru ate, and he couldn't touch it with his fist. Not only him, but the fists of several high-level people standing behind him couldn't touch him. As if separated by an invisible barrier. Thousand Realms pirates have few members, but none of them are simple characters. A high-level Marine sighed solemnly. So far, according to the information they have received, the Myriad Realms pirates and Captain Cuomo have a total of 5 crew members. But each of these 5 is a great pirate who can act alone, possessing terrifying strength. But this group of people are willing to follow Cuomo, which also shows how terrible Cuomo's strength is. They are still in a state of not fully growing up. If we let them grow up, the consequences will be disastrous. A Marine executive said in a deep voice. Stop thinking about others, what you have to think about now, is you, yourself. Gojo Satoru said calmly with his hands folded on his chest. Kong frowned slightly when he heard this, stopped chatting, and several high-level executives dispersed instantly, surrounded him, then quickly rushed towards him. But when their fists approached Gojo Satoru, they all became extremely slow. Kong's face froze, armament hockey was covered on his fist, and then he released it, attacking Gojo Satoru through the no lower limit technique. Gojo Satoru saw this move again, and hurriedly backed away from Kong. It works. A smile appeared on Kong's face, and he shouted to the surrounding executives. Use hockey. Armament hockey out. This ability can pass through his barrier. After hearing the words, several high-level people peeped at each other. Except for Kong, among the few people present, only one can play armament hockey. The armed color is the hockey of the third stage of armament hockey, they have not yet reached that level. You are in charge of attracting Gojo Satoru, we are in charge of attacking. Kong was stunned for a moment, and quickly made a plan. Good. Advertisement. Many high-level officials nodded upon hearing this. Be a little more serious. Gojo Satoru stretched his waist and said calmly, looking at the many high-ranking marines in front of him. Curse Pyre. Looking at the several high-level people attacking, Gojo Satoru used this, one of the strongest spells he has mastered so far. The incantation is a combination of the incantations, He, and Kang. The power of He is positive and infinite, and the power of Kang is negative and infinite. The combination of the two is Shelter. This has terrible lethality, after all, it is a combination of two kinds of warlocks. In the previous battles, Gojo Satoru had always used Hellite to attack, and this was the first time he had used the most lethal Hellite to attack. I saw a huge ball of energy gathered in Gojo Satoru's palm. This ball was extremely huge and contained terrifying power. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Be careful. Feeling this energy fluctuation, cold sweat broke out on Kong's forehead, and he hurriedly ordered. Boom. There was a big explosion in the holy place of Mariajoy, and a mushroom cloud of smoke and dust rose up. Looking at the fallen powerhouses in front of him, Gojo Satoru put his eyes on Cuomo, and prayed secretly, Cuomo, please hold on for a while. In the next second, he directly used the power of the spell, formed a long distance away, and disappeared in the holy land of Mariajoy. He came to some island they had been to and started looking for sweets to buy. That's right, sweets. Gojo Satoru is very strong, his no lower limit technique is almost invincible, he can screen whether the object that is about to touch him is threatening, so as to determine whether to let it pass. But using this warlock is too brain intensive, although Gojo Satoru also uses the reversal technique to heal his brain, thus forming a permanent passive perpetual motion machine. But the formation of this perpetual motion machine still has some impact on his brain, so this also caused him to have a small weakness. 1.5 is to make him love sweets, although it sounds a bit illogical. But in the world of magic return battle, Gojo Satoru likes to eat sweets very much, for example, he went to buy sweets just before meeting the protagonist. In the world of magic and magic, the original author set Gojo Satoru to be too invincible, so he arranged for him to have a small defect of loving sweets and being nervous. If it weren't for this, when he first fought against Hyubao, he wouldn't be bewitched by Wa Yusuo and let Hyubao go. Then in Shibuya, because of a shock encounter with Sha Yuji, he was sealed. This is exactly his shortcoming. In the middle of the battle, he wants to eat sweets because his brain is burning, so he asks Cuomo to help hold the two five elders. As for Marine, with one blow, he can make them dare not make more moves for a short time, and he just happened to go shopping for sweets at this time. 63 The behind the scenes on the Throne of the Void, 2 more subscriptions required. The battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy lasted for a long time, and about half of the area was destroyed. Cuomo takes on 2 five elders. Gojo Satoru versus Marine's high-level combat power. Uchiha Madara teamed up with Unohana Retsu to take on 2 five elders. Following the nation, Man versus a 5 elders, Holy Land Mariajoy, Pangu City. The battle here has already alarmed the real ruler of the world government, IM. Little is known about IM's existence, except for the 5 elders and some high-ranking government officials. For some reason, she doesn't like to be seen in public, but his status is higher than 5 elders. Even the 5 elders bowed and bowed when they saw her. In the deepest part of Pangu City, there is a hall, and in the center of the hall, there is a void throne. The void throne represents the equality among kings of all countries, and the vow never to desire dictatorship. The void throne is the center of the world and a symbol of peace that no one can defile. There is only 107 in the void royal family, which means that there is no unique king in the world. The void throne is a symbol, a hope of the world for peace and non-dictatorship. Once someone sits in this position, it is a violation of peace and democracy. But at this moment there was a man sitting on the throne. Because of the shadow of the hall, others couldn't see who was sitting on the throne. 5 elders do it themselves, the battle, isn't it over yet? I am sitting on the hall and said indifferently. She could still feel a shaking in this hall, she knew that the battle of the Holy Land Mariajoy was not over yet. She knows exactly what the 5 elders are capable of. Because if you want to become the supreme leader of the world government, you must not only have a smart mind that can control the world, but also have terrible combat power. If there is no strong combat power and brains, IM will not like it. If you want to stand at the top of the world, you must have the highest comprehensive level. Although the age of the 5 elders is no longer in the peak period, their strength still cannot be underestimated. Advertisement. But now she has some doubts, what kind of pirate group can resist 5 elders for so long? Under the main hall, there were several senior world government officials, and one of the men knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Master I believe the battle will end soon, or, you, go back to rest first. The status of the few of them is the highest, only under the 5 elders, so they are qualified to meet with IM. IM originally stayed well in Pangu City, but the vibrations from time to time also caught her attention. He talks to the 5 elders, but the 5 elders don't have the phone bug with them because they're at war. So IM notified these people to come and report on the situation for him. The turbulence has not stopped after such a long time, are you sure the battle will end soon? IM glanced at him and asked in a cold voice. She was not angry and exuded a powerful aura from Wei Wei, sweeping the entire hall. The senior world government official was at a loss for words, cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he lowered his head and said nothing more. They didn't even dare to raise their heads in front of IM. Since reporting the information, without IM's order, they have been kneeling here, not daring to stand up and leave. What pirate group attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy? IM asked. It's the 10,000 Worlds Pirates. The 10,000 Worlds Pirates. IM said to himself with his hands on his face. Report to me about the 10,000 Realms Pirates, IM ordered. She doesn't pay much attention to the news of the outside world, and only pays attention to the news of New World. The Pirates of 10,000 Worlds is from the Grand Line, and she never pays attention to Paradise. So nothing is known about Cuomo at all. Yes, Lord IM. The captain of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates is named Cuomo, and he offered a bounty of 500 million Baileys. He sailed in West Blue a year ago, defeated the evil Ghost Pirates, defeated the Marine Major Garp, and then defeated the Grand Line Pirates Golden Lion. Afterwards, in the 7th Water Capital, I brought the crew to fight with Kong Rear Admiral, Major Crane, and Lieutenant Colonel Sengoku, and won the battle. It has disappeared for a long time since this battle. Afterwards, in the Sabayati Archipelago, he snatched a supreme sharp knife and led the crew to fight with the great pirate Edward Newgate, the great pirate Charlotte Linlin, and the great pirate Silver Axe, the great pirate John. After yet another blow traumatizes the Marine Admiral, evacuating the Sabayati Archipelago with the crew. A man kneeling on the ground respectfully and detailedly reported everything about Cuomo's voyage to IM. How many people are they on board? Advertisement. Currently, there are only 5 people in the Pirates of 10,000 Realms plus Captain Cuomo. 5 people. IM slightly startled when he heard this. In the case of 5 elders, a 5-member pirate group has not yet been defeated. Are the 5 elders too weak, or the Pirates of 10,000 Realms too strong? Are you sure there are only 5 people? IM asked. When she heard the news, she was a little unbelievable. A 5-member pirate group has not been defeated for so long under the siege of 5 elders. Are they really just a bunch of pirates from the first half of the Grand Line? Sure, Lord IM. The man responded affirmatively. IM heard the words and didn't ask any more questions. He leaned on the void throne, his hands resting on his face, and his expression was as usual. While Cuomo's Pirates of the 10,000 Realms surprised her a bit, it wasn't tricky yet. 673. At the same time as the battle at the Holy Land of Mariajoy. New World, a certain sea area. Damn Rocks Pirate. On an island, the Golden Lion stared at the many pirates in front of him with a ferocious expression while holding the famous knife. After he was defeated by Cuomo, he survived by luck and grabbed a ship in Sabayati Archipelago and came to New World. But he didn't expect his luck to be so good, he directly met Rock's pirate. Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Akoku, John and many other famous pirates are all on his ship. Join us Rock's pirate, Shiki. Rox laughed as he stood in front of him. Rox saw Shiki's bounty order and knew that he was a famous strongman in the first half of the Grand Line. So I want to recruit him. Hole, lousy as Shiki, how could he join other pirates? Shiki refused bluntly. Then it looks like I need to convince you. Rox was not surprised when he heard the words, and grinned. Damn it, Edward, would a character like you want to join someone else's pirate group? Shiki asked coldly, looking at Whitebeard. 64 Golden Lion joins Rock's pirate, 3 more subscriptions required. If you want to survive in this sea, what you need is strength, Shiki. Whitebeard took a sip of his wine and responded calmly. He also wants to create a pirate group and start his own adventure after coming to New World. But there are too many strong people in the New World, and it is difficult for one person to survive in the New World. He wants to pursue his dream, but it is difficult to do it with his current strength, unless his strength can reach the point of dominating the sea. During his journey in the New World, he met Rox, who invited him to form Rock's pirate. He also thought about refusing, but he thought about it carefully. Even though joining the Ronkers pirates may not be able to realize his dream job. But isn't Rock's pirate a very good place to practice? After his careful consideration. Finally he decided to join Rock's pirate. Shiki, even if I die here today, I will not join the Rock's pirate. Golden Lion yelled, staring at Rox solemnly. Although he was defeated by Cuomo, he did not form his own pirate group. But he was also unwilling to join any pirates. Shiki, the strength of Captain Rox is enough to lead us to plunder untold wealth. Joining the Rock's pirate is better than dying here. Charlotte Linlin stood aside and sneered. The reason she joined Rock's pirate was precisely because of the strength of Rox. And Rox also promises that what they, the pirate group, will do is all big things, and they can get countless treasures. In the dangerous New World, if there is no treasure in hand, then even the crew cannot be recruited. Her idea is to follow the Rox, and if she gets enough treasure, she will leave the Rock's pirate. Create a pirate group yourself. What do you think you are trying to be, brave Shiki? Akoku sneered. After Akoku escaped from the prison on the Grand Line, he went straight to the New World. His luck was also good, he met Rox just a few days after arriving in New World. Like Golden Lion at the beginning, he was reluctant to join the Rock's pirate. Later, he agreed to join after fully witnessing the terrifying power of Rox. I am a man with a backbone, which is different from you. Golden Lion held the 2 famous knives in his hands and said indifferently. Ha ha ha, I just like a man with backbone like you, Shiki. Rocks laughed out loud. Advertisement. He exudes a terrifying aura, and the big knife in his hand is covered with Conqueror's haki. He's not that tall for the Rock's pirate crowd. But his aura is in full swing, and anyone who feels his aura up close will be shocked into a cold sweat. Damn it. Shiki looked at Rocks in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing. The aura on Rocks was so strong that even he felt the chills in his heart. Shua. Rocks looked at the golden lion and grinned, the veins in his arms popped out, he grabbed the big knife and rushed towards the golden lion. The speed is so fast. Looking at the attacking Rocks, the pupils of the golden lion contracted violently, and the two famous knives stood in front of him, trying to defend against Rocks' attack. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Rocks, knife slashed on golden lion's knife, and the ground suddenly exploded, setting off countless sandstones. The ripples oscillated 100 meters away, and the birds and beasts on the island felt the vibration and all panicked. Damn it, this is too strong. The golden lion gritted his teeth and defended with all his strength. After a beating from the Rocks, Golden Lion finally agreed to join the Rocks pirate. Rocks ordered the crew to carry the half-dead Golden Lion onto the ship, and then took out several reward orders and said calmly. Now, these are the only ones left. The reward orders in his hand are Cuomo, Gojo Satoru, Uchiha Madara, and Unohana Retsu. The main target of the Rocks recruiting crew is actually the big pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. Except for Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 realms. The other big pirates in the first half of the Grand Line were almost all recruited by the Rocks. Although the Grand Line is called a paradise. But Rocks can see that the strong players there are all very talented. Although their current strength is not too strong, Rocks knows that these people will become his great help in the future. Advertisement. There's no way they're going to join the Rocks pirate. Whitebeard, who was standing beside Rocks, took a sip of wine to remind him. Although Whitebeard has known Cuomo for a short time, he has only seen one side and fought once. But Whitebeard got a good idea of Cuomo's character just from that fight. It seems that you are very familiar with him, Edward. Rocks turned around and smiled. A year ago Grand Line first half Sabayati Archipelago. There was a battle, and according to the news broadcasts at the time, Whitebeard's opponent was Cuomo. Now Whitebeard says that, C knew that Whitebeard understood what kind of person he was on the way to fight Momo. Not familiar, but, he definitely won't join the Rocks pirate. Whitebeard shook his head and said lightly. There's nothing Edward can't fix in a fight. Whitebeard laughed. The Myriad Realms Pirates is one of the most valued pirates by Rocks, because on this boat, no one is a simple character. If these strong men are recruited onto the ship, then he may rule the world in the future, and he will be promoted again. Although he is also very clear that these people must have arrogance and are unwilling to join his Rocks pirate. But, there is nothing that a fight can't solve. He has absolute confidence in his Lee Dahao strength. He thinks he just needs to surprise Cuomo, or beat Cuomo. The other party will obediently join him in Rocks pirate. He's not weak, Captain Rocks, Whitebeard reminded. When he was in Sabayati Archipelago a year ago, he was shocked by Cuomo's strength. When he transformed into a black dragon, the terrifying aura he had on his body is still engraved in Whitebeard's mind. The black dragon is really scary. I know, but Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 worlds, I'm going to do it. Rocks said with firm eyes. He knows that Cuomo and others are strong, but he thinks he is stronger. 0.65 Madara and Wallai, Universal Pull and the power of Bakudo, 4 more subscriptions required. Meanwhile, Holy Land Mariajoy, Uchiha Madara over there. Madara, it just occurred to me that Cuomo said that the naval headquarters is near the Holy Land Mariajoy. We have been entangled here for so long, naval headquarters will definitely send troops over. If there are too many strong people to support, we are likely to be left here. Unohana Retsu reminded with both hands holding Zanpakudo. They have been entangled here for so long, it is impossible for naval headquarters not to know the situation here. It is possible that naval headquarters has sent experts over, but they have not met. The master is likely to be on Cuomo's side. Although she was fighting with the 2 five elders in front of her, she also felt the thrill of fighting that she had not seen for a long time. But in such a dangerous place, if you entangle for a long time, it will be very dangerous. I see. Uchiha Madara nodded upon hearing that. Universal Pull. In order to speed up the progress of the battle, Uchiha Madara decisively used the Universal Pull ability at 430. Universal Pull is one of Rinnegan's abilities. It is a special ninjutsu in which the caster centers on himself and generates a strong gravitational field to the designated target. The caster can freely decide the target attracted by this technique and the strength of the gravitational force. Specifically, Universal Pull can control the power of the spell itself according to how much chakra the caster releases. In addition, this technique is not only to attract opponents to one's side, if necessary. This spell can also move the specified object to another place according to one's own wishes. As small as a nail, as large as a hill. And there is no cooling time, this ability is still very strong. Uchiha Madara stands on top of Susanoo's head and uses Universal Pull, manipulating the powerful gravitational pull. Wants to suck the 2 five elders into his attack range. The 2 old men stood in place and were analyzing the battle situation and how to defeat Uchiha Madara and Unohana Retsu. Advertisement. Suddenly they felt a strong gravitational force. This gravitational force was so terrifying that they were not able to resist it.
I saw their bodies constantly rushing towards Uchiha Madara's position. Damn it, why does this kid still have such strength? The scarred old man broke out in cold sweat, staring at Uchiha Madara with gloomy eyes. Uchiha Madara can use planetary devastation, Susanoo, which is scary enough. Why do you still have this ability? Is it really Devil Fruit's ability? But before they had time to think about it, their bodies quickly rushed towards Uchiha Madara, Unohana Retsu and others. Focus on the kid who uses gravity, but pay attention to avoiding that woman's attack. The scarred old man quickly thought about countermeasures and reminded. Uchiha Madara's gravity and ability are very troublesome to them. They must first solve Uchiha Madara. I see. Another old man nodded, although Unohana Retsu's attack hurts. But as long as they use the top observation haki, it is still possible to avoid her attack. Even if you can't dodge it, it doesn't matter, get rid of Uchiha Madara as soon as possible, they can still win this battle. The two old men discussed briefly, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara's position on their own initiative. It is difficult for them to break free from this gravitational pull. So instead of being passive, it is better to take the initiative, and the two AHEI joined forces to attack Uchiha Madara first. The bodies of the scarred old man and the blonde old man kept approaching Uchiha Madara. At this time, both of them were ready to fight. It's now. The scarred old man shouted to remind him. The two jumped up and rushed directly to Uchiha Madara above Susanoo's head. Huh, did you choose to take the initiative to attack? Uchiha Madara was slightly taken aback, but he was not too surprised. He maneuvered Susanoo to hold two large knives and slash directly at the two five elders. Advertisement. Shave. Facing the oncoming broadsword, the bodies of the two old men disappeared out of thin air, and appeared on top of Susanoo's head in the next second. The two old men's control of Marine 6 styles is superb, more grandmaster than anyone else. Shaving on their hands is a real teleportation. Kill him. The scarred old man's arms bulged with blue veins, covered with rich armament haki and conqueror's haki. The blonde old man also used all his strength to hit Uchiha Madara. Have you forgotten my existence? Unohana Retsu jumped up and appeared in Half Sky's path. 2. Bakudo's 81 Splitting Void. Unohana Retsu decisively used Bakudo's power. Behind Uchiha Madara, a huge protective wall formed out of thin air. Quote exclamation mark quote. The attacks of the two old men hit the wall heavily, the wall made a loud noise, and countless cracks appeared. You must know that in the original work of Shinigami, the defensive power of the 81 Splitting Void is extremely terrifying. But such a terrifying defensive wall was shattered by the fists of the two old men. It is enough to prove the terrible lethality of their fists. Hateful ability. Looking at the cracked wall in front of him, the scarred old man couldn't help cursing. He found that Uchiha Madara and Unohana Retsu had so many abilities that it frightened him. If Unohana Retsu and Uchiha Madara didn't know the Devil Fruit's secret, he couldn't believe it. Ka ka ka. A large number of cracks appeared on the wall in front of him, and finally it was completely smashed and broken. When the wall shattered before their eyes, the two saw Susanoo, and the big knife raised high was slashing at them.
3BD66 Sage Art. Wood style true several thousand hands, 5 more for subscription. Be careful. The blonde old man shouted with his pupils constricted violently. How powerful Susanoo's power really is, they had already felt it clearly during the battle. Susanoo can destroy a large number of buildings with one blow, and they have been trying their best to avoid Susanoo's attack during the battle. Because they knew that if they were hit by Susanoo, they would be traumatized. Get out of the way. The scarred old man also noticed that Susanoo's big knife was about to cut. They cut it down. But the distance was too close to escape. It has ended. Uchiha Madara stood on Susanoo's forehead, watching Susanoo's big knife cut on the two old men. There was another loud noise in the holy land of Mariajoy, and a bottomless chasm appeared on the ground, and the two old men were lying in the chasm. Although the two old men were covered with armament haki at the critical moment, Susanoo's attack still caused a lot of damage to them. Although the two old men have been traumatized, the battle is not completely over yet. It's not completely over, but as long as there are no accidents between Uchiha Madara and Unohana Retsu. Then in this battle, the 5 elders will definitely lose. On the other side, Cuomo vs the 5 elders. One hit 2, although he was a bit reluctant at the beginning, but at least he wouldn't suffer loss, but after a long time, he felt a little weak. It's not because of the inability to use Sage Mode, but because the cooperation between the two old men is too tacit. At the beginning, their cooperation was a little rusty, but as time went by, their cooperation became more and more tacit. Even when Cuomo turned on Sage Mode, they still could not lose the wind, and even began to suppress K. 5 elders are 5 elders, even though they are old, even though they haven't fought for a long time. But they are still unquestionably strong. Boom. The old man with the knife joined forces with the old man in the suit, and each punched Cuomo. Advertisement. Cuomo put his arms in front of his body to defend against the attacks of the two, but his body flew back dozens of meters. It's getting trickier. Cuomo muttered to himself, frowning slightly. The tacit understanding between them is too deep. As several people continued to fight, Cuomo felt more and more weak, and the two old men seemed to have a tacit understanding. You can always attack him from different angles and avoid his damage. With the cooperation of the two of us, are you already dead, brat? The old man with a knife on his shoulder said sarcastically. Although Cuomo first used Sage Mode to engage them, they felt some pressure. But now they have no pressure in the battle, and have even suppressed Cuomo in turn. Although you are very strong, it is wishful thinking to defeat both of us at the same time, the old man in the suit said in a deep voice with a cold snort. He has admitted that Cuomo is very strong, but no matter how strong he is, it is impossible to defeat both of them at the same time. Although they haven't fought for a long time, it's difficult for them to truly display their strength beyond Admiral's level, but it's also not something Cuomo can defeat. Wishful thinking? Not necessarily, Cuomo said calmly. Huh? Don't tell me. You have other abilities that you haven't used? Hearing Cuomo's words, the old man with the knife had an ominous premonition. Under the cooperation of the two, Cuomo can still be so calm. Is there still an unused hole card, or is he bluffing? The old man with the knife didn't dare to attack rashly at this time, because Cuomo's strength made him a little afraid. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Cuomo smiled meaningfully. The old man in the suit shrank his pupils when he heard the words, and looked at Cuomo vigilantly. Although he doesn't know whether what Cuomo said is true or not, it's always good to be vigilant. Your strongest ability, do you still have to hide it at this juncture? The old man with the knife stared at Cuomo and said in a deep voice. No, it's time to use it. Cuomo shook his head with a small smile. After fighting for such a long time, to be honest, his physical strength is running out now. If he drags down with the 2 5 elders, he may be killed before he can use his hole cards. Although the two old men are old, their strength is really terrifying, and even both of them are stronger than Cuomo. 5 elders are always 5 elders, advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers. Don't sell the tube, use it directly. The old man in the suit took off his shirt, exposing his strong muscles and solemnly said that he is now ready for the final battle. Of course. Cuomo responded with a slight smile. I want to see what kind of ability you have, the old man with the knife said with a cold snort. Sage art wood style true several thousand hands, Cuomo said lightly. This ability, in the original book of Hokage Ninja, is the strongest wood style ninjutsu that only Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, can control. The Senju Buddha statue is dozens of times larger than 9 tails, and 9 tails can be squeezed with one hand. Also, wooden golem jutsu is not as big as a Buddha head. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, Hashirama used this spell to contend with Madara's costume, Susanoo. Boom! There was a roar from the holy land of Mariajoy. On the ground beneath his feet, a huge Senju Buddha image appeared. The size of the Senju Buddha statue is as huge as a mountain. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of the strong Mariajoy in the entire holy land. Is this your strongest ability? Even though the old man with the knife had been prepared, when Cuomo actually released wood-style true several thousand hands, he was still shocked into a cold sweat. The aura emanating from the Senju Buddha statue in front of him was so powerful that it made him feel palpitations. He couldn't figure out why such a strong man could appear in such a small grand line. With Cuomo's strength, he can completely become the overlord in New World. Damn devil fruit, this kind of thing shouldn't exist in this world. Looking at the Senju Buddha statue in front of him, the old man in the suit felt chills down his spine, and couldn't help cursing the existence of devil fruit. He thought the Senju Buddha statue in front of him was the ability Cuomo got from eating devil fruit. In the distance, Ji Guoyuan is fighting the old man with long straight hair. At the moment when the Senju Buddha statue appeared, they also noticed the movement over there. 67 Wujo Wu. Can you keep us 6 more subscriptions? Could this ability be Cuomo? Ji Guoyuan stood on the ruins with a knife in his hand, looking into the distance. At the end of his line of sight, as far as he could see, there was a huge Senju Buddha statue. He felt an extremely frightening and terrifying aura on the Senju Buddha statue. But he also felt Cuomo's breath, too. Do you still have such terrifying power, Cuomo? Yuan Ji Guoyuan couldn't help but gasp. The Senju Buddha statue just stands there, and the pressure it brings is endless. The thousands of arms behind the Senju Buddha statue, each as thick as an ancient tree, are even more terrifying. The Senju Buddha statue seems to have the power to destroy the world. Is this the ability of that brat? The old man with straight hair frowned while staring at the 7 or 8 Senju Buddha statue in the distance. None of the 5 elders eat devil fruit. So the only ones who can use this ability are the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. The old man with long straight hair stared into the distance, and then looked at Ji Guoyuan Yi beside him. Tap tat tat. Without much hesitation, he left the spot and rushed towards the Senju Buddha statue. The power brought to him by the Senju Buddha statue was too shocking, and he felt great pressure just by staring at the Senju Buddha statue. In the battle with Ji Guoyuan Yi, there is no winner in a short period of time. He can rely on his own speed to reach the battlefield first and see if he can provide support. Want to go? Ji Guoyuan stared blankly at the back of the long straight-haired old man leaving, but he reacted in the next second and chased after him directly. On the other side, the battlefield on Uchiha Madara's side. That's Hashirama. Uchiha Madara standing above Susanoo's head, looking at the Senju Buddha statue in the distance, the pupils constricted violently. In the original Hokage Ninja, the only one who can use the Senju Buddha statue is his old enemy and friend, Senju Hashirama. Advertisement. Did Hashirama come to this world too? Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and gazed at the Senju Buddha statue. That seems to be Cuomo. Yunohana Retsu turned his head and noticed the Senju Buddha statue, observed it carefully for a while, and said. She felt Cuomo's breath on the Senju Buddha statue, which should be Cuomo without accident. Is it Cuomo? Uchiha Madara was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, and then carefully observed and felt it. Sure enough, it was Cuomo, not Senju Hashirama, standing on top of the Senju Buddha statue. Cuomo. The two five elders standing in front of them glanced at each other, and then stared solemnly at the Senju Buddha statue. What kind of ability is this? The blonde old man asked in shock with a gloomy expression. Cuomo is truly the captain of Uchiha Madara. The power released by Uchiha Madara is enough to make them feel superfluous. But now that they have seen the power released by Cuomo, their hearts are even more shocked. This time the battle in the Holy Land Mariajoy had actually overturned his imagination. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to imagine that a devil fruit could be developed to this extent. Everyone in the Pirates of the Thousand Worlds is a monster. And there's a good chance they all have devil fruit's secret. Although the blonde-haired old man wanted to get rid of the Myriad Realms pirates, he found out after the battle. It is extremely difficult to eradicate the Myriad Realms pirates. Damn it, why does such a monster appear in this era? The scarred old man said with a grim expression. You must know that the current members of the Myriad Realms pirates are all very young. Which means they still have a lot of potential. The strength of the current Myriad Realms pirates has reached such a level, what if they grow up? The consequences are unimaginable. Advertisement. Even the scarred old man thinks that the future pirates of Myriad Realms will threaten their world government rule. No matter what the battle situation is like today, Cuomo must be killed. He is the biggest threat to the pirates of 10,000 realms. The scarred old man said solemnly. They must not tolerate the rise of the 10,000 realms pirates, and Cuomo must be killed today no matter what. Let someone like Cuomo grow up and the world will be in chaos. The blonde old man nodded and directly used the high-speed movement to leave the spot, and rushed towards the Senju Buddha statue. The same is true for the scarred old man. They no longer entangle too much with Uchiha Madara and others, but are ready to participate in the battle on Cuomo's side. It is very difficult for the Wanji pirates to eradicate them all today. Since they cannot eradicate them all, they will target Cuomo. In their opinion, Cuomo, the captain of the pirates of 10,000 realms, must die today. Want to run? Uchiha Madara watched the two five elders rush towards the Senju Buddha statue, and maneuvered Susanoo to catch up. Unohana Retsu followed closely behind, the other side. It's really dangerous. Gojo Satoru was eating with a pile of sweets in his hands, but his eyes were on the Senju Buddha statue that Cuomo had released. Is the pirates of Myriad Realms really all monsters? In the ruins, Kong stood up again. A few naval headquarters executives fell beside him, all of whom were defeated by Gojo Satoru. And he himself also suffered a lot of injuries. After all, the damage that this ability can cause with spells is really 0.9 as terrible. Can you still stand up? Gojo Satoru gave Kong a slightly surprised look. The strength of the opponent is stronger than he imagined. After all, after resisting so many attacks from him, he can still stand up now. How could I be knocked down by a pirate? Kong said solemnly. Kong is a marine with a strong sense of justice. When fighting pirates, he will not allow himself to fall unless he is killed. This is his will. Oh, go to hell then. Gojo Satoru glanced at him and set his sights on the Senju Buddha statue. 68 all members gather again, 7 more subscriptions required. Meanwhile, Cuomo over there. It's really exhausting. Cuomo, who stood up on top of the Senju Buddha statue, exclaimed with a deep breath. The moment he used Sage Art True Several Thousand Hands, he felt a large loss of physical strength. In the original Hokage Ninja, using Sage Art True Several Thousand Hands is a consumed chakra. In this pirate world, Cuomo does not have chakra, so it is his physical strength that is consumed. He himself has experienced a long time of fighting, and his physical strength has been exhausted. Now that he has used True Several Thousand Hands, his physical strength is running out. Do you want to attack first? The old man in the suit asked after glancing at the old man with the knife. The old man with the knife couldn't make up his mind and took a deep breath. He didn't know what to make, because the Senju Buddha statue was full of terrible and dangerous aura. Hey, what are you doing? The old man with long straight hair rushed over and asked loudly. Seeing the Senju Buddha statue not moving, and the two five elders standing still and doing nothing, 07 was extremely puzzled and couldn't help shouting and asking. Your opponent solved it. Seeing his arrival, the old man with the knife and the old man in the suit were overjoyed and asked quickly. Cuomo's Myriad Realms pirates have 5 members. If they solve one, then the victory of this battle will fall to them. No, not yet. I came here because I saw that the situation here was not right. I should be here in a while. The man with straight hair answered back and forth. He thought there would be a big battle here, so he used his own speed to reach the battlefield one step faster than Goyuan, and prepared to support in advance. But unexpectedly, when they arrived, several people stood there in a daze, and there was no battle at all. Are there 3? Cuomo said to himself, standing on top of the Senju Buddha statue. Suddenly he thought of something, his pupils shrank violently, his face became extremely gloomy, and he asked in a cold voice. What about Yuan? Ji Guoyuan is a member he summoned from Otherworld, and they have become friends after a year of getting along. Now that the old man with long straight hair has rushed here to help, is it possible that Ji Guoyuan is dead? Because he was standing on top of the Senju Buddha statue, he did not hear the whispers of the 5 elders. Advertisement. Cuomo was about to get angry, but thinking about it carefully, I think it's impossible. Ji Guoyuan's strength is not weak. If the old man with long straight hair could really kill Ji Guoyuan, then he must be injured. But the current state of the old man with long straight hair does not look like he is injured. Cuomo. Ji Guoyuenyi's voice came from afar. I saw him holding the sunwheel knife in his hand, and was rushing towards this side at the fastest speed. So you're fine. Seeing Ji Guoyuenyi's look, Cuomo breathed a sigh of relief. What can I do? Ji Guoyuen said calmly. Although the old man with long straight hair is not weak and his speed is fast, he can still contend. Although he thought that the chances of winning against the old man with long straight hair were not high, but if he survived in his hands, Ji Guoyuenyi still had a great chance of winning. It's true, how could he have the strength to kill you? Keikao Ji laughed. Damn it, is he already here? Seeing Ji Guoyuen arrive so quickly, the old man with long straight hair suddenly darkened his eyes. The situation here is now, 3 volts 2. Gojo, Satoru and Kong are fighting not far away. Although it is a 3v2 situation, they have not dared to act rashly, because the Senju Buddha statue released by Cuomo is in full swing, and there are several strong people around them. They are seriously thinking about countermeasures. Hey, you. Why are you all here? Not far away, an old man with a scar on his head rushed over and asked with doubts. He rushed here to support, but the battle did not start, but the 3-5 elders also gathered together. He was a little puzzled. Why haven't they gathered here yet to fight? You. Why are you here? The old man with the knife turned his head and looked at the two of them and asked. The opponent over there is too difficult to deal with, so we want to come to support and kill Cuomo, the captain of the pirates of 10,000 realms. The blonde old man came to everyone and explained. It is very difficult to kill Uchiha Madara and Unohana Retsu. So they want to rush to the battlefield here as quickly as possible, and encircle Cuomo with another one, and kill Cuomo first. After all, they think that with so many people joining forces, Cuomo can still be subdued. Advertisement. But why haven't you fought yet? The scarred old man expressed his doubts. He thought that after Cuomo used the Senju Buddha statue, the battle here would start directly. But I didn't expect that after they arrived, the battle here still hadn't started. No hurry, we are thinking about countermeasures. The old man with the knife pushed his glasses and responded truthfully. Bang bang bang. There were bursts of footsteps not far away, accompanied by the shaking of the Holy Land Mariajoy, and everyone looked forward to it. Is it all here? Exactly, all in one place? Uchiha Madara stood on Susanoo's forehead, glanced at the 5 elders present and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The 5 elders and the members of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates reunited after a long battle. But at this time there is one more person on the battlefield, and that is the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Kong, who came to support. Facing the lineup in front of him, Kong couldn't help but gasp. None of the characters standing in front of him were simple characters. All members of the 10,000 Realms Pirates, and 5 elders, the highest leader of the world government. Each of them possesses terrifying strength. Even after going to New World, they can be alone. Is it all here? Cuomo stood on top of the Senju Buddha statue, folded his hands on his chest and smiled slightly. Unleashing the Senju Buddha statue consumes too much physical strength, so he is going to slow down before fighting. Unexpectedly, if he didn't do anything, the group of 5 elders didn't do anything. They were so wasted, and now all the members who participated in this battle, all gathered together again. The final battle is about to begin. Run for what? Do you think you can escape from our hands? Unohana Retsu held Zanpakuto, with a sinister smile on his face. On weekdays, Unohana Retsu is elegant and easygoing, but don't forget it. In the original Shinigami world, before Unohana Retsu joined Gode 13, he was known as the greatest villain in the history of Soul Society. She claims to have mastered all schools and knife styles in the world, and named herself 8,000 Styles. After losing to Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni, he was taken into the command of Yamamoto's captain and became the captain of the 11th team in first generation Gode 13. She before the battle is completely different from her after the battle. 69 Sage Art. Wood style true several thousand hands. Dingshang Huafu, 8 more subscriptions required? I really didn't expect. Us old fellows would have such a hard time dealing with a pirate group of only 5 people. The old man with the knife looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. The 10,000 Worlds Pirates attacked their sanctuary Mariajoy, causing a lot of damage. In the case of their own shot, if they escaped safely. If such news is released, their world government will become the laughing stock of the world. They are the 5 elders, the top leaders of the world government. They personally took action against the pirates, which in itself lowered their status. If the pirates escape in the end, will their world government have any face? Do the kings of the allied countries dare to hand over the heavenly gold to them for protection? Once the pirates of 10,000 realms escape from the holy land of Mariajoy, the face of their world government will suffer. I believe that many franchise countries will lose trust in them and will no longer hand over the gold. Heavenly gold is the main source of income for their world government. Without heavenly gold, it will have an impact on their economic chain. Although they knew that the world government would lose face, they didn't want to lose too much. Let's break them down one by one. The blonde old man asked with a solemn expression, scanning all directions. Then let their captain come first. The scarred old man looked up at Cuomo on top of the Senju Buddha statue not far away. Killing Cuomo is to save the face of their world government, and another reason is that his potential is too great. They all know that growing someone like Cuomo can make a difference in the world. Then kill Cuomo. Several other 5 elders also agreed to kill Cuomo. Meanwhile, Cuomo stood atop the Senju Buddha statue and did not strike first as he was recovering his strength. Go. The old man with the knife snorted coldly. The 5 people around Chi-Chi used Shatakong to directly kill Cuomo on the top of the Senju Buddha statue. Although the Senju Buddha statues released by Cuomo, the pressure on them is not small. But now they can only bite the bullet. In any case, they have to kill Cuomo today. Advertisement. Come and help. Madara, Huoli, Wujo Wu, Yuan. Yi? Cuomo shouted quickly facing the 5 elders attacking. But while he was shouting, he also said lightly, Sage art wood style true several thousand hands topped. Boom. Thousands of arms on the back of the Senju Buddha statue gathered their strength together and then hit 5 elders. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. Each arm is as strong as a towering ancient tree, with countless arms moving in rotation. The surrounding air seems to be exploded, making a violent roar. Although Cuomo is using wood-style true several thousand hands for the first time, he has high confidence in the power of this ability. After all, this is one of the strongest abilities of the ninja god Senju Hashirama in the original Hokage ninja book. It is impossible to say that it is not strong. Countless arms moved, and they arrived in front of 5 elders in an instant. Their pupils shrunk, facing the mighty giant arm. They hurriedly used all their strengths to fight. Each of their attacks can destroy one or even several giant arms, but don't forget, wood-style true several thousand hands, but there are thousands of arms. Even if 5 old men join forces, it is impossible to destroy all the giant arms in the first time. Originally, Uchiha Madara and others wanted to step forward to help, but found that the 5 elders could not completely destroy all the giant arms in a short time. But the old man with long straight hair is looking for an opportunity to attack Cuomo. Uchiha Madara and Unohana Retsu joined the battlefield to deal with the old man with long straight hair. The other 4 old men were destroying the giant arm. Wujo and Ji Guoyuan watched the battle from the sidelines, guarding against someone attacking Cuomo. The Senju Buddha statue has many huge arms and attacks intensively, so they can't help much now. When a big battle broke out on their side, Kong took the opportunity to escape from the battlefield and came to a meeting room. He saw that naval headquarters had not sent troops to support him, and he was going to call Wu Sui personally to urge him. He called naval headquarters phone bug. Boo. Advertisement. Bloom. Boo. Hello, how is Kong's situation? As soon as the phone bug was connected, Marshal Marine's concerned voice came from the opposite side. There has been no news of Kong and others going to support the Holy Land Mariajoy. He is already preparing to launch troops to support the Holy Land Mariajoy because of his worries. The situation is not optimistic, Marshal. Kong replied truthfully with a solemn expression. Very pessimistic. Marshal Marine was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and his brows frowned immediately. He knows of the Holy Land, Mariajoy 5 elders, who are at war with Cuomo's pirates of the world. What does Kong mean when he says the situation is very pessimistic? Who knows that Cuomo's 10,000 realms pirates are still not at a disadvantage when the 5 elders are dispatched? But that's impossible. No matter how strong Cuomo is, he has been at sea for less than 2 years. Although the 5 elders are old, they are all strong players. No matter what, the strength of the 5 elders cannot be competed by the pirates of 10,000 worlds. A rookie pirate group from Paradise, fighting against 5 elders, the supreme leader of the world government, did not lose the wind. Even fight for a long time. This is completely impossible, right? Marshal Marine didn't dare to think about it at all. Yes, Marshal, the battle situation in the Holy Land Mariajoy is not very optimistic. We need support. Kong took a deep breath and said solemnly. Could it be that the overlord force of the New World also invaded the Holy Land Mariajoy? Good money Zhao, Marshal Marine asked solemnly. He will not think about it anyway. It is the pirates of 10,000 realms who will not lose the wind in the battle against the 5 elders. Because in his eyes, it is impossible for this to happen. It is too far-fetched. He thinks it might be the hegemonic forces of the New World that have also intervened in the war in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Otherwise, how could Kong say that the situation is not optimistic? It's not the Marshal, the overlord of the New World, who didn't intervene in the war in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Kong shook his head in response. Could it be the Rock's pirate invasion? Hearing this, Marshal Marine's expression froze, and he continued to ask with a frown. No, Kong shook his head. 705 elders killed, 9 more subscriptions required. If there is no overlord force in Rock's pirate to invade, why is the situation not optimistic? Marshal Marine was extremely puzzled at this time. Because, that guy's devil fruit ability is too strong. He summoned a super big wooden Buddha statue, and he also dragged many 5 elders with his own power. Kong hesitated to speak but said it out. Snapped. What? Marshal Marine's face changed dramatically when he heard this. He slammed the table and stood up straight and said in surprise. Marshal Marine didn't know the specific strength of the 5 elders, but he knew very well that to sit in the position of supreme leader, he must have strength and brains. Even though 5 elders are not at their peak, their strength surpasses that of Admiral Cuomo of the Myriad Realms pirates can fight multiple 5 elders alone. Marshal Marine, who heard the news, couldn't be calm for a long time. Because this news is too shocking. A pirate from the Grand Line, less than 2 years old. What terrible power does he have, to fight 5 elders at the same time in the Holy Land of Mariajoy? Are you kidding me, Kong? Marshal Marine gasped and asked solemnly. Even though he knew Kong wouldn't joke around in this situation, he still couldn't believe the news. After all, it's 2 Arabian Nights. I saw it with my own eyes, Marshal, Kong replied affirmatively. He saw with his own eyes that Cuomo 150 used the Senju Buddha statue to fight multiple 5 elders with one person, so there would be no fakes. Did Cuomo die a few? Marshal Marine asked after a moment of silence. Since the current situation is that Cuomo is fighting multiple Five Elders alone, he guessed that several of Cuomo's crew members may have been killed. Formed Cuomo with 1 against many, and the remaining surviving crew 1 against 1. No, 2 of his crew members are fighting, and the other 2 are watching. Kong shook his head and responded truthfully. Both ends of the phone bug were silent for a while. I see, I will go there myself, Marshal Marine said with a heavy tone. After the words fell, he hung up the phone. He has already learned about the horror of the pirates of 10,000 realms through the phone bug. He quickly gathered his troops and decided to go to the Holy Land Mariajoy to destroy the pirates of 10,000 realms with his life. The 10,000 realms pirates absolutely cannot live in this world. This is the only idea of the marshal at the moment. Kong looked at the phone that had been hung up, felt the shaking of the house, took a deep breath, and she quickly ran out. No matter what he said, he had force and could help a little. Center of the Holy Land Mariajoy. Advertisement at this time, after the unremitting efforts of many Five Elders, the giant arm of the Senju Buddha statue can no longer be activated at this time. HEB. The reason is also very simple, Cuomo's physical strength cannot bear such a large consumption. It's very satisfying to achieve such an effect for the first time, Cuomo muttered. Boom. Cuomo didn't randomly bombard the remaining giant arms, instead of randomly bombarding them like before. Instead, he secretly covered them with Vice Admiral Conqueror's hockey and bombarded a scarred old man purposefully. The scarred old man didn't have the slightest fear in the face of the giant arm rushing and directly attacked. Taking advantage of the moment when he swung his fist, the next giant arm followed and hit him heavily. Because the scarred old man had fought Uchiha Madara for a long time before, he suffered a lot of damage and consumed a lot. So he didn't dodge the giant arm, he was directly blasted to the ground, smashing a huge deep hole in the ground. A shaking could be felt throughout the holy place of Mariajoy. Damn it. The old knife-wielding man swung the blade, destroying the giant arms of the Senju Buddha statue that were still waving. After a long time, the attack on the Senju Buddha statue has stopped. But the scarred old man was also hit. But the price on Cuomo's side is that his physical strength is already insufficient. I was injured. The scarred old man jumped out of the pit with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect to be wounded by Cuomo. Suddenly there was a loud noise in the distance, and the violent vibration attracted everyone's attention. Not far away, Uchiha Madara stood inside Susanoo's forehead, Unohana Retsu stood aside, and in front of them there was a huge chasm. I can't feel his breath anymore. The pupils of the old man with the knife contracted violently, looking at Susanoo's back in the huge rift valley for a while. What he was talking about was the old man with long straight hair. When they fought the Senju Buddha statue, the old man with long straight hair failed to attack Kojin. Then Uchiha Madara fought with him, and after that, Unohana Retsu joined the battlefield, but now, they can't feel the breath of the old man with long straight hair. He is dead. The blonde old man's eyes were heavy, and his eye sockets became moist. No one thought that in this pirate invasion campaign, an old friend died. This damned B*****************. The old man in the suit looked extremely ferocious, step by step, trying to rush towards Uchiha Madara. The old man with long straight hair is their old friend for many years. Now he was killed by 2 pirates, how can he not be angry? Calm down, he's still very strong. Among the pirates here, only Cuomo is in a weak state. No matter what, today, we must kill him. The old man with the knife stopped him and said earnestly. Damn it. The veins on the forehead and arms of the old man in the suit bulged, and he was extremely angry inside. We are also very sad, but now we have to kill Cuomo, the blonde old man said with a grim face. Advertisement, Cuomo. The old man in the suit yelled, exuding a powerful momentum, and rushed directly to Cuomo, who was standing high above the Senju Buddha statue. The other 3 Five Elders also rushed up. Killed one? Cuomo muttered as he stood atop the Senju Buddha statue, looking at the Great Rift Valley in the distance. He fought for such a long time, and only slightly injured one while he was off guard, while Uchiha Madara and Unohana Retsu fought with him and killed one directly. But in the next second, Cuomo, who was standing on top of the Senju Buddha statue, suddenly felt the danger approaching him, looked at the 5 Elders who were attacking, and shouted quickly. Hey, I'll leave the rest to you. His physical strength is almost overdrawn to the limit. If he is pushed forward by 5 Elders, he may be in danger. I see. Unohana Retsu yelled back. Bakudo's 6200 steps railing. Unohana Retsu uses the power of Bakudo, and a long stack of railings appears in front of her. Shush. The railing rushed towards the 5 Elders at breakneck speed. Be careful behind you, the old man in the suit shouted. He sensed the danger, and when he turned his head, he noticed the railing flying behind him. After hearing this, several old men around used their razors to stay away from this place to avoid Unohana Retsu's attack. In the next second, several old men appeared directly above Cuomo, and each of them used Thunderstrike to hit Cuomo. Go to hell, Cole. The old man with scars was covered with rich hockey, and his arms and forehead were full of blue veins. Hit Cuomo with all your might. The same is true for the other old men, all using their strongest strength to hit Cuomo. In their eyes, today Cuomo must die. They must avenge their dead old friend. Oops. Black and blue wings grew from Cuomo's back, and he spread his wings and flew away from the old men. The old man's speed was very fast, and he directly chased after him, seeing that the attacks of several old men were about to hit him. Suddenly the bodies of several old men stopped in midair and they even took a step backwards. Damn, this is the ability of that brat. The scarred old man felt the abnormality in his body, and his complexion suddenly became gloomy. 71 The battle ends, and the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds exits, 10 more subscriptions required. Manipulating them is none other than Uchiha Madara's universal pull. Uchiha Madara used this ability at a critical moment, manipulating their bodies so they couldn't get close to Cuomo. And it was at this moment that the black and blue wings behind Cuomo were completely inflamed, moving away from the five elders. Chasing. He's running out of energy now, kill him. Seeing that Cuomo was about to fly away, the blonde old man yelled. He exploded to the limit, using Shaved's teleportation power, to forcibly break free from the shackles of Uchiha Madara universal pull. And the same is true for several other old men, using the power of Marine 6 styles to forcibly break free from Vientiane Sky. Heading toward Cuomo at breakneck speed. Today they don't want Cuomo alive anyway, he's on the 5 elders must die list. If you want to kill Cuomo, you guys, go past me first. Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, Unohana Retsu stomped on the ground and rushed towards the 5 old stars at the fastest speed. This is not good. Gojo Satoru flew up from the ground and headed towards the location of the 5 elders. If Cuomo is caught up by the 5 elders, it will be troublesome. The wings on Cuomo's back are flapping, and he is flying fast in the sky, while the 4-5 elders behind him are chasing him with razors. Cuomo. Come my way, Uchiha Madara yelled as she steered Susanoo towards the 5 elders. His universal pull, although has a strong gravitational force. But 5 elders kept using Shaved teleport at high altitude. His universal pull couldn't find the target, so it had little pull against the 5 elders. Cuomo glanced at Uchiha Madara, and then the breath on his body changed dramatically. But in an instant, he changed from a human to an extremely huge black dragon. The black dragon has a mixed color of black and blue, exuding a domineering aura all over its body. This ability comes from the world of fairy tale, the calendar area of Akunalogia. Akunalogia is known as the king of dragons, the black feather of the end, and the origin of evil. In the original fairy tale, Akunalogia's black dragon form has the power to destroy the world. But the current Cuomo can't play to his peak combat power. If it can really play out, Akunalogia's peak combat power in the form of a black dragon. Then the world will be destroyed by him. The appearance of the black dragon shocked the audience again. Whether it is Kong or 5 elders, when they saw this black dragon, their hearts were full of shock. The last time Cuomo used the black dragon form, it was in the Sabaody archipelago, spitting energy waves out of his mouth, wounding Marine Admiral with one blow. Black dragon? The blonde-haired old man was startled with cold sweat on his forehead, and stared at Cuomo in surprise. He suddenly remembered, a year ago, the News King. Cuomo wounded Marine Admiral with a single hit in his black dragon form, before fleeing. At the time, they didn't take Cuomo's black dragon form too seriously. Now, when they see Cuomo in black dragon form for themselves, they realize the danger of the problem. The man in front of him was simply a monster. Although they have lived for a long time and have seen many geniuses, they have also seen many terrifying monsters. But, after seeing Cuomo today, they know what a real monster is. Cuomo is a living monster. Whether it is the Senju Buddha statue or the black dragon form released by Cuomo, it has given the 5 elders a strong visual impact. This aura is really scary, the old man with long straight hair gasped and sighed. They are not far from the black dragon, so they can clearly feel the terrifying power zone emanating from Kemai's black dragon form. Advertisement, we can't let him go. The scarred old man suddenly reacted and shouted. After his reminder, the other elders realized that they were here to kill Cuomo. Instead of judging Cuomo's momentum. The current Cuomo is full of momentum, but they know very well that Cuomo is very weak at this time. Physical strength is running out. Barely get another hit. Cuomo, unleashing his black dragon form, felt Ultimate's weakness. But he can still use his last physical strength to strike the last blow. Whoosh! Cuomo in black dragon form turned around, wagging his tail, and slammed straight at the 5 elders. Be careful of his attack, the old man in the suit quickly reminded. But it was too late for him, they were too close to Cuomo, it was difficult for them to use their abilities to dodge at this distance, so they had to fight hard. Boom! The black dragon's tail collided with the attacks of the 4-5 elders, and there was a loud noise in the air. The air seemed to explode. With just one blow, Cuomo's black dragon form returned to its original form. Good chance. The scarred old man was overjoyed to see the scene in front of him, and rushed towards Cuomo directly. Your opponent is me. Unohana Retsu suddenly appeared in the air, holding Zanpakuto in his hand and slashing at the scarred old man. Damn it. It's only a little bit closer. Seeing this, the old man with the scar shrank his pupils, and quickly punched Unohana Retsu to compete. At this time, he was only a little away from Cuomo, but Unohana Retsu was in front of him. He also can't get close to Cuomo. Bang bang bang. There was a loud vibration on the ground, and Uchiha Madara had already arrived at the steering wheel of Susanoo. Susanoo directly pulled out 2 large knives and slashed at several 5 elders. Ji Guoyuan and Wuzhou Wu also joined the battle one after another. Keep the 5 elders from getting close to Cuomo. At this time, Cuomo almost lost consciousness, but still barely maintained the flight, and finally fell to the ground, where he lay directly in the ruins. He was so weak now that he almost fell asleep lying on the ruins. I don't know how long it took, but Cuomo slowed down and regained some strength, He stood up and shouted. Madara, Yuani, Gojo Satoru, Huli, don't be in love with the fight, it's time for us to retreat. This battle has gone on long enough, it's time to end it. This time I climbed to the top of the Holy Land Mariajoy. Originally I just wanted to cross, but I didn't expect it to develop into this. Good. Uchiha Madara yelled back. He also knew that this battle had lasted for a long time, and it would not be good for them to continue fighting. Because Marine must have provided support. If you don't leave now, it will be difficult to leave. In midair, a huge circle, like a black hole, slowly dissipated. This ability is Wujo Wu's strongest spell ability. The field expands. His boundless space domain doesn't have any offensive power, but it has a strong control power. The brains of the strong people involved by him will be input with too much information. Causes the body to be paralyzed and unable to move, even the 5 elders. Seeing the black hole-like thing completely dissipate, Wujo Wu pinched the blonde old man's neck and said calmly. Advertisement, it's over. Crack. The blonde old man's neck was cut off and he was completely lifeless. 0. Ask for flowers. In this battle, 2 5 elders were killed. In this battle, the 10,000 Realms pirates were considered a complete victory. After Wujo Satoru killed the 5 elders, he turned around and retreated directly, and all members of the Wankai pirates exited. This long-running battle is finally over. In this battle, the Holy Land of Mariajoy, countless buildings were destroyed. The world government needs a lot of money just to repair these buildings piled up in ruins. Not to mention the battle, they also lost 2 5 elders. And the pirates broke into the Holy Land of Mariajoy, fought with the 5 elders and escaped safely, if the news is released. The influence on their shrine Mariajoy was enormous. It may even cause many franchise countries to lose trust in their world government, resulting in the loss of heavenly gold. Several 5 elders landed on the ground and did not chase after them. Looking at the backs of Cuomo and others, they lost their minds for a while, and glanced at the 2 dead old friends. They had mixed feelings in their hearts. Depression to the extreme. This time, we lost completely. The scarred old man looked at the surrounding ruins, sat on a stone, and looked at the god of medicine. In the end, they still didn't kill Cuomo, the scourge, but killed 2 5 elders. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, a lot of Marines came running from afar, and each one was an elite powerhouse from naval headquarters. And the leader is none other than the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. He slowed down when he saw the distraught looks of several 5 elders. Although he didn't ask, he only needed to look at the expressions of the 5 elders in the surrounding ruins. What the hell happened here? Looking around, there are endless ruins, there is no complete ground, and there are pits and uneven ground everywhere. That's the body of the 5 elders. Looking at the corpse of the blonde old man lying on the ground in the distance, a senior Marine broke out in a cold sweat. Although he knew that a tragic battle had taken place here, he couldn't help but blurt out and express his shock when he saw the scene in front of him. None of the Marine powerhouses around him, as well as the Marine Marshal, were shocked by the scene in front of them. 5 elders are dead. Marshal. Kong walked over and said with a serious face. When Cuomo regains his strength, he can kill Cuomo with his strength. But the fighting Uchiha Madara and others took turns using their abilities to stop him from approaching, so even though Cuomo was extremely weak, he still failed to kill Cuomo. Alas. We underestimated the pirates of 10,000 worlds. Marshal Marine felt mixed feelings at this time, shocked, frightened, and blamed himself. His deeds that shocked the pirates of 10,000 worlds destroyed a large area of the Holy Land Mariajoy with only 5 people. It even fought bloody with 5 elders and killed 5 elders to escape. He was terrified that the pirates of 10,000 realms would develop after they arrived in New World, and he knew that Cuomo and others had terrifying potential, once the potential was fully tapped. The world will be in chaos. He blamed himself for not knowing that when the 10,000 worlds pirates invaded the Holy Land Mariajoy, he sent more troops. As long as he arrives in person, or sends a Marine Admiral over, will the situation here change? But it's all useless, because the 10,000 worlds pirates have left. 72 rocks. I want to order the pirates of 10,000 realms, 1 more for subscription. The Battle of the Holy Land Mariajoy has come to an end. None of the pirates of 10,000 realms died, and they successfully crossed the Holy Land of Mariajoy and arrived at New World. As for the Holy Land of Mariajoy, it suffered heavy losses. 2 5 elders and countless celestial dragons were killed, and of course world government officials were killed. On the second day, the news that shocked the entire New World was released. Because the content of this news was so shocking, the news agencies of the entire New World released it immediately. However, in just 1 day, people in most of the sea areas of New World knew the news. New World, a certain sea area. There is a huge pirate ship sailing here. This pirate ship is the ship of Rock's Pirate. At this time, the members of Rock's Pirate are eating in a certain room. Ka ka ka. Golden Lion pushed the door in with a cigar in his mouth and shouted. Captain Rocks, today's news. Holding the newspaper in his hand, Golden Lion quickly walked in front of Rocks. He had had a full meal and went out to smoke a cigar, and then he saw a few newspapers dropped by the newspaper pigeon. It's just a newspaper Shiki. As for the captain talking about something insignificant when he was eating. Jalot Linlin sneered. Shut up, Linlin. Golden Lion glanced at her indifferently and said coldly. I don't watch the boring news Shiki. Rocks took a sip of his fine wine, glanced at him and said indifferently. No, this is not boring news Captain Rocks. Golden Lion responded with a solemn expression and shook his head. Rox didn't speak when he heard the words, but glanced at him, and then took the newspaper from Golden Lion. He just unfolded the newspaper and glanced at it, his pupils shrank slightly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The pirates of 10,000 Worlds crossed the holy land of Mariajoy, fought for a long time, destroyed a large number of buildings, killed 2 top leaders of the world government, and escaped safely. Rox unconsciously read out the contents of the newspaper. Is the Wanji pirates so strong? Can they cross the holy land Mariajoy? And it can kill the supreme leader of the world government. He glanced at the sign on the newspaper that the New World was famously authentic. So even though Rox didn't believe it, it was true because he knew it was impossible for the newspaper to publish false news. What? The other Rox pirate members were taken aback when they heard Rox read out the contents of the newspaper. They seemed to have heard a shocking news. 5 elders got killed. Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Whitebeard was obviously taken aback when he heard the name. The captain of the 10,000 Worlds pirates is Cuomo. He had fought against Cuomo a year ago and knew his strength. But he didn't expect that the strength of the 10,000 Realms pirates was so strong that they dared to cross the holy land of Mariajoy. They even killed the 5 elders. Is it Cuomo's 10,000 Worlds pirates? Charlotte Linlin frowned slightly upon hearing this. The 10,000 Realms pirates did such a deed, which he did not expect. Advertisement, even the 5 elders are dead? John was shocked. 5 elders are just a group of old men standing at the top of power. Although they hold the core power of the world government, it doesn't mean they have great strength. Ochaku responded calmly. He has never fought against Cuomo's Myriad Realms pirates, so he doesn't know how scary this pirate group is, and he only thinks that the 5 elders are too weak. Cuomo fought against multiple 5 elders. Rox frowned slightly and continued to look down. Not only is there this content, but there is also a picture of Cuomo standing on top of the Senju Buddha statue with his hands folded on his chest. Manipulate the giant arm of the Senju Buddha statue to shoot pictures of the 5 elders. These photos were taken by Moquin. At that time, he was caught by the people of the world government, and later because of the arrival of Cuomo, he also fled. But he did not flee directly, but observed secretly, and finally took these pictures. World government caught him, but in the end not only did not cooperate with a news agency like Moquin, but he took such a photo instead. Senju Buddha statue? Rox stared at the photo in the newspaper and was also slightly absent-minded. Just from the photos, he can vaguely feel the haki conveyed by the Senju Buddha statue. Black Dragon. Rox turned a page and saw the black dragon in the newspaper. The picture of the black dragon photographed in the newspaper is that the black dragon swept the 4-5 elders with its tail. Is this man Cuomo's crew? Rox turned another page of the newspaper and muttered to himself, staring at Gojo Satoru on the newspaper. The photo in the newspaper was that Gojo Satoru was floating in midair, holding the Jin publisher's neck. According to the content on the news, they knew that the blonde old man was killed. And this one, Captain Rox. Golden Lion handed Rox another newspaper. This newspaper shot a picture of Uchiha Madara and Unohana Retsu standing in front of the Great Rift Valley, and it was marked in the news that the 2 of them killed the 5 elders. Rox's face changed slightly, and he carefully observed the newspaper in his hand. They have come to New World, Captain Rox. Golden Lion snuffed out the cigar in his mouth, sat in his seat, and reminded solemnly. After the battle in the holy land of Mariajoy, the pirates of 10,000 Worlds undoubtedly went to New World. Golden Lion guessed they should be in the New World by now. The pirates of 10,000 Worlds. I'm about to make a deal. Rox finished reading the newspaper in his hand, slowly closed it, and suddenly grinned and said. He is becoming more and more interested in the Myriad Realms pirates, and he must get this pirates. What if they refuse? What to do, Captain Rox? An officer interrupted suddenly. If they dare to refuse, I will beat them to surrender. There is nothing I can't get from the crew I want, Rox said confidently. What about the pirates of 10,000 Worlds crossing the holy land Mariajoy? Couldn't they Rox pirate do it? Rox also dared to lead the crew across the holy land of Mariajoy, but he didn't want to do it. Because there is no need. In his opinion, Cuomo's crossing of the holy land Mariajoy does not represent anything, because the holy land Mariajoy is the headquarters of the world government. But the supreme leader 5 elders is just a few old men, how strong can they be? Advertisement, Captain Rox, we don't even know where they are in New World now, Ochaku said. Don't worry, in the New World. We will always find him. Rox smiled slightly. It seems that the battle between our Rox pirate and the pirates of 10,000 Worlds is inevitable, Captain Rox 0. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and said. Of course not. If they directly submit to me, we naturally don't have to fight, but if they don't submit, then I can only fight until they surrender, Rox said calmly. Road. Sanctuary Mariajoy, one of the highest council halls. The marine executives and the leaders of the world government are discussing something. Damn, why did you release such detailed news? A world government leader looked at the photos on the table, the Senju Buddha statue fighting 5 elders, and the death of 5 elders with an angry look on his face. They knew that news of the holy land of Mariajoy was bound to spread. Because of the battle of the holy land Mariajoy, Sabaody Archipelago can feel it. And when Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 Worlds went through Sabaody Archipelago, they must have been seen. It was inevitable that the news of the holy land Mariajoy get out. But 5 elders never expected that the news would be released in such detail. Someone hid in the ruins of the holy land Mariajoy and took this picture clearly. If it is a normal news agency release, It's only possible that it will be released that the strongmen of the Holy Land of Mariajoy are at war with the pirates of the 10,000 realms. At this time, they can choose to modify this news, such as the heavy losses of the Wanji pirates. This way they can also save a little face, but how should they revise the news in this situation? Photos of 5 elders' death are taken. Could it be Moquin? A world government executive suddenly thought of something and said? Moquin? That famous news agency president of New World? Another world government executive asked doubtfully. They have a lot of high-level world government, and everyone has their own tasks. So not all high-level officials knew about Moquin's abduction to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. McKean is a well-known news agency in the New World. We wanted to cooperate with them, but they kept refusing, so we wanted to kidnap him 1.2 to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Now it seems that he should have escaped, and took these photos. A senior official involved in the kidnapping of Moquin explained aloud. It was said that the entire meeting room was silent for a while. They were still angry at first, but when they heard the news, they couldn't help sighing. Isn't this shooting yourself in the foot? Forget it, the news has already been released. Try to avoid losing more face, contact New World's news agency, and pay a big price for them to cancel it. A world government executive said helplessly. The news has already been released, and they are unable to change it. Although 5 elders died, they are very sad, but the most important thing now is to reduce the loss. Contact Marine Admiral of New World and ask them to find the pirates of 10,000 worlds. They are not in good condition now. If they find them, they will be beheaded for public display. Okay. Marshal Marine nodded. Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 realms fought the 5 elders in the Holy Land of Mariajoy for a long time, and they must have been wounded. This time is their chance. 73 won 8 inner gates and Senju Hashirama, 2 more for subscription. New World, a certain island. The people of Wanji pirates stayed on this island. Bring the boat back to Gojo Satoru, Cuomo ordered. When they invaded the Holy Land of Mariajoy, they did not take their ships with them. Because it might be destroyed if you take it up, so I stayed in Sabaody Archipelago. Gojo Satoru's spell power can travel through 2 dimensions. Now that they are in New World, Gojo Love can return to Sabaody Archipelago to retrieve the ship. However, these 2 space points cannot last for too long. That is when they did not return for the first half of the Grand Line for a long time. Gojo Satoru's ability couldn't take them directly through the black hole to the first half of the Grand Line. At that time they also need to spend from the Holy Land Mariajoy. Okay. Gojo Gobi gave an okay gesture and then disappeared, but only for a moment. The ship appeared on the sea level in front of their eyes. Finally. You can rest. Looking at the big boat in front of him, Cuomo couldn't help sighing. He had been fighting in the Holy Land Mariajoy for a long time, even he forgot how long he had been fighting, and almost forgot their real purpose of crossing the Holy Land Mariajoy. Not to fight the 5 elders, but to the New World. Cuomo returned to the cabin and came to his own house. He doesn't think about other things now because he is too tired. In this case, he just wants to sleep. After a long time, Cuomo slept for a long time before waking up. Ding, congratulations to 07 host, the prestige value has increased by 60. Ding, congratulations host, your reputation has increased by 80. Ding, congratulations host, the reputation point has increased by 100. The sound of the system kept reverberating in Cuomo's mind. He gave a daze, and then opened his own property panel. He knew that after going through the Holy Land Mariajoy battle, his reputation must have increased a lot. Host. Cuomo summons. Gojo Satoru, 40%. Uchiha Madara, 40.5%. Unohana Retsu, 38%. Ji Guoyuan, 34%. 190,000 80,000 abilities. Armament Hockey, 1100 2000. Observation Hockey, 1200 2000. Conqueror's Hockey, 1000 3000. Advanced Swordsmanship, 952 thousandths. Special abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style, Sage Mode. Warehouse. None. The story of the Holy Land Mariajoy spread throughout half of the New World, shocking countless people, so his reputation has now reached an astonishing 19,000. However, his prestige value is very high, but the prestige value required for his summoning is also very high. Ding. Does the host want to exchange the reputation points for the summoning card of the heavens and worlds? The sound of the system enters the brain. Sure. Ding. Congratulations host, you got a reward card from the heavens and worlds. After redeeming one, Cuomo glanced at his reputation on his stats panel. Advertisement good guy. The prestige points required for summoning have reached a full 100,000, but fortunately he still has 110,000 prestige points, which can be exchanged for another one. Ding. Does the host want to exchange the reputation points for reward cards from the heavens and myriad realms? Okay. Cuomo chose okay without the slightest hesitation. Now he already has 2 reward cards from the heavens and worlds. Ding. Does host want to use reward cards from the heavens and worlds? Sure. I don't know what good things will come out, Cuomo muttered. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 8 inner gates. This ability comes from the Hokage Ninja world. 8 inner gates temporarily gain great power by unlocking the channels that bind chakra in the human body. When the 8 gates are fully opened, it is also called 8 inner gates formation, which can instantly gain dozens of times the power over the 5 cages. But the power of the 8 inner gates depends on the caster itself, and the power of the caster itself is multiplied. So different people have different powers after opening the 8 inner gates. After opening the 8th gate, the gate of death, it will also die because its own vitality is exhausted. 8 inner gates. This is a good ability, but I don't know if I will die after opening the 8 gates. Cuomo looked at the system's rewards and whispered. 8 inner gates is a powerful physical move. In the original Hokage ninja, it is the channel to open the chakra that binds the human body. In One Piece world, it is the potential to explode in advance. In the original Hokage ninja, opening the 8 gate will consume vitality and eventually lead to death. He didn't know if he would die if he opened it. System prompt. After the host activates the 8 gate, it will not die, but the maintenance time will be very short. By increasing the progress, the maintenance time of the 8 gate can be increased. The notification sound of the system came to his mind, and in the next second, his attribute panel popped up again automatically. Host. Cuomo Summon. Gojo Satoru, 43%. Uchiha Madara, 44%. Unohana Retsu, 40%. G Kuninichi, 69%. 110,000 abilities. Armament Hockey, 1100 2000. Observation Hockey, 1200 2000. Conqueror's Hockey, 1000 3000. Advanced Swordsmanship, 950 2000. Special abilities. Black Dragon Form, 27%. Wood Style, 22%. Sage Mode, 23%. 8 Inner Gates, 20%. Warehouse. None this time. Progress appears behind the special ability on the property panel that pops up. Currently the highest progress is the Black Dragon Form, and the lowest is the newly obtained 8 Inner Gates. Is the maintenance time short? But it's fine, as long as you don't die, everything is fine. What he was afraid of was dying after opening the 8 gate, but the words of the system gave him a reassurance. Since the system says that you won't die after opening the 8 gate, then you really won't die. After all, it is impossible for the system to lie to him. With the 8 Inner Gates, Cuomo has more confidence in New World. At present, he has mastered a lot of abilities, but with 8 Inner Gates, his strongest is physical skills and physical body. After all, 8 Inner Gates, with the power of the Black Dragon, believes that not many people are his opponents. Advertisement. Cuomo carefully considered his abilities for a while, and then used another reward card from the heavens and worlds. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully using it, and getting Senju Hashirama from the Hokage ninja world. Hearing the system prompt, Cuomo was slightly taken aback, and whispered, Senju Hashirama? Senju Hashirama is the leader of the Senju family, one of the founders of Konoha village, and enjoys the title of Ninja God. He has a bold and upright personality, is good at using wood-style secret technique, and has the ability to control tailed beasts. It once defeated Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End and temporarily guarded the peace of Konoha. His strength in the original book is extremely terrifying, and he can even be called the strongest ninja. How strong his ability is, Cuomo has experienced it. After all, he just fought the 5 elders with wood-style true several thousand hands in the holy land of Mariajoy not long ago. He now sincerely laments the power of the Senju Buddha statue. In the original book, his strength is also above Uchiha Madara, because he has defeated Uchiha Madara many times. He and Uchiha Madara are not only old enemies, but also friends. While Cuomo was thinking about Senju Hashirama's deeds, a cloud of white light particles appeared in front of him. This group of light particles slowly gathered into a group, and finally formed the appearance of a person. After that, the light particles dissipated, and Senju Hashirama appeared in front of him. He has long black hair and is wearing a tight black combat uniform with red layered armor on the outside. There are red iron bracers on the wrists of both hands. His personality is bold and forthright, and he is capable enough to serve as Hokage, although he usually has a gentle personality. But once you get serious, you can frighten the people around you with just your sharp eyes. Welcome, Senju Hashirama. Cuomo stood up with a smile and greeted him. Isn't this my original world? Senju Hashirama looked around and asked curiously. No, this is not your previous world, this world is a whole new world, Cuomo explained. Ha ha ha. Really? I thought I was resurrected by the younger generation. Senju Hashirama laughed out loud. Because of his terrifying strength, he was once resurrected by Orochimaru in the form of impure world reincarnation after his death. Although the system had already told him about this world when it sent him to this world. But he was still a little worried, and it was his younger generation who resurrected him. But he was relieved to get Cuomo's answer. It seems that in your original world, many people were thinking about your strength. Cuomo also smiled when he heard this. It's all about the past. Now that I have come to this world, presumably, there will be no younger generation to resurrect me from that world. Exactly. Cuomo nodded. Now Senju's home has been sent to this world by him using the system. No matter how the people of Hokage Ninja World use the power of impure world reincarnation, it is impossible to bring him back to that world again. Because Senju Hashirama has gained a new life, you have the ability to resurrect me, which means there should be other people you resurrected here. Senju Hashirama said suddenly. You guessed it right, I did resurrect other people, and there is another person you were familiar with. At the end, Cuomo showed a meaningful smile. Oh, familiar people. Senju Hashirama suddenly became interested when he heard the words, and asked with a smile. Yeah. Cuomo nodded. 74 Cuomo. Madara, look who I brought, 3 more please subscribe. Holy Land Mariajoy, Pangu City. Pangu City is where I am lives, and under normal circumstances no one would step into this place. But at this time, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor outside Pangu City. Thump thump thump. 3 old men walked along the corridor. Their faces were heavy, and they each had their own concerns. They were supposed to meet a long time ago, but because of the death of their old friend, they were overly sad, and now they are relieved. Oh, I've got a headache now, so I can't avoid scolding, the scarred old man said with an embarrassed expression. The 10,000 Worlds pirates fought with their 5 elders, and in the end not only did the 10,000 Worlds pirates not stay, they even killed 2 of them. He felt ashamed to see but he had to. They had to report the situation of the battle. Alas, the pirates of 10,000 realms is really a headache, the old man with the knife said with a deep sigh. This is the greatest shame they have suffered since they came to power. They have already rushed to New World. I believe they will soon face those strong players in New World. No matter who wins, it will be good for us. The old man in the suit comforted himself. He can only think so in order to comfort himself. But, in New World, it will be even more difficult to get rid of the Myriad Realms pirates. No matter how they develop, the threat will only become bigger and bigger. The blonde old man said with a serious expression. The Wanji pirates, although there are currently only 5 people. But they have fought against these 5 people, and they clearly know how terrifying the strength of these people is. What's more terrible is that the people of Wanji pirates are still very young and have a lot of room for development. With such strength now, if they grow up, it's unimaginable. Don't think about so many other things, let's think about how to report the situation to Lord I.M. The old man in the suit reminded. Everyone has come to the gate of Pangu City, but none of them opened the gate at this time. They briefly discussed for a while, thought about their arguments, and then pushed open the door in front of them. Stay dumb. The door was pushed open, and what came into view was a very magnificent hall and exquisite installations. There is a void throne in the center of the hall, and I.M. sits in the center. 5 elders, come and meet Lord I.M. 5 elders knelt down in unison, and the sound resounded throughout the hall. Master I.M., we. The scarred old man raised his head slightly, wanting to speak first, but I.M. interrupted him. 5 elders? Are you sure it's 5 elders? I.M. sat on the throne, slowly opened his eyes, and asked with a sneer. The scarred old man's face froze when he heard this. He didn't speak, but lowered his head. They really can't be called 5 elders now. Because 2 5 elders died, they can now be called the 3 elders. Being invaded by pirates, you not only failed to resist, but were even killed by 2 of you, and were even escaped by them. You are really incompetent, I.M. coldly said. Her voice was not loud, but it made the 5 elders kneeling in the center of the hall sweat coldly on their foreheads. None of the 5 elders dared to speak at this time, but rested their foreheads on the floor and remained silent. Time passed by second, but only a few seconds passed, but 5 elders felt as if they had passed through a long time. Although they hold the core rights of world government. Advertisement, but in front of I.M., they can say that they don't have much dignity, and they don't even dare to speak. Officials crushing people to death at the first level is exactly the description of the current situation. How about the loss of the Holy Land Mariajoy? I.M. said coldly with her hands on her face. Most of the area was destroyed, and the death toll of the celestial dragons is about more than 50. The long straight-haired old man raised his head slightly against the pressure on I.M. and reported. You guys really gave me a surprise. Hearing the answer from the old man with the knife, I.M. sneered. You must know that the Holy Land Mariajoy is the headquarters of the world government, and a pirate invasion can still cause such a large loss. It's all about standing over their heads and giving them a slap. Even I.M. couldn't help being a little angry after causing such a big loss. Sorry, Master I.M., this is our negligence, the scarred old man responded respectfully. You also know that it's your dereliction of duty. This time, you have lost the face of the world government for 800 years, I.M. coldly said. The 5 elders didn't dare to speak and fell silent. Your performance disappointed me, but I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. There was turmoil in New World. Someone found the storage place of the Pluton battleship. I don't know if it is true or not. If it is true, find a way to get it a battleship. I.M. ordered. The Pluton battleship is one of the 3 ancient weapons. It is an extremely evil battleship created by the ancestors of the 7 water capitals. It has the ability to destroy an island with one shot. Dare to ask the whole world today, is there any ship that can withstand a shell from the Pluton battleship? Even if Cuomo's ship is made of the treasure tree atom, it can withstand a few guns, which is enough to prove the horror of the Pluton battleship. At this time, the blueprint of the Pluton battleship should be in Tom's hands, but the Pluton battleship is somewhere in the world. The power of this warship is too terrifying, so the ancestors of the 7th water capital hid it. Now that New World is in turmoil, it is rumored that someone has found the Pluton battleship. I.M. knew that it was not a rumor, but someone really found the Pluton battleship. It is precisely because of this that the 2 admirals who were originally in the first half of the Grand Line were transferred to New World. In order to find the Pluton battleship, however, although the Pluton battleship was found by someone, that person was unable to drive the battleship out due to various reasons. As for who that person is, not many people in the whole world know now, but everyone is investigating. Pluton battleship? Several 5 elders murmured. Obtaining the Pluton battleship can be regarded as making up for the combat power of the world government. Sitting on the throne, I.M. said coldly. Their world government lost 2 5 elders, and now they have to make up for it with the help of the main battleship. Do whatever you can to get it and don't let me down. Yes, Lord I.M. The 5 elders responded in unison. Although this task is very difficult, they don't want to disappoint I.M. Hearing this, I.M. slowly closed his eyes, and waved his hand to let them leave. The 5 elders got up and left the hall. New world, a certain sea area. Cuomo's boat was sailing on the sea, and Uchiha Madara was lying on a rocking chair basking in the sun at this time. Ji Kuni was practicing sword hard, Gojo Satoru was fishing, and Unohana Retsu was cooking in the kitchen. Madara. Cuomo's voice reached Uchiha Madara's ears. Huh? Uchiha Madara heard Cuomo tell him to stretch, stood up and asked. Advertisement. Look who I brought. Cuomo smiled, pointing at Senju Hashirama beside him. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara saw Senju Hashirama's pupils shrunk, with a hint of surprise on his face. Long time no see, you are not so energetic Madara. Senju Hashirama greeted Uchiha Madara with a smile. Although he is ready to meet his friends. But Senju Hashirama couldn't help but smile when he learned that his friend was Uchiha Madara. The two of them haven't seen each other for a long time. Why are you here Hashirama? Uchiha Madara asked with a deep breath. It was Cuomo who gave me a new lease on life, and so must you, Madara, Senju Hashirama responded. Next second, Uchiha Madara rushed directly to Senju Hashirama. His fist covered Haki and hit Senju Hashirama. You're still alive, Madara. Senju Hashirama was not angry when he saw the scene in front of him, but unconsciously missed Uchiha Madara once, facing his fist. Senju Hashirama did not attack, but defended with his arms in front of him. Uchiha Madara's attack caused the ship to vibrate slightly. Is there an enemy? Unohana Retsu, who was cooking in the kitchen, suddenly rushed out, pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and stared at Senju Hashirama with murderous intent. He thought Senju Hashirama was the intruder. He was about to attack Senju Hashirama, but Cuomo quickly stopped him and explained. He is not an enemy, he is our new member. New member? Unohana Retsu asked a bit puzzled. Since they are our new members, why did they fight? They are from the same world, maybe they are using a special way to reminisce. Cuomo explained with a smile. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Madara kept attacking Senju Hashirama, but Senju Hashirama never counterattacked and kept defending. Counterattack Hashirama. Uchiha Madara yelled while attacking. No, I won't fight back against Madara. Senju Hashirama didn't want to attack Uchiha Madara. Because this is not the Hokage ninja world, Yin, Nuo Hao Jiao, wants to let go of the past. Uchiha Madara kept attacking Senju Hashirama, he lost interest in beating him, and stopped the attack in his hand. Senju Hashirama looked at the reddened arm, then at Uchiha Madara. It's really boring. Uchiha Madara said flatly. Senju Hashirama didn't counterattack at all, and kept defending, so what's the point of this match? Let go of the past, Madara, Senju Hashirama said with a sigh. The moment I was reborn, the grievances between Senju and Uchiha clan had disappeared, and I had already let go of the past, Hashirama, now I am just Uchiha Madara, and you are just Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama faintly Taoist. In the original world, he was already tired enough to live, but now that he was reborn in a brand new world, he should have a brand new start, and he didn't want to pick up the old grievances again. Fighting Senju Hashirama, he just vented the last remaining dissatisfaction in his heart, but he didn't expect that Senju Hashirama didn't fight back at all, so it would be boring. Are you relieved? Senju Hashirama smiled upon hearing this. Let go of the past, let go of the grievances of the past, this is exactly what Senju Hashirama is looking forward to seeing. 75 Rocks Pirates Choices and Actions, 1 subscription required. I will start a new life in this world, and I don't want to hold on to the past. Uchiha Madara retracted armament Haki, pretending to be very casual. Yeah, this is a brand new world, we should also have a brand new life. Senju Hashirama sighed. Seeing the two reconciled, Cuomo also laughed out of relief. The two people who were supposed to be friends in the original world became old enemies due to various reasons afterwards. Now that they have traveled to this world, the two finally let go of the past, let go of all grievances, and reunited. But Madara, what ninjutsu did you use on your arm just now? Senju Hashirama asked curiously. What he said was exactly the armament Haki used by Uchiha Madara. A product of this world, armament Haki, one of Conqueror's Haki. Uchiha Madara calmly explained. Conqueror's Haki? I'm quite interested, I think I can try to learn it. Senju Hashirama put his arm on Uchiha Madara's shoulder and smiled familiarly. Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama from the corner of her eye, but she didn't push her away, and said arrogantly, it's up to you. Thank you so much. Senju Hashirama laughed. Not only the arm color, but you can also awaken the other two, Cuomo reminded. Uchiha Madara, Unohana Retsu, Ji Goyuen, Gojo Satoru, although they are all strong people who have traveled through time. But they all have the Conqueror's Haki, because they're all born kings. Not to mention Senju Hashirama, he is a strong player at the same level as Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Madara can awaken Conqueror's Haki, surely Senju Hashirama can too. What is Conqueror's Haki? Senju Hashirama asked with his hand on his chin. Conqueror's Haki is a kind of Conqueror's Haki, only one person in a million people has this kind of power 377. Gojo Satoru, who was fishing, said. Oh, it sounds like a strong force. Senju Hashirama was very interested when he heard that. Of course it's very strong, Yuani. Show him a demonstration. Cuomo looked at Ji Goyuen, who was practicing sword practice, and ordered. No problem. Ji Guoyuan carried the Rylan saber on one shoulder, with a calm expression, and in the next second centered on him, the intense haki quickly spread around. A natural pressure covered Senju Hashirama's body, blowing his long hair. What a strong momentum. Senju Hashirama stared at Ji Guoyuan and praised. After Guoyuan released Conqueror's haki, the aura on his body has changed, and he has a terrifying aura that intimidates others. This is the power of Conqueror's haki. It can deter others. It is the most suitable way to clean up miscellaneous soldiers, Cuomo reminded. Although the momentum is good, but only one Conqueror's haki will appear in every million people, it can't be only the power to shock others, Cuomo. Senju Hashirama asked solemnly. Of course, Conqueror's haki is proficient enough to master Conqueror's haki. Cuomo's arm wrapped around a cloud of red air and explained, like this. Conqueror's winding is a power zone that can only be mastered if you have mastered Conqueror's too deeply. Kaido in the original book once said that there are only a handful of people in this world who can master Conqueror's winding. Because if you want to use Conqueror's winding, you must first have Conqueror's and you must practice it to a deep level. Extremely difficult. Advertisement. Do you want to try its power? Cuomo asked with a smile. Okay. Senju Hashirama smiled, stepped forward, came to Cuomo and said calmly. Cuomo, he knew, wouldn't hit him hard. Cuomo lightly punched Senju Hashirama in the abdomen, and Senju Hashirama felt dizzy in the next second. Although this dizziness is not strong, it cannot be ignored. The power of Conqueror's entanglement has high destructive power, and another point is that the shock of Conqueror's is driven into the enemy's body, which can easily cause a sense of dizziness. Cuomo retracted Conqueror's haki explained. For example, Luffy in the original book was stunned by Kaido's thunder and 8 trigrams, but he woke up with no major injuries. This is because the Conqueror's is entwined, and the strong sense of awe directly shakes into Luffy's body, forcibly causing dizziness. Personal guess, if there is a problem, remind, the author will change it. Then how should I learn this ability? Senju Hashirama asked with a nod of interest. Cuomo explained to him the principle of Conqueror's. After a bit of prodding, Senju Hashirama learned Conqueror's haki. Only 6 of his crew members currently join him, but each is a natural-born slaughterer. Each one is a powerhouse with terrifying combat power in the original world. After learning Conqueror's haki, Senju Hashirama began to learn armament haki and observation haki from Uchiha Madara. Coming to a brand new world, it is natural to fully experience the power and characteristics of this world. Since coming to New World, the pirates of 10,000 Realms often encountered conflicts with many pirate groups. Because the New World pirates are a bunch of arrogant guys. Knowing that they crossed the Holy Land Mariajoy, they all wanted to challenge them. New World, a certain sea area. Rock's pirate's boat has been sailing on the sea for a long time. They finally got the information of the 10,000 Worlds pirates. But they also got information on the Pluton ship. The coordinates of the Pluton battleship were deciphered by someone in New World, so they have been investigating this person. After all, once they find this person, it means they get the Pluton battleship. The Pluton warship is one of the 3 ancient weapons, possessing the power to destroy the world. Even the Rocks are desperate for it. In the conference room on the Rocks ship. Captain Rocks, shall we go to the Pluton first, or first to the 10,000 Worlds pirates? Ochaku asked. AHFE. After a lot of time, they finally got the whereabouts of the 10,000 Realms pirates, but at this time they also got the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Now they are discussing which one to go to first. I think it's better to go to the Pluton battleship first. After all, we managed to get some clues. If we get the Pluton battleship, the whole sea. Which pirate group can compete with our Rocks pirate? Charlotte Linlin offered her opinion that it would be better to go to the Pluton first. I also think it's best to find the Pluton battleship first. Although New World is big, it's not easy to find the pirates of 10,000 Worlds. The Cuomo is always in New World. As long as we want to find it, we will find it sooner or later. But the Pluton battleship is different. If this thing is obtained by others, we will not only lose it, but also maybe in big trouble. Golden Lion also agrees with Charlotte Linlin's proposal. It is best to go to the Pluton battleship first. If the Pluton battleship is acquired by Marine will definitely not wait to use the power of the Pluton battleship to eliminate their New World big pirates. Advertisement. If it is obtained by other overlord forces, the same is true. Those forces definitely do not allow the existence of Rock's pirate. Pluton battleship, only mastered by their Rock's pirate, this is the best choice. What's your opinion? Rocks was silent for a while, asking the opinions of those around him. Captain Rocks, I think we can send someone to invite the 10,000 Realms pirates to join us. At this time, we will go to the Pluton battleship. Akadri expressed his opinion. So, who are you going to send? Rocks glanced at the many pirates present. Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, John, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion all frowned unconsciously at this time, afraid of being selected. Because all of them knew very well that it was impossible for the Myriad Worlds pirates to join them. But even if they said it, with the pride of the pirates present, they would definitely not believe it. So they know very well that it is useless to say it. In their opinion, whoever invites the pirates of 10,000 Realms is asking for trouble. I'll go, Captain Rocks. Ochaku volunteered and stood up. He has never seen the power of the pirates of the 10,000 Realms with his own eyes, so he has no fear of the pirates of the 10,000 Realms. Okay. Rocks glanced at him and nodded. Rocks knew that Ochaku wasn't an easy role to play, and he was a good fit. I will not let you down, Captain Rocks, Ochaku said calmly. That's up to you. Rocks laughed. You have to come back alive, Ochaku. At this moment, Golden Lion laughed with half sympathy on his face. He fought Cuomo twice and is all too familiar with the strength Cuomo now possesses. And the NG pirates are all monsters. Although Ochaku is very strong, but if he dares to provoke the 10,000 Worlds pirates, he can only die. Hee. I don't love Shiki like you, Ochaku sneered. What did you say? Golden Lion stood up abruptly upon hearing the words, with his hand on the blade at his waist, his face extremely gloomy. You're afraid of the pirates of 10,000 Worlds, right Shiki? Ochaku continued to sneer after seeing Golden Lion's actions like this. Although he was imprisoned in the Grand Line prison, he followed the news when he escaped. One of them is that Golden Lion was defeated by the Myriad Realms pirates who had just sailed, and there were only 3 people on board at that time. So he only thinks that Golden Lion is a weakling. Just as Golden Lion was about to say something, Rocks ordered, sit down. Golden Lion snorted coldly when he heard Rock's voice, then sat in his seat. And Ochaku still had a mocking smile on his face, staring at the Golden Lion all the time. That's the end of this discussion. The Ochaku ship is ready for you. Let's set sail now. We are going to find the Pluton battleship. Rocks directed to Ochaku. This matter has come to an end. There is no need to continue the discussion. Without further ado, they need to act now. Yes, Captain Rocks. 76 The new bounties of the Pirates of the Thousand Worlds. 2 more subscriptions required. Rocks pirate looking for the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Ochaku is looking for the 10,000 Worlds pirates based on intelligence, and prepares to win them over according to Rock's instructions. New world, a certain sea area. The ship of the Pirates of the Thousand Worlds is driving here. Since there is enough food on board, they don't have to go to the island to buy supplies. At this time, Cuomo was training on the boat, and a delivery pigeon flew across the sky. Cuomo throws 100 Baileys. Clatter. The paper pigeon dropped a few reward orders and landed on Kayuen's boat. Cuomo, who was training, reached out to catch the bounty, and then unfolded the bounty, his pupils shrinking. Madara, Wujo Wu, Yuanyi, Huoli, our bounty is out. Cuomo shouted to several people around him. That's right, the reward in Cuomo's hand is not about others, but they're 10,000 Realms pirates. Has the reward order come out? Uchiha Madara glanced at Cuomo, who was training with Senju Hashirama, and stopped. 1.8 billion Baileys. Cuomo handed him the bounty for Uchiha Madara. In the first half of the Grand Line, the reward for Uchiha Madara was only 300 million berries. After experiencing the Battle of the Holy Land Mariajoy, his bounty directly soared to 1.8 billion Baileys. A full increase of 1.5 billion Baileys, the reason why it can be so high. It was entirely because of his act of killing the 5 elders, which completely annoyed the world government. At the same time, the act of killing 5 elders also made those powerhouses in world government and naval headquarters understand how terrifying his strength is. The strength of Uchiha Madara is completely worthy of the bounty of 1.8 billion. Is it 1.8 billion berries? It's not bad. Uchiha Madara accepted the bounty from Cuomo, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. What about me, Cuomo? What is my bounty? Gojo Satoru asked excitedly with his arm on Cuomo's shoulder. Like Madara, your bounty is also 1.8 billion Baileys. Cuomo flipped through the bounty order and handed him the bounty order for 5 love affairs. Gojo Satoru also killed the 5 elders in the Holy Land Mariajoy, so he was also rated as a dangerous person by world government and naval headquarters. So his bounty is the same as that of Uchiha Madara, which is 1.8 billion Baileys. Madara. Our bounties are the same. Gojo Satoru accepted the bounty from Cuomo, put his arm on Uchiha Madara's shoulder with a smile, and glanced at his bounty order. Am I offering a reward of 800 million Baileys? This doesn't fit my identity. Ji Guoyuan took the reward order from Cuomo, resting his chin on his hand and trying to figure it out carefully. Road. Although 800 million Baileys is quite a lot, it is still a lot worse than Wujo Satoru Uchiha Madara. 800 million is not too low for Yuan Yi. The reason why Uchiha Madara and Gojo Satoru offered a bounty as high as 1.8 billion Baileys. That's because they had previously offered a bounty of 300 million Baileys. After experiencing the Battle of the Holy Land Mariajoy, the reason why the bounty can reach 1.8 billion Baileys is that many of the bonuses come from the fact that they killed the 5 elders. After Guoyuan experienced the Battle of Mariajoy in the Holy Land, the bounty directly reached 800 million Baileys. It can be said that Ji Guoyuan started with 800 million Pele, which is higher than Cuomo's 20 million Pele. That's true. Ji Guoyuan nodded upon hearing this. How much is your bounty, Cuomo? Hana Retsu asked with a smile. Mine? Cuomo looked down at his bounty. 22 billion Baileys. Cuomo's bounty is 2.2 billion Baileys, although he didn't kill the 5 elders. But he is the captain of the Myriad Realms pirates. When using wood-style true several thousand hands, he restrained many 5 old stars in a short time. Such a record has to be said to be very outrageous. His strength is indeed worthy of the bounty of 2.2 billion berries. 22 billion Baileys? Higher than me? Wujo Gojo hurriedly moved over to watch the bounty in Cuomo's hand. It is true that the bounty of 2.2 billion Baileys is 400 million Baileys more than him. By the way, Wallai, this is your bounty. Cuomo suddenly thought of something, and handed the bounty in his hand to Hana Retsu. His bounty is 1.2 billion Baileys, and such a bounty is not low. Mostly because Hana Retsu stayed by Cuomo's side towards the end of the battle and didn't engage the 5 elders. If she fights 5 elders, she might kill the 5 elders, and his bounty will increase a lot by then. 2 billion Baileys. Hana Retsu glanced at his bounty, but didn't pay much attention to the number. The bounty level does not affect her strength. This is nothing more than the World Government and Naval Headquarters assessment of her hazard. After Ochaku left the Rock's pirate, the Rock pirates also set sail to find the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Clatter. A flock of newspaper delivery pigeons floated down from the sky, and several reward orders were scattered. Advertisement Whitebeard, who was lying on a chair drinking fine wine, noticed the bounty order falling from above. He took the reward order, took a sip of fine wine and glanced at the reward order, his pupils constricted violently. Cough cough. I almost coughed up the fine wine I had just imported. Ha ha ha. Is the wine too strong, Edward? The golden lion lying on the rail of the boat saw that Whitebeard coughed out of drinking, and couldn't help laughing. Whitebeard ignored the golden lion's words, put the wine aside, and carefully watched Cuomo's reward order in his hand. Sure enough, it's 2.2 billion Baileys, Whitebeard gasped and said. You must know that he has been in New World for so long and has done a lot of great things with the Rock's pirate. His current bounty is only 800 million Baileys. And Cuomo's bounty is as high as 2.2 billion Baileys. What 2.2 billion Baileys? Hearing Whitebeard's self-talk, Golden Lion leaned over with some doubts. The first time he saw the reward order, his pupils contracted violently like Whitebeard, and he quickly took the newspaper in Whitebeard's hand. Count the numbers below the bounty carefully, must. 1Z. 1 billion. 2.2 billion Baileys. Golden Lion also exclaimed, Cuomo's bounty is as high as 2.2 billion Baileys. After the Battle of the Holy Land Mariajoy, did Cuomo's bounty soar to such an extent? Whose bounty is 2.2 billion Baileys? Rox came over and asked not far away. He has been in New World for many years, and the current bounty is only 2.35 billion Baileys.
In New World, there are only a handful of big pirates with more than 2 billion Baileys, and Rox knows that those people. Generally, they will not make any big moves, and naturally they will not increase the bounty.
Rox was very curious, which big pirate made the move, and Shaw rewarded Jinbao with 2.2 billion Baileys that day. Captain Rox, this is Cuomo's bounty from the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. Golden Lion handed the bounty to Rox. Cuomo? Rox's expression changed slightly. In addition to Cuomo himself offering a bounty of up to 2.2 billion berries, his crew's bounty is not low. Hana Retsu, a bounty of 1.2 billion Baileys is on offer. Following Guo Yuan, a bounty of 800 million Baileys is offered. Gojo Satoru offers a bounty, 1.8 billion Baileys. Uchiha Madara offers a bounty, 1.8 billion Baileys. One by one, Whitebeard read out the bounties for all the members of the 10,000 Worlds pirates. Given such a high bounty, it seems that the world government attaches great importance to them. Rox stared at Cuomo's bounty in his hand and said in a deep voice. That kid Ochaku. Seems like he's going to be in danger. Golden Lion suddenly grinned. Ochaku has a slightly grumpy temper, and the 10,000 Worlds pirates are also not good at it. But when Ochaku invites the pirates of 10,000 Worlds, he speaks rudely and provokes the other party, he must die on the spot. I hope they can join our Rox pirate, with their help, I can fulfill my dream just around the corner, Rox said solemnly. Even though he knows the chances of the 10,000 Worlds pirates agreeing to join the Rox pirate are slim, he still thinks there's a chance. On the other side, New World, a certain marine base. He hurried to the door of a certain medical room with the reward order and then opened the door. Lying in this medical room, it is Garp and Sengoku, while Kong is talking with them. Since Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 Worlds came to New World, Sengoku, Garp, Crane, and Kong also applied to be transferred to New World. The reason why Garp and others were injured was because they ran into a famous big pirate when they first came to New World. In the end, Kong, Garp, and Sengoku teamed up to capture the big pirate, but they also suffered injuries. Xiaohei, are you here to visit us? Garp was lying on the hospital bed, although his body was wrapped in bandages, but he held snacks in his hand, and laughed while eating. Injured, still eating snacks. You really are hopeless to save Garp. Seeing that Garp didn't suffer too much fatal injury, and was still eating snacks leisurely, he unconsciously relaxed. In one breath. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed heartlessly while eating his snack. What are you holding in your hand? Kong asked curiously when he saw a few papers in his hand. Oh, by the way, this is the reward order from the Pirates of Myriad Worlds. Crane suddenly reacted and handed the reward order to Kong. She came here this time not only to visit Garp and the others, but also because the reward order for the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds has been released. Reward order? How much is Cuomo's bounty? Sengoku, who was resting on the bed, sat up and asked impatiently when he heard Crane's words. Cuomo's bounty. 2.2 billion Baileys. Kong frowned and stared at the bounty in his hand. 22 billion Baileys. Sengoku was taken aback when he heard the words, and took a deep breath. Joining New World for the first time, offering a bounty, has reached the overlord level. Garp stopped eating snacks, and his face became solemn. The bounty offered by his members is also not low. Kong handed the reward order to the two of them. After Sengoku and Garp saw the bounties offered by the Pirates of the Thousand Worlds and others, their complexions became more serious. Hey, the world government suffered heavy losses in the Battle of the Holy Land Mariajoy, so it's not surprising that they have such a bounty, Kong sighed. Advertisement. He experienced the Battle of Mariajoy in the Holy Land, and saw the power of the pirates of 10,000 realms with his own eyes. He was not too surprised that Cuomo had such a bounty on offer. After all, in that battle, 5 elders died. 0. Seeking flowers. Sooner or later, I will personally arrest them and put them in prison, Garp said solemnly with firm eyes. Garp, recover quickly, we have to train harder. Sengoku stared at Garp solemnly and instructed. I see, time flies, in the blink of an eye, several days have passed. Is this the 10,000 Worlds pirates? While Cuomo and the others were discussing, a voice came to their ears, and then a pirate jumped up and came to the ship. Is this your friend Cuomo? Senju Hashirama glanced at Ochaku suspiciously, then at Cuomo. I don't know, Cuomo responded, shaking his head. He has no friends in this pirate world except his crew. Because when he traveled to this world, he was on a deserted island, and he couldn't make friends at all. He didn't know who the pirate in front of him was. That means he is the enemy. Senju Hashirama stared at Ochaku with a terrifying aura. Are you kidding, Cuomo? You don't even know my name? Ochaku said coldly. Who are you? Cuomo said flatly, shaking his head. He is not familiar with the man in front of him at all, and he doesn't know who he is at all. The original book's description of Wang Dun is. He doesn't even know what Ochaku looks like, how could he know him? That's right, after that damn marine captured me, the Grand Line's legend about me was also concealed by the world government, but I escaped in the end, and I became stronger. What is he talking about? Senju Hashirama stared at Ochaku in confusion, not knowing what he was talking about. I don't know either, Cuomo said with the same puzzled look on his face. Ochaku said so much, but Cuomo still didn't know what he was talking about, and he didn't know who he was. Point 0. You should have heard of the name Ochaku, Ochaku said proudly. Ochaku? Haven't heard of it. Uchiha Madara folded his hands on his chest and stared at him with a flat face. In fact, when they were in the Seven Water capital, the people in Marine talked about this incident. But Uchiha Madara didn't care about such things at all, so he didn't remember Ochaku's name at all. After all, when they met at that time, Kong was nothing to him, let alone Kong's subordinates who were defeated. The name of the weak is not worthy to be remembered by Uchiha Madara. Ochaku seems to have some impressions, but I can't remember. Gojo Satoru put his chin on his hand and recalled earnestly. Have you forgotten? The 7 waters have crossed the sea. Ochaku was defeated by Marine Kong. Who did I think? Kong is Cuomo's defeated opponent, and you, the defeated opponent, dare to trouble us? Wujo Gojo sneered disdainfully. Damn it, do you want to mention this? Much better than him now. When Ochaku heard Yuno Hanaretsu tell about how he was defeated by Kong, his face suddenly became grim. What he wants Cuomo and others to remember is the legend left by his Grand Line, not the fact that he was defeated. So you said so much, what is the purpose? To fight, Cuomo said lightly. Why don't you just throw him into the sea? Among the crowd, the voice of Uchiha Madara sounded. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wait a minute. Seeing that Cuomo was about to attack him, Ochaku hurriedly stopped him. I didn't come here today to fight with you. Captain Rox asked me to invite you to join the Rox Pirate. Ochaku said the main purpose of coming here. Join the Rox Pirate? Are you kidding me? Cuomo chuckled. It's just Rox Pirate, and I want to win them over? Even if Rox Pirate was asked to join their Myriad Realms pirates, he would not agree. I'm not joking. Ochaku's expression darkened when he heard Cuomo's laughter. I know you're not kidding, but your Captain Rox was kidding me. Cuomo responded with a smile. So, what's your answer? To join, or to refuse? Ochaku asked coldly with murderous intent in his eyes. Are you stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? What do you think my answer is? Cuomo responded with disdain. Look at your tone. Are you going to refuse? You Rox pirates are not worthy to invite me to join, Cuomo said calmly. He. But it's just crossing the holy land of Mariajoy. Do you really think you were great, Cuomo? Seeing Cuomo's proud look, Ochaku was very upset. He was dubbed the Great Pirate on the Grand Line. When he crossed the sea, there was no pirates of 10,000 Worlds at all. The 10,000 Worlds Pirates was a pirate group that rose up after he was imprisoned. It's just a few short years. He didn't believe how strong a pirate group could be for a few years. The so-called crossing the holy land of Mariajoy caused the death of 5 elders. He thought it was just that 5 elders were too weak. After all, the 5 elders are just a bunch of old men, which doesn't represent Cuomo's strength. 77 Is this guy being funny? Ask for flowers. If you think you can do it, you can try it too. Gojo Satoru sneered disdainfully. He. You are the only ones who are so bored and do such meaningless things. The ambition of our Rox Pirate is to dominate the world. Ochaku sneered. Whether it is meaningful or meaningless, it seems that this is none of your business. Now I give you 2 choices, shut up and leave, or die here. Cuomo's eyes burst into murderous intent, giving he has 2 choices. Ha. It's a big joke, how about it? I will give you 2 choices. One is to lead your entire pirate group to join the Rox Pirate, and the other is to destroy you with our own hands, Rox Pirates. Ochaku didn't mind afraid of Cuomo's threat, he replied. Are you not going to leave alive? Cuomo asked suspiciously. The place where Ochaku is now is not the so-called Rox Pirate, but 8 is his 10,000 Worlds Pirates. Dare to threaten them on their ship? How dare Ochaku? You dare to kill me? Ochaku grinned and asked with a cold snort. Although this is the ship of the Myriad Realms pirates, he has no fear in his heart. After all, he never put the pirates of 10,000 realms in his eyes. Plus he's a Rock's pirate crew member, so he thinks Cuomo wouldn't dare do anything to him. We dare to kill the 5 elders. Do you think your status is more noble than them? Uchiha Madara smiled contemptuously. Yes, the pirates of 10,000 worlds crossed the holy land of Mariajoy, even dared to kill the 5 elders. What is a mere Ochaku? Come on our boat and dare to threaten us. Do you think we dare not kill you? Ji Guoyuan said indifferently as soon as he pulled out the Ryland saber. Just because you guys dared to attack me. I belong to Rock's pirate, Ochaku reminded in a cold voice when he saw the murderous intent emanating from Cuomo and the others. What about the Rock's pirate? Senju Hashirama snorted coldly, covered in purple air currents. A strong sense of oppression, from Senju Hashirama as the center, quickly spread to the surroundings. It's a mix of conquerors and ninjutsu oppression. Damn it. Ochaku felt the pressure from Senju Hashirama, and a strand of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew that the man in front of him wasn't easy. I'll leave this person to Cuomo, Senju Hashirama said, looking back at Cuomo. When he came to this world for the first time, he realized that he could not display his combat power at his peak, so he wanted to test his current combat power through battle. Whatever you want, get rid of him quickly, Cuomo agreed with an okay gesture. Can you do Hashirama? Advertisement. Uchiha Madara folded his arms across his chest and looked at Senju Hashirama with a big brother look. Although the strength is not at its peak, I think it is enough to deal with him. Yusho Hashirama turned his head and smiled calmly. Don't underestimate me. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** veins popped up on his forehead. Ochaku was tall, with a large sword on his shoulder, and charged directly at Senju Hashirama. Boom! Seeing the attacking sword, Senju Hashirama's face changed slightly, and he directly caught Ochaku's sword with his palm. He currently does not possess armament haki, so he resists with his physical body alone. Is your strength just like this? I thought it was very strong, but it turns out, it's just a bluff. Ochaku was surprised for a moment when Senju Hashirama blocked his sword with his bare hands. His strength is not weak. Senju Hashirama dared to defend his big sword without using armament haki with his body, which really scared him. But in the next second, he found that the position of Senju Hashirama's palm was bleeding. That is to say his knife, slashing Senju Hashirama. Hashirama seems to have only recently started learning armament haki. If there is no haki, rushing to play like this seems not very good. Ji Guoyuan looked at Senju Hashirama with a little worry. It looks like he needs our help. Gojo Satoru rested his chin on his hand and meditated. The next second he wanted to rush towards Ochaku. No need to help Gojo Satoru. Uchiha Madara stopped him and warned. Although Hashirama's strength is not as strong as mine, it is not something this arrogant pirate can defeat. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have been friends for many years, and even enemies for many years, so he knows very well how terrifying Senju Hashirama's strength is. Although it is not at its peak now, it is not something that Ochaku can defeat. Don't worry about watching it, Satoru, Hashirama. But it's very strong. Cuomo sat on the chair, took a bite of the apple and said flatly. He wasn't worried at all that Senju Hashirama was no match for Ochaku, even without armament haki. Senju Hashirama's resilience, but, very pervert. Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Seeing the calm appearance of a few people, he was filled with anger. When was he so despised? Advertisement, crack. The next second, there was a click sound from his knife, his pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly focused on Senju Hashirama. I saw cracks appearing on the blade in his hand, and the cracks were constantly spreading around. How is it possible? Ochiku's face changed slightly, and he stared at Senju Hashirama in a little surprise. The knife in his hand was cracked by Senju Hashirama with brute force. You know he is useless, even armament hockey, snapped. With a crisp sound, the knife in Tianyuan's hand broke completely. It seems that I underestimated you. Ochiku took a broken knife and took a few steps back with a gloomy face. Being able to break the big knife in his hand with physical strength, even he was a little surprised by such a strange power. But what surprised him even more was still behind. I saw that the wound on Senju Hashirama's palm was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. No wonder you dared to block my blade with your body. It turns out, you still have this ability. Zhu Zhang snorted coldly, too. What a strong resilience, Ji Guoyuanyi said with a little surprise when he saw the scene in front of him. The wound on Senju Hashirama's palm recovered completely at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the recovery speed was even stronger than the 2.7 recovery power of the ghost in his world. Hey, get my knife, Ochiku yelled at the boat behind him. The knife in his hand is just an ordinary big knife, his real good knife is still on the boat. Yes, Captain Ochiku. A pirate on the ship rushed into the cabin, took out Ochiku's broadsword and threw it up. Ochiku took the big sword thrown by the pirate, turned to Senju Hashirama with a dark smile. Let's get on with it, tap tat tat. After the words fell, he stomped his feet and rushed towards Senju Hashirama again. The big knife in his hand is of the level of the big fast knife. There are only 21 in the world. The quality is only lower than the supreme big fast knife, and its power is terrifying. 78 Cuomo. So what if the rocks come? Please subscribe. Wood-style wood clone. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, and in the next second, several wood clones exactly like him appeared around his body. The breath of these wood clone is exactly the same as his, even with observation haki, there is no flaw at all. Shua. Ochaku swung his big knife and swept across, trying to destroy all the wood clone. But these wood clones were very flexible, as if they had self-awareness, they jumped up instantly and directly avoided Wang Dun's slash. The sword energy flew straight towards Wu Go. But this sword energy became very slow when it was a distance away from Wu, and finally stagnated completely, and then disappeared. When Ochaku saw that his sword energy could not get close to Gojo Satoru, his face changed slightly, and he had a deeper impression of the strong man on this boat. The people on this boat are not as weak as he imagined, but a little bit strong. After avoiding the slash, Senju Hashirama and his wood clone headed straight for Dr. Ochaku. Damn, which one is real? Ochaku stepped back quickly, his eyes quickly scanning several Senju Hashirama. He couldn't tell that Senju Hashirama was the real 07 at all, and the aura was so similar that he couldn't tell the difference at all. At this moment, if he slashed at a false body with a knife randomly, then the attack from Senju Hashirama's real body would hit him. Although it is a clone, but the breath is exactly the same. Although Ji Guoyuan did not participate in the battle, he was also observing Senju Hashirama's wood clone at this time. The auras of these clones are so similar that even he can hardly tell which one is real. Although Senju Hashirama is a new member of their crew, Ji Guoyuan knows that he is not simple. Looking at Senju Hashirama who was about to attack, Ochaku suddenly thought of a way, grinned, took out the bomb from his body, and detonated it directly. Although he can't tell who is the real body, but he doesn't believe that every avatar has the ability to resist bombs. Advertisement, boom. The bomb exploded, and as expected, Senju Hashirama's wood clone was directly destroyed by the bomb. At this time, Ochaku was covered with armament haki, so he was not injured by the bomb. Ha ha ha, after all, it's just a useless ability. Ochaku couldn't help laughing when he saw Senju Hashirama's wood clone was blown to pieces. Really? Senju Hashirama said calmly. The next moment, these blown wood clone quickly formed branches, and tangled Ochaku at an extremely fast speed. With his strength, he could easily destroy these branches, but the speed of the branches was too fast and too sudden, and he didn't react. Boom. Senju Hashirama quickly stepped forward and punched Ochaku hard in the face. Although there is no bonus from armament haki, Ochaku was directly sent flying by the strange power alone. Snapped. Ochaku's body was slammed against the rail, and blood flowed from his nose and mouth. After he resisted the bomb, he disarmed armament haki covering his whole body, and he didn't expect Senju Hashirama's offensive to be so fast. After Senju Hashirama succeeded in one blow, he continued to attack him. Although he can fight against Ochaku, it will take a little time to kill Ochaku, after all, he is currently unable to display his peak combat power. Anyone can go up there to play, Cuomo said from the side. Fortunately, you are still the captain, and you actually want to bully the few with more? Ochaku's face suddenly became extremely gloomy when he heard this. One-on-one against Senju Hashirama, he will have a lot of pressure. If Cuomo and the others also intervene, he will definitely not be an opponent. I just like to bully the few with the more. Madara, Sister Wa, Yuan Yi, Gojo Wu, let's go together? You. Hearing Cuomo's words, Ochaku frowned, his face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but took a few steps back. You what you? It's my boat, Cuomo sneered, advertisement. A mere cadre of the Rock's pirate dared to act arrogantly on his ship. Today, if he is not killed, his desire will be hard to appease. 6 against 1? Although it's a bit too much, but it's quite interesting. Wujo Satoru took off the blindfold and smiled unconsciously. A weak man who has not been resolved for so long, I would have killed him if I were you. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara took this opportunity to mock Senju Hashirama. There must be a sense of superiority. Senju Hashirama laughed and was not angry at Uchiha Madara's words. If you dare to kill me, Captain Rocks will not let you go, because you still can't deal with Rocks pirate, Ochaku threatened. Even if I don't kill you, Rocks won't let me go, right? Besides, do you think I'm afraid of Rocks? Cuomo said calmly. Although he didn't know much about Rocks, he knew that he was a fierce and brutal person. The way he recruited the crew was to invite him to join the regiment by force. If not, his crew would not have been distracted during the Battle of Valley of the Gods 653. If the crew on his ship unites as one, and the Valley of the Gods battles, how difficult will it be for Rocks to dominate the world? In the new world, the Rocks will find him sooner or later, and at that time, they will definitely have to fight. In this regard, Cuomo has no fear at all. In the form of a black dragon, his physical attack is unparalleled, not to mention the attack bonuses such as 8 inner gates and Sage Mode. So what if the Rocks come? You have no idea how scary Rocks are, Ochaku sneered. He ran out of the prison on the Grand Line and rushed to New World, in order to make a big difference in New World. But he met Rocks, and at the beginning of the invitation of Rocks, the proud Ochaku was not willing to join at all. But Rocks has the strength to completely crush him. At that time, there were only 2 paths before him, either join the group and do something big with Rocks, or die in the New World. In the end, he still surrendered. After all, Huo Lun is the most important thing. 79 Ochaku's fall, Rocks decision, subscription required. I'm not very clear about Rocks' current strength, but Rocks can't scare me yet, Cuomo responded calmly. Conceited guy, when facing rocks, you have to surrender, Ochaku growled. Surrender? Are you thinking too highly of rocks? Is he qualified? Uchiha Madara responded dismissively. Before they arrived in New World, they heard a lot of rumors about rocks and knew that his strength was extraordinary. I have long regarded him as an opponent, but wanting them to surrender, this kind of thing, is simply impossible. Because the rocks are not qualified enough. Whether you are qualified or not is up to you. Let me go now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Ochaku clenched his sword tightly and said in a deep voice. Whether we let you go today or not, the rocks will trouble us, so, why let you go? Cuomo said indifferently. Damn it. Ochaku cursed and jumped off Cuomo's boat without hesitation. He could tell that Cuomo and the others had already intended to kill him if they continued to fight hard at this time. He will just die here. Although it is embarrassing to run away, life is indeed the most important thing. Want to go? Cuomo sneered, held Shenyan, covered armament hockey and conquerors, and at this moment, 8 inner gates opened third gate, and his aura reached the peak. The unparalleled sharpness of the sword, tearing apart the space at high speed, rushed towards Ochaku. Feeling the cold sword energy behind him, Ochaku sweat coldly on his forehead, and hurriedly used armament hockey to cover his whole body. Shua W. Cuomo's sword chi slashed at Ochaku's body, almost splitting his body in half. Puff! Advertisement Ochaku's body fell into the water. Is it dead? Senju Hashirama lay prone on the rail of the boat, watching the sea below him. The sea level was stained red with blood, and Ochaku's body was lying on the sea level, and everyone on the pirate ship was already scared to death. Totally dead. Cuomo glanced at Ochaku's body and said flatly. Ochaku's body no longer had any breath, his body was broken into 2 pieces, and he couldn't die anymore. After killing Ochaku, Cuomo is not worried about Rock's revenge, because it doesn't matter whether Ochaku is killed or not. It is impossible for the rocks to let them go, and there will definitely be conflicts between the 2 pirate groups. So, there is no need to be afraid of anything. I thought there was a chance to make a move. Ji Guoyuan put the Rylan knife back into its sheath and stretched. Cuomo said that it would be 6 against 1, but Cuomo directly gave Ochaku a second by himself, and he didn't even have a chance to make a shot. There is also a small boat, which solves their fate. Cuomo lay on the chair and asked. Ochaku came to them in a small boat, and since Ochaku died, there was no need to keep the pirates on board. Okay. Yuan Yi pulled out the sunwheel knife again, beheading all the pirates on the boat. After a few days, New World, a certain sea area. Rock's pirate on board. Why hasn't Ochaku come back yet? Rox glanced at everyone on board, and asked with a slight frown. A few days ago, because he got the news of the Pluton battleship, he couldn't care about the pirates of 10,000 realms. Advertisement can only send Ochaku to invite Cuomo's 10,000 worlds pirates, but now, not only have no news of the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. And Ochaku disappeared and never came back. Logically speaking, no matter whether the main force is successful in inviting the 10,000 realms pirates, he should be notified. But now there is no sound. Captain Rox, he may be dead, John said with a heavy face. Dead? Rox asked with a slightly changed face. At first, I was still surprised that Ochaku's life paper has disappeared. Now that he hasn't returned for such a long time, he is probably dead. John had Ochaku's paper of life, but suddenly found that the paper of life disappeared. He thought he had lost it. But now it seems that Ochaku should be dead, because the life paper represents a person's life state. If the life paper disappears, it means a person's death. It should have been done by the pirates of the 1,000 realms. A few days ago, Ochaku went to the pirates of the 1,000 realms. Now I think it should have been killed by the other party. The 10,000 realms sea pirates not only rejected my invitation, but also killed the people on my ship, Rox said with a gloomy expression, coldly. Now it seems that this is indeed the case, Akadri added. Investigate where the 10,000 realms pirates are now. May I ask you money? I will personally invite him. He will either join our Rox pirate, or be buried in this sea. Rox glanced at everyone, and ordered in a cold voice. Although there are not a few strong men with the strength of Ochaku on his ship, but the pirates of 10,000 worlds killed Ochaku is already a slap in the face for him. He has to fight back, unless the 10,000 realms pirates agree to join their Rox pirate, so he can choose not to pursue it. But if they don't choose to join, Rox has prepared for the worst, that is to fight with it, either to conquer and deal with it, or to destroy it. 80 Rox. Be my mate Cuomo, subscribe. The New World area is very large. Rox pirate, while seriously investigating the whereabouts of the pirates of 10,000 worlds, is also investigating the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. A few months later Rox pirate finally got the news of the pirates of 10,000 realms, and can confirm their whereabouts. Rox immediately ordered to stop investigating the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship, and chose to set off directly to search for the 10,000 realms pirates. New World, an island. A huge ship is docked here. This ship is none other than the ship of Cuomo's pirates of the 1,000 worlds. Cuomo on board still maintains high-intensity training day after day, and he has the world's top talent. Wouldn't it be a pity if it wasn't used for training? Over the past few months, Senju Hashirama has also mastered Conqueror's Haki proficiently. The comprehensive strength of their Wenji pirates has once again improved a lot. Cuomo, we're back. Gojo Satoru shouted towards the boat holding the supplies. They rarely land on islands in New World, but this time because there is no food on board. They had to land on the island to buy supplies and food. Get on the boat, it's time for us to get out of here. Cuomo wiped the sweat off his body with a towel 983, and responded by lying on the railing of the boat. Gojo, Satoru and Uchiha Madara jumped up holding the supplies, and landed on the railing of the boat. The Wanji pirates retracted their anchor and were about to set sail, but at this moment, a huge battleship slowly approached from the end of the sea. They didn't notice at first, but as the pirate ship kept approaching, Gojo Satoru, who has the ability of 6 eyes, was the first to notice the pirate ship approaching from afar. Is that a pirate ship? Gojo Satoru noticed a ship on the sea level, leaned on the railing of the ship and looked into the distance, and asked. Because the ship was so huge, he could still see clearly even at the end of the horizon. The pirate ship in the distance was traveling very fast, and after a while the outline of the entire ship appeared in front of their eyes. Advertisement. This ship seems to be the ship of Rock's pirate. Cuomo's face changed slightly, carefully trying to figure out the huge pirate ship on the sea level. After they arrived in New World, they naturally knew a little about the big pirates in New World. Cuomo knows what the Rocks are doing in New World and what their ships look like. Ahab, because of the newspapers, photographed their boat. Rock's pirate's ship? Looks like they have finally found us. Senju Hashirama, who was sleeping on a chair, suddenly stood up and walked to Cuomo and others. Senju Hashirama knew when they killed Ochaku, the strongman of the Rock's pirate. Sooner or later they and the Rock's pirate will collide. After a few months, Rock's pirate finally came to their door. However, he didn't have any fear in his heart, and even looked forward to it, the famous Rock's pirate. Are you here? Ji Guoyuan frowned, staring at the approaching Rock's pirate in the distance. The Rock's pirate's boat approached slowly, and saw a burly man standing at the bow. He is the captain of Rock's pirate, the great pirate of New World, Rocks. And those who stood on the boat were all famous pirates from New World. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe and many other famous pirates also stared at the 10,000 Worlds pirates and others. No one who can be on the Rock's pirate is an easy role, let alone one who can become a cadre. All are famous pirates in New World. We finally met, the captain of Fangji pirates. Cuomo Losses stood on the bow and grinned. They, Rock's pirate, have been investigating the whereabouts of the 10,000 Worlds pirates for several months, and finally confirmed the news that the 10,000 Worlds pirates are wandering in the waters near here. Without hesitation, they sailed directly to Cuomo, and now he finally met Cuomo in person. Mr. Rocks. Cuomo said calmly. You killed Ochaku? Rocks asked with his face turned cold suddenly, crossing his hands on his chest. Kill it? How? Do you want to avenge him, Mr. Rocks? Cuomo glanced at him and said calmly, 2. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Rocks laughed out loud. Cuomo is indeed crazy enough, and the breath on his body is also in full swing. The Myriad Realms pirates are really extraordinary. After seeing the 10,000 Worlds pirates with his own eyes, Rocks became more determined to recruit Cuomo. No, Cuomo, I'm here to invite you to join our Rocks pirate, of course. I also welcome your crew, join our Rocks pirate, I can let you directly be the first officer. Similarly, I don't pursue the Ochaku matter, Rocks invited. After seeing it with his own eyes, Rocks knew that it was not easy for the pirates of 10,000 Worlds to be strong, so he didn't mention the grievances. Instead, invite them directly, which is to make a good impression on Cuomo and others. At present, there are only cadres on the Rocks pirate, and there is no deputy captain, so he is sincerely wooing Cuomo. As long as Cuomo agrees, the Rocks will definitely give Cuomo the position of vice captain. His words fell, which immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many cadres. Captain Rocks, Cuomo can't afford to be the mate of the Rocks pirate, an officer yelled. He doesn't want anyone above him but the Rocks. He has never personally experienced the horror of the pirates of Myriad Realms. The so-called newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, so he naturally despises the pirates of Myriad Realms' strength. He thinks that Cuomo, the captain of the 10,000 Worlds pirates, can't afford the position of the deputy captain of their Rocks pirate. Yeah, Captain Rocks. How can Cuomo be the deputy captain? His strength is not qualified to surpass us. Another cadre was also dissatisfied. They have been in New World for many years, and they are also prominent figures in New World. Even if they joined the Rocks pirate, they were assigned a cadre position. And Cuomo has only been a few years since he set sail on the Grand Line. In their opinion, this level of qualifications is just a brat. I've made up my mind, so there's no need to say more. Rocks glanced back at the few people and said flatly, then turned his gaze to Cuomo. What's your reply, Membrane? Being the mate of the Rocks pirate sounds like a good option, but I decline. 81 Rocks pirate versus 10,000 Worlds pirates, subscription required. He has formed his own pirate group, and he has a system that can obtain the abilities of the heavens and the world, and can also summon the crew. Under this premise, what reason does he have to join other people's pirates? What's more, now that Cuomo has enough strength to dare to wrestle with Rocks, there is no need to join Rocks pirate. Are you sure you want to refuse Cuomo? Join us Rocks pirate as the deputy captain, the status. Just below me, this does not lower your status. Rocks heard Cuomo's refusal, and his face became gloomy continued. I have formed my own pirate group, Mr. Rocks, Cuomo said calmly. Or, you can choose to become the affiliated pirate group of our Rocks pirate. You are still the captain of the 10,000 Realms pirates. Similarly, you are also the deputy captain of the Rocks pirate. How about it? Rocks Yiju with somewhat immortal heart continued. To become a subsidiary pirate group of Rock's Pirate, it is not necessary to follow Rocks all the time. You only need to help Rock's Pirate when it is in danger. When Rock's Pirate searched for treasure in New World, Cuomo also had a share. In other words, to agree to Rock's request, he only needs to make it public to the outside world. He surrendered to Rocks, and then Cuomo only needs to lie down and count the money. Such conditions are indeed somewhat attractive, but Cuomo has no interest at all. I still say that, I choose to refuse, Kemoyan said lightly. He is the captain of the Myriad Realms Pirates, not an affiliated force of any pirates. He doesn't want to bend anyone, not even Rocks. Cuomo, if you refuse, we have only one battle. Have you thought about it? Rocks took a deep breath, staring at Cuomo solemnly and said, unless Cuomo agrees to join them Rock's Pirate. Otherwise, no matter what today, their lock pirates will inevitably have conflicts with Wan Sahai. After all, no matter how bad it was, Ochaku on his ship was also killed by Cuomo and others. If he doesn't express anything, how will he manage this group of vicious pirates on the ship in the future? It is inevitable that we will have a war, Rocks. I have been prepared for a long time. Cuomo responded without any fear, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Even before they came to New World, Cuomo knew that conflict with the Rocks Pirate was inevitable. Since it is inevitable, what is there to be afraid of? Advertisement, you are not my match, Cuomo. Rocks sighed helplessly and said calmly. Is it your opponent? It's not up to you, Mr. Rocks. It's a pity, Rocks sighed. He knew that Cuomo, the Pirates of 10,000 Realms, would most likely reject his invitation, but he refused decisively. Next, if you want to continue recruiting Cuomo, there is only one option, and that is to defeat the 10,000 Realms Pirates. Use your own strength to make Cuomo feel intimidated. Only then will Cuomo realize how terrible he is, and at this time, agree to join them in the Rocks Pirate. We could have gotten along well with Cuomo. Rocks pulled out the famous knife from his waist, pointed at Cuomo and said indifferently. We have completely different personalities and it's impossible to get along, Rocks. Cuomo responded with a smile and shook his head. Then let's start fighting. Rocks stopped talking nonsense, jumped up and landed on Cuomo's boat. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, John, and other powerful Rocks pirates also landed on Cuomo's boat one after another. Why did you all jump on my boat? Cuomo looked gloomy as he watched a group of strong men fall on his boat. Although his ship is made of the Atom Treasure Tree as the raw material, it can also withstand the aftermath of the battle of so many powerful people. Are you going to start? Gojo Satoru took off the blindfold, moved his limbs a little, and said a little excitedly. Meet. A familiar person. Yunohana Retsu holds the Zanpakuto in her hand and sets her sights on Charlotte Linlin. Yunohana Retsu fought Charlotte Linlin in the Sabaody archipelago. However, after a short fight, Charlotte Linlin decided to retreat when she found that she couldn't win. Now that the two meet again, Yunohana Retsu looks calm. Charlotte Linlin's complexion was a little dignified. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement, are these all strong men? Senju Hashirama looked at the many strong men in front of him without any fear. It's just some turkey and dog breed, what kind of strong are you? Uchiha Madara stared at everyone, and finally set his eyes on Silver Axe and said with disdain. His opponent in the Sabaody archipelago was none other than Silver Axe, if it weren't for the sudden intervention of the powerful CPO organization. Otherwise Silver Axe would have died in Sabaody archipelago by then. Don't fight on the boat. If the boat is destroyed, it will be a big loss. Cuomo warned several people around him. After his words fell, he rushed towards the coast quickly. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara and others also rushed directly to the coast. Want to run? Did you manage to run? A cadre sneered when he saw the backs of Cuomo and others escaping. 0. He thought it was the Myriad Realms pirates who were afraid, so he became more daring and chased after the upper layer first. But Rocks and others knew why Cuomo and others ran. Are you afraid that your boat will be destroyed? That's true, it's really a good boat. Rocks glanced at the boat under his feet, and then directly chased after it. It's troublesome, we still have to clash with the 10,000 Realms pirates. Golden Lion stared at Rocks back, frowning slightly. You really are a coward, Shiki. Hearing his words, a cadre mocked. Hee. If you talk too much, I will let you die here right now. Golden Lion sneered and pulled out its fame and power and said in a deep voice. The Golden Lion is obedient to the outside world, but strikes out with the épée inside. Do you have that strength? The cadre responded contemptuously. You'll know if you try it. Golden Lion smiled ferociously. The next second he was slashing straight at the officer, and the two clashed on Cuomo's boat. The reason why Golden Lion doesn't want to fight against the pirates of 10,000 worlds is because he has fought against Cuomo twice, although he escaped with death both times. But he doesn't think that every time luck is so good, accidents will inevitably lead to death. 82 The battle between the captains, seeking subscription. Only those who have experienced the strength of the pirates of the 10,000 worlds will be afraid of them. And Golden Lion is very afraid of the pirates of the 10,000 realms. What he is afraid of is the pirates of the 10,000 realms, but what is this cadre? How dare you talk to him like that? Now. Our opponent is the Myriad Realms pirates. If you have a civil war at this juncture, Captain Rocks will definitely go crazy. Charlotte Linlin prevented the two from reminding them aloud. Golden Lion swung two famous knives and slashed at the cadre continuously. He was beaten back again and again, but he did not attack too much, but warned. Be careful with your words, you are not Cuomo. Golden Lion is not afraid of anyone except the pirates of 10,000 realms and rocks. Why are you still standing there? Stay on the boat and watch, just wait for Captain Rocks to punish you. John glanced at a few people and reminded. Okay, she. 973, the battle is about to begin. Whitebeard drank all the wine in the gourd and sighed. He did not continue to stay on the boat, but quickly chased after Rocks and joined the battlefield. Ochaku, John, Charlotte Linlin and others did the same, quickly left the ship and joined the battlefield. Golden Lion hesitated a little and chose to join the battlefield. Near the edge of the island, Cuomo et al. Stopped. The first to catch up was a strong man from Rock's pirate, who was faster than Rocks. When Cuomo and others disembarked, he rushed down almost without any hesitation. I don't know why Captain Rocks values you so much, is willing to give you such good treatment, and even gave you the position of captain. But, in my opinion, you are totally unfit for the position of first officer. The cadre sneered and approached Cuomo and the others step by step, without a trace of fear on his face, and even with contempt. You are so brave. Cuomo laughed unconsciously. Not even the Rocks dared to deal with so many of them alone. Fortunately for this strong man, before his Captain Rocks arrived, he zoomed in on them. The cadre sneered, and rushed directly towards Cuomo and the others. He thought Cuomo was running away because of fear. So he wants to express himself. Before Captain Rocks arrives, Cuomo and others are all killed, so that he thinks that Captain Rocks will consider him as the deputy captain. Advertisement. This is his inner thoughts, but his thoughts are too naive. Facing the attacking Rocks pirate powerhouse, Uchiha Madara and others smiled slightly, and the 6 of them joined forces to kill the proud Kaibu in an instant. At the moment the strong man died, Rocks had already rushed to where Cuomo and others were. He looked at the corpse of the pirate on the ground, his expression was calm and his heart was calm. Accompanied by his arrival, Whitebeard and others also rushed to this place. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. Let me be your opponent, Cuomo. Rocks said lightly with a famous knife on his shoulder. I'm just going to try it. Cuomo smiled and responded indifferently. Superior. After the words fell, Lux rushed over directly holding the famous knife. When the blades of the two collided together, the ground shook violently and the clouds in the sky were scattered by the shock. The battle between the 10,000 Worlds pirates and the Rocks pirate has begun. Because Rocks pirate has more cadres, so Uchiha Madara and others fought in melee, with multiple cadres in 12. But this didn't put much pressure on them, on the contrary, they enjoyed the battle very much. Dang dang dang. Rock's sword kept colliding with Cuomo's Dao Shenyan, and every time they collided, the ground shook. Of course, the friction of the blade is naturally indispensable for electric sparks. Ha ha ha. You didn't let me down, Cuomo, you really have the strength to dare to refuse me. Rocks laughed out loud as he watched Cuomo keep defending his attacks. Cuomo's strength is strong, and Rocks is not surprised, although he doesn't know what level the group of old men in the Holy Land Mariajoy is. But, definitely not weak, he thinks it is at least quasi-admiral level. But he didn't know that the combat power of the Mariajoy 5 elders in the Holy Land surpassed the existence of admiral. Advertisement. Maybe I have the strength to beat you. Cuomo responded with a smile. Really? Then, let me see it. Rocks also smiled when he heard the words, covered armament hockey on his arm, raised the famous knife in his hand and slashed at Cuomo. The hockey on Cuomo's body covered Shenyan and hit Rocks instantly. Boom. There was a loud bang in the air, and the air around Dian was a little distorted. Ripples swept around like a violent storm, and cracks appeared on the ground. Rock's swordsmanship is superb, Conqueror's hockey is proficient, and physical skills are even more outrageous. When Cuomo was still on the Grand Line, the Rocks once played against Naval Headquarters Admiral 1-on-1. Not only caused heavy damage to Admiral, but also cut off an arm of the opponent. Now that such a long time has passed, Lux's strength must have improved even more. Because Rocks, like Cuomo, has the best training talent in the world. In this chaotic new world, he is flourishing here just relying on himself. But one day he suddenly had the ambition to rule the world. He understood that no matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to fight against the whole world, so he began to recruit crew members. Working towards the goal of world domination. Otherwise, he will still choose one person, and walk in this dangerous sea to become a legend. Boom. The veins in Cuomo's arm bulged, and he bounced off Rock's blade forcefully, and then slashed Rocks heavily in the abdomen, leaving a bloodstain. Ha ha ha. Rocks looked at the bloodstains on his abdomen, without frowning, and even laughed out loud. Interesting, your swordsmanship is even more advanced than I imagined, more and more to my liking, Cuomo. Rocks said gratified. The stronger Cuomo's performance, the more excited Rocks is, because he thinks Cuomo is the most suitable man to be the vice captain of his Rocks pirate. Even though he was hacked, he still didn't think Cuomo had what it took to beat him. Because he still has a lot of power that he hasn't used yet. 83 Senju Hashirama's Linlin, John, for subscription. Should I be happy to be recognized by the New World Giant? Cuomo asked with a smile while holding his hand. Of course, from the first moment I saw you, I recognized you, but you refused to be my first officer, which made me a little disappointed. Rocks said finally. He sighed. Everything in life is unsatisfactory, isn't this a normal thing, Rocks? There is nothing unsatisfactory here with me. What I want can't escape from my hands, and you. Same too. Rocks stretched out his palm and then clenched his fist and said solemnly. Although he failed to invite Cuomo to join his pirate group in good faith, after conquering Cuomo with his best violence, Cuomo is still his. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed today, Cuomo responded with a grin. The more you reject me, the more I want you. Rox laughed out loud. Rox thinks that there is nothing in this world that he can't get. 07, whether it's the Pluton battleship or Cuomo, he wants to get it. Of course, his ultimate goal is also the whole world. Don't say such misleading words, Rox. Cuomo held the Godfall, covered Conquerors and rushed towards Rox. Conqueror's entanglement. Have you mastered this power too? Rox was overwhelmed with knowledge and sensed the flow of Conquerors in Cuomo's body, and then entangled on the weapon. Conqueror's winding, but one of the most difficult things in this world to learn. Even he took a long time to learn Conqueror's winding, which surprised him. Cuomo has such an ability. As Cuomo approached step by step, Rox suddenly grinned, and the Conqueror's power also flowed from his body, wrapped around the weapon, and collided with Cuomo. Boom. The aura of the two was like wild animals colliding with each other, and the surrounding space was distorted. The aftermath of the battle between the two and the gust of wind formed. Even the surrounding cadres and strong men were unwilling to get too close. Is this guy so strong? A strong cadre looked at Cuomo and Rox in the battlefield with some surprise. He is very clear about the strength of Rox. If it is not strong, he will not join Rox pirate. But Cuomo is also a bit scary, and he can compete with their captain Rox. Sure enough, you are much stronger, Cuomo. Whitebeard held Kong Yunki, and while fighting, he aimed at Cuomo. He once fought against Cuomo, where Cuomo didn't use his abilities, but only relied on his swordsmanship to fight against hockey. He can still be evenly matched. Advertisement, but now he can see that Cuomo's swordsmanship and physical skills are much stronger. But now relying solely on swordsmanship and physical skills. He's still on par with Cuomo. After all, he is also much stronger. As the strongest man in the world in the original book, Whitebeard naturally has the most top talent in the world. While Cuomo is making progress, Whitebeard and others are not idle, and are also earnestly training them to enhance their own strength. Rox are much stronger than you think, Cuomo. Charlotte Linlin looked at the two on the battlefield and said with a strange smile. Like the attendees, when they met for the first time, she also wanted to join. He later opted in after the Rox unleashed a powerful force. So he knows exactly how scary the Rox really are. The impact of Rox's strength on her. Even beyond her time in Sabaldi Archipelago, seeing Cuomo's black dragon form. D. Linlin, what are you doing? John yelled at her. Because there are more strong people in Rox pirate. So basically 2 or 3 strong players are fighting against a member of the Myriad Realms pirates. And Charlotte Linlin and John's opponent is Senju Hashirama. Can't you defeat him alone? Charlotte Linlin stood on Beiyan Zeus, glanced at him indifferently and asked. You can do it, John retorted with a slight frown. Although the two picked a new member of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds, John found out only after fighting. The strength of the opponent is not weak at all. Sure enough, the Wanji pirates are still as rumored, and none of them are simple characters. It is impossible for a simple character to join the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Wood-style wood dragon technique, advertisement. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, and a giant carpenter appeared around his body. I saw that the wooden dragon's body was slowly covered with black, which was armament hockey. Wooden dragon technique, increase the hardness of armament hockey, the destructive power and defense power will be greatly improved. The wooden dragon exuded a frightening aura, and rushed towards John quickly. Damn it, help Linlin, John shouted hurriedly, looking at the attacking wooden dragon. Wiguo. Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly, and the Napoleon hat on her head turned into a long sword. She held Napoleon with both hands and slashed towards the wooden dragon forcefully. A purple sword energy swept across the space, rushing towards the wooden dragon with overwhelming force. Wiguo is the ultimate move of the giants, possessing terrifying destructive power. Boom. The sword energy collided with the wooden dragon covering armament hockey, and the space exploded instantly. 267 sand and stones on the horizon flew across the sky, and the sky was full of yellow sand. It took several seconds for the sword energy to collide with the wooden dragon, and Charlotte Linlin's sword energy cut off half of the wooden dragon. But the wooden dragon didn't stop its momentum, and after offsetting the sword energy, it continued to rush towards John. John pulled out the blade, collided with the wooden dragon, exhausted all his strength, and finally cut the wooden dragon completely. Superior. Charlotte Linlin gave an order, and the two rushed towards Senju Hashirama together. Suddenly Senju Hashirama's body was covered with a layer of purple steam, and a terrifying coercion centered on him and spread rapidly to all directions. Suddenly several cracks appeared on the ground plane, and a strong momentum instantly shocked Charlotte Linlin and Ochaku. Conquerors are useless for strong players of the same level, but when overlaid with the power of Senju Hashirama ninjutsu, the effect is somewhat different. Charlotte Linlin and John felt this force, and they were stunned for a second before reacting. But at this time Senju Hashirama has come to John. Boom. Senju Hashirama covered hockey with the power of his arm, and punched Senju Hashirama in the face heavily, knocking him out directly. 84 The Chaos Battlefield Bosses Gather, subscription required. The battlefield on the other side, it was Uchiha Madara against Whitebeard and Silver Axe. Get off Silver Axe. Whitebeard clasped Kong Yunki tightly with both hands, and ordered to Silver Axe beside him. He doesn't bother to play 1 against 2, he just wants to play 10 and 10 with Uchiha Madara. You alone are no match for him, Edward. Silver Axe responded with a giant axe on his shoulder, frowning slightly. He has fought against Uchiha Madara before and knows how terrifying his strength is. So, don't think Whitebeard alone can fight Uchiha Madara. You're not his match, but it doesn't mean I'm not his match, Silver Axe. Whitebeard responded flatly, casting a glance at him. Don't overestimate yourself, Edward. His strength is not weak. The two of us teamed up to deal with him is more than enough, but if you insist on dealing with him alone, you will definitely lose. Yin Yang gave Uchiha Madara a lot high rating. After all, when he was in the Sabaody archipelago, he almost died there. You two go to bed together, Uchiha Madara said indifferently. Silver Axe's strength is not weak, and he can see that Whitebeard is also a strong opponent. But the combination of the two does not intimidate him. I know Edward better than you, let's go together, Silver Axe warned in a cold voice towards the beard. Since this is your choice, don't blame us for being bullied by too many people. Whitebeard glanced at Silver Axe, then set his sights on Uchiha Madara and said coldly. He doesn't like many people bullying few people, but Uchiha Madara advocates for him to team up with Ochaku, wanting 2 against 1. Then he naturally had no other reason to refuse. No matter how much sand and gravel there is, it will not pose any threat to me, so don't worry about it. Uchiha Madara spread his hands calmly. Both Whitebeard and Ochaku are famous pirates in New World, but it is not enough to look at him. He. In one-on-one, neither of us may be your opponent, but do you think you can beat us both at the same time? Silver Axe heard Uchiha Madara's arrogant words. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised and he sneered. Is there any difficulty? Uchiha Madara said calmly. Go. Silver Axe held a giant axe in both hands, covered Haki, and rushed towards him first. And Whitebeard also rotated Kong Yunki's footsteps and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Advertisement facing the pincer attack of the two, Uchiha Madara looked calm, without a trace of panic. Go to hell. Silver Axe raised his giant axe high, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. He slashed towards Uchiha Madara vigorously. As if trying to split him in half. Too slow. Uchiha Madara observation Haki turned on, dodged sideways, and then directly grabbed Silver Axe's neck. Silver Axe was stunned on the spot. Not only did he not hit the opponent, but now he was actually strangled by the opponent. Moreover, Uchiha Madara's strange power was very strong, and he strangled his neck, making him unable to breathe. Just when Uchiha Madara tried to strangle Silver Axe, Whitebeard had rushed over. Uchiha Madara threw Silver Axe aside casually, and swung his fist with a backhand to collide with Highbeard's Kongyun. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, countless smoke and dust rose up, and several cracks appeared on the ground plane. It's amazing. Whitebeard praised with a sweat on his forehead. Uchiha Madara's aura is amazing and has a strong deterrent effect. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Extremely hideous, and he felt extremely humiliated now. Because he was instantly killed by Uchiha Madara, and was even grabbed by the neck and thrown to the ground by the other party. How could he endure this? He was furious, veins appeared on his arms and forehead, he held Shenyan tightly with both hands, and wanted to rush towards Uchiha Madara. In the next second, he suddenly sensed the danger, and a strand of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Shua! Ji Guoyuan suddenly appeared behind him and slashed at his armor heavily. What a tough armor! After Ji Guoyuan slashed, he quickly left the place. If it wasn't for Silver Axe's armor, the knife just now would probably have seriously injured him. The dastardly kid actually made a sneak attack. Blood oozed from Silver Axe's back. He stood up, and said with a gloomy face. Advertisement Ji Guoyuan's knife directly sliced through the armor on his body, but it didn't cause too much damage to him. Battlefield. There is no such thing as a sneak attack. Ji Guoyuan responded calmly while holding the Rylan saber. Here comes another one. Now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Whitebeard glanced at Ji Guoyuan who was not far away, and frowned slightly. Originally the situation was 2 against 1, but now there is another one, forming a 2 against 2 situation. Whitebeard loves one-on-ones, but now he can't help worrying. Because Ochaku's strength is too weak, it's not enough to look at Uchiha Madara. The new Ji Guoyuan Yi can finish him off, if Ji Guoyuan Yi kills Silver Axe. Then the situation at that time will form Whitebeard 1-2, which is exactly what he is worried about and does not want to happen. Slash wave. Suddenly there was a shout from a distance, and a sword energy was seen across the sky, tearing the space at high speed, and rushed towards Ji Guoyuan. Ji Guoyuan turned around and swung a wave. The ferocious sword energy collided with Golden Lion's slash wave. The sword energy is equal in power and cancels each other out. Damn, Shiki, why did your opponent come here? Silver Axe asked dissatisfied. As soon as Ji Guoyuan ran to their side of the battlefield, he slashed at him. All this is because Golden Lion is not optimistic about Ji Guoyuan Yi. Otherwise, how could he leave the battlefield at will and go to other venues to help? Don't quarrel with Wang Zhao, Silver Axe. If you have the ability, you can fight him alone? Golden Lion responded by glancing at him indifferently. Ji Guoyuan's swordsmanship is superb, and his speed is very fast, and it is difficult for him to restrain him. He thinks that he is unparalleled in swordsmanship. Apart from being a little weak in the face of Cuomo, he did not expect to meet a top swordsman today. You are too weak, Shiki. You can't even restrain your opponent, Silver Axe sneered. He. You have the right to blame me after being hacked? Golden Lion responded with a sneer. If it wasn't for his sneak attack, how could I have been hacked? Silver Axe retorted. My knife has already cut very slowly, but you didn't dodge it. Ji Guoyuan spread his hands and said flatly. 85 Golden Lion's trick, Lion Majesty, Great Earthquake, subscription required. A 2-on-3 situation? Whitebeard glanced at the men on the battlefield. Then the arm puts more pressure on Uchiha Madara, knocking him back, and he backs up. Shiki, Silver Axe, you two can deal with the new Ji Guoyuan, and leave it to me. Uchiha Madara. Whitebeard cast a glance at the two of them and instructed. Whitebeard doesn't like to bully the few with the more, and when he has the opportunity to one-on-one, he will naturally not let it go. Now there are 3 of them on the pirate side, and there are 2 members of the Myriad Realms pirates. It's up to Golden Lion and Silver Axe to fight Sukuni Genichi, who is in charge of dealing with Uchiha Madara. Although there is a lot of pressure, he only wants to win one-on-one, and he is not willing to win by quantity. Want to play 2 against 1? I have no objection, Ji Guoyuan interjected. Fighting the Golden Lion one-on-one couldn't bring him too much pressure, so he walked around the battlefield while fighting the Golden Lion. Now that he has formed a 1-to-2 situation, he can then fight seriously. It's not enough for you alone, Edward Newgate. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said lightly. Whitebeard's swordsmanship, strength, and physical skills are all good, but not enough for him. There is a gap in strength. Ji Ulala, 773. Is it enough to see? You look. Uchiha Madara. Whitebeard responded with a sneer. If someone else had uttered such arrogant words, Whitebeard would have already jumped up from the cloud. But speaking of Uchiha Madara, Whitebeard needs to think about how to deal with him. Really? Then please don't make me feel bored, try your best, I will. Destroy you with my own hands. Uchiha Madara said calmly and arrogantly. Let me experience the strength of the members of the Wenji pirates. Whitebeard's arms showed blue veins, his legs gathered strength, Kongyun cut covered hockey, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara quickly. The battle between the two began. What are you still doing in a daze, 2 against 1? Do you still need to hesitate? Ji Guoyuan asked in a cold voice as he glanced at Golden Lion and Silver Axe with a disdainful gaze, carrying the Rylan knife on his shoulder. You slashed me, it's impossible to do it today, I'll let you die. Here, Silver Axe roared with a hideous aura exuding terror all over his body. Silver Axe stomped his feet and rushed towards Ji Guoyuan quickly. He was like a berserk rhinoceros, his aura was at its peak, and his strength was unmatched. Advertisement. Boom. Ji Guoyuan's Rylan knife collided with his giant Silver Axe, and the air exploded instantly, making a violent noise. Silver Axe slashed at Ji Guoyuan with all his strength, but was easily blocked. Hole Shiki, do you want to continue watching? After I die, his next target is you. Seeing that the Golden Lion on the ground not far away was still watching, Silver Axe yelled at him. I said Silver Axe, joining hands with you. I don't think there is any chance of winning. Golden Lion sighed, and inserted the 2 knives back into the scabbard. Then he lighted a cigar comfortably. What do you mean? Seeing his expression like this, Silver Axe was startled with cold sweat on his forehead and suddenly had a bad feeling. The battlefield is so big, I think I should find another opponent. Golden Lion glanced at Whitebeard, and then set his sights on Silver Axe. Damn Shiki. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Captain Rocks? Silver Axe's spine shivered and instantly understood what Golden Lion meant. Golden Lion felt that the two of them could not defeat Ji Guoyuan together, so they wanted to fight with another opponent. That is to say, if Silver Axe is abandoned, if Golden Lion does not intervene in the battle here. That said, it was Whitebeard versus Uchiha Madara, and Silver Axe played against Ji Guoyuan. Whitebeard is okay to say, his talent is terrible, and he will not die when he fights Uchiha Madara for a while. But Silver Axe is a bit worse, and it is much worse than Ji Guoyuan's strength. What's more, he was hacked by AHFB, the opponent. If Silver Axe and Ji Guoyuan were to be one-on-one, I believe that he would perish in a short time. D Shiki. I'm going to kill you. Silver Axe shouted towards Golden Lion with bloodshot eyes. Can you do it now? Golden Lion calmly took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaled a puff of thick smoke and laughed. The current Silver Axe is even a little weak to the opponent, Ji Guoyuan, so there is no way to kill him. Ji Guoyuan exerted force with his arm, and sent the Silver Axe flying, and then a layer of flame wrapped around the knife. Swinging forward vigorously, a fire dragon was shot and the fire dragon devoured the silver bird directly. Advertisement however, Silver Axe has thick armor and armament hockey covering his body, these flames are not enough to seriously damage him. After Guoyuan sent Silver Axe flying, he released another sword aura. But this sword energy is not aimed at Silver Axe but at Golden Lion. Shua. A fierce flame and sword energy flew across the sky and flew towards the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha. Shiki, even if you want to leave, do you think she will let you go? Silver Axe laughed when he saw this scene. Swish swish swish. The Golden Lion on the ground waved golden sword energy continuously, cutting off the flame sword energy in front of him, and then avoided the engulfment of the flame with the help of floating force. Idiot, if I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. Golden Lion stared at Silver Axe with a look like a fool. What do you mean? Silver Axe asked with a slightly changed expression. Lion Majesty Earthquake. Golden Lion didn't respond to him too much, but roared. As his words fell, the surrounding ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. A gigantic lion head made of stones and soil appeared behind the golden lion. Lion Majesty Earth Coiling is a lion head made of the surrounding soil. The Lion Majesty Earthquake is a larger scale convergence of lion heads, and it is an upgraded version of Lion Majesty Earth Coiling. But this trick, the current golden lion can't use it in a single thought, and needs to accumulate strength. So he was not in a hurry to attack Ji Guoyuan. It's a slight accumulation of energy to gather such a huge lion's head. In the meantime, it's fun to mock and scare Silver Axe. Bury it underground. Ji Guoyuan, Golden Lion yelled at Ji Guoyuan. He shook his fingers, and the huge lion head rushed towards Ji Guoyuan, causing the ground to roll and smoke along the way. Breath of the sun, red mirror of the sun. Ji Guoyuan was unambiguous. The blade was covered with the fire of the sun, and he shot a fierce and terrifying scorching sword energy to attack the huge lion's head. Following Guoyuan 1-on-2 battle officially started. 86 World's Strongest Devil Fruit, full order. On the other side, the battle between Rox and Cuomo was fierce, and no one was present within 100 meters. Because they are afraid of being affected by the aftermath of the battle. Whether it is Cuomo or Rox, both of them have a lot of background in New World. One is the captain of the Rox pirate, who has been alone in the New World for many years, and has become famous in the sea alone. Now it has created Rox pirate, leaping vertically and horizontally, becoming one of the dominant forces in New World. And Cuomo, although he didn't do any big things in New World, he did an amazing thing when he arrived in New World. That is to cross the Holy Land Mariajoy. Both of them are well-known powerhouses in the New World, and the battle between them can be described as an immortal battlefield. 8 inner gates open first, Carpenter. 8 inner gates second gate closes, open. 8 inner gates, third gate, open. 8 inner gates sixth gate Jingmun, open. Cuomo didn't have too many reservations against a strong opponent like the Rox, and he drove to the 6th gate in a dazed tone. The Jingmun is only 2 doors away from the Death's Gate. After opening the Jingmun, Cuomo's body is filled with steam, and now he can use his full combat power in an instant. And you can also use open black lens bracket North Peacock close black lens bracket. 8 inner gates really lives up to its reputation. Feeling the changes in his body, the corners of Cuomo's mouth twitched slightly. He now feels that the body's functions have reached the limit, and he can burst out the power to destroy everything anytime and anywhere. You have such a strong momentum, it seems. You are serious? Rox looked at the imposing Cuomo in front of him, without the slightest fear on his face. Even eager to try, I want to know how strong Cuomo is now. Cuomo didn't say much, and couldn't wait to test the power of 8 inner gates. Boom. His legs were slightly charged, and the ground suddenly showed a broken shape like a spider's web. His speed was very fast, and even a gust of wind was hung on the ground, causing a burst of sand and stones to fly horizontally. Let me feel your power, Cuomo. Rox grinned, raised the famous knife in his hand, concentrated all his strength on the knife, and then slashed towards Cuomo with all his strength. Advertisement, boom. In the area where the two were located, a cloud of dust like a mushroom cloud suddenly rose. The sea on the shore set off waves of ripples, surging to the end of the horizon. The sea kings in the deep sea can feel this energy fluctuation slightly. It is enough to prove how powerful the two are. The strong air current raged in all directions, and the tops of the two showed cracks, and finally they were completely broken. The attack of the two lasted for a full half a minute, and the weather at high altitude had become gloomy and cloudy at this time. The battle between the two has affected the weather. When Cuomo bounced Rox's knife away with all his strength, and in the next second he slashed at Rox with lightning speed. But again, the Rox took a stab at Cuomo. After slashing each other, the two quickly backed away from each other. There was an X-shaped wound on Rox's abdomen, because he had been cut twice by Cuomo at this time. At this time, Cuomo also had a shallow wound on his abdomen, which was oozing blood. The defensive power of the Black Dragon, coupled with the hardness of armament hockey, was still cut with a shallow wound. This is enough to prove how terrible the Rox attack is. But what surprised Cuomo the most was Rox's ability to fight back the moment he was hit. You know, the current Cuomo is in the state of opening the 6th gate, and his reaction, speed, and attack power have all been improved. But I still didn't expect that Rox could fight back at that moment. It hurts, Cuomo. Rox covered the wound on his abdomen and said, obviously speaking of pain, but with a smile on his face. Your physical body is really pervert. At this moment, even Cuomo couldn't help complaining. For the knife just now, he almost slashed with all his strength, but Rox still resisted. Even his complexion didn't change a bit. Such a terrifying physical body is really pervert. Advertisement Rox are Rox. Now the strength of the Rox is close to the peak period, or is in the state of the peak period. Very good physical condition, ha ha ha. Pervert. Compared with you, it's still a lot worse. I really appreciate you more and more, Cuomo. Rox laughed loudly after hearing this. 0. Seeking flowers. When Cuomo laments his physical strength, why doesn't he lament Cuomo's physical strength? You know, he also used all his strength to chop down that knife. But just left a shallow scar on Cuomo's abdomen. With such a defensive power, anyone who saw it would be taken aback. Appreciate me. You don't need Mr. Rox, because I'm not very interested in you. Cuomo shook his head and said flatly. They're both big men, and Rox keeps saying he admires him, which makes him very uncomfortable. You don't have to admire me, you just need to submit to my force, Rox said with a smile. 0. Based on your current force, if you want to make me surrender, I'm afraid it won't work. Cuomo spread his hands in disdain. Rock's strength is indeed very strong, but judging from the current situation, he is the stronger one. After all, he still has a lot of abilities that he hasn't used, and the 8th gate is only the 6th gate. He can open both the 7th gate, the 8th gate, and the 8th gate, although the opening of the Death Gate will last for a short time. However, he can still gain power beyond the limit in a short period of time. Just by opening the 6th gate, he can already achieve a good effect in the battle with the rocks. If 8th gate is turned on, what else can rocks use to fight him? Do you know? What is the strongest devil fruit in the world, Cuomo? Rocks smiled slightly and asked Cuomo. The strongest devil fruit? Cuomo was slightly taken aback when he heard that, if he was forced to say it. He feels that shock fruit should be the strongest in the world. After all, it is the most destructive fruit of Paramecia. This devil fruit has the power to destroy the world, and it happens to be on Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard's own strength is terrifying, and his talent is unmatched, coupled with shock fruit's sake. He became the head of the 4 emperors, the strongest man in the world, and was crowned with the power to destroy the world. 87 rocks, dark fruit, subscription required. Do you know dark fruit? Seeing Cuomo thinking, Rocks asked with a grin. Dark fruit. Cuomo was slightly startled when he heard what Rocks said. Dark fruit is exactly the fruit obtained by Blackbeard in the original book, and he wanted to get this fruit. No hesitating to spend many years on Whitebeard's boat to finally get this devil fruit for him. It became the fuse of the Summit War, and then killed Whitebeard in the Summit War to get the shock fruit. In another 2 years, they frantically developed their power in New World, and finally became 4 emperors in one fell swoop. It can be said that dark fruit has made Blackbeard. Blackbeard also said that if he didn't get this fruit, he would stay on the Whitebeard ship forever. But in the end he still got it, and in one fell swoop, he reached a height unimaginable by ordinary people. You have dark fruit? 843, Cuomo questioned, staring at Rocks. Dark fruit is a devil fruit belonging to Logia, but this devil fruit cannot be naturalized. But it can devour damage. When attacked, it only needs to bear double the pain to be immune to all damage. Obtained by those with great willpower, dark fruit is nearly invincible. And Rocks is a person with great perseverance, X. Of course, I got this devil fruit with great difficulty. Rocks spread out his hand, and a cloud of black mist rose from his palm. That's exactly what dark fruit is capable of. Even though Cuomo was prepared, when the Rocks really released dark fruit, he was still slightly taken aback. Not only the rarity of this devil fruit, but also the fact that Rocks took him twice head on. There was no trace of pain on his face, and even a smile. What kind of terrible will is this? You must know that he suffered double damage. In the original book, Blackbeard suffered a blow from Luffy during the impel down, and rolled on the spot in pain. As for Cuomo's attack, I don't know how many times stronger than Luffy, but Rocks seems to block it without any pressure. Advertisement. This terrifying perseverance, even Cuomo sincerely praised, Rocks and dark fruit, can be said to be a perfect match. What a surprise, Cuomo exclaimed. You should know something about dark fruit. In my hands, it is not only immune to damage, but also very restrained against demon fruit power, Rocks said with a grin. After he used the power of dark fruit, thick smoke rose from his body, and the 2 wounds on his abdomen were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next second, Rock's palm was covered with a layer of black mist, and he aimed at Cuomo, trying to suck him in. But the scene in the next second slapped him in the face. I saw Cuomo standing there motionless. His dark fruit posed no threat to Cuomo. He couldn't even move his body an inch. How is it possible? Rocks frowned when he saw the scene in front of him, and glanced at his dark fruit ability again. Every time he fights against demon fruit power, his ability can play a big role. Why is it useless now? Surprised. It seems that playing against me, you lost a very beneficial ability. Cuomo laughed. He is not demon fruit power, so he will not be sucked by Rock's dark fruit. Hearing this, Rocks tried to use his ability to move towards Cuomo again, but it was still the same as before. Invalid. It seems that your ability is not simple, Rocks laughed. Rocks thinks that Cuomo is also a demon fruit power, but his ability to absorb people has no effect on Cuomo. Since this ability to attract people is useless to Cuomo, forget it, he is not the only one with this ability. Dark Cave Road. Rocks slapped the ground with a palm, and a large amount of black mist suddenly rose from the ground, and the mist spread extremely fast. In an instant, it filled an area with a radius of tens of meters. Grumbling. Objects covered by the black mist are all swallowed up. At this time, there was also black mist under Cuomo's feet. He wanted to get out of it, but it felt like he was stuck in a swamp. Shua. Rocks charged forward with the sword in his hand, and a slashing attack struck Cuomo. Advertisement. To the peacock, Cuomo said lightly. Peacock is the ability of 8 inner gates, the 6th gate. The principle is that the attack speed is so fast that it can rub against the air to create a large amount of flames. At this time, Cuomo held the knife in both hands, and shot out countless sword chi in an instant. These sword chi are covered with the power of flames, devouring rocks at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Boom boom boom. Countless flaming sword energy hit Rocks, directly devouring him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cuomo jumped out of dark fruit's reach. It hurts ultimate. Rocks was burning with flames, arms in front of him. Since Rocks initiated the attack, he was too close to Cuomo to dodge all the attacks. A large number of attacks hit him. Even though he had the tenacious perseverance of the top of the world, he still couldn't help the veins on his forehead at this moment. His body was covered with black mist, which swallowed all the flames on his body and the damage caused by the sword energy to his body. Outwardly, there was no damage to his body. This devil fruit is really a perfect match with you. Looking at the scene in front of him, Cuomo couldn't help but sighed. This ability is really a good match for Rox. I think so too. This is the devil fruit I admire the most, because he has great potential. Rox responded with a grin. Join me, Rox Pirate, when I defeat you, Cuomo. My ambition is the whole world, and for this purpose, I need your help. Rox doesn't want to be the so-called overlord of the sea area, and 1.3 is not very interested in becoming Pirate King. His ambition is the whole world, if he wants to be the master of the world. This is the dream of Rox, and he is also working hard towards this dream. Let's talk when you can defeat me, Cuomo said indifferently. The battle between the two has just begun. I will defeat your Cuomo, because this is my affirmation of my strength. It is also the recognition of your strength. There are very few strong men who can be recognized by Rox, and Cuomo is the most recognized strong man by Rox. He even went so far as to invite Cuomo on the grounds of the Mate.88 Silver Axe dead, natural disaster by Jong tsunami strikes. New World, on an island. Rox Pirate clashed with the 10,000 Worlds pirates. This battle lasted for a long time, and the area along the coast was almost completely destroyed. Most of the people on the island also tried to escape from the island, for fear of being involved in the aftermath of the battle. In a certain battlefield on the island, following Guoyuan's battle against Golden Lion and Silver Axe, Shua, Ji Guoyuan swung his knife and swept towards Silver Axe. Puff, in midair, a head flew up, mixed with countless blood. Silver Axe's head flew high, his face was full of fear, he really didn't expect it. Teaming up with Golden Lion to fight against Ji Guoyuan, he can still be beheaded by the opponent. Finally, one of them has been dealt with. Ji Guoyuan flicked the blood on the Rylan saber and said lightly. Silver Axe's headless body fell to the ground, spraying a lot of blood, he was too dead to die. 07 only you were left. Shiki. Ji Guoyuan set his sights on Golden Lion. Damn it, this guy isn't easy to deal with. Golden Lion met Ji Guoyuan's eyes, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Together with Silver Axe, it was difficult for him to defeat Ji Guoyuan, and he was even killed by one. Now that he is fighting against Ji Guoyuan Yi alone, he feels a lot of pressure. Ji Guoyuan is holding a sun wheel knife in one hand, throwing it towards the goal. Boom. Suddenly the entire island shook, the ground level dropped a little, and the edge of the island was almost sunk by them. At this time, at the end of the horizon, there was a tsunami as high as hundreds of feet hitting their side. The roar of the tsunami almost attracted most of the powerful people on the island. Golden Lion also stared at the tsunami at the end of the horizon in some surprise. No one knew how this 100-foot-high tsunami was formed. But this is an opportunity, natural disasters strike, he has the opportunity to leave the battlefield. Advertisement without the slightest hesitation, Golden Lion quickly used the power of lion fruit to leave Ji Guoyuan Yi. When a tsunami as high as hundreds of feet hits, the entire island will be swallowed up in an instant, and it is not easy to fight at this time. He is going to go to Rox and inform Rox to leave the island. Ji Guoyuan glanced at the fleeing Golden Lion, but did not choose to chase after it. It would take a lot of time to kill the Golden Lion. Now that the 100-meter-high tsunami at the end of the horizon is about to sweep over, they should find a way to leave. Madara, it's time to find Cuomo. Ji Guoyuan shouted at Uchiha Madara, who was fighting not far away. The island is about to sink into the sea, the tsunami is about to hit, it's time to retreat. I see. Uchiha Madara nodded. In the next second, he changed from playful to serious. Seeing the change in Uchiha Madara's momentum, Whitebeard's forehead broke out in cold sweat. She looked at him solemnly. Whitebeard knew that for so long fighting, Uchiha Madara had not used all his strength. Fighting him with the mentality of playing. Even though Whitebeard felt underestimated, there was no way he could feel the power of Uchiha Madara, too strong. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan spins at high speed, and he uses Susanoo's second form. Behind him appeared a gigantic half-giant, covered with meridians and flesh, wrapped by chakra in the form of a coat. Are you serious? Whitebeard clasped Kong Yunki tightly with both hands, his expression extremely serious. At this moment Whitebeard can fully feel the aura of Susanoo unleashed by Uchiha Madara. The battle. It's time to end. Uchiha Madara crossed her hands on her chest, and responded with a flat face. Susanoo held a machete in her hand and slashed at Whitebeard heavily. Bring it on. Whitebeard was also unambiguous, with blue veins appearing on his arms and forehead, and a layer of white airflow covered the cluster of clouds. This is exactly the ability of his shock fruit. Shock fruit is called the most destructive devil fruit. Possesses terrifying power. Susanoo's broadsword collided with Whitebeard's Kong Yunki, and the ground level suddenly dropped several meters. The powerful airflow shocked all directions. Advertisement. Whitebeard used almost all of his strength to counter the Susanoo unleashed by Uchiha Madara. Ka. Cracks appeared in the space in front of Whitebeard's eyes, spreading like broken glass. The shock fruit shattered the surrounding air, and then formed a powerful shockwave. This momentum rushed towards Susanoo with overwhelming momentum. But Susanoo's defenses are terrible, and Whitebeard's ability can't completely destroy it. The weapons of the two collided for a long time. In the end, Susanoo's strength was even better, and Whitebeard was sent flying more than 10 meters away. It turns out that you also hide your strength? Uchiha Madara stared at Whitebeard as if surprised. I thought that Susanoo in the second form could defeat Whitebeard. But unexpectedly, it only knocked him back more than 10 meters away. There is no doubt that Whitebeard did not use all his strength in the course of the previous battle. Aren't you using all your strength too? Whitebeard responded with a grin. Forget it, let's go to Cuomo first. Uchiha Madara retracted Susanoo, glanced at the 527 tsunami hundreds of feet high in the distance and said. It is not easy to solve Whitebeard in a short time, and the tsunami in the distance is about to hit. The most important task now is to find Cuomo. Boom. The ground under Uchiha Madara's feet began to collapse, and he jumped up and landed beside Gojo. The edge of this island is constantly collapsing, and it won't be long before the entire island will sink into the sea. Let's go. Uchiha Madara glanced at Gojo, and then the two left here to find Cuomo. Whitebeard looked at the backs of the two leaving and did not chase after him, put Kong Yunki behind his back, clenched his fists and said to himself. It's still not enough, my strength is still not enough. Whitebeard knew that the power Uchiha Madara used just now was still not the strongest. But when he confronted Susanoo just now, he had almost used all his strength. Compared with Uchiha Madara, his strength still has a big gap. He looked at the tsunami in the distance and the collapsed ground under his feet, and prepared to look for rocks. This battle will end when the tsunami arrives completely. Members of the 890,000 world pirates gathered, it's time to retreat, subscribe. An area of the island where Senju Hashirama battles. Senju Hashirama played 1-on-2 against two Rocks pirate powerhouses, John and Charlotte Linlin. Hashirama. Just as Senju Hashirama was fighting, there was a sound in the distance. Senju Hashirama turned his head and saw Uchiha Madara and Gojo approaching them. Two more. Charlotte Linlin, standing on Baiyun Zeus, stared solemnly at the two people in the distance. Damn it, a tsunami is coming, why don't we retreat first? Linlin. John frowned, glanced at the two people supporting him from a distance, and then at the Baijong tsunami that was about to reach the big island. The tsunami was hundreds of feet high, covering the sky and the sun, and the sea level was surging. It would not be long before the tsunami would approach the island, and finally, completely swallow the island. No one knows how this huge tsunami was generated, but they were not surprised when the tsunami came. Because the weather in the second half of the Grand Line is very weird, tsunamis as high as hundreds of feet are rare. But it is not unheard of in the history of the sea. Retreat, go to Captain Rocks first. Charlotte Linlin agreed with John's point of view without the slightest hesitation. The two teamed up to fight Senju Hashirama, and they were still unable to win, and now the Wanji pirates have supported two more crew members. If they continue to fight, they will definitely not be opponents, and a tsunami is coming. There is no need for them to continue to fight here. John and Charlotte Linlin quickly retreated from the battlefield, preparing to go to the other side of the battlefield to inform Rocks to retreat. Why are you here too? Senju Hashirama scratched his head and asked with a smile. The tsunami is coming, we should notify Cuomo to evacuate, Gojo reminded. Tsunami? Senju Hashirama heard the words and looked towards the sea. Sure enough, a tsunami as high as 100 meters was rushing towards the island where they were. Because he has been fighting seriously, he didn't use his knowledge to perceive the situation of the sea, and now he knows. The tsunami is coming. A tsunami of this scale is estimated to be able to swallow the entire island. It is still necessary to ask Cuomo to leave here. If it is swallowed by the tsunami, there will be some trouble. Gojo continued. Advertisement. Although the tsunami can't do them any harm, it can wash them away. Even washed their boat into the deep sea. It took several months to build their boat in 7 waters. Wouldn't it be a pity if it sank in the sea? Exactly. Senju Hashirama nodded. A tsunami of this size is unusual, and it would be very troublesome if it hit the island. Yo, you are all here. Unohana Retsu's voice came from not far away. After she eliminated several opponents, the remaining strong ones noticed the tsunami on the sea level and left. She didn't choose to chase, she was going to find Gojo and the others, but she didn't expect that they had already gathered together. Where is Gojo Satoru? Senju Hashirama looked around and asked. Now the entire crew, except for Cuomo who fought the Rocks, only 5 are missing. Gojo Satoru. I remember. His battlefield was near Cuomo. Unohana Retsu thought about it seriously. Let's go to Cuomo first. Gojo Satoru should be on Cuomo's side, even if he is not there, with his ability. The tsunami is not a threat to him, Uchiha Madara said. They are very clear about Wujo Wu's ability, which can block any object or person from approaching. Even if the tsunami swallowed the entire island, it wouldn't touch Wujo Wu at all. Then let's go to Cuomo first. It is estimated that the Rocks pirate is also discussing retreat. The scribe Hashirama guessed. If there is no tsunami, they should still be in a state of fighting now. But now that the tsunami has struck, both they and the Rocks pirate are thinking about retreating. Walk. Several people left here quickly and rushed towards the battlefield between Cuomo and Rocks. On the other side of the island, there are large rift valleys and huge pits everywhere. Moreover, in the high altitude of this battlefield, dark clouds are abnormally dense, and they are still churning continuously. The two on this battlefield are Rocks and Cuomo. Rocks with dark fruit was evenly matched with Cuomo who opened the gate. Rocks' perseverance and endurance, even Cuomo admired. Advertisement because Rocks seems to be immune to pain, and under the premise of bearing double the pain, he exchanged injuries with Cuomo. The blades of the two collided again and again, and the surrounding space vibrated, and there were violent roars one after another. Every time the two confront each other, the air will explode, causing shocks 100 meters away. With the power of the Black Dragon, Cuomo grows black wings on his back, covering armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki on his arms and blades. Haki, who was constantly devouring Cuomo's physical strength, became sharper and sharper, as if he could cut off the mountain with a single thought. Br. Rocks looked at Cuomo, who was climbing to the top, without a trace of fear on his face and shouted. Rocks was covered with thick black mist, making him look like a ghost. Rocks' footsteps are explosive, leaving a footprint every time he steps on the ground. The wings behind Cuomo flapped and approached Rocks at an extremely fast speed. Boom. The two clashed again, and a white round sphere visible to the naked eye spread around the two of them. The air seemed to be blown up. This guy is very strong. Gojo Satoru was standing in midair not far away, watching Cuomo fight the Rocks. After finishing his opponent, he was attracted by the battle here, so he stayed here to watch. He sincerely, Zhao Li's, feels that Rocks is very strong. After all, before Gojo Satoru met Rocks, he had never seen Shiki who could resist Cuomo's blow without getting hurt. Rocks' devil fruit is really pervert. Captain Rocks, it's time to retreat, a big tsunami is coming. An official crew member ran outside the battlefield and shouted at Rocks. In the next second, Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared in front of him, stretched out a finger to his mouth, and signaled him to shut up. A member of the 10,000 Realms Pirates? The official crew took a step back and watched him warily. This is a battle between them, why do you want to stop it? Wu Banshin took off his blindfold and gave him a cold look. 90 I will definitely let you be my vice captain, seeking subscription. When the tsunami hits, you Myriad Realms pirates will also be in trouble. The Rocks pirate member responded with a cold snort. But now, the tsunami. But it hasn't completely approached the island. Before that, just shut up and watch the battle. Gojo Satoru ordered. Shut up? Are you qualified to order me? The man responded with a sneer. He's a somewhat well-known pirate in New World, and has a spot on Rocks pirate. Now a member of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms who seemed much younger than him spoke to him so arrogantly. How could he still be calm? Snapped. Gojo Satoru directly grabbed his neck with one hand, with a cold light in his eyes, he said coldly. I said shut up and watch the battle obediently. Before Gojo Satoru came to this world, he possessed a strong power of spells. But now he not only has the terrifying power of spells, but also has powerful body skills. So at such a close distance, his speed was so fast that even the strong man of Rocks pirate hadn't reacted, and he was strangled by his neck. You wanna die? When the man saw that he was being strangled by the neck, he was furious and attacked Gojo Satoru. But he suddenly found that his fist was very close to Gojo Satoru, but it was still difficult to move forward. 143. The Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Suddenly a figure appeared in midair, he was the Golden Lion. He quickly drew his sword and swung countless golden sword energy towards Gojo Wu. Gojo Satoru glanced at the Golden Lion, and Gojo Satoru was surrounded by countless sword chi, but it was still difficult to get close. There is no lower limit to the power to stop, in this world. That's how perverted it is. Gojo Satoru exerted strength with his arm, and poured the power of the spell into the man's physical strength, and the man lost his vitality after struggling for a while. Gojo Mew casually threw his body on the ground. In front of Gojo Satoru, except for the cadres of the Rocks pirate, the other people are not enough to look at all. Not even qualified to fight against him. This battle is coming to an end. As you can see, the tsunami has come. Advertisement Golden Lion did not continue to attack, but inserted the famous knife back into the scabbard, and reminded in a cold voice. The tsunami is still a short distance away. Why are you in such a hurry to retreat? Wouldn't it be nice to enjoy this battle? Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets and continued to watch the battle between the Rocks and Cuomo without paying attention to the Golden Lion. After a while, Charlotte Linlin, John, Whitebeard, and other powerful cadres all arrived here. Ahead. At the next moment of their arrival, Unohana Retsu, Ji Kunichi, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara also rushed here. Let's stop here for today's battle. If you continue to fight, everyone will be harmed by the tsunami. Charlotte Linlin stood on Baiyun Zeus, staring at the warning voice of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Boom. After her words fell, the edge of the island began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. This island has experienced a long battle with countless powerful people, and now it can't last long. I believe that it won't be long before the entire island will completely collapse and then sink into the sea. If it wasn't for the tsunami, all members of your Myriad Realms pirates would have died here today, including your captain. An official crew member snorted coldly. Let us all die here. What a big tone. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. Cadres dare not say such things. How dare an official crew member? Even before the tsunami is approaching, we can kill you. Ji Guoyuan said indifferently as he pulled out the sunwheel knife from his waist. Who is afraid of whom? The official crew responded without any hesitation. At this time, all the strong men standing behind him were Rocks pirates, so many strong men stood behind him. He is naturally very tough. Stop it, keep fighting, it's not in anyone's interest. Whitebeard stopped. There are still a lot of gold, silver and jewelry on their Rocks pirate, as well as treasure maps. If the ship was swallowed by the tsunami and lost a lot of jewels and treasure maps because of the continued conflict here, they would not be worth the candle. Let's stop the war now. In New World, we will always have a chance to fight, Charlotte Linlin said. If it wasn't for the tsunami, you would all have died here today. Yunohana Retsu reminded everyone with murderous intent in his eyes. What are you talking about? The official crew member wanted to say something else. Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, John and other cadres surrounded him and beat him up. They don't want to continue fighting because it is not good for them. Advertisement: if this official crew member is allowed to talk too much and offend the Wenji pirates and others, it will be troublesome. But his words have offended. Shua, Yunohana Retsu drew his sword and slashed directly at the crowd of cadres. Charlotte Linlin and others quickly backed up. The sharp and cold sword aura was like a Shinigami sickle, cutting the official crew member in half. Seeing this scene, many cadres looked calm, but he was just an official crew member, and no one would care about his life or death. Is Cuomo still fighting? Uchiha Madara ignored Charlotte Linlin and others, but focused on the battlefield where Cuomo and Rocks were. The two seem to be fighting crazy now, Hai Yuan Kai, and one of them is still fighting fiercely. The collapse of this island is inseparable from the battle between the two. After all, Uchiha Madara and others fought with a playful mood. The Rocks and Cuomo can be said to be fighting with all their strength. Captain Rocks should leave, the tsunami is coming, Golden Lion shouted standing in the air. Tsunami. Rocks, who was fighting, was taken aback when he heard this, and backed away from Cuomo. He glanced towards the sea area and noticed the huge tsunami that was about to reach the island. Damn it, why did the tsunami come? Rocks couldn't help cursing while looking at the tsunami. His battle with Cuomo was already at a fever pitch, but now that the tsunami is coming, he has to retreat. He has demon fruit power. If he is swallowed by a tsunami as high as hundreds of feet, it will be very troublesome. Fight Cuomo next time. I will conquer you, or kill you. Rocks took a deep breath, staring at Cuomo and said in a deep voice. Next time? I guess, you can't do it. Cuomo shook his head calmly. Although Rocks owns dark fruit and dares to exchange injuries with him, but now, he still doesn't have too many injuries. The current situation between the two is 50-50 at best, and the Cuomo 8 inner gates still have 2 gates left open. Unless Rocks has hidden strength, it is impossible for Rocks to defeat him. Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to Cuomo. I look forward to you becoming my first officer. Rocks left such a sentence and left directly. The tsunami is already close at hand. If we don't leave now, there will be some troubles. 4BD91. The fame of the pirates of 10,000 realms spreads throughout the New World. Subscription required. Rocks pirate has Golden Lion, a lion fruit capable person. After many strong people board the boat, Golden Lion directly uses lion fruit to make the boat fly. Whitebeard glanced at Cuomo and others who were still on the island, and then at the tsunami behind him. Boom. He charged up with one arm, then slammed into the air heavily, and the surrounding air exploded instantly. Countless cracks appeared, and then these cracks turned into momentum, rushing towards the 100-foot tsunami. But the tsunami formed by the dense seawater, even his devil fruit can't push back too much. But slightly slow down the speed of the tsunami approaching the island. It has to be said that natural disasters are really terrible. Whitebeard's abilities are useless in front of this Baijang tsunami. What are you doing? Edward, Golden Lion, who was standing on the boat, glanced at Whitebeard and questioned. Stop the tsunami from approaching us, Whitebeard said lightly. Are you kidding me? We are in the sky right now, how could the tsunami approach us? Golden Lion snorted coldly with his arms folded on his chest. Whitebeard didn't respond to him when he heard the words, but lay down on the chair leisurely, picked up the wine next to him and took a sip. It's hard to imagine that a person like you would choose to help them, because of what? Golden Lion sat on the railing of the boat, glanced at the island, then turned his gaze to Whitebeard and questioned. Golden Lion is not stupid, it can be seen naturally. Whitebeard uses the power of the devil fruit to vibrate the air in order to slow the time for the tsunami to approach the island. Don't ask questions that I can't answer, Shiki. Whitebeard glanced at him indifferently, and responded indifferently. The reason why Whitebeard helped the pirates of the 10,000 realms a little bit was because he didn't hate the pirates of the 10,000 realms. In addition to being in Sabaody Archipelago, Cuomo had chosen to trade with him, which made Whitebeard keep in mind. So a little help. Gee haha. Golden Lion laughed loudly upon hearing this. He is a sensible person, so naturally he won't ask any more questions. On the island, Cuomo inserted Shenyan back into the scabbard. The position of the tsunami moved back a little bit. What did Edward do? Cuomo said to himself, looking at the high-altitude ship. Advertisement: it wasn't obvious where the tsunami was receding, but Cuomo was keenly aware of it. It's time to leave, Cuomo. If we don't leave, we will be swallowed by the tsunami. Ji Guoyuan reminded Cuomo as soon as he came to Cuomo's side. I see. Cuomo nodded. That guy is strong, Cuomo, Uchiha Madara said suddenly. It was Rocks that he was talking about, even though he was only briefly watching Rocks fight Cuomo from the sidelines. But just by observing for such a short period of time, he concluded that Rocks is very strong. After all, he is the overlord of the New World, and his strength is naturally not much weaker. Cuomo spread his hands and smiled. Next time, let me fight him, Uchiha Madara continued with a grin. Fighting against the strong is what Uchiha Madara wants. Although Whitebeard is strong, he is still inferior to Rocks. Of course, no problem. Cuomo made an okay gesture. Uchiha Madara's strength is very strong, he naturally doesn't worry that rocks can kill him. Although rocks is almost at his peak now, his Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit have not yet been developed to ultimate. So it's not completely in the peak period yet, he will still improve. I believe that the next time they meet, the strength of rocks will improve a lot. But no matter how far the rocks improve, Cuomo isn't worried about Uchiha Madara fighting him. After all, Uchiha Madara is strong. Let's talk after we leave, Madara, Cuomo. Senju Hashirama reminded, looking at the approaching tsunami. Several people glanced at the sea level and quickly boarded the boat without the slightest hesitation. Gojo Satoru used the power of incantation to move the whole boat with him. Boom. The next second after their boat left, the waves as high as 100 feet directly swallowed the entire island. After the battle between the 10,000 Worlds pirates and the Rocks pirate, the island itself became vulnerable. Therefore, the impact of the tsunami directly destroyed the island, and it was slowly sinking. I believe that within a short time, this island will disappear from the sea. A few days later, news of the battle between the 10,000 Realms pirates and the Rocks pirates spread throughout the world. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. Both are new world overlord level pirate groups. The collision of pirate groups of this level naturally attracted the attention of countless powerful people. Among them, the most exciting thing is the many high-level officials of world government and naval headquarters. Rock's pirate and Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 Worlds are both pirates that give them a lot of headaches. Now that there is a collision between the two pirate groups, it is believed that many strong people have died. They looked forward to investigating the situation of the 10,000 Worlds pirates and the Rocks pirate. But the result they got was very disappointing. Not only did the Wenji pirates not lose a single crew member, but a new member was added to the ship. Although many powerhouses in Rock's pirate died, almost none of the core level powerhouses died. The casualties caused by such collisions can be said to be nothing at all. Rock's pirate is still the overlord of the sea, and Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 Worlds still dominate New World. The Wenji pirates experienced a collision with the Rock's pirate, and even after the news spread that all members were unharmed. Cuomo is naturally indispensable for the increase in reputation. Although after the Mariajoy incident in the Holy Land, the reputation of the pirates of 10,000 Realms shocked the world. But there are still a lot of pirates who don't pay much attention to the pirates of Myriad Worlds. After all, no one has crossed from the Holy Land of Mariajoy, and no one knows the strength of the 5 elders. No one knows how many troops the world government has. And the Cuomo Pirates of 10,000 Worlds was formed only a few years ago, so when the news of their crossing of the Holy Land Mariajoy spread, the first feeling of many great pirates is that the world government is too weak, and the 5 elders are too weak. But there is a collision with Rock's pirate, and the 6 fight against a famous pirate group in the New World. Not only killed many strong opponents, but even achieved the point where no one was injured. These actions made the entire New World fully aware of the horror of the 10,000 Worlds pirates. No one dares to underestimate the pirates of 10,000 Realms. 92 new member REM participated. Please subscribe. New World, an isolated island. The ship of the pirates of 1,000 Worlds is sailing on the sea. After a collision with the Rock's pirate, they had a very quiet time at sea. I met many pirates on the way, but when they saw the banner of the Wenji pirates, they left far away. Don't dare to approach at all. Ding, congratulations host, you have gained 100 reputation points. Ding, congratulations host, you have gained 150 reputation points. Ding, congratulations host, you have gained 170 reputation points. Cuomo, who was lying on a chair to rest and bask in the sun, kept ringing the prompts from the system in his mind. When the beep stopped, Cuomo opened his panel without hesitation. I don't know, 543, but how much reputation has been added this time? Cuomo whispered. Host. Cuomo summon. Gojo Satoru, 43%. Uchiha Madara, 44%. Unohana Retsu, 39%. G Kuninichi, 69%. Reputation value. 140,000 120,000 Civilities. Armament Haki, 1500 2000. Observation Haki, 1500 2000. Conqueror's Haki, 1400 3000. Advanced Swordsmanship, 1450 2000. Special Abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse. None Cuomo's prestige value was 10,000 before, but now it has risen to 140,000. Fighting Rock's pirate has increased his prestige value by 130,000. Not bad. However, with the increase in the number of exchanges for reward cards from the heavens and worlds, more and more reputation points are now required. Ding. Does the host want to exchange the reputation points for reward cards from the heavens and myriad realms? Sure. Cuomo chose to confirm without the slightest hesitation, because he couldn't wait to know. What kind of rewards can be redeemed this time? Advertisement. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining the ability advancement card X1. Ding, congratulations to the successful exchange of host, and you will get REM in the Otherworld adventure from 0 World. Ability advancement card, with REM? The rewards I got this time are pretty good. Ability advancement cards allow him to upgrade his Conqueror's Haki and advanced swordsmanship by 1 level. As for REM, Cuomo is not very familiar. REM is the younger sister of the twin maids who single-handedly handle all chores in Rosewall's mansion. When I was young, my family was killed by the witch cult, and my sister's horn was cut off, so I hated the witch cult. She looks cruel and indifferent, but in fact she is very strong and gentle. With her coming, wouldn't someone take care of the large and small sundries on board? All Cuomo had summoned before were combatants with powerful combat capabilities. Rem's combat power in this world is not too strong, but the pirates of Myriad Realms don't need strong combat power. What they need is a lovely maid who can take care of the boats, and now is the time. In front of Cuomo, a group of white light particles appeared, and after a while, the white light particles gathered into a group. In the next second, the white light particles dissipated, and Ram appeared in front of him. She is about 150 centimeters tall, with big eyes and pink lips, and her face is not very clear and cute. The hairstyle is neck-length short hair, but the hair parting line is different, and the front part covers her right eye. He wore a black apron and a white hat on his head. Except for the direction of bangs, hair color and eye color, she looks almost the same as her sister, but her breasts are more plump than her sister Ram. After Ram came to this world, she was full of curiosity about everything around her, but after seeing Cuomo, she stepped back unconsciously. Although the system has already explained some things to her, but she needs a little time to get used to it. Why are you so afraid of me? I don't eat people. Cuomo smiled unconsciously when he saw her slightly panicked look. Although he was ready to face the lovely maid, when he really saw Ram, he still couldn't help being surprised. Ram is really cute. Although he had seen Ram on the screen, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he knew more clearly how cute Ram is. Are you Master Cuomo? Ram blinked and asked. Advertisement, it's me, but don't be so scared, I'm not a bad person. Cuomo calmed down her slightly nervous mood. I'm not scared, I'm just a little surprised. Ram slowed down a little, shook her head with a smile on her face and replied. Okay, then you're welcome, Ram. Cuomo chuckled. Are you a new member? Ji Guoyuan walked towards the two of them and asked. Seeing Ji Guoyuan approaching, Ram approached Cuomo nervously. Don't scare her, Yuani. Cuomo quickly stretched out his hand to signal him to stand where he was. Ha ha ha. Am I scary? Ji Guoyuan laughed and scratched his head. You should smile, don't scare the little girl. Gojo Wu put his arm on Ji Guoyuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Ram hid in the chair behind Cuomo, with a slightly bulging face, and glanced at the few people on the boat, looking too cute. Let me introduce you, this is Ji Guoyuan Yi, he is from a different world just like you. The one behind him is Wujo Wu, and the same is true. Cuomo introduced the names of the two to Rem. When Rem traveled to this world, the system told her only Cuomo's name. The system did not inform the names of the other members, so she needed to familiarize herself with it. My name is Yunohana Retsu, please give me your advice, new member. Yunohana Retsu said softly with a smile on her face. My name is Senju Hashirama, and this is Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama Baram introduced the two. Uchiha Madara clasped her hands on her chest, always looking cold. You are 0.7. Hello, my name is Rem. Rem stepped out of the chair behind Cuomo, bent slightly towards several people, and introduced herself. Although Rem was a little shy, she found that the people on this boat were very polite. So they hit it off pretty quickly. Since Rem is an all-around housekeeper, after getting familiar with the crew, she began to work hard to clean the ship. It has to be said that Rem is really capable and cleaned up the sanitation of the ship very quickly. Then began to prepare dinner for Cuomo and others. With her arrival, Cuomo and the others can finally eat delicious food on board. 93 Roger. I'm finally bubbling, seeking full order. After everyone on board got acquainted with each other, they began to work on their own affairs. Senju Hashirama is communicating with Uchiha Madara, Ji Kuni is practicing sword, Yunohana Retsu is watching the sea, Gojo Satoru is fishing, and Rem is cooking. Puff. Gojo Satoru, who was fishing, suddenly felt the fishing line move and pulled it up quickly, but what he caught was not a fish, but a person. How did you catch someone? Gojo Satoru took a careful look at the person who was caught. Can fishing still catch people? Cuomo also glanced at the fished person with some doubts. What to do with Cuomo? Gojo Satoru asked, grabbing the unconscious male leader. Throw it on an isolated island. Cuomo ordered lightly. They didn't need to kill innocent people indiscriminately, but they didn't need to save his life either. Okay. Gojo Satoru came to the other side of the boat rail and threw him to the isolated island. The man woke up because he fell on the isolated island. Ahem. He coughed out seawater from his mouth, and said to himself, the news about the Pluton battleship is still exposed, damn it, for the sake of money. You actually betrayed such news. The person 07 caught by Gojo Satoru is none other than one of the mystic scholars who deciphered where the Pluton warship is stored. They once had a team that joined forces to decipher the place where the Pluton warship was stored, and finally succeeded in deciphering it. But one of them sold the news for money, but died unexpectedly in the end. But because of being hunted down, he accidentally encountered bad weather and fell into the deep sea. If it wasn't for meeting the pirates of 10,000 worlds, he would have died in the sea. The man glanced at the pirate ship where Cuomo had gone, and then walked towards the depths of the island. Cuomo was lying on the chair at this time and opened the property panel again. Host. Cuomo summon. Gojo Satoru, 43%. Uchiha Madara, 44%. Yunohana Retsu, 39%. Sukuni Anichi, 69%. Senju Hashirama, 25%. Rem, 70%. Reputation value. 20,140,000 abilities. Armament Hockey, 1500-2000, Observation Hockey, 1500-2000, Conqueror's Hockey, 1400-3000, Advanced Swordsmanship, 1450-2000. Special Abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse. Ability Advanced Card. Advertisement Rem's initial combat power is directly fixed at 70% of the original world, which is not surprising to Cuomo. After all, after traveling to this world, the abilities that can be used depend on the original world. Rem has 70% of her power, at least she has the power to protect her own safety. Next, Cuomo was thinking about which ability to advance with the ability advancement card he obtained. But after thinking about it for a long time, he decided to let it go. Now his Conqueror's Hockey and Advanced Swordsmanship have reached around 1500. Use this ability advancement card at this time. He feels a bit at a loss, and he is thinking about which one to use when Conqueror's Hockey reaches a new level. In a flash, several years have passed. During this period, New World has changed. Almost the powerhouses of the entire New World are looking for the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Because they are already 100% sure that the storage place of the Pluton battleship has really been deciphered by a group of mysterious scholars. Now people all over the world are looking for those scholars, and after all, they have found those scholars. It also proved that the Pluton battleship was found. In the past few years, the Roger pirates have already reached New World. Because the New World is in disarray, all looking for a place to store the Pluton battleship. The Roger pirates did not take this troubled water, so they developed very well in New World. And New World has changed in recent years. In addition, the senior officials of World Government and Naval Headquarters are secretly promoting the development of all this. So New World. Many big forces were in the process of finding the Pluton warship, and were eliminated. Now in the entire New World, there are very few overlord forces left, the pirates of 10,000 Realms and the Rocks Pirate. Also became New World's big two. Now in the entire New World, only these two pirate groups have the top comprehensive strength. However, the comprehensive strength of the Roger pirates is vague, and there are signs that they can become the big three at sea. Rocks Pirate is eager to find the Pluton battleship, so it does not limit the development of the Roger pirates. This has also led to the rapid development of the Roger pirates in the past few years. Advertisement. In addition to these three top groups, New World also has a pirate group that cannot be ignored. That's the Pirates of Burndy World. He is also the overlord of the New World. He is so powerful that he even dares to wrestle with rocks. But his crew is too weak, which also prevents him from becoming a giant in the New World. Besides him, there is another lone pirate in New World, that is the Lonely Red, the Red Earl. The Red Earl is powerful, and he also dares to wrestle with a strong man like Rocks. But he didn't form his own pirate group, he just wandered alone in New World. Over time, Rocks gradually realized the danger of Roger's pirates. The Pirates of Burndy World, the Lonely Red, and the Red Earl can be ignored for the time being. Because they are only strong by themselves, they are not very threatening to Rocks. But the Roger pirates are different. The Roger pirates have a strong comprehensive strength. New World, a certain sea area. Here 880 is driving a huge pirate ship, and the one on this ship is Rocks' pirate. Now many cadres are discussing something in the conference room. Captain Rocks, the bounty order for the Roger pirates has come out. A cadre put the bounty order of the Roger pirates on the table in the conference room so that everyone could see it clearly. Roger offered a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys. Rayleigh is offering a bounty of 2 billion Baileys. Jabba is offering a bounty of 1.7 billion Pele. A few years ago, the Roger pirates stepped into New World. At that time, they were just a pirate group that we could easily destroy, but now, Roger's bounty has reached an astonishing 2,500 million Baileys. John lit a cigarette, staring at the reward on the table and said in a low voice. A few years ago, they also paid attention to the Roger pirates who stepped into the New World from the Grand Line. But at that time, the captain of the Roger pirates offered a reward of only 500 million Baileys. And they had been investigating the clues of the Pluton battleship at that time, so they didn't have time to pay attention to the Roger pirates. But when many overlords in the New World are fighting and investigating the Pluton warship, the Roger pirates are constantly evolving. Now Roger himself has become a big pirate with a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys. 94 Cuomo's full-level conquerors, and top swordsmanship, seeking subscription. A few years ago, they also paid attention to the Roger pirates who stepped into the New World from the Grand Line. But at that time, the captain of the Roger pirates offered a bounty, but it was only 500 million Baileys. And they had been investigating the clues of the Pluton battleship at that time, so they didn't have time to pay attention to the Roger pirates. But when many overlords in the New World are fighting and investigating the Pluton warship, the Roger pirates are constantly evolving. Now Roger himself has become a great pirate with a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys. The development of the Roger pirates is too fast, Captain Rocks, Charlotte Linlin echoed. In a few years, the Roger pirates have developed to such a degree in New World. If he is given more time, the Roger pirates, like their Rocks pirate, will surely become one of the giants of New World. What are we going to do, Captain Rocks? Golden Lion folded his hands on his chest, staring solemnly at the bounty on the table about the Roger pirates. It's time to take some action against the Roger pirates, Rocks said in a deep voice. In the melee of New World these years, their Rocks pirate became one of the giants of New World. Similarly, the pirates of 10,000 Realms have also become giants. Rock's pirate has also clashed with the pirates of 10,000 realms in the past few years. But he found it extremely difficult to defeat Cuomo. Simply because of the investigation of the Pluton battleship, he let the growth of the pirates of the 10,000 worlds go unchecked. Because even if he doesn't let the Wanji pirates go, they won't take any advantage if they forcefully clash with them. After several years, Rox is still very satisfied with the result of becoming a giant of the sea. Although the pirates of 10,000 worlds are giants of the sea with him, but this is also a fact that he cannot change. But Roger pirates, why can they be on an equal footing with them? Rox does not think that the Roger pirates have the capital to become one of the big three at sea. Should they all be killed? Whitebeard asked. No, although I haven't played against them, Roger's bounty can reach 2.5 billion Baileys, which shows his strength. What we have to do is win. Rox shook his head slightly and said solemnly, advertisement. Rox has already made plans in his heart. Once he wins over Roger pirates, then the comprehensive strength of their Rox pirate will be raised to another level. At that time, they will have enough capital to annex the 10,000 realms pirates. Now, although Rox has great confidence in the strength of his pirate group, but he didn't want to take the risk of attacking the 10,000 realms pirates. After all, the performance of the Wanji pirates in the sea in recent years is not weaker than them. If it is a forceful attack, it is very likely that both sides will suffer, which is not good for anyone. Once with the help of the Roger pirates, Rox will have great confidence in annexing the 10,000 worlds pirates. Rox pirates stopped investigating the Pluton ship and focused on investigating the whereabouts of the Roger pirates. After so many years, no one has found the Pluton battleship. Rox doesn't believe it while they're targeting the Roger pirates. Someone can find the Pluton ship, a certain sea area in New World. The ships of the pirates of the Thousand Worlds sailed on this sea. In the past few years, the Wanji pirates have also participated in the search for the Pluton battleship. After all, Cuomo's system is a reputation system. Only by doing great things will his reputation increase. Such a system is doomed for him to be restless. When major events happen in New World, the participation of the pirates of 10,000 worlds is always indispensable. However, like Rock's pirate, he has not received any news about the Pluton battleship. Cuomo reclined in his chair and opened the properties panel. Host. Cuomo summon. Gojo Satoru, 59%. Uchiha Madara, 60%. Unohana Retsu, 57%. Sukuni Anichi, 79%. Senju Hashirama, 45%. Rem, 80%. Reputation value. 170,000 200,000 abilities. Armament hockey, 503,000. Observation hockey, 403,000. Conqueror's hockey, 504,000. Top swordsmanship, 404,000. Special abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse. Ability Advancement Card X3. In the past few years, Cuomo has exchanged 2 reward cards from the Heavens and Worlds, but nothing good has been issued. There are only 2 reward cards from the Heavens and Myriad Realms, plus 1 from a few years ago. Now he has a total of 3 in his hand. Advertisement. Now his Conqueror's hockey has all reached the 3rd level, but it will take a lot of time to reach the 4th level. Cuomo suddenly remembered that he had 3 advanced cards in his warehouse, which could directly upgrade Conqueror's hockey and swordsmanship to 1 level. This is still a hairy training. Isn't it good to advance directly? However, currently there are only 3 ability advancement cards, and he is thinking about which 3 abilities to advance. Advanced Conquerors and Swordsmanship. I guess these 2 abilities are almost at the top. Cuomo looked at the attribute panel in front of him and whispered. After a brief moment of thought, Cuomo first took 2 ability advancement cards to advance Conquerors and sword skills. Use the ability advancement card. Please select the quantity. 2. Choose the ability to advance Conquerors and top-notch fencing. Is host sure to advance these 2 abilities? Sure. Ding! Congratulations to host successfully advanced. In the next second, the system panel appeared in front of him again. Host. Cuomo summon. Gojo Satoru, 59%. Uchiha Madara, 60%. Unohana Retsu, 57%. Sukuni Anichi, 79%. Senju Hashirama, 45%. Rem, 80%. Reputation value. 60,000. Jiao Nujiao, 200,000 abilities. Armament hockey, 503,000. Observation hockey, 403,000. Conqueror's hockey, 05,000. Imitate swordsmanship, 50,100. Special abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse. Ability Advanced Card X1. Conqueror's hockey has been promoted to the 4th level, but it has not reached the full level. It is estimated that after 1 more level, Conquerors will be at the full level. The top swordsmanship has been advanced, and now it has become an imitation swordsmanship. What do you mean by imitating swordplay? Cuomo muttered internally. Host's swordsmanship has almost reached its peak, so it is difficult to improve swordsmanship too much. Imitating swordsmanship can go through battles and imitate other people's swordsmanship and moves. 95. The Roger pirates are targeted. Full order. At present, Cuomo's swordsmanship has almost reached the pinnacle of the world. But if you want to reach the real peak, you need to have a completely different understanding of swordsmanship. In One Piece world, those who have powerful swordsmanship have different understandings of swordsmanship. The meaning of the system is to allow Cuomo to imitate the swordsmanship mastered by the top swordsman in the pirate world. Then integrate the swordsmanship comprehended by these strong men, so that his swordsmanship can be truly different and become the top. Imitating swordsmanship can not only imitate the unique swordsmanship comprehended by those strong people, but also imitate the opponent's swordsmanship moves. For example, Roger's divine avoidance. If he fights Roger, not only can he comprehend all the opponent's swordsmanship understanding, divine avoidance, he can also learn it. All in all, this is a good ability. After using 2 advanced cards, he now has an ability advanced card in his hand. After thinking about it, Cuomo decided to advance the ability advancement card to Conqueror's Haki again, and upgrade it to the full level. Imitating swordsmanship cannot be upgraded by relying on ability advancement cards. Cuomo wants to take swordplay to its true pinnacle. Only by fighting with those strong swordsmen and imitating their swordsmanship and moves can they reach the full level. After using 350 of the last ability advancement card, Cuomo's Conqueror's Haki has now been upgraded to the full level. Now in the entire pirate world, there should be no one else who can raise Conqueror's Haki to the full level except Cuomo. Cuomo, whose Conqueror's Haki had been upgraded to full level, clearly felt a group of strange and powerful calendar areas pouring into his body. Now he is much stronger. Rem trotted all the way to the rocking chair where Cuomo was sleeping, shook Cuomo's body and said softly, "Master Cuomo, it's time to eat." "I see." Cuomo closed the properties panel and stretched. Rem's cooking is definitely world class, and the taste can always change according to the ingredients. Advertisement. Cuomo hasn't gotten tired of eating Rem's meals for several years. While Cuomo and others were eating in the kitchen, the ship of the Roger pirates appeared in the distance of their ship. "Captain Roger, according to the information obtained by our informants, the Rock's pirate has begun to vigorously investigate our traces," Jabba reported with a dignified expression. The Rock's pirate have been searching for the Pluton battleship for many years without success, and now they have focused on their Roger pirates. Although the Roger pirates have vaguely become the big 3 at sea, there is a tendency to be on an equal footing with the Rock's pirate and the 10,000 Worlds pirates. But Roger is very clear that his pirate group is still far behind the 2 giants. "Oh, are you still being targeted?" Roger sighed solemnly. He doesn't want to face the lunatic Rock's pirate. Over the past few years, the Roger pirates have been focusing on developing their own power and improving their strength. He has never investigated the Pluton battleship, because he knows that this thing does not belong to him. He is very clear that he does not have enough strength to be able to snatch food from giants such as the 10,000 Realms pirates, Rock's pirate, naval headquarters, and world government. He originally thought that it would be able to develop steadily for a few more years, but in these years, too many hegemonic forces in the sea have been wiped out. Nowadays, there are not many pirates in New World, and he is one of them. Because the world government is secretly promoting the pattern of the sea, it has praised his strength and bounty. The purpose is to get the Rocks to pay attention to them. The purpose of the world government is to make them kill each other. Now the world government has successfully made Rock's pirate, notice their Roger pirates. I have to say that the world government still has a lot of smart people, no wonder it has been able to control the world for 800 years. The demise of many great maritime powers in recent years cannot do without the secret promotion of the world government, AHDJ. "Captain Roger, there is not much food on board." A pirate suddenly pushed the door open and said worriedly. "Isn't there much food?" Hearing this, Roger frowned. "Yes, it is estimated that after eating today, it will be gone tomorrow." Advertisement. "You go out first, we will find a way." Rayleigh pushed his glasses calmly and ordered. "Yes." The pirate responded and left the conference room. "What should we do, Captain Roger? Rock's eyeliners are all over the world. Now if we land on the island to replenish supplies, there is no doubt that the Rock's pirate will know about it." Jabba's face was heavy, and his heart was full of worries. Rock's pirate is now one of the 2 giants at sea, and all the pirates who can board his ship are famous pirates in various regions of the New World. Although those pirates have joined the Rock's pirate, their connections have not dissipated, and have even become larger. Once their Roger pirates appear on an island in New World to replenish supplies, I believe Rock's pirate will know it immediately. At that time, they will inevitably fight. Give the Roger pirates a few more years to develop, and Roger is not afraid of rocks, but if there is a conflict now, they will definitely lose. The current situation is that once they land on the island, there is a great possibility that they will be wiped out. Knowing that going to the island is dangerous, they naturally would not choose to go to the island, but now they have to think of other ways to replenish supplies. "We can't go to the island, so we can only wander in the sea, find a way to replenish supplies, or try to catch fish." Roger smiled wryly. "There is only one way to do it now, Captain Roger." Another pirate rushed into the conference room hastily. "What happened again?" Jabba questioned, frowning. "Sent to the ship of the pirates of the realm." The pirate hurriedly reported. "What? Pirates of 10,000 worlds?" Roger's pupils contracted violently, and he stood up abruptly. "The myriad realms pirates are the same giants of the sea as the Rock's pirate. The pirates that the Roger pirates are least willing to face on the sea are the Rock's pirate and the myriad realms pirates. Quick, turn around," Rayleigh hurriedly ordered. Rock's pirate is eyeing them. They already feel that they are troublesome enough. Why are they still meeting the pirates of 10,000 realms now? 96 Cuomo fights Roger for the first time, full order. "No, Captain Luo Roger, the ship is too close, and the people of the myriad realms pirates have already noticed us." The pirate faltered and faltered with fear. While Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba were discussing important matters in the ship, These crew members are not idle either and are thinking about how to obtain supplies. On the boat, they noticed the Wankai pirates in the distance. Due to their scarcity of supplies, when they saw the ship, all they could think about was looting the supplies of the Sea of Thousand Realms thief group. It wasn't until the two ships approached that they noticed that it turned out to be the flag of the pirates of Myriad Worlds. As their boat approached, Uchiha Madara, who had finished eating, also stood in front of the boat rail and noticed them. What? Jabba was shocked. Damn, this is troublesome. Rayleigh gasped and said in a deep voice. I hope they are not hostile to us. Roger frowned slightly. They don't know if the Wanji pirates are hostile to them. If so, they will be in big trouble. They have heard too many legends about the pirates of the 10,000 Realms in New World. Roger faced the pirates of the 10,000 Realms, thinking that he had no chance of winning. On the pirate ship of Myriad Realms, Uchiha Madara was lying on the railing of the ship, staring at the pirate ship in front of him, and his gaze was aimed at the flag of the ship. Oh, Roger pirates? Uchiha Madara said to himself. The Roger pirates have a high reputation in New World, even known as the Big Three at Sea. Uchiha Madara naturally knows something about this. Madara, what are you looking at here? Cuomo walked out of the kitchen after eating, and asked suspiciously when he saw Uchiha Madara lying on the rail of the boat. The Roger pirates are here, Cuomo. Uchiha Madara turned to him and responded. Roger pirates? Cuomo was startled when he heard the words, and walked to the railing of the ship, looking up at the ships below. Is it Cuomo, the captain of the pirates of 10,000 Worlds? Roger just walked out of the conference room, and when he came to the deck, he saw Cuomo and Uchiha Madara. It really is the Roger pirates. The moment Cuomo saw Roger, he smiled unconsciously. Advertisement not long ago, he advanced his top swordsmanship to imitate swordsmanship, and he can imitate other people's swordsmanship and moves. Now that Roger is here, isn't this to give him swordsmanship experience? In the original book, the move that Roger and Odin used when they fought against Odin left a deep impression on Cuomo. Thinking of this, Cuomo jumped up and landed on the ship of Roger pirates, although Uchiha Madara didn't know what Cuomo was going to do. But he also jumped on the ship of the Roger pirates. As soon as they landed on the ship, many strong men of the Roger pirates surrounded them with solemn expressions holding weapons. Back down, strong men of this level, you are just adding to the chaos by standing here. Rayleigh commanded to the surrounding strong men with a heavy expression. Yes. Those strong men who surrounded Cuomo and Uchiha Madara retreated again and again, leaving the battlefield to Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, the three pillars of manpower. We just passed by unintentionally, without any malice, and we don't want to conflict with you, Roger responded calmly. Feeling Cuomo's aura for himself, Roger now understands how big the gap between himself and the sea giants is. It's not up to you, Cuomo responded with a meaningful smile. If you want to make your swordsmanship reach the real peak, you need to combine the swordsmanship of the world's top experts. And Roger is his first experience pack, and when he met by accident, Cuomo naturally couldn't let him go. The current situation in the sea is very complicated. If there is a conflict with our Roger pirates during this period, you will not get any benefits. Rayleigh took a deep breath and responded calmly. You Roger pirates can't shake the foundation of our Myriad Realms pirates. Cuomo spread his hands and said calmly. Now on the 10,000 Realms pirates, except for Senju Hashirama, everyone else's strength has reached more than 50%. The mere Roger pirates cannot shake their foundation at present. There is no grievance between us, there is no need to regard each other as enemies. Cuomo. Roger Pirates Bread said solemnly. I'm interested in you Roger, Cuomo responded with a smile. Really? Then we should sit down and have a good chat at this moment, instead of having conflicts. Roger also responded with a smile. Advertisement 0, seeking flowers, 0. The only people who can sit down with me and talk to me are people I approve of. I'm very interested in you. It doesn't mean that you have been approved by me. Cuomo shrugged and said lightly. So we still can't avoid fighting? Roger said with a sigh. I won't kill you, Cuomo said calmly. Then come on, knowing that this battle is inevitable. Roger directly pulled out the western knife from his waist and said solemnly. Excellent. Cuomo laughed when he saw this scene and pulled out Shenyan. Stay away from here. Roger ordered the watching crew not far away before the battle. The crew responded quickly, and then retreated all the way to the other side of the railing. Shua. Cuomo drew his knife and slashed at Roger. Haki was wrapped around Roger's arm, and he also hit him with a solemn expression. You. Let's go together. Uchiha Madara said calmly, staring at Jabba and Rayleigh. Rayleigh and Jabba glanced at each other before drawing their weapons, both knowing that a fight was inevitable. He simply didn't say much nonsense, and directly attacked Uchiha Madara. When Cuomo, Uchiha Madara, and the Roger pirates were fighting, the members of the 10,000 Realms pirates also came to the ship rail after hearing the movement from the outside world. Huh? Is this Roger pirates? Senju Hashirama stared at the people fighting on the ship and asked. The one fighting Cuomo should be Roger, who has a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys. Gojo Satoru said calmly while sitting on the rail of the boat. Is there a bounty of 2.5 billion Baileys? Compared with Cuomo, the bounty seems to be a lot worse. Rem whispered from the side. Of course, Cuomo's bounty, but at 4 billion Baileys, Hana Retsu chuckled. Of the pirates in the entire New World, only Cuomo has the highest bounty, and even Rock's bounty is only 3.9 billion Baileys. 97 One of Roger's fencing skills, God's Avoidance, subscribe. I remember Madara's bounty, it seems to be 2.9 billion, Ji Guoyuan said. They don't pay too much attention to the bounty, after all, it's just a number. Madara's bounty is indeed 2.9 billion Baileys, he is 1 billion Baileys higher than me. Senju Hashirama nodded. In the Pirates of 10,000 Realms, Cuomo's bounty is 4 billion Baileys. The bounty for Uchiha Madara is 2.9 billion Bailey. Gojo Satoru's bounty is also 2.9 billion Baileys. Unohana Retsu's bounty is 2.4 billion Baileys. Senju Hashirama's bounty is 1.9 billion Baileys. Ji Guoyuan's bounty is 2.2 billion Baileys. Rem's bounty is 800 million berries. Although she hasn't fought much, she is a favorite of the group. The world government also gave her a high bounty based on the standard of 3 monsters for all members of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. Why are they fighting? Rem asked curiously. I don't know about this, I was eating just now. Wujo Wu responded without knowing it. Do we need help? Rem asked. Help? It's not necessary, the Roger Pirates have no strength to defeat Cuomo and Madara. Senju Hashirama responded with a smile. Senju Hashirama has a lot of trust in the strength of Cuomo and Uchiha Madara, although they are also the first encounter of the Roger Pirates. But Senju Hashirama isn't worried that the duo will lose. There are so many people on board, I'm a little worried about Master Cuomo. Rem crossed her fingers on her chest and said slightly worried. You worry too much about Rem, Cuomo, but very strong, Unohana Retsu said softly. Rem has been following them for many years. Every time Cuomo fights, Rem is very worried, but every time Cuomo can beat the opponent half to death. Although the members of the Wankai Pirates also noticed that Cuomo was fighting the Roger Pirates, they did not intervene in the battle. Because they absolutely believe in the strength of Cuomo and Uchiha Madara. Boom. Advertisement before Cuomo's knife and Roger's knife collided, a huge energy wave erupted and swept all directions. In the center of the blades of the two of them, there is a red electric ball crossed, which from time to time emits electric sparks to the surroundings. Although Roger is not at his peak now, at least he has been in New World for many years, so Conqueror's Haki, physical skills, and sword skills are not weak. But Cuomo's Conqueror's Haki, physical skills, and sword skills are much better than Roger's. Especially Cuomo's Conqueror's Haki, and reached the world's top level, has reached the full level. While fighting Roger, Cuomo began to imitate his sword skills, taking the essence and using it for himself. Although Cuomo's swordsmanship is now enough to be called the top in the world. But after imitating and mastering Roger's swordsmanship, he learned a lot and fought against a strong swordsman like Roger. Cuomo's power boost is significant. Cuomo bounced off Roger's knife with incredible force, and then slashed hard at his chest. But at the critical moment, Roger pressed the western knife to his chest and forcibly defended against Cuomo's attack, but his figure retreated more than 10 meters at this time. It's dangerous. Roger's forehead broke out in cold sweat. If Cuomo's knife fell on him just now, he would suffer a lot of injuries. After all, he doesn't have dark fruit, he can use perseverance to resist damage like rocks and then recover. In the battles of the New World powerhouses, they are basically attacking the enemy while defending well. That's why Whitebeard and the Roger Pirates in the original book fought for a long time, but they were physically exhausted, there were no injuries on their bodies, and they could still drink wine. But to fight Cuomo, you have to break the original fighting style, because Cuomo doesn't do too much defense, but more attack. Cuomo has the form of a black dragon, and the defense of the flesh is perverted to ultimate, so what if he was slashed by Roger? But there is no one else who dares to trade injuries with Cuomo except rocks. Good response, I thought the knife was going to hit you, Cuomo praised. This was not a polite remark, but he really did not expect that Roger would be able to react in an instant to defend against his attack in such a critical situation. This kind of reaction speed is really good. Fighting with you, I really feel the great pressure that I haven't seen for a long time. Roger stared at him solemnly, and said solemnly. Cuomo's daring to change his style of play really put a lot of pressure on Roger. Advertisement. Stress comes from fear, let go and hit Roger, I will not kill you. Cuomo responded calmly with a faint smile. God avoids. Roger's face froze when he heard the words, the western knife was covered with Conqueror's Haki, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Holding the knife in both hands, he slashed at Cuomo with all his strength. Under normal circumstances, when he fights with the enemy, he wields a knife with one hand and uses God's dodge, but he faces a strong monster like Cuomo. The power threat of a single arm may not be great, so he directly used both arms to strike Cuomo. Boom. Cuomo charged up his arms, and also struck out a knife, which collided with Roger's western knife. Before the blades of the two collided with each other, they exploded directly on the sea level, and the waves roiled several meters high, and the ripples even shook to the end of the horizon. The whole ship shook for a while, the Conqueror's power of the two collided together, and the formed air current swept the whole ship. About half of the crew felt the wave and Haki fell to the ground with wide eyes. Can you take over all of this? Your strength is much stronger than I imagined. Roger watched his move being easily taken over by Cuomo, and his face became more dignified. God Avoidance is currently the third strongest ability of Roger's mastered swordsmanship moves. But even this kind of terrifying swordsmanship moves were still defended by Cuomo, and they were still firmly caught by 0.1. God avoids. Cuomo grinned, the veins in his arm popped out, and he had successfully imitated Roger's divine avoidance move at this moment. Shua. Accompanied by the movement of swinging a knife with his arm. A streak of red sword energy tore through the space, rushed towards Roger with overwhelming momentum, and directly knocked him out. Roger's body hit the railing of the ship, making a loud noise, and the huge ship shook slightly. This move really works. Cuomo felt that his sword skills had improved and he had mastered some moves. The swordsmanship experience gained from fighting Roger is really good. 98 Uchiha Madara's Roger's left and right hands, seeking flowers. How can you do this? Roger stared at Cuomo in disbelief, full of surprise in his heart. This move of God's avoidance is a move he created based on his own understanding of swordsmanship. Although Cuomo's swordsmanship is strong, the two of them have different understandings of swordsmanship. The concept of swordsmanship is different. Why can Cuomo still play the same moves as him? Everything you know, I know, Cuomo said calmly. This is the power of imitating swordsmanship. Roger's moves, he can learn them just by looking at them. Although you can't directly learn the essence, you only need to imitate Roger's theory of swordsmanship. He can play the strongest divine avoidance. It has to be said that Cuomo's sword skills have improved significantly when fighting Roger. Although Roger is not at his peak now, his swordsmanship can definitely be called one of the most powerful swordsmen. Hearing this, Roger's complexion became a lot heavier and he felt a lot of pressure against Kota. He thinks he is strong enough, but 07 is still a lot worse than Cuomo. By fighting Cuomo, Roger also had an idea of what the rocks were capable of. Although Cuomo fought him this time, he would not kill him, but after the battle. He's still in trouble because the Rock's pirates have their eyes on them. Rock's pirate is notoriously tyrannical in the New World. If they match up, it is only possible a narrow escape. The more he thought about it, the greater the pressure in Roger's heart, so he simply didn't think too much. It's better to face the powerful enemy in front of you seriously. Roger took off his jacket, showing his muscular body, staring at Cuomo solemnly, and rushed over in the next second. The other side. Uchiha Madara versus Rayleigh and Jabba. Although Rayleigh and Jabba are not as strong as Roger, they are also Roger's right and left hands. The bounty is not low and their strength is strong. But it was just such two people joining forces to fight Uchiha Madara. They couldn't gain the upper hand, and they couldn't even take advantage of it. So strong. Rayleigh was startled with a strand of cold sweat on his forehead, holding a knife and staring at Uchiha Madara with a serious face. Advertisement. The strength of our Roger pirates is indeed much lower than that of the Myriad Realms pirates. Jabba stood beside Rayleigh and said in a deep voice. Cuomo and Uchiha Madara alone can almost wipe out Roger pirates. You know, it's not just Uchiha Madara and Cuomo on board the pirates of 10,000 worlds. Although there are only 7 members of the Wenji pirates, none of them is a simple character. And although their Roger pirates have a large number of people, but, except their master is the main force in the battle. Others are not enough to look at in front of the members of the Myriad Worlds pirates. Show me some strength, Jabba, Rayleigh, right and left hand of the Roger pirates. Uchiha Madara said calmly with a scythe on his shoulder. You contain him head on, and I'll find a chance to sneak up and see if I can hurt him, Rayleigh instructed Jabba. If the two join forces to attack head on, they won't be able to take advantage of it at all, so they need to find an opportunity to see if they can sneak attack. Okay. Jabba nodded in agreement. Although sneak attacks are not part of their fighting style, Uchiha Madara is so strong that countermeasures must be used to defeat him. Go. Rayleigh's words fell. Jabba's expression became serious, and he rushed towards Uchiha Madara with 2 axes in hand. Thump thump thump, his footsteps were explosive, and he quickly approached Baozebo Madara. When Uchiha Madara held a scythe with one hand, and swept towards Jabba directly, and the weapons of the two collided. Make a bright electric spark. What a terrifying power. Jabba's veins bulged, and he used all his strength to resist Uchiha Madara's scythe. He is famous for his strange power in the Roger pirates, and he becomes Roger's right-hand man, but his strange power is not enough in front of Uchiha Madara. The weapons of the two collided for several seconds, and at this time Rayleigh circled to the rear of Uchiha Madara. Good chance. Rayleigh held the knife in both hands, covered Haki, and slashed towards Uchiha Madara. Rayleigh's swordsmanship is famous throughout the New World, and armament Haki's attainments are not low. Advertisement: if it hits Uchiha Madara, it will definitely hurt him. Want to sneak attack? But, your speed is too slow, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and glanced back. While Uchiha Madara was fighting Jabba, he kept his eyes on Rayleigh's movements. With force on his arm, he directly sent Jabba flying, twisting the sickle along with his body, and swung it towards Rayleigh. When Rayleigh's knife collided with Uchiha Madara's sickle, and at the moment of the collision, Rayleigh felt a little numb. Uchiha Madara's strange force shook his entire arm. It took only a few seconds for the weapons of the two to collide, and Rayleigh was directly sent flying, hitting the railing of the boat heavily. Facing the joint attack of the two, Uchiha Madara disintegrated it without breaking a sweat. Strength. The difference is too much. Rayleigh stood up and said with a helpless wry smile. Such a gap in strength is difficult for them to bridge anyway. Did you break through the siege of the two easily? Madara's strength is a lot stronger by 140. Senju Hashirama standing on the boat smiled gratifiedly when he saw this scene. These two are not weak, but they are still a lot worse than Madara, Ji Guoyuan commented. Both Rayleigh and Jabba will have admiral-level strength in the future, but they haven't fully grown up yet. In front of Uchiha Madara, it is not enough to look at. After all, Uchiha Madara was able to kill 5 elders who was slightly stronger than Admiral in the Holy Land of Mariajoy a few years ago. A few years have passed. Uchiha Madara's strength must have improved a lot. How can Rayleigh and Jabba surpass such a difference in strength? Continue. Jabba did not give up, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara again. With a strong right hand, he threw the axe in his hand towards Uchiha Madara, and the axe rotated at high speed in midair, approaching him at an extremely fast speed. When Uchiha Madara swung the sickle lightly and sent the axe flying, and the flying axe returned to Jabba's hand after turning. Seeing that Jabba had rushed towards Uchiha Madara again, Rayleigh also quickly adjusted his state and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Their purpose is never to say defeat. How can they give up fighting because they have lost several battles? Everyone who is fattening, you can give an @99 Roger. I have a request, seeking full order. The fight lasted for a long time, and Uchiha Madara fought Jabba Rayleigh completely with the mentality of playing. And Cuomo is to completely imitate the swordsmanship copied to Roger, so he didn't directly defeat Roger. Instead, slowly pull the wool. Cuomo's Shenyan and Roger's Western knife kept colliding, and Roger felt more and more weak during the battle. At the beginning of the battle with Cuomo, although he was a little weak, he could still catch Cuomo's attack and counterattack. But now, the attacks that connect Cuomo are starting to feel a little weak. And he always feels that Cuomo's attack style is slightly similar to his, but Cuomo's attack is faster than his. After a long time, when Cuomo's arm was strong, and the knife in Roger's hand flew out, and then he swung it down heavily. Oops. Roger's pupils constricted violently, and he stepped back quickly to avoid Cuomo's fatal blow. Thank you, Roger. Cuomo inserted Shenyan back into the scabbard, showing a meaningful smile. The wool is almost ready. Roger's swordsmanship theory and the swordsmanship moves he has mastered. During the battle, Cuomo had learned as much as he could, so there was no need to fight anymore. Roger was no match for him, although I don't know what you mean, but I should be out of danger now. Roger took a deep breath, picked up the Western knife and asked. Of course, I said I won't kill you, so naturally I won't kill you, Cuomo wrote lightly. It's not that there is any deep hatred, or that they are in a hostile state. Cuomo will not kill people easily. I have a request, Cuomo, and I hope you can agree. Roger also inserted the Western knife back into the scabbard and said solemnly. A request? You speak and listen first, let me see what's going on, Cuomo said flatly. If Roger's request is too much, he will definitely not agree. But as long as it is not excessive, does not lose his interests, or even benefits him, he will still choose to help a little. Roger said with a bit of embarrassment. We have no supplies on board, and I hope to borrow some from you. The supplies on their ship are running low, and if they don't replenish them, it will be very troublesome for them to survive in the sea. Advertisement, no supplies? Are you kidding, Roger? Is there a shortage of New World islands? Cuomo retorted. New World is full of islands, just go to the island to replenish some supplies. How about borrowing from them? The Rocks pirate has already been eyeing us. If we go to the nearby islands to replenish supplies, it is very likely that they will find us. Gia scratched his head and said helplessly. If they could land on the island to replenish supplies, they would have gone there long ago. How could they not be floating in the sea? All because they didn't want to face the Rocks pirate by engaging Cuomo. Roger didn't want to face the Rocks pirate even more. This is not for cowardice, but because facing the Rocks is almost a death situation. No matter how brave Roger is, he will not be stupid in the face of a situation that is almost certain to die. He can't kill you, Cuomo said calmly. Although he came to this new world and caused a slight butterfly effect, Roger is the chosen one in the pirate world. As long as Cuomo doesn't interfere too much with him, Roger will live to the day of terminal illness. Even if Rocks pirate wants to annex the Roger pirates, it will definitely fail due to various reasons. The One Piece in the original book is no joke. Who can predict such a thing? The risk of fighting the Rocks pirate is too great. Roger shook his head and said with a heavy expression. So, can you grant me this request, Cuomo? Roger pressed. What good do I get by agreeing to lend you supplies? Cuomo asked flatly. I have a lot of treasure on board, and I can spend several times the price to buy the supplies on your ship, Roger responded. Judging from the current situation of the Roger pirates, treasure is no longer important. What matters is the supplies that allow them to survive in the sea. 10 times, and how about a favor owed to me? Cuomo said with a big mouth. Treasures are not of much use to them, but sometimes, this thing, can still play a role. As for Roger's favor, although it is useless to him now, it does not mean that it will be useless in the future. He bought a lot of supplies on the ship, even if he is gone, he can go to the island to purchase. Advertisement for him, there will be no loss in this deal. Roger hesitated a little, and said, yes, what Roger wants now is only the materials that can survive, and the treasure is something outside of him. If there is no treasure, they can go and grab it again. That's a deal, Cuomo responded with a slight smile. Madara, the battle is over. Cuomo, still shouting at Zanzibo Madara. Uchiha Madara grabbed Jabba's neck with one hand and Rayleigh's blade with the other, releasing both hands at Cuomo's words. Cough cough. Jabba coughed with a flushed face. Uchiha Madara's strange strength was too strong, he strangled his neck, and it was difficult for him to breathe. Is it over? Rayleigh involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, he really doesn't want to face the pirates of 10,000 realms in the future. The two of them teamed up to fight a member of the Myriad Realms pirates, but they were suppressed and beaten the whole time. You guys, go and take out all the treasures on board, Roger shouted to the crew. Yes, Captain Roger, the crew quickly responded. Roger took more than half of the treasure on the ship and bought some supplies on Cuomo's ship, with good money. Cuomo asked Gojo Satoru to move the treasure given by the Roger pirates to the ship, and then gave half of the supplies on the ship to the Roger pirates. Every time their Myriad Realms pirates purchase supplies, it is more than half of the area. Because they have a special way to store supplies, they are not worried about food spoilage. These supplies should be enough for you to live for more than half a month, but you can't always avoid the Rock's pirate. Cuomo looked at Roger and reminded. When these supplies are used up, the Roger pirates will inevitably go to the island to replenish supplies. Even during this half-month, they encountered several pirate ships and robbed their supplies. But how long can the Roger pirates escape 100 new member Akunalogia? Since the news of the battle between the 10,000 Realms pirates and the Roger pirates came out, Rock's pirate also got into action. New World, a certain sea area. The ships of the pirates of the 1,000 Realms are sailing in this sea area. Although Cuomo doesn't know how the news of their battle with the Roger pirates was released. But because the news was released, it also caused his reputation to increase a lot. Ding, congratulations host, the reputation point has increased by 100. Ding, congratulations host, your reputation has increased by 13. Ding, congratulations host, the reputation point has increased by 160. As the system's prompt sound continued to enter his mind, he also opened his own system panel. Host. Cuomo summon. Gojo Satoru, 59%. Uchiha Madara, 60%. Unohana Retsu, 57%. Sukuni Anichi, 79%. Senju Hashirama, 45%. Rem, 80%. Reputation value. 270,000 200,000 abilities. Armament Hockey, 503,000. Observation Hockey, 403,000. Conqueror's Hockey, 504,000. Top Swordsmanship, 404,000. Special abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Previously, he had 170,000 prestige points, and after a fight with Roger 650, his prestige points directly increased by 100,000. Although there are many, it is actually not too much. Ding. Does the host want to exchange the reputation points for reward cards from the heavens and Myriad Realms? Sure. Ding. Congratulations on the successful exchange of host. Does the host want to use reward cards from the heavens and worlds? Sure. Ding. Congratulations to the successful exchange of the host, and I have obtained Akunalogia from the world of fairy tale. Akunalogia, originally a dragon slayer wizard more than 400 years ago, is known as the King of Dragons, the Black Feather of the End, and the origin of evil. Advertisement: he has extremely high intelligence, but he disdains to communicate with humans. He is the first human magister who has fully transformed into a dragon in history. He hates humans and dragons extremely, dismisses them, and even doesn't want to communicate with them. When it attacked Sirius Island, it showed its strength. Facing weak creatures, it just fought with a playful attitude. Akunalogia. This guy is very strong. Cuomo was still very impressed with him. After all, when he traveled to this pirate world, the first ability he acquired was the Black Dragon Form, AHDC, from Akunalogia. Now Akunalogia himself has traveled to this world. In front of Cuomo, a group of white light particles appeared, and the light particles slowly gathered into a group, and finally condensed into a human shape. Akunalogia appeared in front of him, with dark blue long hair draped around his waist, and a pair of fierce eyes. Skin color is brown. There are tattoos on the body. Wearing a black cloak, bare upper body, bare feet, with a necklace around his neck. Akunalogia's aura is very strong, but his clothes are a bit tattered. Cuomo. Akunalogia slowly opened his eyes, staring at Cuomo in front of him. It's me, welcome, Akunalogia. Cuomo took a deep breath and responded with a slight smile. Traveling through the new world. It's unbelievable, but it has indeed happened to me. Akunalogia glanced around, but he was too calm. Just get used to it, Cuomo laughed. New member? Gojo Satoru, who was sleeping on the rocking chair, noticed Akunalogia talking to Cuomo. Aura of the same kind. Akunalogia turned around and noticed Gojo Satoru. In the original fairy tale world, Akunalogia hated humans and dragons extremely. But facing Cuomo and Gojo Satoru, he didn't feel that way at all. They felt like the same kind to him. It is a worthy partner. Let me introduce to you, that is Gojo Satoru, who is from another world just like you, and he is also our companion. Cuomo introduced to Akunalogia. Is there another new member? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama walked out of the cabin, looking at Akunalogia. What a strong breath. Uchiha Madara commented with slightly squinted eyes. Akunalogia came to this world, although he can only exert 20% of his power. Advertisement, but that 20% is scary enough. There is indeed a strong momentum. This new member is not easy, Ji Guoyuan said. Are all these people from different worlds, Cuomo? Akunalogia asked. Of course, all of them are from different worlds, Cuomo responded matter-of-factly. Everyone on his ship comes from different worlds, including him of course. He is also someone from a different world. Interesting, it seems that you have mastered a power that even I can't imagine. Akunalogia laughed. Maybe. Cuomo spread his hands and smiled. Do you want to have a competition? Cuomo, let me feel your strength. Akunalogia said with great interest. In the original world, he is close to invincible, so he is naturally very interested in the strong. Of course. Cuomo gave an okay gesture and readily agreed. Now Akunalogia's combat power is not at its peak, but at 30% of its peak. So Cuomo is not afraid of being killed himself. Akunalogia at its peak is certainly powerful, and even possesses the power to destroy directly. But now, with 30% power, he still doesn't have the power to destroy the world. Are you going to fight? Uchiha Madara looked at the two and asked with interest. Cuomo is very strong, but this new member is also not easy. Who do you think will win, Yuanichi? Gojo Satoru put his arm on Jigwo Yuani's shoulder and smiled asked. I don't know the strength of this new member very well, so I can't make a specific guess. Jigwo Yuan spread his hands in response. He has watched Cuomo fight the strong in New World many times, and probably knows what level Cuomo's strength is. But Akunalogia only came to their world today, and his momentum and aura are indeed powerful. But exactly how strong he is, no one knows. Since Cuomo and Akunalogia were about to fight, they sailed the boat to an isolated island in New World. Definitely not going to work on a boat. The strength of the two men could tear the boat through. 101 Black Dragon versus Cuomo, full order. Everyone quickly drove the boat to an isolated island in the New World. Are you ready, Akuno? Cuomo pulled out the godfall from his waist, staring at Akunalogia in front of him and asked. I'm ready. Come on, Akunalogia nodded, then let's get started. After Cuomo's words fell, he stomped his feet and approached Akunalogia at the fastest speed. He held Shenyan with one hand, covered Haki, and slashed towards him. When Akuno waved his fist, directly resisting Cuomo's slash. Akunalogia came to this world for the first time and did not learn Haki, but his physical body is extremely terrifying. After all, in the original world, he is called the Origin of Evil, the King of Dragons, and the Black Feather of the End of. The collision of the two people's strength immediately set off boundless sand and dust, and countless trees shook, as if they were about to collapse in the next moment. Your strength really didn't disappoint me, Cuomo, Akunalogia said with a grin. Although he now knows that he will not be able to exert his peak combat power, but the power he currently possesses is still very terrifying. But Cuomo was able to take his attack now, which surprised him a little. But soon he was relieved. After all, Cuomo could teleport him to a whole new world. This also shows that he has a very mysterious power. Your physical body is really pervert, Akuno, Cuomo couldn't help but praise. The Shenyan in his hand is one of the supreme sharp knives. It is extremely sharp, and after being covered with Haki, it can deal terrible damage. Even rocks dare not resist his damage with pure physical body. Rocks also needs to cover Haki to have the confidence to resist Cuomo's attack. And Akunalogia did not use the power of this world, he relied entirely on the power he possessed to contend. You must know that now he can only exert 30% of his peak power. If he played at his peak, I can't even imagine it, presumably even Cuomo's full blow could hardly cause him any damage. Physical body is my strong point. Akunalogia forcefully beat Cuomo backwards with his arm. This guy really is not only powerful, but his strength is as extraordinary as his physical body. Ji Guoyuan stood on the boat and watched the battle between the two, and couldn't help but praise him. Advertisement, without armament Haki, relying purely on the power of the physical body to fight against Cuomo, this level of strength is really extraordinary. This battle is destined to be exciting, Gojo Satoru said with a smile. After a brief battle between Akunalogia and Cuomo, they also had some understanding of Akunalogia's strength. Akunalogia's strength is definitely not inferior to Cuomo, so this close to evenly matched battle must be very interesting. But, what's his name? Yunohana Retsu asked suddenly. He doesn't seem to know what Akunalogia's name is, because Cuomo hasn't introduced them to them yet, and the two are going to compete. I remember it was called Akunalogia. Wujo recalled seriously with his chin resting on his hand. Because he was sleeping on a chair at the time, close to Cuomo. So when Cuomo was talking to him, he heard Akunalogia's name. Akunalogia? Uchiha Madara said to himself, if he had the chance, he would also like to compete with Akunalogia. After all, who doesn't want to compete with the strong? On the island, Akunalogia and Cuomo's attacks kept colliding. Akunalogia is not only physically strong, but his combat experience is also extremely terrifying. After all, he has been fighting for hundreds of years, and his combat experience has already reached the point where it makes people palpitate. On the way to battle, Akunalogia can always find Cuomo's weaknesses and openings. Cuomo was caught off guard many times. Boom! Akunalogia dodged Cuomo's attack, then punched Cuomo hard in the chest. His body quickly retreated tens of meters, smashing many trees along the way. It's been a long time since I met an opponent who made me feel pressured, Cuomo said slightly excitedly. Over the years on the sea, he has fought against the overlords of the New World many times. But among those strong players, there are very few who can fight him evenly, let alone make him feel the pressure. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. Although Akunalogia is not an enemy, but his companion, it made him feel a lot of pressure. After all, his strength is really too strong. Can you continue, Cuomo? Akunalogia asked while floating in the air. Of course, it's too early to mention the end now, Cuomo responded calmly. In the next second, his Conqueror's Haki was fully opened, and the God Meteor was covered with rich Conqueror's power. Cuomo exuded a terrifying aura, and the Shenyan in his hand became sharper. His Conqueror's has already reached the peak level in the world, one level stronger than the red-haired Shanks in the original world. 0. Are you serious? Akunalogia stared at Cuomo with a slightly solemn expression and asked. The aura on Cuomo's body has changed a lot, making Akunalogia feel a little danger. If you're not serious, I won't be your match. Cuomo spread his hands and smiled. In the next second, his body moved at high speed in midair like a ghost, forming afterimages, and quickly approached Akunalogia. Cuomo arrived behind Akunalogia almost in an instant. He held up the gods and slashed down heavily. Boom! Akunalogia's reaction speed was so fast, he turned around and collided with Cuomo's god meteor with a punch. The weapons of the two collided, and the ground suddenly exploded, and big cracks with bottomless bottoms appeared. The entire island was shaken for a while, which is enough to prove the strength of the two. How terrible it is. The ripples formed by the collision of the two forces swept across the sea level, forming layers of waves. The attacks of the two clashed for half a minute, and then the two backed away. The ground level under their feet has been completely broken at this time, and the ground level has dropped by several meters. The moment the two bodies separated, Akunalogia completed the dragon transformation in an instant. 102 Battle of the Double Black Dragons, full order. A huge black and blue dragon appeared in the midair of the island. The body of the black dragon was originally black. But blue is the mysterious pattern on his body. Isn't this Cuomo's ability? Akunalogia still uses Cuomo's power? Yunohana Retsu was a little surprised to see Akunalogia transforming into a giant dragon on the island. Before Akunalogia came to this world, Cuomo used the power of the black dragon twice. The first time was at the Sabaody archipelago and the second time was at the Holy Land of Mariajoy. They were so impressed by using the black dragon form twice, which led them to think that the black dragon form was Cuomo's ability. But why is Cuomo's ability learned by Akunalogia now? No, I think Cuomo used the power of Akunalogia. 217. Uchiha Madara stared at the black dragon and said calmly. Cuomo used Akunalogia's power? Ji Guoyuan asked a little confused. Remember the open-hand Buddha statue used by Cuomo in the holy place Mariajoy? That ability is from Hashirama. Uchiha Madara reminded Senju Hashirama with a glance. The moment Cuomo used the Senju Buddha statue at the Battle of Mariajoy in the Holy Land, Uchiha Madara thought it was Senju Hashirama who came to this world. Since Cuomo can use Senju Hashirama's ability, then it can definitely be used, in the form of Akunalogia's black dragon. Oh, will Cuomo still have my wood-style true several thousand hands? Senju Hashirama was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He has been following Cuomo for several years, but he has never seen Koso use wood-style Shin Suchio. It's not Cuomo's fault, it's all because wood-style true several thousand hands is too strong and the opponent is too weak, so it's not worth Cuomo's ultimate move. It seems to be true, Cuomo seems to be able to use the power of many worlds, Wujo said. With Cuomo's ability, it's not surprising that he can do this. After all, he has the mysterious power to teleport me, a dead person, to this world. Ji Guoyuan reminded. He is in a state of death in the original world, but it's a miracle enough that Cuomo was able to teleport the dead into this world. And it is not surprising to be able to obtain special abilities in each world. After all, Cuomo is too mysterious. Thinking of this, they stopped discussing and continued to watch the battle. On the island, Akunalogia used the black dragon form and quickly entered the fighting state. Advertisement, Black Dragon. I also have this form. Cuomo grinned and put Shinyan back into the scabbard. In the next second, his body also changed, and in less than an instant, his body also completely transformed into a dragon. It became a giant dragon like Akunalogia. The bodies of the two black dragons are exactly the same, and each exudes a very powerful and terrifying aura. Can you still use my ability? Akunalogia saw that Cuomo had also been transformed into a dragon, and it was exactly the same as his body. At this time, even he felt a little surprise. I have used it a few times, but this time I am looking forward to fighting the deity. Cuomo responded. He has used the black dragon form twice, and the impact caused by each use is big news that shocked the world. Black dragon form is one of Cuomo's strongest cards. Then let me see your strength. The wings behind the black dragon flapped and approached Cuomo at a very fast speed. Cuomo also waved his wings and rushed towards Akunalogia. Boom! The bodies of the two quickly collided together. The air exploded, and there was a burst of violent noise. Countless trees on the island crashed to the ground, and countless dust was stirred up in all directions. Bang bang bang. The huge bodies of the two kept colliding with each other. With each collision, the island below is shattered by ripples of terrifying force. The current battle between the two is completely a child of pure flesh. If this scene is seen by others, they will definitely be terrified. After all, the two giant black dragons that cover the sky and the sun are colliding non-stop. Anyone who sees this scene will be a little surprised. The wings behind Akunalogia flapped and quickly approached Cuomo, then waved its claws and attacked Cuomo. Boom! Cuomo did not show any weakness, and also waved his claws, attacking Akunalogia. The dragon claws of the two collided together for a few seconds, and then separated, looking for an opportunity to attack again. Advertisement, roar. With a roar, Akunalogia quickly rushed to Cuomo with the help of his superb combat experience. Akunalogia grabbed Cuomo's shoulders with both claws, and then pushed Cuomo's body down with all his strength. Boom! The bodies of the two quickly fell on the island, but Cuomo was on the bottom and Akuno was on the top. Cuomo quickly broke free from the suppression of Akunalogia, flew into the air and said to himself. Is there still some difference? Although there is not much difference in the strength of the two in the form of black dragons now, Akunalogia's combat experience is far above him. You can control the dragon form to such an extent, you are already very good, Akunalagia said. Compared to you, it's still not enough, Cuomo said helplessly. The deity is always the deity, and there is still some gap between him and Akunalagia. The last hit is Cuomo, let's do our best, Akunalagia said. I will. Cuomo nodded. Roar, after Akunalagia's words fell, he let out a loud roar. A white beam of energy gathered in his mouth and spit it out towards Cuomo. This group of energy beams has a very terrifying power, and there are 5.6 sonic booms in the surrounding air. Cuomo, who has inherited the form of the black dragon, can naturally use this power. He also opened his mouth wide and spit out a white beam of energy to shoot at Akunalagia. Boom! Two groups of incomparably powerful energy beams collided together, and a loud noise erupted. In the center of the two, a huge white circle-shaped sphere appeared, exuding a dazzling light. Of course, it exudes extremely terrifying power. The collision of the two's abilities created a wave of more than 10 feet on the sea, even their boat was ups and downs in the turbulent sea. This scene is enough to prove how terrifying the strength of the two of them is. 103 Rocks and Roger. The battle between Akunalagia and Cuomo lasted for a long time, and the battle between them was not over until the island below them was completely broken. However, the two did not decide the outcome, but Akunalagia had the upper hand. As for whether he's using all his power, Cuomo doesn't know. Currently, Cuomo's Pirates of 10,000 Worlds has a total of 8 members, except for Rem, who manages things on the ship. All the others are powerful, and belong to the ceiling-level powerhouses in the original world. I believe that there are not many strong people in the whole world who can compete with the people on their boat. Months passed. New world on an isolated island. The ship of the Roger Pirates docked on the shore, and they went to the isolated island to hunt some wild animals and supplement food. Many strong members of the Roger Pirates are grilling food on a bonfire deep in the forest. At this moment, a crew member of the Roger Pirates hurried in and shouted. No, Captain Roger. The Rocks Pirate is here. What? Roger stood up abruptly upon hearing this, and 07's pupils constricted violently. They spent several months in hiding at sea. Still unavoidable today, conflict with Rocks Pirate? Damn it, did they find out their whereabouts so quickly? When Rayleigh heard that the Rocks Pirate was coming, he lost his appetite, put down the food in his hands, and pulled out the blade at his waist. He knew that he was close to death against the Rocks Pirate today. The combat strength of their Roger Pirates is not weak, but compared with giants like Rocks Pirate, it is still a lot worse. How far is the Rocks Pirate from this island? Is there any chance for us to run? Jabba pushed his glasses solemnly and asked. They're about to approach the island, and they can't escape. The crew responded nervously and truthfully. Advertisement, damn it. Jabba's face became more serious when he heard this. On the other side, Rocks stood at the bow of the boat, with his hands crossed on his chest, with a smile on his face, staring at the island not far away. After months of inquiring, he finally found the trail of the Roger Pirates, and now he also saw the ship of the Roger Pirates. He was already very sure that the Roger Pirates were on the island in front of him. As their Rocks pirate ship arrived on the island, Roger and others also walked out of the island. Finally found you, Roger. Rocks burst out laughing the moment he saw Roger. What can I do for you, Rocks? Roger asked, staring at Rocks solemnly. Don't worry, my idea today is not to kill you, but to make you my right and left hand. Rocks responded with a grin. As long as he can successfully win over the Roger Pirates, then Rocks thinks that the Myriad Realms Pirates are also in his pocket. Cuomo and Roger are the right-hand men in Rocks' mind. Forgive me, Rocks. Roger shook his head slightly and refused without the slightest hesitation. If you refuse, it will change my thinking about looking for you today. Are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? Rocks looked gloomy when he heard Roger's refusal so straightforwardly. If Roger agrees, then Roger is his right-hand man, but if he refuses, Rocks does not intend to let Roger Pirates go. After all, the development of the Roger Pirates has been too fast in these years. If the Roger Pirates are given a little more time, the future Roger Pirates will become a big problem for him. Don't give me time to think about it, Rocks. No matter what conditions you ask, my answer is always the best shot, Roger said solemnly. Roger is a pirate because of freedom and doing what he wants to do. Joining the Rocks Pirate would defeat his original intention of creating the Roger Pirates. You really have the same temper as Cuomo. Rocks responded with a cold snort. Like Cuomo, Roger refused his invitation very simply, without any hesitation at all. However, I don't think you have Cuomo's level of strength. Roger, if you don't submit to me, I will destroy it, and I will let you die here today. Rocks issued the famous knife on his waist. Soundtrack. Then come on, Roger yelled, pulling out his western knife. Advertisement: the battle is inevitable, and Roger will naturally not be cowardly at this time. Go! Rocks yelled. Many cadres swarmed up, rushed to the island, and started a scuffle with Roger Pirates. After this all-out battle lasted for a while, Marine's people got the news. After all, Marine has been keeping an eye on the Rocks Pirates' whereabouts. The Rocks Pirate and the Roger Pirates have a conflict on an island, such information. Naturally, it reached Marine's ears immediately. Marshal Marine quickly summoned the powerful Marines far away in the New World and told them to gather together and prepare for action. New World, a certain Marine base. The battle between the Rocks Pirate and the Roger Pirates has already begun. Sitting on the sofa, Crane said with a slightly dignified expression. The Marshal's plan has already started, and next, it's our turn to play 380. Zephyr clenched his fists and said with a grin. By the way, where did Garp go? Sengoku asked, looking around. Now in the meeting room, there are Zephyr, Sengoku, Crane, Kong, 4 strong men, but there is no sign of Garp. It seems that he was transferred by the people of the world government, saying that he was looking for about the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship. Kong replied after a little recollection. Pluton battleship? Has anyone really found a hiding place for this thing? It has been several years now, but there has never been a single useful clue. Sengoku doubted. Who knows about this kind of thing, but it's not something we should worry about. What we have to do is to destroy the pirate forces, Kong said solemnly. The Roger Pirates and the Rocks Pirate have already clashed, and their marine debut is next. As long as these two pirate groups take advantage of the time when both sides are hurting, then their marine will win a big victory. At that time, in the entire new world, only the pirates of Myriad Realms will be left as a giant, and their marine will unite with the world government to target the pirates of Myriad Realms. At that time, there will be no more hegemony in the sea. 104 Marines move, Cuomo's choice, see full order. Let's go, it's time for us to act, Zephyr stood up and said. Many marine powerhouses didn't chat here too much. Instead, he began to gather troops and prepare to go to the island where the Roger Pirates clash with the Rocks Pirate. New World, a certain sea area. The ships of the Pirates of the Thousand Worlds sailed on this sea. Cuomo is unclear about the Roger Pirates' battle with the Rocks Pirate, as well as Marine's actions. After all, no one informed him. Cuomo and others are still carrying out ordinary daily life as usual. Cuomo, the food on the boat is about to run out. Akunalagia looked around the kitchen and reminded Cuomo. It seems that we need to go to the island to replenish supplies. Cuomo stopped training and responded by wiping the sweat off his body. They haven't landed on the island for several months, and the food is enough for them to eat for a year. But because it was previously given to the Roger Pirates, they only ate for half a year. Now that the food is gone, they also need to land on the island again. Gojo Satoru, turn around and go to the nearby islands, Cuomo instructed Gojo Satoru. To this day, Gojo Satoru has always been responsible for sailing the ship. But on weekdays, they basically have no fixed place and let the boat drift with the current. Only when going to a certain place is it Gojo Satoru who sails. Okay. Gojo Satoru stood up from the rocking chair and responded with a stretch. Gojo Satoru's boat skills are superb, and he drives the boat to a nearby island. I don't know how long it has been sailing. Suddenly Gojo Satoru found a marine ship on the sea. Cuomo, we found a marine ship. Gojo Satoru turned to Cuomo and reminded. Marine's ship? Isn't this just right? Take the supplies from their ship, and we won't be able to go to the island to replenish them. Ji Guoyuan reminded with a smile on his face. That's right. Cuomo also smiled when he heard this. On the marine battleship, a marine also discovered the ship of the 10,000 Realms pirates, and he rushed to the cabin with a cold sweat on his forehead. Moss Vice Admiral. The marine soldiers hurriedly rushed towards the meeting room of Marine Vice Admiral. At this time, Vice Admiral is lying on a chair and sleeping. Advertisement, Moss Vice Admiral, Moss Vice Admiral. The marine soldier yelled several times in a row and finally woke him up. What happened? Moss Vice Admiral asked with an unkind expression after being woken up. Sent. Found the ship of the 10,000 Realms pirates, marine soldiers quickly reported. What? Vice Admiral was terrified when he heard the words and hurriedly ordered. Quick. Turn around. Yes, Marine responded quickly, and then ran out, preparing to divert. Damn it. Why did I meet the pirates of 10,000 Worlds? Vice Admiral said to himself in shock. Kong and others are going to launch a siege to the Rocks Pirate and Roger Pirates. So notify them that these Marines are in a certain Marine base collection. Unexpectedly, before arriving at the Marine base, I encountered a ship of the pirates of the 10,000 Worlds on the way. After the Marine soldiers rushed out, they quickly ordered the man at the helm to change the course. But the Myriad Realms pirates have already set their sights on them, how could they let them go? The ship of the pirates of 10,000 Realms was made by Tom, a world-renowned shipbuilder in the City of Seven Waters. The configuration is undoubtedly the top level in the world, and the sailing speed is very fast, catching up with the Marine warship in a short time. What are you running for? Cuomo jumped up and landed on the Marine battleship with a smile. Company. Cuomo. The Marine soldiers staggered and nearly fell to the ground when they saw Cuomo land on their boat. Cuomo is one of the big two in New World. The bounty was as high as 4 billion Baileys. How could he not be afraid to face such a strong person at such a close distance? Don't worry, I'm not interested in the weak, I'm only interested in the supplies on your ship. Cuomo said softly with a smile on his face. These Marines are too weak, so Cuomo has no interest in killing them. After all, bullying the weak is not what Cuomo likes to do. What are you still doing in a daze? Move out all the supplies on board. Ji Guoyuan also landed on Marine's boat, and ordered with his cold eyes scanning the people on board. Yes, yes. These Marines were taken aback for a moment. Although they didn't know what Cuomo and the others wanted the supplies for, they didn't dare to resist and turn around to carry the supplies. Cuomo. Marine Vice Admiral walked out of the cabin, staring at Cuomo with cold eyes. I only want supplies, and I have no interest in your lives, Cuomo said lightly. Boo. Boo. Advertisement. In this tense atmosphere, the phone bug on Marine Vice Admiral's waist rang. But Marine Vice Admiral didn't dare to answer because he knew who was calling. Why didn't you answer? Cuomo asked with a smile when he saw his strange expression. You are only here for the supplies, right? All the supplies on the ship can be given to you, Marine Vice Admiral responded. Of course, Cuomo responded. Although aware of the strange look of Marine Vice Admiral, he knew that the report in the phone bug might be important information. But Cuomo doesn't care at all, either. After all, with the combat strength of the members on his ship, he is completely fearless of marine powerhouses. Vice Admiral was relieved to see that Cuomo was no longer entangled with the phone bug, but the next moment, the phone bug entered the message mode because no one answered. Hey, Moss. Where are you now? Roger Pirates and Rock's Pirate should be in a situation where both sides are hurting now, time is running out, we have to start action. If you are far away, we will act first. Kong's message came from the opposite side of the phone bug. Oh, are Roger and Rock's already fighting? Cuomo smiled when he heard this. Originally, he was not interested in this phone bug, but Kong actually left a message through the phone bug. Spread the news. Is the Rock's Pirate fighting with the Roger Pirates? It seems that Marine wants to take advantage of the time when they are both hurt, Ji Guoyuan said. Are we going to Cuomo? Gojo Satoru asked, standing beside Cuomo. Of course. Cuomo replied with a slight upturn of his mouth. His system is a prestige system, and only by doing great things can the prestige value be increased. This system is doomed for him not to be idle, and he has not fought against Kong and others for a long time. I don't know what their strength is now. Cuomo moved all the supplies on the Marine ship. Then he threatened the Marines and learned where the island where the Rock's Pirate and the Roger Pirates clashed. After getting the specific location, they sank the ship in order to prevent these people from reporting the news to Marine. After doing all this, they set off without hesitation. 105 third-party forces joined the battle, full order. New World, a certain Marine base. The top Marine powerhouses from all regions of the New World have gathered here. In order to completely encircle the Rock's Pirate and Roger Heisei regiment this time, Marine dispatched most of the Marine troops in New World. The purpose is to completely defeat the Rock's Pirate and the Roger Pirates. Moss hasn't responded yet, and I don't know what happened. Kong stood on the shore of Marine base, frowning slightly. Will something unexpected happen? Sengoku had a bad feeling. Probably not, don't forget, Moss is a famous Marine who likes to sleep, and he should still be taking a nap now. Zephyr responded with a slight shake of his head. Forget it, don't wait for him. Time is running out, we should act. This time we will definitely be able to take down the Rock's Pirate and Roger Pirates, Kong said. This time, without waiting for Moss Vice Admiral, they will start to go. An island in the New World. This is the battlefield between Rock's Pirate and Roger Pirates. The battlefield here has been going on for a long time. However, Rock's Pirate has never won the Roger Pirates. Half a year ago, when Roger and Cuomo were fighting, Cuomo completely mastered Roger's sword skills and moves. But at the same time, Roger also benefited a lot from that battle, and his strength has improved. So this is also one of the reasons why the Roger Pirates were able to block the Rock's Pirate for a long time. Another reason is that the important cadres of Rock's Pirate have not done their best in their daily lives. Because Whitebeard has some friendship with Roger. Whitebeard naturally does not want to see the Roger Pirates perish here. On the battlefield, Rox and Roger fought extremely fiercely. Every strike has a devastating impact on the surrounding ground. As time goes by, the sky has changed due to the battles of several people. The originally cloudless sky suddenly became gloomy, and thunder and lightning roared. Boom! On the island, Rox held a famous knife and collided with Roger's western knife. Advertisement: when the blades collided, half of the island shook for a while, and shocking ripples agitated the end of the horizon. The two kept fighting like crazy beasts. Your swordsmanship. How can there be Cuomo's shadow? Rox stared at Roger with a gloomy face and questioned. He found that Roger's swordsmanship was somewhat similar to Cuomo's. Ha ha ha. Really? Roger laughed out loud. In the previous fight, Cuomo had completely mastered Roger's sword skills. But at the same time, Roger is also in the process of fighting, seriously trying to figure out Kekao's swordsmanship. Cuomo's sword skills are very strong, but when he fought Roger, he didn't intend to kill him. Because Cuomo still needs to completely copy Roger's sword fighting theory. During Roger's fight, although he didn't know why Cuomo had extremely strong swordsmanship, it didn't pose much threat to him. But precisely because the threat to Roger wasn't enough to kill him. So this caused Roger to be distracted to figure out Cuomo's sword pressure during the battle. In the end, it was very successful, and I figured out a little bit of fur. You and Cuomo were already friends? Rox asked sullenly. He thought Roger and Cuomo had become friends, so Cuomo taught him swordsmanship. If the two of them became friends, would Cuomo know that he was fighting Roger here today and would support him? Thinking of this, Lux felt a little bad. If the Myriad Realms pirates also rushed here to support, he would be unable to resist the combination of Cuomo and Roger. Friends? It's not. Just fighting once. Roger shook his head in response. He also wants to be friends with Cuomo, but with Cuomo's arrogance, he might not talk to him. Really? Rox, Ada, subconsciously let out a sigh of relief when he heard the words. As long as Roger and Cuomo are not friends, then it is not a big problem. But in order to prevent accidents, Rox fought more fiercely, trying to get rid of Roger quickly in a short time. The battle continued for a long time, this time a Rox pirate cadre Golden Lion. Advertisement sensitively noticed the surface of the sea, several marine warships were driving. Marine? Golden Lion squinted his eyes slightly, floating in midair, carefully observing the ships on the sea. As the marine battleship kept approaching, Golden Lion's pupils shrank, and he could already be sure. That is the marine battleship, and not one, but several. Why the hell did Marine come here? How did they get the news? Golden Lion couldn't help cursing. Watching the marine warship approaching, Golden Lion quickly killed the opponent, and then rushed to the battlefield on the Rock's side. Captain Rocks. Golden Lion came to the battlefield between Rocks and Roger to evacuate and shouted. When Rocks heard the voice of Golden Lion, his veins in his arms swelled and he knocked Roger out with force, turning his head and questioning. What is Shiki? The people from Marine are here, Captain Lux. Golden Lion responded truthfully. Marine? Why are they here? Rocks questioned suspiciously. The place they are currently in is an isolated island in the New World, and there are no countries around them. How did Marine get the news so quickly and rush to this place? I don't know how they got the news, but the people on the ship should not be simple characters. Golden Lion responded with a slight shake of his head. With the arrival of Marine, this battle is destined to become troublesome. Although they were Rock's pirate in a short time, they couldn't take down the Roger pirates. But also after such a long battle, it won't take long to take down the Roger pirates completely. It is very bad for them that Marine arrived at such a juncture. They Rock's pirate, the current situation, there are only two ways. Or face the Marine and Roger pirates at the same time. Either team up with Roger and deal with Marine. Neither of these two approaches is what Rocks wants to consider. But the arrival of Marine is doomed, and the home field of this battle is no longer their Rocks pirate. Notify the other cadres, hold Marine until I kill Roger, Rocks ordered after a short thought. 106 Cuomo. Are they all there? I'm here too, seek full order. Now it's a critical moment, Roger must be killed quickly and then face Marine. Rocks knew that it was almost impossible to subdue Roger by force and make him surrender. Because both Roger and Cuomo are hard bones, he is difficult to corrode, and the only way to kill him is to avoid future troubles. Yes, Captain Rocks, Golden Lion, responded. In the next second, Golden Lion left here, and the battle between Rocks and Roger continued to break out. On the shore of the island, several marine warships docked, and the ones walking in the front were Kong, Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr. There are 4 of them, 3 are Marine Vice Admiral, and Kong is Admiral. Sengoku, Crane, Zephyr, the 3 of them, although they are only Marine Vice Admiral, they have the potential of Marine Admiral. Especially Sengoku and Zephyr, the strength of both of them is almost the same as that of Marine Admiral. The reason why I can't be promoted to Marine Admiral is because the current position of Marine Admiral 3 is full. When a Marine Admiral abdicates, one of them has the opportunity to become a Marine Admiral. Let's do it, whether it's Rock's pirate or Roger pirates, this time I will personally send them to prison, Zephyr said energetically. I hope there will be no accidents in this operation, he secretly thought. Moss Vice Admiral has not responded to any message so far, which makes Crane a little uneasy. But right now, she can't think too much, because the battle belonging to their Marine is about to begin. In this operation, in addition to their high-level combat power, there are countless elite Vice Admirals. If no one else intervenes in this battle, Crane thinks that there is still a great chance to win the Rocks pirate and Roger pirates. Kong Admiral, another pirate ship is coming. Just as Kong was about to order an attack, a Marine suddenly reminded with a telescope. Huh? Someone is coming again? Is that the pirate ship? Kong asked with a slight frown. It seems to be. The pirates of 10,000 worlds. Marine said in a surprised tone with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What? Pirates of 10,000 realms? Kong heard that his pupils constricted violently, grabbed the telescope in Marine's hand, and stared at the distant sea. Damn it, it really is the 10,000 realms pirates, Kong cursed. How did the 10,000 realms pirates get this news? Could it be that they also sent people to secretly observe the movements of the Rocks pirate? Sengoku wondered. Advertisement, no matter how they got the news, if they are here today, it will be very bad for us, Kong said with a heavy face. If there were no other forces to intervene, their Marine dispatched so many troops. It has a high chance of winning Rocks pirate and Roger pirates. But if the Wanji pirates also participate in this battle, the situation may be reversed. Although the 10,000 realms pirates, the Rocks pirate, and the Roger pirates are all near top pirate groups in the sea, they have no friendship with each other. But if they face their Marine, they may join forces. This time it becomes troublesome. Today's plan to destroy the Rocks pirate and Roger pirates is very likely to fail. The ships of the Wanji pirates kept approaching the island. When Marine noticed Cuomo and others, they also noticed Marine's strong man. It's all here. Cuomo lay on the railing of the boat, and greeted many Marine powerhouses. This time Marine is fully prepared, in addition to Kong, Crane, Zephyr, Sengoku, the top Marines, and countless elite Vice Admirals. So present, almost none of them are simple characters, and they are all strong players with rich combat experience. Do you want to join this war too, Cuomo? Kong said coldly. Can't you? Cuomo said flatly. How did you know about our Marine operation? Sengoku demanded. Kong told me. Cuomo responded truthfully with his hands folded across his chest. He didn't know about Marine's actions at first. He ransacked the pirate ship that Moss Vice Admiral was on. It's just for looting supplies. Who knew that Kong would actually leave a phone message letting him know about Marine's actions? 0. Seeking flowers. If he knew about Marine's actions, Cuomo naturally couldn't sit idly by. The later you get the reputation, the slower you get. If you want to gain reputation quickly, you have to fight this group of strong men and release news that shocks the world. Advertisement only then can his prestige value increase rapidly. Kong was stunned when he heard his words. When did he tell Cuomo? How did he not know? The surrounding Marines also stared at Kong with strange eyes when they heard Cuomo's words. Do you believe a pirate's words? Kong asked. Don't believe Cuomo's words, he wants to sow discord? Sengoku asked Marine around. Kong's friend for many years, Sengoku naturally did not believe that Kong would betray them. So he doesn't believe Cuomo's nonsense at all. A person like you, would you choose to use such low-level methods, Cuomo? Zephyr sneered. He naturally didn't believe Cuomo's words at all. Kong was Marine Admiral, and he made a lot of contributions to naval headquarters. After contacting Kong, Zephyr knew that Kong was a strong man with a sense of justice. How could such a man betray naval headquarters and report such secrets to Cuomo? I'm just telling the truth, Cuomo said with a shrug. How is Vice Admiral doing now? Crane asked suddenly. He always felt that the disappearance of Vice Admiral had something to do with Cuomo. They had previously spoken to Moss Vice Admiral, but no one answered. Kong simply left a message to Moss Vice Admiral Phonebug, but until now there is no response. And Cuomo said that Kong told him about Marine's actions, speculating through this. Let Crane think that the disappearance of Vice Admiral has something to do with Cuomo. After all, Crane has also dealt with Cuomo for a long time, and knows that he is a person who does not like to play tricks. As Moss Vice Admiral, it is estimated that he is already dead, Cuomo said lightly. In order to prevent Moss Vice Admiral from leaking the news to Marine, they sank the ship directly. 107 Kong. Cuomo, I have become stronger, full order. Cuomo didn't want Vice Admiral to leak information to Marine, not because he was afraid of Marine. What he was afraid of was Marine, who reported to the world government that he was also involved in this battle. If the powerhouse of the world government is also prepared, if they are determined to encircle and suppress Cuomo's Myriad Realms pirates, then trouble will arise. After all, Cuomo recalled that the memory in the original work of the previous life, the Holy Land of Mariajoy, seems to have Uranus. According to the records in the original book, ancient weapons have the power to destroy the world. Because these three weapons are too powerful, they have never appeared. Even Cuomo is a little afraid of ancient weapons, because he doesn't know how powerful ancient weapons are. Is he still killed? Hearing Cuomo's words, Kong's expression was extremely gloomy. He is not, 937, stupid, so he naturally knows the ins and outs of the matter. Presumably because of his message to Vice Admiral, Cuomo eventually became aware of their actions. Even killed Moss Vice Admiral. Cuomo, if you want to participate in this battle, then let me be your opponent, Kong said with a ferocious expression as he took off the cloak of justice behind him. All of these developments are due to his message. If Cuomo is not killed today, he will have a hard time. I'm not interested in you. Cuomo glanced at him and said flatly. He wants to fight against Rocks and Golden Lion, and he has another idea to participate in the battle this time. That is to completely imitate the sword skills of Golden Lion and Rocks. In this way, his sword skills will be improved a lot. And Kong is a fighter with fists, and his sword skills are not strong. Cuomo won't get anything from fighting him. It's not up to you. Kong snorted coldly and rushed towards Cuomo. Other powerhouses in naval headquarters also quickly attacked Cuomo's pirates of 10,000 worlds. On the other side, Golden Lion obeyed the order of Rocks, summoned the cadres of Rocks' pirate, and prepared to come to the shore to deal with the strongmen of naval headquarters. But when they came to the shore, Golden Lion found that the strongmen of naval headquarters had already fought with the pirates of 10,000 realms. Is Cuomo also coming? Golden Lion asked with a slightly surprised expression. Advertisement: they were ready to face the strong naval headquarters, but they didn't expect it. Cuomo's Myriad Realms pirates also participated in this battle, fighting against the powerful naval headquarters. Although I don't know how Cuomo got the news here, but his arrival has restrained the powerhouses of naval headquarters, which is of great help to us, John said. It was originally just a campaign to encircle and suppress the Roger pirates, but I didn't expect that Marine and the 10,000 Worlds pirates also came, Charlotte Linland said in a deep voice. Thanks to the fact that these two forces came here at the same time, otherwise neither force would be here. At that time, it will be all about their Rocks pirate. This time naval headquarters dispatched a large number of elite powerhouses, some of whom fought against the 10,000 Realms pirates. Some other elite vice admirals saw the cadres of the Rocks pirate not far away, and quickly rushed towards them. Come on, it's time to fight, a cadre reminded. The 10,000 Realms pirates shared a large number of marine powerhouses for them, and now facing the remaining elite vice admiral, several cadres have no fear at all. Rocks pirate, Roger pirates, many marine powerhouses, and 10,000 Realms pirates participated in this battle at the same time. The great melee has begun. The pirates of 10,000 Realms fight against the strong marine. Rocks pirate also fought the Roger pirates, as well as some elite vice admirals. Cuomo, a member of the 10,000 Worlds pirates, battles Kong. Cuomo didn't want to tangle with Kong, but Kong chattered after him. Defeat you first, then go to Rocks. Cuomo held Shenyan in his hand, with black wings growing from his back, and said coldly. In these years, I have never forgotten the battle in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Your strength shocked me a lot, but it also urged me to make progress. I got stronger, Cuomo. Kong yelled at Cuomo. So what? The gap between us is a gap you can't bridge, Kong. Cuomo sneered disdainfully. Kong has improved over the years, so wouldn't Cuomo improve? Really think his top talent in the world is a display? Kong didn't talk nonsense, he stomped his feet, used moonwalk, and moved quickly at high altitude. Advertisement instantly close to Cuomo. Boom. Kong's fist collided with Cuomo's godfall, and there was a loud roar in the air. After years of training, Kong's armament hockey, and reached the level of internal destruction. He learned Conqueror's hockey much earlier than Cuomo, so he mastered internal destruction one step faster than Cuomo. After all, Kong has the same top talent in the world as Cuomo. Bang bang bang. Kong's fists were very fast and kept hitting Cuomo, but Cuomo's swordsmanship was extremely superb. Can easily defuse Kong's fist attack and counterattack. Shua. After only a few moments of fighting, Cuomo relied on his superb swordsmanship. A knife slashed at the position of Kong's chest, leaving a hideous scar. But facing Cuomo's slash, Kong didn't even frown. He took off his shirt directly to reveal his muscular muscles. In the next second, his whole body was covered with rich armament hockey, which made him look full of strength. My armament hockey, even your sword skills can't cut it, Kong responded with a cold snort. For example, the armament hockey mastered by Kong in 4.9 is even higher than Garp. Has reached the highest level of armament hockey, both in attack and defense. All reached the top. It's really troublesome, but you underestimate my swordsmanship too much, Cuomo said calmly. He not only mastered top-notch swordsmanship, he also has superb armament hockey. And the absolute top-notch Conqueror's hockey. He is covered with a layer of rich armament hockey, plus a layer of top-notch Conquerors. The Shenyun in his hand can cut everything, even Kong's defense. He thinks he can break through it. 108 Golden Lion. Cuomo's strength has improved again? Seek full order? Cuomo held the knife in one hand, covered the god's meteor with extremely domineering power, and then swung it towards Kong suddenly. A red sword light flashed across the air, and there was a violent roar, the air was shaken, and a terrifying sword energy attacked Kong in an instant. Let him have no time to hide. A strand of cold sweat broke out on Kong's forehead, and then he put his arms in front of him to resist Cuomo's sword chi. Boom. The sword energy struck Kong's arm and lasted for a few seconds. Kong's body was instantly sent flying. Kong's strength has indeed improved a lot in recent years, but Cuomo has also improved a lot. That's not enough to beat me, Cuomo. Although Kong was sent flying, he stomped his feet in the next second and rushed towards Cuomo again. In midair, he combined shave and moonwalk to form a state of extremely fast movement. In midair, only the afterimage of Kong and the air that was trampled by Kong can be seen. This speed, even in Cuomo's eyes, is a bit dizzying. Cuomo observation hockey is fully deployed and begins to sense Kong's movements. Although Kong's speed is fast, his moves are relatively monotonous and not flexible enough. So Cuomo is keeping an eye on Kong's 07, where to go next. When he sensed Kong's next foothold, without the slightest hesitation, the wings on his back fluttered, and he quickly approached Kong. What? Kong was taken aback when he saw Cuomo reach his next step. His current speed is very fast. How did Cuomo predict his next step while he was moving fast? But it's too late to think too much now, because Cuomo's attack has already hit. Boom. The veins on Kong's arm and forehead popped out, and he hit Cuomo's god with all his strength. The air in midair was blasted, making a violent noise. The attacks of the two stalemate for a few seconds, and then Kong was sent flying again. And Cuomo just took a few steps back. Your strength. Is that just Kong? Cuomo stood in midair and said contemptuously. The battle between us has just begun, Cuomo. This time, I will do my best to defeat you, Kong said with a gloomy expression. Advertisement over the years, although he has not had any conflicts with the pirates of the 10,000 worlds, he has fought in New World year after year. The strength has also increased several times. I thought it would be much easier to play against Cuomo this time, but unexpectedly, it was still as weak as ever. But he won't admit defeat. Many people have said that to me, but none of them have succeeded, and neither have you. Kong, Cuomo responded with a sneer. Before Cuomo fights people, he will always be told to either kill him or beat him. But after so many years, no one has ever managed to defeat him, let alone kill him. Kong's strength is not weak, but compared with Cuomo, it is still not enough. Try it and you'll know, in this world, no one is invincible, Cuomo. Kong replied with a cold snort. I'm the only one undefeated, Cuomo said calmly. There is a system in him. How many people in this world can defeat him? Although there is an existence like I am, he doesn't know the opponent's strength, so he doesn't comment. But Kong certainly couldn't beat him. No, you won't be this oddball, because I'm going to beat you today. Kong shook his head, then charged at Cuomo again. 8 inner gates, first gate, every gate banquet. 8 inner gates, second gate, Hue is open. The 5th gate of 8 inner gates, Dew gate is open. Facing the attacking Kong, Cuomo decisively activated the power of the 8 inner gates, and drove to the 5th gate in an instant. After opening the 5th gate, Cuomo's speed attack and physical body have been greatly improved. The strength has improved a lot again. At this time, Cuomo faced the high-speed moving Kong without the slightest fear. After a short observation, I noticed where Kong was going next. Once again, he took the lead and rushed towards Kong. The wings on his back fluttered, and the speed was so fast, a wind and sand was set off on the ground. God avoids. Cuomo rushed towards Kong. holding the knife in one hand, and swung his arm forward with great force. Advertisement avoiding God is one of Roger's tricks, but it has been fully learned by Cuomo now. The power of this trick is terrible, and Cuomo uses conquerors and armed colors while using this trick. Coupled with the power of opening the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates, this blow is enough to destroy everything. Shua. A streak of red sword energy crossed the sky, the space seemed to be cut off, and there was an explosion sound. Facing the slash attack in front of him, Kong broke out in a cold sweat and quickly defended. But the attack of this sword energy is really terrifying. The moment his body came into contact with this sword energy, he was blown away and hit the sea level heavily. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise on the sea surface, setting off waves of more than 10 feet. Sengoku, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly saw Kong's figure being sent flying towards the sea level. He was shocked, and couldn't help crying. Kong. Sengoku is very clear about how strong Kong is now, 950. After all, they often act together on missions. Now, not long after their marine battled with the pirates of 10,000 worlds, Kong was sent flying out. Now Cuomo's strength is beyond Sengoku's imagination. It stands to reason that after the strength reaches a certain level, the subsequent strength improvement is very slow. But Cuomo seems to be unconstrained and has no upper limit, and his strength can continue to improve. Thinking of this makes Sengoku feel bad, if that's the case. Then Cuomo is downright dangerous. It wasn't just Sengoku who was shocked by Cuomo's prowess. Even the pirates who were fighting Marine not far away were also surprised by Kuyuen's strength. Marine Admiral, was he knocked out so easily? His strength has improved a lot. Golden Lion stared at Cuomo's figure and said to himself. Golden Lion, who has fought Cuomo twice, knows how terrible Cuomo is. Now Cuomo's strength has once again subverted his cognition. Even Admiral can be knocked into the air easily, and even the Golden Lion can't do this. 109 Uchiha Madara vs Zephyr, full order, except for Captain Rocks, there must not be many people in this world who are his opponents. Charlotte Linlin gave Cuomo a high evaluation. Although Cuomo is younger than them, Cuomo's strength is indeed far beyond their imagination. Their strength has also improved a lot over the years, but it is still not enough to reach the Marine Admiral level. Not to mention knocking Marine Admiral out of the way. In Charlotte Linlin's view, the only one who can beat Cuomo is their captain, Rocks. Perhaps this time is our chance. This time Marine dispatched a large number of powerful people, and they are basically used to target the pirates of the 10,000 realms. Although they cannot defeat the pirates of the 10,000 realms, if they are severely injured. We may have a chance to wipe out Cuomo and others, John reminded. Although they are also fighting with Marine now, these elite Marines are not enough to see in front of them. Almost all of Marine's main force is used to deal with the Myriad Realms pirates. The idea is very good, but the actual situation may not be as we wish, Whitebeard said. What John said is right, this time we do have a chance to destroy the Myriad Realms pirates, and even. We can also destroy the main force of the sea. Who came this time? Charlotte Linlin interjected. Charlotte Linlin does not think that these Marine main forces can defeat the 10,000 worlds pirates. But it is enough to injure the pirates of 10,000 worlds. We, Rock's pirate, will have the last laugh in this battle, John said with his mouth slightly raised. The current situation on the battlefield is that Marine's main force is fighting against the 10,000 realms pirates. Their cadres of the Rock's pirate fought members of the Roger pirates. And fight some Marine elite powerhouses. Defeating the members of the Roger pirates and the Marine elite will not consume a lot of their stamina. But if the Wanji pirates want to defeat Marine's main force, they are destined to consume a lot of physical strength. Wait until Captain Rocks defeats Roger, and wait until the pirates of 10,000 realms defeat the main force of Marine. All the powerhouses of their Rocks pirate will gather together to clean the battlefield. On the other side, Uchiha Madara engages Zephyr. Your captain. That's really scary. Backquote. Zephyr couldn't help but look at Cuomo, who was standing in midair in the distance. Advertisement: when Zephyr was Marine, he always took Kong as his goal. But such a strong man was easily driven into the sea level by Cuomo. Although Kong fought with Cuomo again after being knocked out, Kong was easily knocked into the air, which is enough to prove Cuomo's strength. It's just gravel, less than half a point of Cuomo. A weak person can be your naval headquarters admiral, you Marine. Really lonely. Uchiha Madara said coldly. Uchiha Madara didn't pay attention to Kong from the bottom of his heart, and fought in the holy land of Mariajoy. When he fought the 5 elders, Kong was just a little vice admiral. In a battle of that level, he was like gravel, posing no threat to their Myriad Realms pirates. And now that's not to mention. Although Kong's strength has improved a lot, the overall strength of their Myriad Realms pirates has also improved a lot. Hee. Kong is very strong, Zephyr sneered. Strong? Dust that can't stir up a little storm can be called strong by you? Uchiha Madara disdainfully said. The pirates of Myriad Realms are as crazy as the rumors say, but our marine has dispatched a large number of troops today. Whether it's your pirates of Myriad Realms or the Rock's pirate, don't even think about retreating completely, Zephyr said coldly. Zephyr has heard many rumors about the pirates of the 10,000 realms, and today is the first time he has fought against the pirates of the 10,000 realms. So I still slightly underestimate the Myriad Realms pirates. After all, he has flourished in New World. He hardly encountered any pirates he couldn't defeat, and it's normal to be a little swollen. Don't overestimate your strength, Marine. You can't keep us, Uchiha Madara sneered. This kind of thing, You don't have the final say. Zephyr didn't chat much with Uchiha Madara, kicked his feet, moved at high speed on the ground, and quickly approached Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's face remained the same, and he didn't move a bit, facing the attacking Zephyr. He threw a punch suddenly. Boom! Two fists collide. This is a collision between power crystals. The instant the fists collided, the horizon beneath their feet collapsed. Zephyr is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, the two-color hockey is terrible, and the armament hockey is profound. In Naval Headquarters, he is known as Black Arm Zephyr. Advertisement among the entire Naval Headquarters, his armament hockey is also first tier. Not to mention Uchiha Madara, Conqueror's Hockey Grandmaster, armament hockey has already reached the level of outside play. Observation hockey and Conqueror's hockey have also reached a high level of attainment. And after several years of training, his Conqueror's has also reached the level of winding weapons. Bang bang bang. The fists of the two were very fast, and the fists quickly wrapped around hockey, and then they collided constantly. Every time they collided, a part of the ground would collapse. But for a moment, there was no complete ground in the area of more than 10 meters around the two of them. The earth and rocks rolled and the dust filled the air. Zephyr majors in physical arts, with unparalleled strength and bottomless physical strength. And Uchiha Madara not only has special abilities, but also terrible physical skills. In terms of combat experience, Uchiha Madara is definitely above Zephyr. Boom! Uchiha Madara found a flaw in Zephyr, punched out, and hit Shunfa, Li Haojiao, heavily. His body quickly retreated, leaving a gap of more than 10 meters on the ground. As a member of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms, has such strength? Zephyr stared at Uchiha Madara with a slightly heavy expression. This is his first fight with Uchiha Madara, and now he has a little bit of the upper hand. He had heard a lot of rumors about the Pirates of Myriad Realms before, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, I have never had personal contact with the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. But now after fighting in person, he realizes the threat of the Myriad Realms pirates. Even if the captain's strength is terrifying, a crew member has such strength. At this time, he was deeply impressed by the Wenji pirates. Transport 110 Akuno Logia 1 Vs 2, full order. You, too weak, Uchiha Madara said flatly. I don't think I'm strong, but I'm not weak, Zephyr said coldly. He was called a genius at Naval Headquarters, and he reached the position of Marine Vice Admiral at a young age. Even Marine Admiral praised his strength. Now being ridiculed by Uchiha Madara, he is naturally a little unhappy. He took off the cloak of justice behind him, covered his arms with richer armament hockey, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara the next moment. The speed is too slow. Uchiha Madara glanced at him lightly, and then took the initiative to attack. His fists are covered with the power of Conquerors, and this is the first time he has used Conquerors in combat. Boom! The fists of the two clashed again, and Zephyr only had to contend with him for a few seconds before being pushed back. This is Conqueror's winding. Zephyr noticed the strength in Uchiha Madara's arm, a little surprised. Conqueror's entanglement is a power that can only be mastered by a very small number of strong people who have trained Conqueror's hockey to a certain level. The degree of difficulty is extremely high. 037 The members of the Myriad World Pirates in front of me can actually use this kind of power? Those who have Conqueror's hockey are born kings themselves, and those who can use Conqueror's hockey. It can be said that he is the strongest among kings. This ability is really good. Uchiha Madara glanced at his arm and praised. Conqueror's entanglement has strong destructive power and is extremely aggressive. After using this ability, he can defeat Zephyr, a master, with physical skills alone. Uchiha Madara took advantage of the victory and pursued. His footsteps burst on the ground, and he quickly approached Zephyr. What a speed! Zephyr looked at Uchiha Madara who was approaching extremely fast, and couldn't help but secretly thought. But he was not idle at the same time, using the shaved teleportation, actively approaching Uchiha Madara. The attacks of the two collided again. Zephyr has a lot of combat experience, but not as good as Uchiha Madara. Using the power of the Conqueror's entanglement, Uchiha Madara easily knocked the Zephyr back. Advertisement But Zephyr is not an existence that can be easily defeated, even if it is repulsed. But the next moment, he will throw it towards Uchiha Madara again. AHCA. On the other side of the battlefield, Akunologia is 1-on-2, fighting Crane and Sengoku. Although Akunologia is not at his peak, he is strong enough to reach Cuomo's level. Even on top of Cuomo. This guy is very strong. Crane, you have to be careful. Although he is a new member of the Myriad Realms Pirates, his strength probably is not weaker than anyone in the Myriad Realms Pirates, Sengoku reminded Suru. Sengoku was supposed to fight Akunologia 1-on-1, but there was too much pressure during the fight. So Crane also came to help. It can be seen that he is very strong, he nodded and said. Akunologia exudes a terrifying aura, like a real just standing there can put a lot of pressure on people. 2-on-1. Why are you still so inked? Can't you just order it together? Akunologia stared at the two in front of him indifferently, and said lightly. No matter how many people come, he will not be defeated, because he is the king of dragons, the black feather of the end. Facing Sengoku and Crane at the same time, his heart was calm and he didn't feel any pressure. Be careful with the ability of that female marine, Akuno, if you are touched by him, there will be some trouble. Unohana Retsu reminded him as he fought against his opponent not far away. The ability of the crane is to wash the fruit, which can make the objects it touches lose their shape, and can also eliminate the evil in the hearts of others. If touched by her, it is bound to be very troublesome. I see. Akunalogia stretched his waist and said calmly. I'm the main attacker, you find a way to get closer and use your ability to get closer to this guy. Sengoku whispered to the crane. Hearing this, he nodded. His ability, among the naval headquarters, does have a unique effect. After ordering the tactics, Sengoku did not hesitate and rushed towards Akunalogia quickly. His fist was covered with a layer of armament hockey, and it hit Akunalogia heavily. Snapped. Advertisement Akunalogia simply extended his palm, not even using armament hockey, and easily defended against Sengoku's attack. Sengoku's face changed slightly, and another fist was thrown out, but this fist covered more than just armament hockey. There is also the ability and impact given by the Buddha form. His control over Devil Fruit has reached a very high level, even without using the Buddha form. The fist can still hit the impact. Boom! Sengoku's fist covering the impact has a strong destructive power, but it is still easily caught by Akunalogia. The physical body of the Dragon King cannot be shaken by the power of the current Sengoku. The strength of the two stalemate. It's now, Sengoku yelled. At this time, the crane quickly used the razor, teleported behind Akunalogia. Her palm was covered with a layer of ability, and then directly hit Akunalogia. Akunalogia sensed danger from behind. I also remembered Yunohana Retsu's reminder, don't be bumped by the crane's palm. Then he used his arm to firmly hold Sengoku's fist, and then directly threw Sengoku behind him with the help of strange force. Seeing that Crane's palm was about to touch Akunalogia's body, but the moment he was about to get close, Sengoku's body hit her. The two flew out in an instant. Although I don't know what your ability is, it seems to be a great threat to me. Akunalogia watched the crane not far away with a little vigilance. He has very strong insight, and has also learned observation hockey, so he can judge that the ability of the crane is not a small threat to him. Damn it, did it still fail? Whether it's strength or speed, this guy is at the level of a monster. Sengoku stared at Akunalogia with a slightly gloomy expression. I thought Crane's attack was about to succeed, but unexpectedly, Akunalogia suddenly threw him away with the help of strange force. He is very dangerous, but I will always have a chance to touch him, he said calmly. As long as she is given a chance to touch Akunalogia, the battle will be reversed. 111 Roger vs. Rocks, if you have any ability, feel free to use it, I will defeat them one by one. Akunalogia looked at the two calmly and said calmly. I don't believe it, the two of us working together can't deal with you alone. Sengoku took off the cloak of justice behind him and said coldly. Akunalogia folded his hands on his chest and stared at Sengoku expressionlessly. It's still the same battle plan as before. I'll be the main attacker, and you find a way to touch him. Sengoku instructed the crane. I see. He nodded. Hearing this, Sengoku stopped discussing too much. He had to create an opportunity for Crane to touch Akunalogia. Because of the value of force alone, it is very difficult to defeat Akunalogia. Sengoku uses Shave to move at high speed, trying to find a way to attack Akunalogia. In the past few years, Sengoku's strength has improved a lot. Whether it is Hockey or Marine 6 styles, they have been trained to perfection. He was very fast and quickly circled behind Akunalogia. He stretched out both palms and shot two extremely powerful shockwaves, blasting towards Akunalogia. When the two shockwaves converged together, the destructive power they could cause increased several times. This level of strength can't excite me at all. Akunalogia turned around suddenly, covered his arm and fist with a layer of hockey, and punched out with a single punch. Colliding directly with Sengoku's shockwave, the ferocious force impacted Akunalogia's body. Boom! Two terrifying forces colliding together. Sengoku's shockwave has great impact and destructive power. But this force couldn't move Akunalogia at all. Akunalogia stared at Sengoku as if watching an ant. Your strength is too weak. Akunalogia pushed Sengoku back with force. Great Buddha form. The moment Sengoku retreated, he instantly used the power of Devil Fruit to transform into a huge golden ancient Buddha. The Buddha form is exactly the ability given by the Devil Fruit he used. In this form, both his attack power and defense power have increased several times. Advertisement at this time, Sengoku's whole body was full of terrifying aura. But Akunalogia still stared at him with a flat face, and his heart was calm. He has survived for hundreds of years and has witnessed countless strong men and various dragons. A mere big Buddha. Can't scare him at all. No pirate can escape justice, and neither do you. Sengoku stared at Akunalogia and said coldly. I don't practice any justice, I only do what I want to do. Akunalogia responded indifferently. In the original world, he spent almost his whole life looking for and killing dragons. But there are no dragons in this world, so he no longer has the obsession with dragons. Cuomo summoned him to this world, and now he is only willing to obey Cuomo's words. Regarding the things Cuomo explained, he does not ask right or wrong, just because he feels that Cuomo is his companion. Seeing Akunalogia's response in this way, Sengoku lost interest in talking, and waved his golden palm. A huge shockwave appeared in his palm, and then pressed towards Akunalogia. The powerful impact instantly enveloped an area with a radius of several meters, and it was inevitable for Akunalogia to avoid it. The shockwave enveloped him instantly, and strong pressure enveloped him. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the ground exploded, sending up countless clouds of smoke and dust. At this time, the crane found the right time and quickly rushed towards Akunalogia's position. I want to put my ability on Akunalogia. Amidst the smoke and dust, Akunalagia had no other injuries except for some tattered clothes. The King of Dragons, the defense of the Black Feather of the End, can the current Sengoku break through? Snapped. Looking at the oncoming crane, he grabbed the crane's shoulders and then with his arm, he directly twisted her joints. The crane groaned in pain, but endured it, the other hand covered the power and hit Akunalagia. But Akunalagia had predicted it a long time ago and left the place directly. Advertisement, crane. The smoke cleared, and Sengoku saw Crane's arm twisted at a strange angle. I'm fine, Sengoku. With the other hand, Suru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, endured the severe pain, and restored the twisted joints. 0. Ask for flowers. B*****************. D. Seeing that the crane was injured, Sengoku was furious, and hit Akunalagia with both palms. Akunalagia covered Haki with his arms, and also rushed towards Sengoku. On the other side of the battlefield, Rox and Roger. The two have been fighting for a long time, and now Roger's physical strength is running out, and there are countless injuries on his body. You are still not as good as me, Roger, and I will ask you one last question, join our Rox pirate, or die here. Rox held a famous knife in his hand, pointing to Roger who fell on the ground and questioned in a cold voice. 0. In my opinion, freedom is better than everything, Rox, I will not join the Rox pirate, even if I die. Roger responded fearlessly, panting heavily. Then die here. Rox didn't say much when he heard the words, his face became ruthless, he raised the famous knife in his hand, and threw it at Roger forcefully. At the critical moment, Jabba and Rayleigh arrived. When, Rayleigh was as fast as a ghost, and came directly in front of Roger, swung his knife forcefully, and defended against Rox's attack. Jabba came in the next second, slashing at Rox with a double axe in hand. Damn it. Rox cursed and stepped back, away from the group of people. Compared with the strength of the sea giants, I am indeed far behind. Rayleigh had a cold sweat on his forehead, thankful that Rox did not continue to attack just now. Just resisting Rox's knife, he felt a slight tremor in his arm. Are you all right, Captain Roger? Jabba rushed over at this moment, asking with concern. Ha ha ha. You guys are here anyway. Roger stood up from the ground, and he, who escaped from death, laughed heartlessly. Everyone in this world is afraid of death, and Roger is also afraid, but he will not sell his freedom just to survive. He thought he was going to die just now, but his crew arrived in time to save his life. 112 Marine 3 Admiral gathered, seeking full order. The cadres of the Rox pirate are fighting the Marine powerhouse, so we have to spare, Jabba responded. Really? Roger laughed. The 10,000 Worlds pirates are here too, Captain Roger, they are currently at war with Marine, but some are also at war with Rox pirate cadres. Rayleigh reminded. There are no more than 10 people on board the pirates of 10,000 realms, but none of them are simple characters. They are not allies with the Marine, and of course, not allies with the Rox pirate. Is Cuomo here too? There are quite a few people coming to this battle, Roger sighed. This was originally a battle between their Roger pirates and the Rox pirate, but the Marines got the news and wanted to get involved. But Marine inadvertently told the news of this operation to the pirates of 10,000 Worlds, and 823 eventually led to the gathering of forces from all directions. The 10,000 Realms pirates and the Rox pirate are one of the two giants at sea. The Roger pirates are also known as the Big Three in some sea areas. All in all, the three pirate groups that came this time are all top-level pirate groups in the sea. Plus the overlord of the first half of the Grand Line, Marine. The four forces gathered together, none of these four forces is simple, and each has the capital to shake the new world. But now that these four forces are gathering together, it is indeed somewhat unexpected. Did that be D Cuomo come too? What a surprise. Rox heard Roger and others talking, and said to himself. The arrival of Marine has already complicated the situation, but now Cuomo's arrival. Make this situation more complicated. What the final outcome of the campaign will be now, even the Rox are unclear. But Eyeliner, he didn't think so much, Roger didn't choose to join his pirate group. His only thought now is to kill Roger. Thinking of this, Rox didn't hesitate, directly holding the famous knife in his hand, and rushed towards the three of Roger. Prepare to meet the enemy. Roger saw Rox rushing, his face suddenly became serious. Although the situation on the island is very complicated now, they have a big trouble right now. The Rox must be dealt with first, advertisement. Roger took the lead in attacking, although his physical strength was exhausted, but the current situation did not allow him to fall down. Boom. The Western knife in his hand collided with Rox's famous knife, and the ground exploded immediately. How long can you support Roger? You don't think that joining forces with these two trash fishes will give you the power to defeat me? Rox looked at Roger in front of him and sneered. Roger is exhausted now, and Rayleigh has also fought against him just now, and his arm trembled slightly just after receiving his blow, such a strong man. What kind of threat can it pose to him? It's time for us, Jabba, Rayleigh reminded Jabba. It's been a long time since the three of us joined forces to deal with the enemy. Jabba responded with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. When the three of them first met, they were just a group of young brats with weak strength. In order to deal with the enemy, they formed a tacit cooperation in the battle. But with the growth of strength, there is no need for the three of them to join forces to deal with the enemy. Now facing a powerhouse like Rox, the three of them will join hands to fight again. Jabba and Rayleigh stomped and approached the Rox quickly. Rayleigh went to the left and Jabba went to the right to outflank the Rox. Looking at the two men attacking, Rox sneered, completely ignoring Rayleigh Jabba. He exerted force with his arm, first knocked Roger out, and in the next second, he took the initiative to attack Rayleigh. But the moment Rox knocked Roger back, Roger attacked again. Damn it. The Rox are now within striking distance of Rayleigh and Roger is on his way. He then decisively attacked Roger. Shua. Rayleigh slashed at Rox, leaving a trail of blood on him. On the other side, Jabba was also close to Rox, and with two axes, he slashed at Rox, leaving 2 bloodstains. Roger, Jabba, and Rayleigh, these three are the strength of the Roger pirates. Rox's strength is not weak, much stronger than Roger, fighting alone. Rayleigh and Jabba were not good enough for him. Advertisement. But the three of them have been similar for a long time, and the three of them have fought together on the sea for many years. Therefore, a strong tacit understanding has been formed for a long time, and the three of them teamed up. Even in the face of Rox, they will have a battle. This injury is not enough to tickle me. A cloud of black mist appeared on Rox's body, and the original injury was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, Cuomo engages Kong. Although Cuomo has repelled Kong many times, Kong is still unwilling to fall and continues to attack Cuomo. His armament hockey is truly terrifying, even Cuomo's godfall, to wreak havoc on him. Shua. Cuomo held Shenyan in his hand, and slashed out a sword aura forcefully. The blade rubbed against the space, making a violent sound. A sword chi like a shark's fin tore through the space at high speed, rushing towards Kong with overwhelming force. This blow was enough to cut Ochaku in two, but this kind of attack hit Kong's body, but only left a bloodstain on his body. Now Kong has a lot of knife wounds all over his body, but he uses Marine 6 styles, the power of returning life, to forcibly prevent the blood from flowing out of the body. If it weren't for this, he would have died due to excessive blood loss. Your body is really hard, but it's just for me to practice the knife. Cuomo looked at Kong on the ground and said indifferently. Kong. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar, and 2 strong Marines wearing justice cloaks rushed over. Why are you here too? Kong 4.1 turned around when he heard the voice, and was stunned. Because it was none other than the 2 admirals from Naval Headquarters. Heard there was an accident here, so we came here, responded a Marine admiral. Although the 2 admirals knew about this operation, they did not choose to participate. Because the Marine dispatched troops this time is already enough, the Marine dispatched troops this time. Even the Rox pirate is worthy of a head-on confrontation with its heyday. So the 2 admirals didn't think there would be an accident, but no one thought of it. In this operation, there is also the participation of the Myriad Realms pirates. 113-8 Inner Gate's 6th Gate, full order. With the addition of these 2 new Marine admirals, nearly half of Naval Headquarters' combat power is now here. Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters, and is also the face of Marine, but in this battle, 3 admirals came directly. This lineup is not without prosperity. In order to completely dispose of the 10,000 Realms pirates, Rox pirate, and Roger pirates, the current Marine has spent a lot of money. Even the other 2 admirals agreed to be transferred here. Is he the captain of the 10,000 Realms pirates, Cuomo? A Marine admiral asked, staring at Cuomo. As the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters, he has naturally heard a lot about the deeds of the 10,000 Realms pirates. But this is also the first time he meets Cuomo, the captain of the pirates of 10,000 Realms. It's him, the unmistakable New World's Big Two, the great pirate Cuomo with a bounty of 4 billion Baileys, echoed another Marine admiral. Looks like you need our help, Kong, Marine admiral said. He could naturally see that Kong was at a disadvantage in the battle with Cuomo. After all, Cuomo didn't have any injuries all over his body, but Kong had quite a few injuries. 07 No need. I want to deal with him alone. Kong shook his head slightly and refused. He just wants to fight Cuomo alone, and doesn't want other people to intervene in their battle. You alone may not be his opponent, Kong. After we joined forces to kill him, the remaining remnants we mopped up. In this battle, our Marine is sure to win. Another said Marine Admiral earnestly. Our Marine will definitely win this battle, so let me face him alone. Kong Jianmenwei solemnly replied. He's guilty of indirectly killing Vice Admiral, so he wants to deal with Cuomo alone, without anyone else. Okay. Seeing his expression, the other 2 admirals nodded without saying anything. Then go to support others. With the arrival of these 2 Marine admirals, the situation of the war is likely to change. But Cuomo is not worried that accidents will happen to the members of the Pirates of 10,000 Realms. After all, there is no one weaker than him except Rem on board. But this time, Rem did not participate in the battle, but stayed on the ship, guarded by Gojo Satoru. Advertisement. Let's continue, Cuomo, Kong said as he took off his shirt, exposing his muscular muscles. I thought you would choose to join forces with them against me, Cuomo said calmly, standing in midair. The 3 Marine admirals teamed up. Although he felt a little pressured, he didn't panic and even wanted to try it. Is my own strength qualified to defeat the 3 admirals? This is a battle that only belongs to the 2 of us, and I won't let anyone intervene, Kong replied with a solemn expression. But you alone are not enough to defeat me, Cuomo smiled contemptuously. You can't control the final outcome until the last moment of the battle, Kong responded with a cold snort. In the next second, Kong used the shaved air and rushed towards Cuomo quickly. Shua. Holding the knife in one hand, Cuomo slashed directly, the sword energy tore through the space, and rushed towards Kong with the force of thunder. Paper arts. In a second, Kong's body turned into a paper-like thing, and the sword energy passed by his side without causing any harm to him. After evading the attack, his body instantly reverted to its original form, and he rushed to Cuomo again. Finger pistol. All of Kong's strength and armament hockey converged on one finger before stabbing Cuomo's blade. Boom. There was a loud noise in midair, and the attack and collision formed a strong air current and black-red electric sparks. Finger pistol is one of Marine 6 styles. The principle is to gather the whole body's strength on one finger, and Kong's mastery of Marine 6 styles has been superb. Even the armament hockey of the whole body can be placed on the index finger to form a terrible lethal force. His full blow has even resisted Cuomo's slash. Nice power, but compared to me, it's still a bit weaker than Kong. The veins in Cuomo's arms bulged, and he held the knife in both hands, and with all his strength, he knocked Kong back directly. Advertisement. As soon as Kong was repelled, he rushed forward again. Now that he's covered in top-notch armament hockey, it will take a while even for Cuomo to beat him. It's really troublesome. You know you're not my opponent, why do you charge up again and again? Cuomo looked at Kong, who was charging again, and asked. No matter how powerful the enemy is, Marine is the Cuomo who will never back down, Kong yelled. Kong is a Marine with a strong sense of justice. He regards Marine as an honor and treats soldiers equally. For his indirect killing of Vice Admiral, his heart is full of guilt, and he will never back down before he falls down. Yeah? 6th gate of 8 inner gates, Jingmun is open. Cuomo opened the 6th gate in an instant, and now he has a terrifying aura blooming all over his body. Both attack power and speed have been improved a lot. 397. He took the initiative to rush towards Kong, holding Shenyun with one hand, colliding with Kong again and again. Although Kong poured all his strength into his index finger, he could briefly resist Cuomo's attack. But even Kong felt a little weak as Cuomo's barrage of slashes came toward him. Kong's strength is not weak, it is almost at its peak now, and it can be called one of the best in New World. Let Kong face the rocks, he also has the power to fight, but this level of strength is still not enough in front of Cuomo. Bang bang bang. The attacks of the two kept colliding, and every time they hit each other, the air in midair would be violently roared. The sound was so loud that it almost rang through half the island. The powerhouses on half of the battlefield can all notice the battle between the two of them. They fought crazily, almost attacking desperately. Cuomo does not defend at all. Even if he is hit by Kong, he will not suffer any damage with his physical body. And Kong is covered with armament hockey. Even if he is cut by Cuomo, he will not fall down immediately. 114. 3 ancient weapons, Pluton warships, seek full order. New World, a certain area. While Kong and Marine are struggling to fight the pirates, Garp is carrying out a mysterious mission. Garp is on a Marine battleship, except for him who is a Marine. All the others are officials of the world government. The target of their action this time is precisely for the Pluton battleship. They have captured the occultist who deciphered the coordinates of the Pluton battleship, and are now almost on their way to their destination. After a long voyage, it's here, the mystic scholar said in a deep voice. This mysterious scholar was exactly the one who was caught by Wu Jiaoyu fishing back then. All the scholars except him have died, and he was also destined to die. But Gojo Satoru caught him by accident and saved his life. This is the Pluton battleship. Garp raised his head and noticed a huge warship docked in the Grand Canyon in the distance. That battleship is the legendary Pluton battleship that has the power to destroy the world and one of the 3 ancient weapons. The size of the ship can reach this level. There is nothing wrong with it. This is the Pluton battleship. A world government official said with excitement. 2. They searched New World for several years, and their hard work paid off, and now their world government finally got this Pluton battleship. Are we going to take the Pluton away? Garp asked. No, the people above have given an order to notify them when they get the Pluton warship, and then set up a port here to study the Pluton warship. A world government official responded. The Pluton battleship is one of the ancient weapons. This battleship was made by the predecessors of the 7 water capitals. With the power to destroy the world, it will definitely take a lot of time to master and thoroughly study the Pluton battleship. Really? Garp nodded, and didn't say much. While Garp was staring at the Pluton battleship, in the cabin, several members of the CPO organization were also paying attention to Garp. Garp is a member of the D family, and the world government is always worried about such people. But Garp is the main force of naval headquarters, possessing terrifying strength. An integral part of naval headquarters. The reason why Garp was brought to find the Pluton battleship this time was to test Garp's sincerity. If Garp is like other D clans, he has the desire to rebel against the world government. Advertisement definitely thinking about the Pluton battleship. And they are watching Garp in secret. Once Garp has a different heart, they will take it directly. Conversely, if Garp has the same intentions, he will also be reused by the world government. If Garp hadn't been a high-level executive at naval headquarters, they wouldn't have bothered to do this kind of thing at all. While finding the Pluton warship in the world government. New World, on an island. The battle between the 4 forces is still going on. With the participation of the 2 Marine admirals, a large number of members of the Roger Pirates were killed. Of course, members of the Rocks Pirate are also treated in the same way. In the depths of the island, the 3 main players of the Roger Pirates teamed up and fought back and forth with rocks. Uchiha Madara engages Zephyr and an admiral. Akunologia battles Crane and Sengoku. Following the country edge a warring John with a Kadri. Senju Hashirama 2 Charlotte Linlin. Hana Retsa 2 Golden Lion. The bounty is 2.9 billion Baileys. Uchiha Madara, let us join forces to be your opponent. Marine Admiral stared at Uchiha Madara in front of him calmly. Roger Pirates and Rocks Pirates miscellaneous soldiers, he and another admiral have almost cleaned up. Those who are still present are almost all well-known pirates from New World. The two of them, Admiral, are going to unite with Marine, to kill the opponents one by one. Do you want to dance too? Uchiha Madara stared at the two indifferently and questioned. Stop gossiping, come on. Marine Admiral was very decisive and didn't say a word of nonsense to Uchiha Madara. Directly ordered to rush towards him. Marine Admiral and Zephyr, both masters of gymnastics, rushed towards Uchiha Madara with both punches. But Uchiha Madara, who has rich combat experience, can handle the attacks of two people with ease. Boom! Advertisement he punched, and his fist collided with Zephyr and the ground burst open. On the other side, the Marine Admiral is close by. Fire-style fire extinguished. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, and then spit out a raging flame directly from his mouth. The flames quickly engulfed the Marine Admiral, forming a sea of flames before Uchiha Madara's eyes. This temperature can't hurt me, Marine Admiral's voice came from the sea of fire. He was covered with rich haki, and rushed out directly. As a Marine Admiral, he naturally possessed extraordinary strength. Uchiha Madara looked at the attacking Marine Admiral. With his arm, he knocked Zephyr out first. Then moved towards Marine Admiral. Boom! The fists of the two collided, just like the collision of steel refined into gold, and a violent roar erupted. Countless dust was set off, and waves of ripples were stirred up on the sea level. From this point alone, it can be seen how powerful their attack power is. Marine Admiral, is this the strength? Uchiha Madara exerted force with his arm, and directly knocked Marine Admiral back. This guy is very strong. Marine Admiral stared at Uchiha Madara in front of him and said in a deep voice. Li Qianhao. Although Uchiha Madara's bounty is as high as 2.9 billion Baileys, Marine Admiral believes that he and Zephyr can easily defeat Uchiha Madara. But the fact is not as good as he imagined. His cooperation with Zephyr was easily resolved by Uchiha Madara. He should be the second in command of the 10,000 Realms Pirates, Zephyr reminded aloud. The Wanji Pirates did not announce the deputy captain to the outside world. However, based on Uchiha Madara's strength and performance, Zephyr identified Uchiha Madara as the second in command on the ship. The second in command of the 10,000 Realms Pirates? No wonder he is so strong, Marine Admiral said indifferently. Cuomo's bounty of the pirates of 10,000 realms tops out at 4 billion berries, while Uchiha Madara's 2.9 billion berries, like Gojo Satoru, is the second highest. 115 Uchiha Madara Rinnegan opens, the earth hinders the stars, seeking full order. Uchiha Madara has a high bounty and is powerful. It is not surprising that they are identified as the second in command of the pirates of 10,000 realms. How long are you going to discuss? Feel free to use whatever ability you have, just treat it as a warm-up for me. Uchiha Madara glanced at the two of them and crossed his hands in front of his chest and said indifferently. Arrogant brat, you don't think the two of us are your opponents together? Marine Admiral responded with a sneer. In any case, he did not believe that someone could defeat both of them at the same time. Today's Zephyr, though not at its peak, even without Admiral-level strength, there is quasi-Admiral-level strength. And he has the proper strength of Admiral. The two of them teamed up. Could it be that even the second in command of a pirate group can't compete with each other? In my eyes, you are like gravel, there is no threat to me. Uchiha Madara responded contemptuously. He. The prison cell is not prepared for you, you arrogant brat, die here, Marine Admiral sneered. After the words fell, he stopped talking nonsense and rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara, and the Holy Law also rushed towards him when he saw this. Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara enters the Rinnegan state in an instant. Earth hinders the sky 970 stars. Uchiha Madara directly uses Rinnegan's ability to control gravity and pull a huge meteorite in outer space. Earth obstruction star is different from planetary devastation. The main function of planetary devastation is to seal. The Earth obstructing star is pure destructive force, and the huge meteorites pulled from outer space are not only larger than the ones gathered by planetary devastation. Moreover, the meteorite fell from outer space, and the powerful impact increased the destructive power it could cause. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and a huge meteorite passed through the clouds and appeared in midair. The size of this meteorite is very large as half an island. The meteorite is much larger than the meteorite summoned by Fujitora in the original book. At first glance, the meteorite has a shocking momentum. The appearance of an incomparably huge meteorite attracted the attention of the powerhouses on the entire island almost instantly. On the other side, Senju Hashirama, who was fighting Charlotte Linlin, also noticed the meteorite at high altitude. Advertisement? A meteorite? Could it be Madara's ability? Senju Hashirama said slightly surprised. You members of the Myriad Realms Pirates are really lunatics. If such a meteorite falls, your people will also be affected. Charlotte Linlin stared at the meteorite in the sky, breaking out in a cold sweat. A huge meteorite was already in the sky above their heads, and it would not be long before the meteorite fell completely. No one on the entire island will be spared, of course. This also includes members of the Myriad Realms Pirates. After all, the island is such a sky. And this meteorite is as big as half an island. The meteorite is about to hit the center, and the impact it will cause is enough to cause harm to anyone. If we could be hurt by our own abilities, we wouldn't be members of the Pirates of 10,000 Worlds. Senju Hashirama responded lightly. Although this meteorite is terrifying, which of the members of the Pirates of Myriad Worlds is a simple character? How could it be possible to be hurt by such an attack? Wood-style wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together and directly summoned a huge wooden dragon. When the meteorite landed, he had his own way to deal with it. But the meteorite has not landed yet, he needs to deal with Charlotte Linlin in front of him first. The wooden dragon exuded a terrifying aura, and rushed towards Charlotte Linlin in the next second. Zeus! Charlotte Linlin yelled, and the white cloud Zeus under his feet turned gray, and then his whole body emitted terrifying thunder and lightning. Boom! Huge thunderbolts shot out from Thundercloud Zeus, attacking the rushing wooden dragon. Lightning has terrible penetrating and destructive power. If it is an ordinary tree, it would have been penetrated by lightning long ago. Ahaj! But the wooden dragon released by Senju Hashirama is not ordinary, it is made of chakra. Has a strong defense. The force of thunder and lightning hit the wooden dragon, although it shattered the wooden dragon's body a bit. But not completely broken, the wooden dragon rushed straight to Charlotte Linlin. Damn it, can it be destroyed? Charlotte Linlin's complexion changed slightly, and then she looked at the meteorite high in the sky, her brows furrowed. Advertisement in the next second, she left the spot directly and chose to flee. On the other side, Ji Guoyuan fought against John and Iraq's pirate cadre. Shua. QG. Plus. % holding the sunwheel knife in both hands, he swept across with all his strength, and the terrifying sword energy formed a shape like a shark's fin, tearing the ground at high speed, and rushed towards a cadre. The sword energy was extremely fast and terrifying, it directly split Zai's body in half and killed him. Damn it. John couldn't help cursing when he saw the cadre dead. The two of them teamed up and couldn't help Ji Guoyuan. Now he is the only one left, how can we fight? After Guoyuan killed the cadre, he stomped on his feet and quickly approached John with a sunwheel knife in his hand. It's over, Ji Guoyuan said quietly. Breath of the sun, fire Kagami, music and dance round dance. The Rylan knife in Ji Guoyuan's hand ignited a ball of flames, he chopped it off, and the fire dragon suddenly appeared, directly splitting John in half. Ji Guoyuan, against ended the battle early, boom. After killing John and a cadre, Ji Guoyuan also noticed the meteorite at high altitude. Hey, Madara, is this ability? Is it too much? Ji Guoyuan shouted towards Uchiha Madara in the distance. Having been with Uchiha Madara for several years, he is naturally familiar with Uchiha Madara's abilities. So you know, this ability was released by Uchiha Madara. But this meteorite is really too much, they just came here to abuse food, why did Uchiha Madara put a big move under the name? Really, these guys make me very uncomfortable, so, I want to get rid of them as soon as possible. Uchiha Madara turned to look at Ji Guoyuan and responded. He originally just wanted to play with these marines, what this marine admiral said made him unhappy. Directly summon a meteorite to add to his fun. Damn it, how do we hide this ability? Marine admiral standing beside Zephyr asked with a gloomy expression. Fighting with Uchiha Madara, the other party directly released a meteorite, which he did not expect. 116 Kong. You are really a bunch of lunatics, full order please. Haki is released, it should be able to destroy this meteorite, we need to notify other marines to join us and deal with this meteorite together. Zephyr reminded. Haki is released, it is the third level of armament Haki, it can attack from a long distance. Kong, Sengoku, Crane, come to my side, Marine Admiral shouted towards several people who were fighting in the distance. Zephyr is to join other marine powerhouses who are fighting. This meteorite is as big as half an island, although Zephyr doesn't know what kind of power Uchiha Madara has mastered to release this level of meteorite. But now is not the time to think about these, they need to come together to destroy this meteorite. As long as they gather together and use Haki to resist the meteorite, this huge meteorite will not be able to cause any harm to them. Hearing Marine Admiral's words and Zephyr's notification, almost immediately, all the Marines gathered together again. The cadres of the same Rock's pirate also gathered together for the first time. You really are a bunch of lunatics. Kong glanced at the meteorite high in the sky, and then at the members of the 10,000 Realms pirates, said in a deep voice. The meteorite at high altitude is not small, it is almost as big as Ultimate. You must know that this meteorite came from outer space. If it fell directly with a huge impact force, the entire island would be destroyed instantly and sink into the sea. At that time, no one will be spared. Crazy? That's not necessarily true. Meteorites are only a threat to you. Do you think this thing can hurt us? Cuomo glanced at Kong indifferently and sneered. When a meteorite of this level lands, it is impossible for you pirates of Myriad Realms to not be affected. Sengoku snorted coldly. No matter what, Sengoku would not believe that a meteorite as big as half an island had landed. All members of the Wanji pirates have a way to avoid being affected by the meteorite. Don't compare your strength with us, we are not on the same level. Uchiha Madara stared at Sengoku calmly and said coldly. This meteorite is indeed threatening in the eyes of Marine, but in the eyes of the members of the 10,000 Worlds pirates. This meteorite is nothing at all. Human limits are limited. You haven't strengthened us too much, so don't think too highly of yourself. Pirates. Crane stared at Uchiha Madara and said in a deep voice. 2. In this pirate world, no matter how strong a person is, it is difficult to defeat 2 Marine Admiral level powerhouses. It's almost the limit of this world. Advertisement. Although some alternatives can surpass this limit, such as the most mysterious I am in this world. However, most of the powerhouses are still limited. And Uchiha Madara and others are not from this world, although they came to this world. They will also be affected by the rules of this world, but not much. A mere gravel, are you qualified to compare with me? Uchiha Madara responded coldly. Among the Marines present, he didn't put anyone in his eyes and fought with them, and Uchiha Madara just had a playful attitude. Although I don't know what kind of power you have mastered to release meteorites of this level, but this must have consumed a lot of your physical strength. Marine Admiral asked with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Meteorites of this size are indeed scary, but Marine Admiral believes that releasing this force zone, it must have consumed a lot of Uchiha Madara's stamina. After they defended against the meteorite, he would like to see how much physical strength Uchiha Madara can fight. Uchiha was really staring at him, and I was in the mood to answer these questions from people he thought were fish. Summoning the meteor did cost him some stamina and chakra, but it wasn't too much for him. Is this your masterpiece, Cuomo? Rocks in the depths of the island saw a meteorite falling from high altitude, so he ran out to check the situation. Members of the Roger Pirates definitely do not have this ability. If they had, they would have been released long ago. And he is very familiar with his Rocks pirate. No one has the ability to land meteorites from outer space on this island. Not to mention the people in Marine, they are now on an island if a meteorite of this level is released. It's not doing them any good either. Based on the above reasons, Rocks can speculate that only the extremely mysterious 10,000 Worlds pirates can make such a magnificent feat. Long time no see, Rocks. Cuomo also noticed a smile on the corner of Rock's mouth not far away. 0. Seeking flowers. Captain Rocks, advertisement. Golden Lion and other cadres saw that Rocks had also come here and rushed directly to his position. How is the battle, Shiki? How many brothers died? Rocks asked, looking at Golden Lion. Some cadres were killed in this battle, but we also killed some Marines. Golden Lion responded truthfully. Did some cadres die? Damn Marine. If they hadn't come, Roger would have died today, and we wouldn't have lost many brothers. Rock's expression turned gloomy when he heard that some brothers had died. Their Rock's pirate was supposed to be sure of the Roger pirates, and they could get away with it. But who would have thought that Marines people would come here, and Marines' arrival completely disrupted their original battle plan. Is Roger dead, Captain Rocks? Charlotte Linlin asked. The ultimate goal of their fight today was to kill Roger after all this time. Charlotte Linlin thinks that Roger should be dead now, but now Rocks looks a little wrong. She couldn't help asking. Not dead, Jabba and Rayleigh are here at the critical moment. Rocks shook his head regretfully. Although he wanted to kill Roger, but Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, the three of them teamed up too well. It takes a lot of thought and time to kill Roger, plus the meteorite strikes suddenly. He didn't have time to continue fighting, so he could only come out from the depths of the island to check the situation. Aren't you dead? Upon hearing the news, Golden Lion's expression also changed. They have been looking for the Roger pirates for a long time, and finally launched a challenge. Now they have been busy for so long. Roger was still alive. And now that they are Rock's pirate, whether they can escape unscathed is a big question. After all, it's not just their Rock's pirates and Roger pirates present here. In addition to their two major forces, there are also the main force of naval headquarters and all members of the 10,000 Worlds pirates. If you want to get out of the body, Tianfen is very difficult. 117-8 inner gates 7th gate open, seek full order. Wait a minute, Shiki. Your ability can manipulate all non-living objects. Why don't you try to manipulate this meteorite? Whitebeard suddenly thought of reminding. Golden Lion's devil fruit is a lion fruit that can manipulate all non-living objects. Meteorites are non-living objects, perhaps Shiki's ability can manipulate meteorites. Don't tell me. I forgot about it. Golden Lion responded with a grin when he heard Whitebeard's reminder. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly pulled out two famous knives and slashed at the meteorite high in the sky. Swish swish swish. He swung several knives in a row, slashing at the meteorite with sword energy, but did not cause any actual damage to the meteorite. Through this point, it is clear how terrible the meteorite's defense is. After the sword energy was shot out, the golden 043 Lion's fingers shook, ready to manipulate the meteorite. But he discovered that the meteorite was out of his control. Hey Shiki, did you do it on purpose? Why is the meteorite still falling? Charlotte Linlin looked up at the meteorite which was still falling and said coldly. No, I can't manipulate this meteorite. Golden Lion responded with a gasp. Isn't your ability to manipulate all non-living objects? Why can't meteorites be controlled? I think you want to kill us on purpose? The cadre said with a gloomy face. Shut up, I'm also within the range of the meteorite. If I could control it, I would have moved the meteorite away. How could I let him continue to descend? Golden Lion said coldly. If he could really manipulate this meteorite, he would have already stored this meteorite in midair as his own storage. It can also be used when facing a strong enemy in the future. How can it prevent him from continuing to descend? Meteorites are indeed non-living objects, however meteorites are currently being manipulated using gravity by Uchiha Madara. How can the Golden Lion be controlled? Ha ha ha. Meet you again, Cuomo. At this time, Roger also ran out from the depths of the island. At a glance, he saw Cuomo floating in midair with black wings behind him. They fought a battle half a year ago, and he also bought some supplies from Cuomo. Cuomo glanced at Roger, who was floating in midair and didn't respond. Did Cuomo do this? Rayleigh wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at the huge meteorite that broke through the atmosphere and was about to fall. Advertisement: the aura of this meteorite is in full swing, as if it has the power to destroy the world. It's unbelievable that he has such power. The strength of the sea giant is much more terrifying than we imagined. Jabba gasped and echoed. The meteorite of Uchiha Madara directly brought together all the powerhouses on the entire island. All the strong marines gathered together, and so did the members of the Roger Pirates. Only the members of the 10,000 Realms Pirates are relatively scattered. Facing this huge and incomparable meteorite, they felt calm and at ease. Don't worry about this meteorite, what harm it will do to them. The meteorite is coming, get ready, Kong suddenly reminded loudly at this moment. The meteorite in the sky was more than 10 meters away from the island. Hearing Kong's reminder, the powerhouses of the entire island were ready to face this huge meteorite. No matter what kind of ability you use, today you pirates of myriad worlds will surely die. A Marine Admiral, whose palm was covered with hockey, sneered while looking at many members of Pirates of Myriad Worlds. Really? I want to see what ability you have to kill us. Cuomo responded by staring at the Marine Admiral with a playful smile. Boom. The huge meteorite, like half an island, fell directly, and the space exploded directly. A mushroom cloud-like airflow enveloped the entire island. On the sea level, waves of tens of feet were stirred up. The clouds high in the sky were even more gloomy at this time, accompanied by the roar of thunder and lightning. A huge meteorite landed, and no one on the entire island was spared, and the entire island was covered by the impact of the meteorite. Ka. The moment the boulder, which was as huge as half a small island, fell to the island, countless cracks appeared and were constantly breaking apart. On the entire island, there are strong players who can use external hockey, and at the moment the meteorite lands, they all defend. Meteorites naturally cannot cause damage to strong people like them. However, the powerful momentum formed by the falling of the meteorite still shocked many people to death. A large number of cracks appeared in the huge meteorite, and finally it was completely broken. At this time, the broken meteorite began to float up into the sky. After the meteorite landed on the island, advertisement. Uchiha Madara did not continue to manipulate, so the Golden Lion now has control over these shattered meteorites. Aren't you able to manipulate Shiki? Charlotte Linlin asked with a slightly changed expression as she saw the broken meteorites rising into the sky. I couldn't control it just now, but I can control it now, Golden Lion responded lightly. Countless broken meteorites lifted into the sky. The entire island is now a mess, there is no complete ground, and all the trees collapsed. It kicked up more than 10 feet of dust. Go, kill them. Marine Admiral saw that the meteorite had already floated into the air, and directly issued an order, preparing to attack the members of the Myriad Realms Pirates again. Boom. At this time, the entire island vibrated violently, and in the next second, a large number of cracks appeared on the island, and it would not take long for the entire island to sink into the sea. Because of the huge meteorite, it gave this island an almost devastating blow. Do you want to fight that much? Then I will help you, Cuomo said indifferently while standing in midair. Now the island will sink into the sea soon, but before 3.2, he wants to kill this. 8 inner gates. 7th gate opened. The 7th gate of the 8 inner gates is the last gate before the gate of death, which can explode with power beyond the limit. Cuomo's body was covered with a layer of blue steam, which made him look powerful and powerful. Just standing there can give people an endless sense of shock. Whoosh! Cuomo's speed was so fast that there was a sonic boom in the air, and he rushed directly towards the Marine Admiral. Holding Shen Yun in his hand, he slashed at it with a single knife. Shua! His speed was extremely fast, and he raised the knife with his hand and dropped it, leaving a deep bone wound directly on Marine Admiral's chest. The 118 campaign ends, and the double admiral falls, full order. Following Cuomo's attack, the other members of the Wankai Pirates also did not sit idle and launched an attack. The quartet forces once again launched a scuffle. After a long time, it's over, Inca. Cuomo held Shen Yun in his hand, raised his knife and fell, and directly slashed across, beheading Marine Admiral's head. Roger! Kong cried out in grief when he saw Roger's head was chopped off by Cuomo and died on the spot. ROG made a lot of achievements for their naval headquarters but died here today. This made Kong lose his mind for a while. Damn it, Marine Admiral was killed by Cuomo, Sengoku said angrily. They never thought that in this battle, not only did their Marine not get any benefits, but Marine Admiral was even killed by Cuomo. The death of Marine Admiral is undoubtedly a huge loss to the Marine. After all, it is very difficult to cultivate a Marine Admiral level combat power. Shua. Not far away, Unohana Retsu killed Zanpakuto, Bankai, and also beheaded a Marine Admiral with one blow. After all, they have been fighting for such a long time, and these admirals' physical strength has been exhausted, so Unohana Retsu can take advantage of their weak stage to give him a fatal blow. Accompanied by the head of another admiral flew up. The current naval headquarters is fully aware of the seriousness of the problem. The 10,000 Realms Pirates actually killed 2 Marine Admirals. Damn it, what should I do now, Kong? Zephyr stood beside Kong, staring at Cuomo and others with a gloomy face and asked. This battle, they thought it would be the end of victory, but they fought for so long. None of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates died. The 3 main forces of Roger are not dead, and the main cadres of Rock's Pirate are also not dead. On the contrary, their naval headquarters directly killed 2 Marine Admirals. Marine Admiral is the main force of their naval headquarters, now 2 of them died directly. No one can afford such a loss, all the Marines present felt sad. Advertisement Kong doesn't know the current situation, what to do specifically, whether to continue fighting or what. Although now he can see that the cadres of the Rocks Pirate and the three main forces of the Roger Pirates are extremely tired. If you continue to fight, you have a chance to wipe out these two pirate groups. But the 10,000 Realms Pirates is a force that cannot be ignored at all. Kong couldn't tell that any member of the 10,000 Worlds Pirates was in a state of exhaustion. Everyone is alive and well, as if they have endless physical strength. Now on this battlefield, he was the only Marine Admiral left, and he wanted to continue fighting. But he also needs to consider the consequences of this. Ha ha ha. 2 Marine Admirals have died, now New World has no room for you Marine experts. Rocks not far away gloated and laughed. Now in New World, the biggest forces are basically only the 10,000 Worlds Pirates, Rocks Pirates, Roger Pirates and Marine. But now, because of this battle, Marine directly lost 2 Marine Admirals. In the future New World, is there still room for Marine to intervene? Presumably the New World in the future will be a paradise for their pirates. However, I think we have to retreat Captain Rocks. Roger can stay until the next time to kill. If we stay here, there must be dangerous workers. Charlotte Linlin glanced at the many strong men on the battlefield and reminded. With the death of the 2 Marine Admirals, the battle on the field almost stopped in an instant. So the forces of all parties are now gathering together again. That's right, it's time to retreat, Rocks agreed. Now his physical strength is a bit weak, after all, he has been fighting for so long. He didn't want to continue playing anymore, because he had a hunch that Cuomo's next target would be him. Now that his physical condition is playing against Cuomo, he must suffer. Shiki, Edward, do it, Rocks ordered. Yes, Captain Rocks. Golden Lion clapped his palm on the ground. Boom. There was a loud noise on the ground, and then a huge circular foundation split apart, and many cadres of the Rocks Pirates stood on the foundation and began to lift off slowly. Advertisement: the Golden Lion's Lion Fruit ability separates the ground floor, allowing the Rocks Pirates hordes to float above. They can leave in the air. At this time, Whitebeard glanced at the battlefield, put Kong Yunki behind his back, and then covered Shockfruit's ability with both fists. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by his continuous punching, marks appeared one after another in the air in front of him. Then these cracks turned into shockwaves, shocking islands, and shocking sea areas. Boom. Along with Whitebeard's continuous punching, a large number of cracks appeared on the ground, which collapsed in an instant. At this time, a tsunami as high as several tens of feet was set off in the distant sea area and hit here. The last time the Rocks Pirate fought with the pirates of 10,000 Realms, it caused a tsunami. Whitebeard thought of his abilities from this, then exercise it, and now it can cause a large-scale tsunami. Goodbye everyone. Rocks laughed while standing on the foundation. In this battle, although the Roger Pirates were not killed, the 10,000 Realms Pirates did kill the 2 Admirals of Marine. This is also a good ending for him, and there will be no Marine in New World in the future. He just happened to be able to develop his own power in New World. Is it another tsunami? Cuomo looked into the distance, and saw large-scale tsunamis coming from all directions. It's time for us to leave Cuomo. Ji Guoyuan rushed over to remind him. I originally wanted to fight with Rocks, but I didn't expect to waste so much time, it seems. I will save it for the next time. Cuomo looked helplessly in the air, and Rocks, who had already gone away, said helplessly. Rocks' pirate escaped so decisively that he chose to leave without even asking for a boat. Come on Cuomo, the island will sink soon. Hana Retsu came to Cuomo and reminded. Not only is the tsunami about to hit, but even the island has been torn apart at this time, and the seawater has begun to spread upwards. Cuomo glanced at the surrounding members, all of them were here, nodded and said, let's go. The members of the Wanji pirates did not stay here, and quickly left the island, came to the ship, and chose to retreat. 119 The discussion of the 3 old stars. We should leave Kong too. Crane looked at the 2 fallen admiral corpses with a sad expression, and reminded. This time their marine suffered a heavy loss. In the future, it may be much more difficult for us marine to get involved in New World. Zephyr said with a serious face. Now they directly lost 2 admirals to naval headquarters. This is undoubtedly a serious blow to their marine foundation. Yeah. Sengoku replied helplessly. Before, their marines could act like overlords, freely intervening in the wars of various forces in the New World. But now the loss of 2 marine admirals, if they act, there will be a lot of inconvenience. Let's take their corpses back first. We need to discuss the situation of the world in the future, Kong ordered. Some marines packed up Marine Admiral's body and chose to retreat. Originally, their plan was going well, but because of the participation of the Wanji pirates, everything has developed towards the worst. They did not continue to stay on the island, and quickly drove the battleship to find a way to leave here. Ha ha ha. Another life has been recovered. Roger laughed while standing on the broken island. To be honest, he himself didn't feel that he could survive today, but God was looking after him. Just don't let him die. Now that he has regained his life, it is impossible to say that he is unhappy. Aren't we going, Captain Roger? Jabba asked, looking at the tsunami that had reached the island not far away. Go. Our ship was destroyed by the Rocks long ago. How should we go? Rayleigh smiled wryly. While they were fighting the Rocks pirate, the Rocks had already cut off their retreat and destroyed their ship. Although the tsunami has reached their eyes now, they have no way to go. Jabba also laughed helplessly when he heard the words, even though the Roger pirates lost all their brothers this time. Now there are only 3 of them left, but they are still alive. It is good after all. In the future, what are our plans, Captain Roger? Knowing that he couldn't leave the island, Rayleigh simply sat on the ground and asked Roger beside him. Advertisement, are you planning? I'm going to grab some money, build a ship, and recruit some new members. I haven't thought about the rest yet, but I hope that things like today won't happen again. Roger sitting on the ground with a slightly heavy complexion. Although the 3 of them are still alive, but the other brothers who have been with them day and night for a long time are all dead now. Roger is a person who values affection, and he still feels a little uncomfortable now. But he also knows that he has no way to take revenge, and the Rocks pirate is now a force he cannot touch. If one's own strength can reach the level of Rocks in the future, he would choose to settle accounts with Rocks. After all, these brothers can't die in vain. Boom. The tsunami struck and completely swallowed the entire island, and the 3 main forces of the Roger pirates were instantly swallowed by the sea. But with their strength, the seawater does not threaten them at all. After all, they are not the so-called demon fruit power. This time the 4 forces participated in the war, and the island was completely swallowed by the tsunami, and it was considered to be the end. Top of the red line, Holy Land Mariajoy. The 3 elders were discussing something in the conference room. The battleship Pluton has been found. This battleship, which claims to have the power to destroy the world, is enough to multiply the power of our world government, the old man with the knife said with a smile on his face. They searched for the world government in New World for several years, and finally lived up to Im's expectations and got the Pluton battleship. With the Pluton ships, we can also do something against New World pirates, echoed another 5 elders. The Pluton battleship is one of the 3 ancient weapons. It is rumored that a single shot can destroy an island. With a warship of this level, how many pirates in New World can compete with it? We just got the Pluton battleship, we need to study how to use it first, and this battleship has been stored for too long. The battleship will definitely be damaged, and it may need to be repaired. Another the old man reminded. The Pluton battleship was manufactured by the predecessors of the 7th water capital, and no one knows how long it has been since it was manufactured. Ships that have been left alone for a long time, even Pluton ships, are bound to suffer some damage and need to be repaired. After we have repaired Pluton and thoroughly studied how to use Pluton warships, we need to conduct a big sweep of New World's big pirates. The 3 old men were naturally very happy to get the Pluton battleship, but they also knew it. Advertisement, don't panic about this kind of thing. They knew very well that the pirates in New World would never escape the fate of being besieged and killed. After discussing the Pluton battleship, they changed the topic to discuss. However, I heard that Marine's operation was not smooth this time, and lost 2 admirals. Marine really is a bunch of idiots. A great opportunity. Not only did they not make good use of it, they even lost 2 admirals. The scarred old man said in a deep voice. There is no way around this. The pirates of the 10,000 realms have also joined the battle, otherwise there will be no accidents in Marine. Another old man said helplessly. Hearing the name of the Myriad Realms pirates, the other 2 elders fell silent for a moment. They will never forget how much they lost in the battle of the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Direct loss of 2 elders, until now they are unwilling to recall the past. Now the position of Marine Admiral is vacant. We need to choose a new admiral, the old man reminded aloud. They put aside the topic about the pirates of 10,000 realms just now, and began to discuss the Marine incident. New admiral, do you have any suitable candidates? Garp is a good candidate, but it's a pity. He belongs to the D family. Jiao Jiao Jiao. The D clan is the natural enemy of the gods. Since they came to power, they have encountered many D clans. Every D family has brought a lot of trouble to their world government. And Garp, as a member of the D family, not only did not cause trouble for their world government, he even joined Marine and played for them. To be honest, they still can't fully trust Garp to entrust him with high positions. This time the Pluton battleship is an opportunity to test him and see if there is any unusual behavior. If Garp doesn't behave abnormally, they will trust Garp. If there is even the slightest abnormal behavior, they will strike mercilessly. After all, in their eyes, the D family is full of dangers and cannot hold back. 120 new member RAM, full order. I hope that this D family can work for our world government. If that's the case, we will also have a chance to win over the D family that will appear in the future, an old man said. As long as Garp is completely loyal to Marine, then they can completely control Garp. At that time, with the news that this D family has joined, other D family hidden in the world, maybe they will go to their world government like Garp. This is undoubtedly a great thing for them. After all, in the eyes of their world government, the most difficult thing to deal with is the clan of gods of D. I'm sure he won't let us down, after a few days. With the end of the war between the 4 forces, the world simultaneously sent out shocking news. This news shocked countless people, because whether it is the pirates of 10,000 worlds, the Rocks pirate, or the Roger pirates in Marine, these 4 forces are undoubtedly the ceiling of power in the entire world today. The gathering of forces from all 4 directions to fight naturally aroused countless people's discussions. When they learned that 2 admirals had died in this battle, their shock was even stronger. 820. Due to the most outstanding behavior of the Wenji pirates in this battle, they killed 2 Marine admirals. So the world government also released a new bounty for the pirates of 10,000 worlds. Cuomo is offering a bounty of 4.7 billion Baileys. Uchiha Madara offered a bounty of 3.5 billion Peli. Senju Hashirama offered a bounty of 2.4 billion Baileys. Yunohana Retsu offers a bounty of 3 billion belly. Ji Guoyuan offered a bounty of 2.7 billion baileys. Wujo Wu 3.2 billion baileys, Rem billion bailey. Akunalogia 700 million baileys. Gojo Satoru and Rem didn't participate in the battle, but their bounties still increased a bit. Advertisement: it was the first time for Akunalogia to participate in the battle, and the bounty directly soared to 700 million baileys. The members of the Wanji pirates don't pay much attention to the bounty, after all, it's just some numbers. These numbers cannot affect them, nor can they represent their strength. However, when Akunalogia saw his bounty, he complained a little dissatisfied. Why are your bounties in the billions, but mine, AHAG, is only 700 million? This is the first time you have participated in a face-to-face battle, Akuno, and we have participated in many face-to-face battles in this world. Ji Guoyuan responded. He has been in the Wanji pirates for several years, and the group has such a bounty. It has only been half a year since Akunalogia joined their Myriad Realms pirates. The first bounty was fixed at 700 million baileys, which is quite a lot. Okay. Akunalogia didn't say much after hearing the words, threw the reward order in his hand into the sea, and then lay down on the rocking chair. He wasn't really unhappy, he just wanted to complain. I didn't even participate in the battle this time, and Marine even added a bounty to me, alas. 3.2 billion baileys. Wu Tiaoyu complained with a smile on his hands. Why'd I feel that you were trying to anger me on purpose, Gojo Satoru? Akunalogia suddenly stood up and said. He worked hard to participate in the battle and offered a reward of 700 million, but Gojo Satoru did not participate in the battle. The bounty has already reached 3.2 billion berries. I don't have one, Gojo Satoru said with a smile. Okay everyone, it's time for us to have a new member, Cuomo interrupted suddenly. He wasn't afraid that Gojo Satoru would fight Akunalogia. After all, the members on his ship got along happily, and occasionally bickered, but they didn't fight. Is there going to be a new member again? Who will it be? Akunalogia immediately became interested when he heard the words. I don't know about that either. Cuomo shook his head and said helplessly. Summoning the crew is not something he can decide, the key is to see what the system can summon for him. Cuomo clicked on the properties panel that only he could see. Host. Cuomo summons. Gojo Satoru, 61%. Uchiha Madara, 62%. Yunohana Retsu, 59%. Sukuni Anichi, 81%. Senju Hashirama, 47%. Rem, 81%. Akunalogia, 32%. Reputation value. 290,000 240,000 abilities. Armament Hockey, 703,000. Observation Hockey. 603,000. Conqueror's Hockey. Max. Imitate Swordsmanship, 1,905,000. Advertisement Special Abilities. Black Dragon Form, Wood Style, Sage Mode, 8 Inner Gates. Warehouse. None. Except for the full level of Conqueror's Hockey, Cuomo's ability is not full level. The imitation of swordsmanship has also reached 1900 at this time, but it is a pity that there is no battle with rocks. If he can imitate rock's swordsmanship, his progress may reach nearly 3000. The progress of imitating swordsmanship is still fast. The prestige point has now reached 290,000, but the prestige point required for summoning has also reached 240,000. It has to be said that this number is still very scary. As the number of times he summoned increased, the number of summoning fingers he needed for summoning also increased. Ding! Does the host want to exchange the reputation points for reward cards from the heavens and myriad realms? Sure. Ding! Congratulations to the successful exchange of host, and you will get a reward card from the heavens and worlds. Do you want to use host? Okay, Cuomo chose okay without the slightest hesitation. He also wanted to know what kind of character he could summon this time. However, it is also possible that the character cannot be summoned. But it can still be summoned under normal circumstances. Ding! Congratulations to the successful use of the host, get the RAM from Otherworld Adventure from 0. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting an ability advancement card. Wait, RAM? Cuomo was slightly taken aback when he heard the system's notification tone. Isn't this Emu's sister? Unexpectedly, Ram was summoned before, and now Ram is summoned again. Ram used to be the genius and strongest existence of the Ghost Clan, but because he lost his only horn to protect his sister Ram, he couldn't fight for a long time. Known as the Hornless Ghost, the name is taken from the legendary continent Mitram. A group of white light particles appeared in front of Cuomo's eyes, and this group of light particles was slowly converging. Master Cuomo, who is the new member this time? Ram asked curiously when he saw the white light particles appear. A new member, and someone you know very well. Cuomo smiled and responded with a trick.